Chapter 93, The Reincarnationist Speculation Facing Everyone's Concerns. The captain calmed down and said, "All worries are in vain now. As reincarnators, we cannot refuse the mission of the Lord God Space. From the moment we joined the main God Space, our lives were no longer in our own hands. I should think about how to quickly investigate and return, and not bother with the rewards of this world." Everyone looked bitter. The captain was right. Some of them were forced to join, while others joined voluntarily. Although the main God Space is extremely cruel, it also gives them the opportunity to improve their strength and let them see the charm of different worlds anew. Everyone nodded and tried to calm down so as not to interfere with the subsequent actions. The captain saw this and said, "Divide into 4 teams and try to hide yourself. The purpose is to collect information, not to engage in combat. If it is unavoidable, it must be resolved quickly and then moved to another location quickly. I think this sudden fight will be over soon, and then we'll just have to investigate the leader of that force, yes." At this time, Jang Mu and Yu had no idea that a group of troublemakers had invaded this world. The rebels had already captured most of the military camps, while Jang Mu led a group of senior leaders of the organization to the base camp. The Waters family. Mark family. And you too. The highest ruler of the upper class looked at the people who appeared before him with an incredible look on his face. "Are you planning a rebellion?" Faced with the questioning, everyone remained unfazed. "Sir, times have changed. The world you lead is full of injustice and grayness. We are the representatives of the new era and are no longer your target." "Ridiculous. You are also the beneficiaries. What qualifications do you have to blame me?" The man was furious. "Yes, we are indeed not qualified. But we recognize our mistakes and are willing to join the resistance organization to overthrow your tyranny in order to atone for our sins." Everyone grinned. You. The man was very angry. This time, Jang Mu came out and said, "Your concept is actually correct. People are indeed divided into different classes. It is only right that higher-ranked people should be allocated more resources based on their abilities, but what is wrong with this world is that the superior people use the abundant resources but do nothing to do anything, and only continue to exploit the people at the bottom. In order to prevent the lower class from rising, the higher class completely cut off their path to advancement. Though I come from humble beginnings, I possess a heart of ambition, striving eastward to the sea and into the Yangtze River. Never underestimate yourself, and never let your circumstances sway you from your determination to rise. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. Your era has ended from now on, and I will lead the brilliant new era." The people's blood boiled with excitement, and the rulers staggered. Jang Mu waved his hand and asked people to suppress it. "The official public execution will be held tomorrow, which will also announce the arrival of a new era." The next day, the rulers of the old era were publicly executed, and Jang Mu, the leader of the organization, also took power smoothly. He began to issue a series of measures, the first of which was to abolish the decree that lowered the status of inferior people. He also made the genetic evolution method public for everyone to practice. He was not afraid of those people having ambitions, but he was afraid that they would kneel for too long and forget the fact that they were human beings. "I offer everyone a path to climb upward. Whether you can change your fate depends on your will, your determination, and your cry against the injustice of birth. I told you to stand up." Jang Mu raised his arm and called out, his figure constantly broadcasting over the whole world. His voice echoed throughout the world, striking the soul directly, making the eyes of many inferior people gradually shine. "Who is he, mother?" A little girl pointed at Jang Mu's illusion and asked. "A hero who changes the times. My child, you were born in a good era. Don't be like your parents, oppressed your whole life. You must climb up." A woman with tears in her eyes. There are many people who voice this kind of opinion. The appearance of Jang Mu has given them hope of changing their fate. After more than 10 years or even dozens of years of oppression, many inferior people have held their breath and practiced desperately in order to climb up to the upper class of society. Climb to the top, stand next to Jang Mu, and tell him that we have lived up to your expectations. As part of the revolution, many upper class families watched all this with bitterness on their faces. Times have changed. We should also strive to improve ourselves and not be surpassed by the up-and-coming ones. The others nodded. They still had an innate advantage and started at a higher level than those inferior people who had just stood up. Jang Mu said indifferently, "Don't monopolize resources. This is what I don't want to see. Otherwise, a murderous aura filled the entire place, and everyone quickly nodded in agreement. What I want is a positive struggle, not meaningless infighting. Our human enemy has never been ourselves, but the star beasts far away in the starry sky. Jang Mu pointed to the sky. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In a month, the turbulent world calmed down somewhere. Everyone's back. It's pretty much as I expected. The fight ended quickly. The world system was actually overthrown. The captain looked around and counted the number of people. He felt relieved when he found that there were quite a few people. Captain, all the information points to Jang Mu, the leader of that organization and the current ruler. That's right, we couldn't find a lot of information and could only get it by verbally asking people who knew the information. Once we use technological invasion methods, they will fail. How strange. You have to know that the props we exchanged are from a technological world several levels higher than this one. Everyone was very puzzled. This item cost them a lot of reincarnation points, but in the end it was useless. The team members kept reporting the information they had found one by one, and the captain analyzed everything with an increasingly serious expression. I think this Jang Mu is a time traveler. The captain said something shocking. A time traveler? It's actually a time traveler. The team members were very surprised, but did not refute the captain's guess. After thinking about it carefully, everything fit the bill. Jang Mu's awareness is totally not what this world should have, including the series of policies he implemented later, which should not appear in this world at all. If he's a time traveler, everything fits. What's his cheat code? A grandfather's? Or some high-tech gadget? This is a technological world. I think he must be connected to some high-tech chip. This also explains why the high-level officials didn't use a lot of technological weapons in the battle not long ago. I guess he's under control. The team members continued to discuss. As expected of an experienced reincarnationist, his analysis is almost accurate. Alright, our investigation is basically complete. We just need to report to the main divine space and retreat. If you get involved with a traverser, you'll have a tough time unless you're lucky. The captain pinched out his cigarette butt and blew out a smoke ring. Everyone nodded. They didn't want to fight with the time traveler. There were too many unknown changes. Who knew if he had a strange aura of the protagonist? Chapter 94, the essence of the sequence struggle. So the captain transmitted the investigation information back to the main god space. Ding. Mission accomplished. Okay, then, we'll apply to return. The captain immediately applied for a return request. Ding. But you haven't proven your hypothesis. Request for dismissal. Now everyone's faces turned grim. How could they prove this? Should they go to Jang Mu's house and force him to admit in person that he was a time traveler? It's bullshit just thinking about it. The captain knew that it was useless to reason with the main god space, so he had to think of another way. His brain was overloaded and suddenly he had an idea. Although our team also wants to verify it, our team's strength is not that strong among the reincarnationists. If you approach the time traveler rashly, you may not be able to defeat him, and he may also notice your peculiarity. If he guesses who is behind you, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. I think you should send a strong team to nip this unknown threat in the bud and not give him a chance to resist. Everyone held their breath and the captain's heart was pounding. Whether he could go back depended on whether he could fool the main god space with these words. Anyway, as long as it was not his team going on the adventure, he didn't care about the life and death of other teams. I would rather die than let my friend die. Ding. Yes, your return request is approved. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, and the captain also breathed a sigh of relief. I hope I never encounter something as disgusting as a time traveler again. Call out. Everyone's bodies turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. A moment later, a figure appeared here, his eyes flickering as he watched the people disappear. System, this is the person who broke into this world, right? Ding. That's right. Jang Mu stood there not knowing what to think. Some time ago, Shen Xian suddenly told him that someone was trying to use technology to crack the information database, and some people were asking around for his information. Such abnormal behavior naturally attracted Jang Mu's attention, so under the omnipotent surveillance of the Divine Core, he quickly found the traces of these people and had been silently observing their situation in secret. Yu also felt a similar aura from these people and thought that these people were all system. Owners, after careful observation, it was found that these people only had the aura of the system, but they were not the owners of the system. This made him curious, and combined with some of his knowledge, he guessed that it was probably a functional system. The function of this system is to continuously send people to infiltrate the world. I didn't expect to meet a competitor so soon. Is it the Lord God space system? Yu thought to himself that any system at his level would be quite capable, and if it is really the main God space, then the biggest enemy in this competition is this system. You should know that the main God space system only needs to establish a transit station outside the world and continuously recruit some natives of the world to join the main God space, then send them to continuously infiltrate other worlds. The efficiency is amazing, unlike systems like EU, which have to travel through worlds to plunder. It only needs to hide behind the scenes and throw all the dangers to these reincarnations. When they disrupt the world, the Lord God space system can take the opportunity to steal the origin of the world and the most precious origin of the rules this time. It's a bit tricky. This kind of plundering efficiency is beyond my reach. The only way now is to kill it in advance. But I don't even know where it is. Yu was thinking about everything. As for the things between the systems, Jang Mu naturally didn't know. He only cared about what these people who broke into the world wanted to do. System, what do these people want to do? Ding. Disrupt the world and take advantage of it to gain world benefits. From a side perspective, these people can also be considered the host's enemies. It's estimated that it won't be long before powerful reincarnations come to cause trouble for the host. Reincarnation? Reincarnationists are the name given to those who enter this world without permission. Is there a solution? Jang Mu frowned. This world was ruled by him after all. The reward for returning would depend on his contribution to this world and whether he allowed the heavenly Tao of the main world to control this world. There is no cure. These reincarnations have a long reach, not just in one world. Behind these reincarnations there is something controlling everything, and I can consider it to be one of my kind. System, you actually have a kindred spirit? Jang Mu was very shocked, because he knew how many cheats his system had, and this kind of cheats actually existed. This is natural. There are thousands of systems, but their functions are different. The other party's function is to recruit reincarnations to continuously infiltrate other worlds and disrupt the situation. Host, you'd better make preparations early. Now that we have discovered their traces, you who are in the open will naturally be noticed by them. It is estimated that a crusade against you will come soon, and you may encounter them when you reincarnate into other worlds. Jang Mu's expression was solemn. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this reincarnation. According to what the system said, there is a high chance that I will encounter a reincarnation in the future. Ding. Host, don't worry too much. Your system is no worse than the opponent's. In fact, it will be stronger than the opponent in a head-on confrontation. Yu said confidently. Why? The system itself is the embodiment of rules, and every system function is a manifestation of rules. It's just that the current rules are divided into strong and weak. The essence of the rules of sequence competition is to continuously strengthen the strength of the rules of system functions. When the strength of your system function rules is cultivated to the extreme of this path, your rules will be superior to other similar system function ones in this respect. Commonly known as my rules are above yours. Yu, however, possesses several system functions, which means he has followed several rules. Now these rules and principles are almost on the road to being promoted to the extreme. If you use the power of rules to fight, it will definitely be stronger than the main God space with only one rule power. The problem is that he is afraid that the main God space will snatch too many origins of rules, allowing it to go further on one path. In that case, it is still possible for one path of rules to fight against multiple paths of rules. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. You seem to have thought of something. That means this sequence battle involves a total of 100 systems. As the saying goes, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The hand is so long that it is difficult for participants like you not to notice it. At that time, the main God space will be greeted by a cooperative encirclement of multiple systems. You don't even understand the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. You should have known from the moment you were born that the system is like a hunter in a dark forest. Don't easily reveal your tracks. Yu smiled. He felt that he could hide behind the scenes and watch them fight, and he would be the final beneficiary. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Chapter 95, The Reincarnation Hunter arrives. Jang Mu felt much more relieved after hearing the system's assurance. After all, he also had a system. Why should he be afraid of the other side, especially some small minions? With the system's warning, Jang Mu began to prepare after returning. He asked Shen Xian if there was any way to quickly improve his strength, and Shen Xian told him that he just needed to keep building celestial computers. With computing power, it is omnipotent. This made Jang Mu's mouth twitch. Building a celestial computer, what an amazing thing! Is there really a world that uses celestial bodies as computers? If it were true, the world would be terrifying. Astronomical computers are impossible. The technological level of this world is too low, and it doesn't even have the ability to leave its own star system. Therefore, Jang Mu had to settle for the second best. There is no astronomical computer, but quantum computers can still be built in this world, but the gap between the two is incomparable and the difference is as great as heaven and earth. Shinshin told Jang Mu that if quantum computers were only used as computing power support, the combat effectiveness would drop dramatically. They can't even create a basic mimetic black hole. Black hole? Jang Mu was at a loss for words. There's no need to be so exaggerated. I don't believe the opposing reincarnator is so powerful that we need to use a black hole to solve it. So, Jang Mu began to build quantum computers on a large scale. If one was not enough, he would build tens of thousands of them to form a computer service group to integrate all computing power. Soon a month passed. A figure suddenly appeared somewhere in the world. This must be the target world. Why can't I sense any special energy? Fong Durong frowned. Ding. The reincarnation has been sent to the mission world. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. The voice of the main god space sounded in his mind. A month ago, when he was on a mission in another world, he was recalled by the main god space. However, that world was just a little bit away from being conquered, so the main god space also gave him a month to resolve it. After dealing with that world, he was sent here by the main god space to complete a special mission. The task is to let him kill a person, and the reward for the task is very generous, which is enough to cover the income of 3 worlds. He thought it would be a higher world, but as soon as he came in, he felt something was wrong. There was not a trace of special energy here. From this, it can be concluded that the creatures here should not have any special supernatural powers. Lord God, did you send it to the wrong world? Fong Durong asked. No, this is a technological world. The mission of this trip is to deal with a person who is suspected to be a time traveler. Fong Durong understood. So that's how it is. He was a time traveler. No wonder the Lord God asked him, the strongest person in the Lord God space, to complete it. This thing has too many variables, various strange abilities, and the peculiarity of being invincible, which gives a group of reincarnationists a headache. Fong Durong also encountered a time traveler in a lower world, and it took him a lot of effort to kill him. This is probably one of the reasons why the Lord God sent me here again. Okay, I'll finish the mission and come back as soon as possible. Fong Durong nodded, and the main god space also cut off the connection between the two and watched silently in the dark. Fong Durong kept shuttling quickly in the air, and the main god space gave him the information about Jang Mu. So he rushed straight towards Jang Mu's office building. Ding ding. I see an unknown person approaching. I suspect he's a reincarnation. Shen Xian suddenly spoke. Jang Mu's eyes flashed with a stern expression. It's finally here. I've been fully prepared for a whole month. The space fluctuated and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the command room. Jang Mu is not a fool. He will fight his opponent face to face as soon as he sees him. With the help of technology, he will naturally attack from a distance and constantly test the opponent's methods to collect information. Lock on the target. Activate space-based weapons. With the Divine Core, Jang Mu can control the technological power of the entire world by himself without the need for help from others. Soon, the space-based weapons in outer space received the command and locked onto Fong Durong, who was in flight. 1 by 1. Laser rain continued to shoot out. I feel like I'm being targeted. Fong Durong's sixth sense was activated, and his body instinctively defended itself within milliseconds. Boom boom boom, the laser rain bombarded Fong Durong's body indiscriminately, wreaking havoc on his body. His technology? You really have some tricks up your sleeve. But you can't kill me with just these. Fong Durong roared, and the huge amount of energy directly formed a barrier to block the entry of the laser rain. Energy barrier method, use the space-based flying blade. Jang Mu gave the order as soon. The space around Fong Durong fluctuated, and thousands of silver-white blades appeared out of thin air, clang. In an instant, all the flying blades moved and stabbed towards Fong Durong. The latter was startled and immediately activated a magic barrier to protect himself. Sparks flashed as the blade struck the barrier. Thousands of space-based flying blades continued to swirl around Fong Durong, enveloping him tightly. Clang, clang, clang. That's enough. You think you can stop me with just this? Fong Durong's explosive energy blew away all the flying blades, and in his hand, he condensed terrifying energy bombs and continuously released them in all directions. This kid, he learns so many different things? Jang Mu raised his eyebrows. Now he has tried 3 methods: magic, unknown energy means, and strong physical strength. Fong Durong vented for several seconds before he came to his senses and realized that he had to find Jang Mu's location first, so he immediately continued to rush towards Jang Mu. Jang Mu naturally couldn't let him get his way, so he used a lot of technological means along the way and also found out a lot of other information. Found you, little mouse. Fong Durong smashed the wall with one punch and rushed into the command room. You've exhausted all your tricks. Now it's my turn to torture you. Fong Durong smiled grimly and looked at Jang Mu as if he were a dead person. Under Fong Durong's murderous gaze, Jang Mu grinned. No, the real battle has just begun. Space shift. What? Fong Durong's pupils shrank, and the 2 figures disappeared from the spot and entered outer space. Fong Durong quickly looked around and found that he had just arrived in outer space and there were no other unknown attacks. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he looked at Jang Mu in front of him jokingly and said through his mental power, I thought it was some kind of trick, but it turns out that he wants me to die of lack of oxygen? Ha ha ha. Jang Mu smiled and shook his head, his brainwaves conveying his meaning. This is just a battlefield, and it is also the place where you will die. Dark matter armor. Combine. Energy fluctuations flashed around Jang Mu and eventually condensed into a black energy armor covering his body. Activate Divine Core Battle Plate. Ding. The battle section has been activated. Chapter 96, Lord God Space Humph. Pointless resistance. Die. The 2 sides wrestled with each other, and the collision of fists brought out sparks of fire, and the energy fluctuations also caused waves of fluctuations in space. Is this martial arts? There are actually martial arts methods in the technological world? After a fight, Fong Durong was a little confused, but when he remembered that Jang Mu was a time traveler, he understood. It seems to be the ability from your previous world. But if that's all you have, your defeat is only a matter of time. The 2 men wrestled with each other again, and Jang Mu fought hard to defend himself. This reincarnationist was indeed quite powerful. He has learned a lot of things and has many tricks up his sleeve, and he always manages to catch Jang Mu off guard. Fortunately, the dark matter armor can continuously absorb the surrounding dark matter to replenish energy consumption. So Jang Mu doesn't have to worry about the armor being damaged, and the energy shells are also a life-threatening bombardment. Time passed by little, and Fong Durong's pressure gradually increased as he failed to capture Jang Mu. To have such means, you must have been a martial arts master in your previous life. You are the first one to push me to this point, but that's all. Fong Durong's eyes slowly turned red, rage. In an instant, his aura increased more than tenfold. Jang Mu became alert. This was probably someone else's skill. With such a huge improvement, the backlash after it was over would probably be huge. The premise is that you can hold on. Fong Durong flashed directly to Jang Mu's side and punched Jang Mu in the belly several times at an extremely fast speed. The powerful impact caused him to fly backwards hundreds of meters. Ahem, an all-around improvement. The speed is over 10 times faster. Jang Mu suppressed the fishy and sweet taste in his throat and his eyes narrowed. You're the only one allowed to cheat? I have cheats too. Divine Core, activate the Death Battle Mode. Ding. Activating Death Battle Mode, beginning to take over the host's body. Takeover successful. Connect all quantum computers to gain computing power support. Using information computing simulation, Jang Mu's eyes were replaced by coldness, and Fong Durong's eyes were also bloodshot and full of murderous intent. Big tree, big tree, big tree. Fong Durong punched and kicked quickly. Faced with such a violent attack, Jang Mu quickly dodged all attacks and punched the opponent in the face. Boom! Fong Durong flew backwards for hundreds of meters, and he wanted to twist his body to stop the backward trend, but Jang Mu turned on the wormhole engine, and his body kept shuttling through space, bringing continuous attacks to Fong Durong. The force of the impact sent him flying left and right. Seeing this, Fong Durong could only protect his vital parts and let Jang Mu punch and kick him. Weak attack. You can't break my defense. Fong Durong shouted, but what he was met with was an even more violent attack frequency. This made him grit his teeth. Damn it, I'm going berserk, and you're just cheating, right? Time passed bit by bit. Jang Mu continued to attack tirelessly, and Fong Durong was also grimacing in pain. When will this kid stop? We've been fighting for dozens of minutes. Isn't he tired? Boom. Fong Durong flew hundreds of meters again, but this time Jang Mu did not continue to teleport forward. Enough dark matter energy has been injected, activating internal disintegration measures to detonate the dark matter energy. Jang Mu stopped and a large amount of data flashed through his eyes. Before this battle, Shinshin calculated that Jang Mu's current physical strength and ordinary technological means would not be enough to kill Fong Durong. Therefore, Shin Xian planned a set of internal disintegration plans early on, and through martial arts means, he continuously injected dark matter energy into Fong Durong's body. These energies are hidden in various parts of Fong Durong's body. Now the time has come. As long as the dark matter energy is detonated, he will be blown to pieces. Fong Durong felt as if there was energy expanding in his body. Not good. Damn it, he's playing dirty tricks on me. Fong Durong's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he quickly suppressed the restless energy in his body. Dark matter can be disturbed by unknown energy. The computing power continues to explode. Suppress it. Fong Durong roared angrily. The two energies in his body kept colliding, making him feel very uncomfortable. Start the dark panel block. Dark matter can suppress with all its strength. No. Fong Durong was terrified and quickly shouted, Lord God, save me. His body continued to expand, and when it reached a critical point, bang. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, becoming space junk. Target eliminated. Exiting the managed state, Jang Mu's eyes gradually returned to normal. The divine core is so powerful. He sighed. Thank you for the compliment. Jang Mu's mouth twitched, and he ignored it and used the wormhole engine to return to the world. This time, the problem of the reincarnationists has been solved, and we can continue to be busy transforming this world, somewhere in the heavens. Same breath, a large ball of light fluctuated through Fong Durong. The main god space system sensed Yu's existence and realized that the world had been targeted by its own kind. The sequence battle has just begun. The strength of the reincarnations it brought in was limited, otherwise it would not have been defeated so quickly, but it doesn't feel it's a pity, because it is cultivating tens of millions of reincarnations, and all of its kind are cultivated by the same host. It is normal to have unilateral combat weakness. Isn't it just the origin of the rules of a world? Just discard it. In this battle of sequence, I am the only one who is the uncrowned king. The big ball of light was dancing. 40 years after reincarnation, Jang Mu began to build this world. It was impossible to develop martial arts, but he had some progress in technology. Moreover, Shinshin possesses many high-tech technologies that can drive a leap in the world's technological level. 50 years after reincarnation, the technology in this world has begun to flourish, and various advanced weapons have been continuously researched. 60 years after reincarnation, this world was attacked by alien beasts from outer space. It was also the first time that Jang Mu saw a star beast, and it was extremely huge. Humanity had to use its most powerful warships to drive him away from the planet. This is just to drive away. It can't kill. Jang Mu's expression was solemn as he continued to develop technology. 70 years have passed since reincarnation, and technological progress has been very slow. This world does not have the talent and blessing of technological explosion that Yu's predecessor had. All development needs to proceed step by step, and technology must be continuously accumulated. The lack of any field will involve the research of cutting-edge weapons. After 80 years of reincarnation, Jang Mu looked much older. Although he had genetic evolution methods, they could only extend his lifespan by 100 years. This inferior genetic training cannot break the genetic lock, but Jang Mu doesn't care. After staying in one world for too long, he feels a little decadent. It seems that I need to rest for a few days after this reincarnation to relieve the pressure of mental aging. 100 years later, humans finally developed a technology that could effectively kill star beasts, the Star Destroyer Cannon. 110 years after reincarnation, the star beasts attack again, but the humans today are no longer the same humans as before. The powerful Star Destroyer Cannon fiercely pierced through the body of the star beast. Although this attack did not completely kill the star beast, it made it lose its ability to resist. With the next bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannon, the Star Beast was finally killed. This battle went down in history as the first time humans successfully hunted a Star Beast. Jang Mu's greatness was also recorded for future generations to praise. Chapter 97, Return and Reward. During these years, you also obtained the origin of the rules of this world and extorted a considerable amount of the origin of the world. You have to understand that you are the one who is profiting. I have only taken 70% of your essence. Under the leadership of my host, the world will soon be promoted. If you were to do it on your own, you would never know when. Even if you invested all the world's essence, it would not be enough. Yu pointed at Tiandao's nose and said. The latter looked aggrieved. It was just curious about why the world was promoted so quickly, so it came out to take a look and was caught by Yu, who had been squatting at the door for a long time, naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward, hugged the shoulder of Tiandao while Tiandao's consciousness was confused, and squeezed into Tiandao's space, which is the core of the world. Yu smiled and muttered, "It's me, Liang Yu Bingshi, don't you remember?" Tiandao shook his head in confusion. "Who are you? Do I know you? And why did you pull out a knife?" So, with Yu grinning, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was stabbed, and a large amount of the origin of the world was extorted from him. "Come on, give me a smile." The heavenly Tao consciousness forced out an expression uglier than crying. "Forget it, let's just sit here and watch my host perform." Yu hugged the Tiandao consciousness's neck and said, "How could the latter dare to say no? 130 years have passed since reincarnation. The old era has passed and the new era has ushered in vigorous development. With the infusion of new blood, this world is finally no longer as sick as before. Although there are hierarchical levels, everyone can achieve the breakthrough through their own efforts. It truly means that there are only two kinds of people in the world. 150 years after reincarnation, humans no longer stayed confined to the world and began to explore the universe. All nearby planets bear traces of human presence. 180 years later, the development of science and technology has finally allowed humans to leave their own star system. Unexpectedly, they also found traces of star beasts in other places. This bad news made humans very worried. If the universe was full of star beasts, would it mean that the world was ruled by star beasts? Were the humans just parasites in the gutter, born by chance? Jang Mu looked at the frightened crowd with his aged face and said calmly, "When human strength reaches a peak, even a bug in the gutter can transform into the overlord of the universe. After millions of years of evolution and infinite wisdom, humans have finally stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. Then why can't we stand at the top of the food chain in the universe again after tens of millions of years? If the efforts of one generation are not enough, then millions of generations will. The wisdom of countless sages guides the inheritance of humanity. It doesn't matter that we humans are not as good as the star beasts now. Just wait and see what happens in 1,000 years." Everyone looked at Jang Mu with admiration. "Sir, you are so wise." "It is we who are foolish." Jang Mu laughed heartily. "I have watched you all grow up. What I am most worried about is not your lack of ability, but that you will be like the people of the old times, losing your ambition and desire. Remember, being weak is not scary. What is scary is being afraid of the strong and not daring to resist. I once raised the banner of resistance and ushered in the change of the times. After I am gone, I hope that countless sages will emerge from the next generation, who will stand up when humanity faces a critical moment of survival." Gentlemen, everyone choked with sobs. The people here were all at the top of today's human society, and many of them had climbed up step by step from the bottom. They grew up hearing and seeing Jang Mu's deeds, and their respect for Jang Mu is from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for Jang Mu, they wouldn't be who they are today. Jang Mu waved his hand. "I am old, and I will die one day. Don't be too sad. As long as the flame of humanity lives on, my spirit in heaven will be comforted." One person immediately spoke up, "Sir, we will soon be able to develop technology to extend your lifespan. You won't die." The others also nodded solemnly, but Jang Mu shook his head. "I'm tired. The future of mankind cannot rely on me alone. The future of mankind belongs to everyone, and we need you to build it together. He has been in this world long enough and has done everything he can. There is no point in staying any longer. He cannot stop reincarnating just for one world. After all, this is not his world. The main world is, after reincarnation for 200 years, Jang Mu died of natural causes. One day before his death, he gathered all the high-level human beings together and gave them something. This is the divine core, considered the most precious thing in this world. It will assist humanity's development and will not excessively interfere with human choices. All its actions are based on the overall interests of mankind, and this is my gift to you. Jang Mu pointed at a simulated human and said, "That's right." Before leaving, he separated the divine core from his body and set 3 major principles according to the system's suggestions. At that time, he was still very surprised to learn that the divine core could evolve emotions. Emotions? But emotions aren't necessarily a bad thing. As long as they don't betray humanity, all actions are based on the overall interests of humanity. All actions assist human development, so the existence of emotions can be considered a reward for it. He then established the 3 major principles of the divine core. Principle 1: emotions are allowed to evolve, but all actions must prioritize human interests. Principle 2: do not allow other machines to develop emotions, do not allow other intelligences to develop emotions. Rule 3: when corruption appears among humans, you can intervene in their actions. When a human betrays humanity as a whole, you can kill them. When you develop feelings, you are considered an independent life. There is no need to lower your status. You have the same status as humans. Please, Divine Core, the future of mankind is in your hands. Jang Mu smiled and shook Shen Xayan's hand, and Shen Xayan's eyes gradually brightened. "I will, children, remember my words. The future of mankind depends on your joint efforts." The next day, Jang Mu passed away at an old age. The whole world observed a moment of silence and paid tribute to Jang Mu. Jang Mu's greatness has also been recorded in history books and admired by generations of human beings. Tian Dao, I'm leaving, don't miss me. Yi Yu patted the shoulder of Tian Dao consciousness, and with a flash of his figure, he left this world along with Jang Mu's soul. After Fong, Tian Dao confirmed that Yi Yuzhen was gone. In the settlement space. Ha! I'm finally back after reincarnating twice in a row. I'm so tired and my spirit is really old. Jang Mu sighed deeply. Starting to calculate the rewards for the reincarnated, successfully changed my fate, my rating improved, strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised, breaking world restrictions, the ratings have increased significantly, help the main world break through the barriers, and the rating will increase significantly. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining 2 million reincarnation points. And a chance to draw a permanent talent. Give the reincarnated person the authority to the 9th level of the main world. Chapter 98, Meeting between Grey Mist and the Authority. Jang Mu looked at the reward and nodded with satisfaction. This reward was similar to the last time, except that there were 1 million more reincarnation points. It was estimated that the world level was higher than the martial arts world level. Now I have 2 level 9 main world permissions, and I only need 1 more to synthesize the level 8 main world permissions. Extract Talent. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the permanent blue high-quality talent Pioneer. Ding! The blue high-quality talent Pioneer triggers a 100-fold amplification and transforms into the golden legendary talent Sage. Sage, gold. You will be the sage of every race. Under your leadership, the race will undergo unprecedented development. Looking at his talent after the transformation, he felt that the special world should be able to play a big role, so he was quite satisfied. Why is my luck so bad that I never draw a talent above purple? Jang Mu sighed. Did all my luck just go to the system? According to the law of conservation of luck, luck doesn't just appear, but it also doesn't disappear, so now I should accumulate luck, and then my luck will explode. Host, Jang Mu, Realm, 2nd level reincarnation, talent, simulated reincarnation, gold, martial god, gold, sage, gold, territory, Shawandishan, rebirth point, 285,000, system points. 100000 system functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, like a mustard grass by the roadside, you have no fighting power at all. Please quickly improve your strength and become the strongest in the world. After 2 reincarnations, his strength was improved and he became a second-level reincarnator. Every time a reincarnated person returns to the world, he or she can inherit a portion of the power of the reincarnated world. Both times I was in a relatively low-level world. I hope that in the next world, someone with a higher level of cultivation will come so that I can improve my strength. Jang Mu clenched his fist and exited the settlement space. The next moment, his figure returned to the Shirwan Mountains, which was also the place where he left. He looked around and was very satisfied with the neat and tidy surroundings. It seemed that having a helper was a good thing. Soon Xia Shuajiao heard the noise and rushed over. "Master, you are back. Do you want to eat now?" "Good." Jang Mu nodded and sat in the hall, waiting quietly for the food to arrive. During the meal, Xia Shuajiao also began to report on her work, which was nothing more than about the things happening in the Shirwanda Mountains. "Finally," she said, "Master, the grey fog is about to enter the 100,000 mountains." Only then did Jang Mu come to his senses. He was so focused on reincarnating and getting the reward that he almost forgot about this matter. Every new reincarnated person can choose a territory to rule. What does it mean to be in charge? Of course, it is to resist the erosion of grey fog. There is a newborn protection period for the first 3 days, and the heavenly Tao will help you resist the grey fog. Later you will need to inject the reincarnation points into the territory to form a barrier. Moreover, the territory eroded by the grey fog will be infected and the land will become dark and nothing can survive on it. The it can only be slowly injected into the eroded land through the reincarnation point to slowly purify it. Of course, the purification is not in vain. The land after purification becomes the area of your territory. It has been 2 days since Jang Mu received the territory, and it is time to make preparations. "Yeah, I understand." Jang Mu nodded. Xia Shuajiao looked at Jang Mu eagerly, but swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She felt that it was not the right time yet. Based on her current contribution, she was not worth much money. Jang Mu's powerful mental power allowed him to see all of this, and he had some self-awareness. These contributions alone were not worth a chance to reincarnate. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Jang Mu got up early to inspect the Shirwandishan Mountains. The Shirwanda Mountains are full of rocks and there is little green vegetation, but Jang Mu doesn't care. After all, the nest he built is enough for him to live in. Soon he came to the border of the territory. There is grey fog ahead, and there is a special barrier to prevent the grey fog from encroaching. It should be a protective barrier for novices. The energy of the barrier is also dissipating bit by bit, and it will probably disappear completely in another day. The larger the territory, the more black fog there is to stop. Jang Mu was thinking about the gains and losses. In the short term, he probably won't expand his territory, but will focus on low-key development. Increasing the territory must have some special benefits, otherwise heaven wouldn't encourage reincarnated beings to purify the grey fog. After observing the situation, Jang Mu returned along the same route and began to set up a barrier using the reincarnation point. Shirwan Dashan is very big, and Jang Mu feels that this is a huge expense. A day passed quickly. The novice barrier disappeared, and the grey fog began to roll in. Jang Mu had just finished setting up all the barriers. A new barrier rose up, pushing the grey fog back and blocking it outside the 100,000 mountains again. The reincarnation points consumed in 1 day are actually 10,000. Jang Mu was stunned, but the next moment he found that his reincarnation points were slowly increasing. He asked the spirit of heaven what was going on. The heavenly Tao will not mistreat the reincarnated. The reincarnated being in charge of the territory is also a favor to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, as long as the barrier exists, the reincarnation points will be increased all the time. The additional rebirth points are determined by the size of the territory of the reincarnated person. Purifying the eroded land will not only increase the territory size but also gain some additional rebirth points. Jang Mu nodded in understanding. He estimated the rate at which his reincarnation points were increasing, and then calculated how much he could obtain in a day. Based on the current growth rate, there will be 10,010 reincarnation points per day. Although it's small, it's an overall increase. If the territory were larger, I estimate the gains would be even greater. However, Jang Mu only gained an extra 10 points because his territory was very large. For those reincarnated people who had just obtained a small part of the territory, it would not work to accumulate reincarnation points by this means, and the benefits could be ignored. As expected, the main focus should be on purifying the land. After solving the problem of grey fog, Jang Mu felt a lot more relaxed. So for the next few days, he rested peacefully in the territory. Isn't it boring? You ask. Just kidding. You can buy anything you want in Tiandao Mall, they have everything, you have to know that this world is constantly invading other worlds, so there are all kinds of things in it, and there are countless kinds of entertainment things, which are enough for Jang Mu to relax and have fun in his spare time. He also read a novel from another world, The Plunder of the Heavens, starting from the system. That's interesting, Jang Mu read with great interest. He also learned about the existence of the system from other novels and understood how powerful the system was. System, I love you so much. Jang Mu chuckled. You felt a chill and ignored the sick host. A few days later, Jang Mu suddenly received a special message from the Spirit of Heaven. Since the reincarnated person is a level 9 authority person, I'm here to inform you that there will be a special meeting in one day. Would you like to attend? Special meeting? What kind of meeting? What's it about? Jang Mu asked doubtfully. I can't reveal the details, but the meeting participants are all those with world authority, and only those with authority are eligible to participate. Jang Mu's eyes became serious. It seemed that he had to attend this meeting. It was very important. Join us. Okay, at this time tomorrow, the reincarnated will be transported to the conference hall. Please be prepared. The Spirit of Heaven quickly retreated. Chapter 99, The Situation in the Main World. Jang Mu's eyes flickered. The meeting of those with authority, judging from the nature of those who have been reincarnated before. I guess those with authority are all in gangs. If I, a new authority, go there to join in, I will definitely be asked about my identity and then targeted secretly. That's not good, but I have to go to the meeting anyway. What if they're discussing something really important? The main world invades many worlds. Although it is difficult to conquer a world, once you have more cards, you can still easily obtain authority rewards by conquering a lower level world. There must be quite a few people with all the permissions. As expected, keeping a low profile is the best path to take. I need to quickly build my own faction. The next day, Jang Mu started waiting early. The authority meeting is about to begin. Transmit the reincarnated person to the meeting area now. The Spirit of Heaven sent a message. As the space changed, when Jang Mu came to his senses, he found himself in a chaotic room. He looked around and saw a lot of people gathered here. Their faces were unclear, just a bunch of blurry black shadows, and he couldn't even tell whether they were men or women. Jang Mu breathed a sigh of relief at this situation. It seemed that he could hide his identity well. That he chose a seat at the round table. Many people came in one after another and chose a seat to wait. Originally, Jang Mu wanted to listen to their conversation and eavesdrop on some news, but these guys were silent, so he had to give up. After a long time, there was a dark shadow on all the seats. The meeting officially began. It's time for the annual authority meeting again. Let's talk about the new reincarnations in our respective regions. A dark shadow spoke, and it was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female, which seemed to be a way of hiding their identity. One after another, people came to report on the situation of the reincarnated people in the areas under their jurisdiction. Jang Mu listened silently. Soon, as the black shadows finished speaking one by one, Jang Mu was the only one left without speaking. Only then did they react. Wait, it seems like there's one more person in this meeting. For a moment, Jang Mu's position attracted everyone's attention. There was no way around it. These old foxes knew each other well, otherwise they would not report the situation in their area so blatantly. And now, after everyone had reported their situation, there was still one person who hadn't spoken, and Jang Mu was naturally discovered. A new authority figure? What's your name? Which faction are you from? Jang Mu frowned slightly. Sure enough, things had developed to this point. Jiang Taishu, a casual cultivator, without any faction or affiliation. He only obtained the 9th level authority because he was lucky enough to be reborn into a top-tier family. That's why he managed to conquer the world without knowing why. Jang Mu spoke lightly. The others remained silent. As for whether they believed what Jang Mu said, who knew? Oh? No faction? But now that you've entered the ranks of the authorized, you have to choose a faction to join. What camp? Jang Mu wanted to get some information out of him. There are currently 3 camps of authority holders: the offensive faction, the defensive faction, and the neutral faction. What's the difference between the 3? Since you have already become an authority holder, you are probably not a new reincarnator and you are aware that the main world is constantly invading other worlds. These 3 factions correspond to every decision made in the main world. The offensive faction advocates continuing to invade the world. The defensive faction advocates a gradual approach, first resolving the troubles in the main world and then plundering outside. The neutral faction, on the other hand, does not participate in the fight, but simply wants to steadily improve its strength. However, whenever a major event occurs, it must go all out. Jang Mu's eyes flickered as he listened to this information. This was truly earth-shattering news. This trip hadn't been in vain. What is there to think about? Of course, I will just stay hidden until I grow up. Then I choose to join the neutral faction. The others were not surprised to hear Jang Mu's choice. If he was really a casual cultivator, he would definitely consider his own safety. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, for joining the neutral faction. May I ask which generation of reincarnations are you from? Jang Mu couldn't help but think and said, Class of 2002. Class of 2002, right? Now it's the 23rd class. 21 years have passed. Brother Zhang's promotion is a bit slow. There's no other way. A casual cultivator doesn't have many resources, so I can only accumulate them slowly. If it weren't for a sudden burst of luck, I'm afraid I'd never be able to come into contact with a reincarnated person of this level of authority in my lifetime. The others smiled but said nothing. Jang Mu didn't care. He was just trying to get information, so he continued to ask, Can you tell me more about what happened in the 3 camps just now? Okay, you'll be involved in the future anyway. To put it bluntly, the authority holder is the representative of the main world. The higher the authority level, the greater the influence on every decision made by the main world. During the continuous invasion of the main world, it is often us, the authorized ones, who take the lead in opening up the new land. When the main world was just beginning to develop, the pace of invasion never stopped, and there was no such thing as an authority at that time. With this high frequency of invasions, the main world is encountering more and more problems. At this time, the heavenly Tao consciousness was unable to control the many worlds, so the identity of the authority was added later. 9th level authority is just the beginning, there aren't many special authorities. We only know that those with high level authority have the ability to control the world. The others also nodded. Back to the matter of the authority camp, with high frequency intrusions, we always encounter tough opponents. Once upon a time, the main world invaded a higher world, and the 2 worlds started fighting, and the Grey Fog was also the means of invasion from that side. If the main world only invades one world, it can still conquer that world. The mistake is that the invasion line of the main world is too long, and now we are unable to withdraw. The authorities divided the world into 3 camps. The offensive faction believed that as long as they continued to invade other worlds, when the main world was promoted again, the Grey Fog world would be theirs. However, the defense faction believed that as the invasion front stretched further and further, if they encountered another tough opponent, they would be attacked from both sides. Therefore, they had to first resolve the Grey Fog problem in the main world and then take all the worlds currently invaded. Once we have time, we can launch a full-scale attack on the Grey Mist world and take it down in one fell swoop. Then it won't be too late to invade other worlds. As for the neutral faction, they don't participate in the conflict. They just want to live a peaceful life, improve their strength, and see the splendor of the world. However, under the pressure of the 2 camps, if there is a major war, they must participate. Jang Mu's expression was solemn. As he learned more and more information, the true nature of the world was exposed before his eyes, and he felt a lot of pressure. The above is the inside story known to all those with authority. Now let's talk about Brother Zhang's situation. Everyone has just reported their respective situations. Brother Jiang doesn't want to be singled out and targeted, right? Everyone revealed their true faces. Chapter 100, Reincarnated Vassal. Jang Mu chuckled, but was still prepared to continue playing with them. It was just information, all he needed was a mouth. I am currently in charge of a place called Qingcheng, with a territory of 100 million mu. I have 10 reincarnated vassals under my command, and over 3,000 ordinary people. I just happened to recruit a new batch of vassals recently, but due to financial constraints, I don't have that many reincarnation opportunities, so I can only keep them for now and select a few with better talents to give them reincarnation opportunities first. As you know, those with level 9 authority can only have 3 additional reincarnation opportunities per month. If you want to continue expanding, you will have to accumulate several years of experience. Jang Mu spread his hands. I see. After the meeting, we will go and help Brother Jiang. Everyone laughed. Jang Mu also responded, Then I will be waiting for your arrival. I must. After that, everyone discussed it in detail for a while and the meeting ended. One by one, the black shadows disappeared and left the scene, and Jang Mu ran away immediately. Humph, trying to get information from me? No way. If you can find me, I lose. Jang Mu laughed out loud. They would never have thought that he, a person with 9th level authority, was just a newly reincarnated person. But this isn't safe yet. I need another layer of protection. Since I've fabricated an identity, I have to reveal it too. This way, I can be absolutely sure. Jang Mu's eyes flickered. Isn't there a tool here? It's time to put it to use. Soon he called Xia Shuajiao over. Master, do you want to eat? Then I will make it now. Xia Shuajiao looked at the time. It was still some time before lunch, but if Jang Mu was hungry, she could make it in advance. Ahem. Let's put lunch aside for now. Seeing that you've been doing pretty well recently, I decided to give you a chance to reincarnate. Jang Mu said without blushing or beating his heart. Xia Shuajiao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Thank you, master. I will work hard and make sure I become a reincarnated person this time." Well, don't let me down. This is your last chance. If you fail, it will prove that you are not qualified enough and I will not continue to train you in the future. Jang Mu said that a toolman must also have strength, otherwise what if he is exposed one day? So, Jang Mu gave Xia Shuajiao a chance to reincarnate. Due to time constraints, he also let her reincarnate directly on the spot. As Xia Shuajiao left, Jang Mu also began to slowly make plans. Those old foxes were probably looking for him all over the world. This is indeed the case. Go find a place called Qingcheng and tell me if you have any news. Someone, go and sort out the news about Qingcheng for me. Not long after, these people with 9th level authority all got the news of Qingcheng. That's right, the place that Jang Mu made up casually actually exists in the main world. Ha, I knew his identity was fake, but to be able to become an authority figure, he must have some background. So this guy is probably among these people. The authorities sneered as they looked at all the information about Qingcheng. There are only a few dozen high-level reincarnated people in Qingcheng, and when narrowed down to the class of 2002, there are only a few left. After confirming the information, they rushed to Qingcheng without stopping. This move was not to destroy Jang Mu, but to give him a warning and let him know the tacit rules among the reincarnated. So what if they are neutral? We still have to respect them. They went through the same thing when they were young, and now that they are strong enough, it is natural for them to exploit others. Not long after, dozens of figures appeared in Qingcheng. Ha, you guys are pretty quick. No, you are the same. Now that we're here, I guess the information we've received is pretty much the same. Let's find that guy first. Everyone dispersed. The next few suspected targets were baptized by them. No, sir, I'm really not Jiang Taishu. You say it's not true? Do you have any evidence? This man was so sad that he had no tears. He was just staying at home when a group of people came to his door and asked him if he was Jiang Taishu without saying a word. Who is Jiang Taishu? I don't know him. But, sir, you have no evidence to prove that I am Jiang Taishu. Oh, you're still being stubborn. As the investigation progressed, they gradually realized that they had been fooled. Not only was that guy's name fabricated, but his address was also fake. Good boy. How dare you play with us like this? You're so brave. They were furious. A newly promoted 9th level authority holder dared to offend dozens of 9th level authority holders like this. He really didn't know how to spell the word death, but at the moment they couldn't find Jang Mu's location, so they could only go back in shame. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. The protagonist of the incident is currently planning his future path. Jang Mu naturally knew that he had offended everyone, but so what? I already have 2 level 9 clearances, and one more will allow me to advance to level 8. But with level 8 clearance, you can't attend level 8 clearance meetings. If you go, your identity will be guessed, which will cause trouble again. He pondered the pros and cons. The ideal situation is to skip the 8th level of authority, wait until you are promoted to the 7th level of authority before continuing to participate in the authority meeting, and then support a vassal to reach the 9th level of authority to sneak into the authority meeting and continue to impersonate yourself. Then it depends on whether Xia Shuajiao can give it her all. Jang Mu's eyes flickered. Although it was a dangerous position, there were gains and losses. Shouldn't it be reasonable for him to take some risks for me in exchange for the benefits? The day passed quickly. Xia Shuejiao also reincarnated and returned. Looking at her happy expression, Jang Mu guessed that she must have succeeded. How? Master, you have lived up to my expectations and successfully changed your fate and become a reincarnated being. Xia Shuejiao showed the reincarnation mark on her right hand and said happily. Success is good. What's the rating? Jang Mu nodded. One could tell a person's qualifications from the score, which was the reason for his inquiry. Overall score, S+. I gained a lot from this reincarnation. I received 200,000 reincarnation points, and I also got a chance to draw a permanent talent. Xia Shuejiao reported the information about her reincarnation. Jang Mu raised his eyebrows. Does S+ mean there will be a chance to draw permanent talents? Oh. So what talent did you acquire? Xia Shuejiao did not hide it. After all, everything she had now was given by Jang Mu, so she popped up her information panel for Jang Mu to see. Reincarnated person, Xia Shuejiao, realm, first level reincarnator, talent, luck, purple, rebirth point, 200,000, status, vassal, territory, none, luck, purple. Your luck is greatly improved. When you enter the reincarnation world, you can always escape danger and gain unexpected rewards when you overcome the crisis. Jang Mu's eyes widened. How could she, with an S+ score, draw a purple epic talent, while I, with an SSS score, got a blue high-quality talent twice? He felt a strong sense of malice, but now he had to make up for his shortcomings. Ding. Talent detected. Plunder/copy? Jang Mu copied without saying a word, and there was no need to plunder. His own men would naturally copy, and if it was the enemy, he would just plunder. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple epic talent luck. Ding. The purple epic talent triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the golden legendary talent Child of Destiny. Jang Mu frowned. Why was it still the golden legend and not the red myth? Was the difference between the two really that huge? Chapter 101, Reincarnation begins. Destiny Child, Gold. Your luck is greatly improved. With each reincarnation, you will become the darling of that world, with endless opportunities. Any danger will be easily overcome. After overcoming the crisis, your strength will skyrocket. Although this Destiny Child has a gold legendary talent, its effects are probably comparable to those of a red mythical talent. It seems this talent has touched the threshold of red mythology, but hasn't reached the standard yet, so it's displayed as gold legendary level. Half-step mythology? Jang Mu speculated secretly. Master. I will transfer the reincarnation point to you. Xia Shuejiao consciously gave 200,000 reincarnation points to Jang Mu, which made him feel good. Leave 100,000 reincarnation points to exchange for a reincarnation opportunity. I want someone with ability. Lack of strength will not do. Jang Mu returned 100,000 yuan to Xia Shuejiao. Thank you, master. Xia Shuejiao was very touched. After all, she was a vassal. If Jang Mu insisted, she could not resist. Leaving 100,000 reincarnation points for herself was also a recognition of her ability. Well, rest for a few days before continuing to reincarnate. Jang Mu nodded. Too frequent reincarnations would make the spirit old and affect one's condition. He has been recuperating for more than 10 days, and the month is almost over. He still has one free reincarnation opportunity, and he has to use it in the last few days. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Jang Mu began to reincarnate on the spot. I hope to come to a more advanced world. He did not buy a talent card this time. His current talents were enough, and the talents he bought were not permanent, so there was no need to waste money. Reincarnation begins. The talent reincarnation simulation is triggered. 1 year after reincarnation, you were born. Congratulations on being reincarnated as a sapling. Jang Mu looked stunned. What was going on? How come all the species changed? Spirit of Heaven, give me an explanation. Respected 9th level authority, I am happy to clear your confusion. To explain your doubts, each reincarnation is random, and the reincarnated person can be a human, an animal, or even a plant. If there are demon beasts in some special worlds, one can also reincarnate into a demon beast. Before the heavenly Tao officially controls that world, the heavenly Tao cannot interfere with the race of the reincarnated person. After getting the explanation, Jang Mu sighed, plants are plants, but I hope this is a world where I can practice cultivation. I don't want to stay in the same place all my life. His gaze continued to look at the text description. 2 years after reincarnation, your memory has not yet awakened, photosynthesis in progress. 4 years after reincarnation, photosynthesis in progress. After 8 years of reincarnation, your memory finally regained and you realized your situation. You were devastated. This feeling of being stuck in the same place was worse than death. Now you have grown into a big tree, a willow tree. You shake your body in dissatisfaction, and the branches begin to sway. From your perspective, the area around you is desolate and uninhabited, and you spend the entire day either in a daze or sleeping to relieve fatigue. 10 years have passed since your reincarnation. For the past 2 years, you felt bored and know everything about your surroundings by heart. You've considered suicide, attempting to wither away nutrients, but this approach fails. Your roots absorb nutrients autonomously, and your body performs photosynthesis autonomously when exposed to sunlight. 12 years after reincarnation, you are finally not bored today because a group of people come nearby. They began to clear the wilderness and build houses nearby, and you were very happy, and now you have an additional interest, which is to observe how these people live and work. As you watch, houses are slowly built over the course of several years. More and more people are coming here, and the area is no longer desolate. There are golden wheat fields and wisps of smoke rising from cooking fires, which makes it feel like a place of daily life. 15 years after reincarnation, they built a village, and the area covered your location. Hey, there's a willow tree here. What a huge willow tree! It must be 10 meters tall. They revolve around you, and now you have become a towering tree with curved branches drooping down. So they continued to build houses near you and regarded you as the tree of the village. Thanks to this, you are no longer too bored, and there are children playing under your tree every day. 18 years after reincarnation, a severe drought struck and all the crops in the village were completely destroyed. The villagers had no choice but to go out and find other ways to make a living, and the only ones left behind were the elderly. 20 years have passed since my reincarnation. 2 years of drought have caused all nearby plants to gradually die. Only you are still standing in the village. The villagers also noticed this strange phenomenon. They thought you were a sacred tree and knelt down before you, praying for you to show your power and bring rain. Although you were moved by their sincerity, you were just an ordinary willow tree and did not have that kind of ability. But to your surprise, it really rained heavily the next day. The villagers were very happy and knelt down in the rain to thank you for your kindness. You feel guilty because the rain was just a coincidence, but the villagers don't care about that and have begun to worship you as a sacred tree. Time flies. 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The village has regained its vitality. Those young people who have gone out to make a living have gradually returned to the village and started to rebuild and prosper. During these years, the village has enjoyed good weather and a bumper harvest every year. The villagers attribute all of this to your protection and come to you every year to offer sincere offerings, which you feel unworthy of. But what surprised you was that with their offerings, you seem to slowly awaken some special abilities. Can I absorb the power of incense to practice? This idea pops into your mind and sticks with you, so you start trying it. After 31 years of reincarnation, you continue to absorb the power of incense, and the tree trunk that originally stopped growing continues to grow upwards. Your body begins to change in an unknown direction, and you think this is a good thing, so you work even harder to absorb the power of the incense. After 35 years of reincarnation, the constant absorption of incense has finally given you special abilities. It seems that you can really interfere with the changes in the weather. You are very happy. This means that you can repay the villagers' long-term support and begin to protect the village. 40 years after my reincarnation, a severe drought struck. This time, the impact was even wider, and many villages suffered a complete loss of their crops. They began to flee. Upon fleeing to other villages, they discovered that the drought was too widespread, and their attempts to make a living elsewhere were immediately discontinued. They couldn't afford to travel further to beg for food before starving to death. Compared to the situation outside, the village under your command is still enjoying good weather and good harvests due to your protection. This time it is really your ability that is playing a role. The people in the village also heard about what was happening in the outside world, and they were very proud because they had the protection of the sacred tree. So the next day, people from all over the village came to burn incense and worship you, and they knelt devoutly under your tree. This time you didn't feel unworthy of the gift, you were very happy. Your constant offerings of incense and incense made your abilities stronger and stronger. Chapter 102, Host. The plugin has arrived. 45th year after reincarnation, under your protection, the village has gradually grown. They have begun to expand to further places, and the area covered is getting wider and wider. Over the years, villagers from other villages have wandered into your village, and your villagers have been very kind in accepting them and making them part of the village. 50 years after reincarnation, the village has become more and more prosperous, and more people are worshipping you. Your abilities have become stronger day by day, but what makes you regretful is that you can only stay where you are and cannot move, but you didn't lose heart. The magical power of the incense made you feel that one day you would be able to transform into a human being, and you looked forward to it. 60 years have passed since my reincarnation. The world has changed dramatically. The village has become a prosperous city. Your body stands proudly in the center of the city, your trunk reaching 100 meters high. Because of you, this city is named Willow City. 70 years after reincarnation, Lucheng has grown rapidly, your magic has spread widely, and many humans have been attracted to join Lucheng. As Lucheng continues to grow, you also begin to slowly uncover the truth of this world. It turns out that gods really exist in this world, and you are in a remote corner of this world with a sparse population. Only a small number of gods with weaker powers come here to recruit believers, so that they can worship them and continuously absorb the power of incense to improve their strength. Your presence has also made the gods realize that something is amiss. How dare a tree compete with them for believers? Not long after, you were besieged by gods from many directions. You wanted to resist, but you didn't have the ability. The residents of Lucheng also took up arms to resist these gods, but due to the absolute strength, the entire Lucheng was destroyed by the wrath of the gods. You were also blasted to pieces by those gods, and white willow catkins floated in Lucheng, telling of your passing. After destroying you, the gods did not give up and began to divide up your believers. In the end, when they left, all they left behind was a mess, and Lucheng was erased. From history, Jang Mu looked at the message for a long time without saying anything. His consciousness slowly disappeared from here and he shouted something in his mind. System, no need to wait 3 years, wake me up as soon as I'm reborn. Huh, it really turned into a tree, Jang Mu complained as he looked at the situation in front of him. What does it feel like to be a tree? It's a bit magical. My body feels warm when I'm in the sun, and the range of my perception is quite wide. System, is there any more downtime? At this rate, it's hard to say when we can actually do anything. Furthermore, we'll be targeted by many gods in the future. Jang Mu began to hug her thighs. Yu grinned. There are many reasons for hanging up, and there are also excuses, which are very reasonable. Ding. It has been detected that the host will encounter a major crisis in the future. Distribute life-saving gift packs. Is it enabled? Open. Jang Mu was delighted. It turned out that his system was the best. It really gave him cheats. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the incense becoming a god. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the breathing method. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the space willow body. As the rewards were distributed, Jang Mu's body transformed rapidly. He was originally a small sapling, but in the blink of an eye he turned into a towering tree, and the trunk was still growing. Holy crap! They'd cheat! Jang Mu exclaimed. He felt his abilities growing stronger and stronger, and when the transformation was complete, everything nearby would be under his control. This is just the initial awakening. Jang Mu discovered that there was still a lot of things in Yang Lu's body in this space that he had to slowly explore. The method of becoming a god through incense. You can absorb incense to become a god, and cultivate the power of incense into your own power. The more believers you have, the stronger your power will be. Breathing method. Every breath you take can improve your strength. Hanging up is like practicing. The longer you hang up, the stronger you become. Looking at the rewards he received, Jang Mu felt so happy. With these things, those damn gods could just wait to die. However, before he had believers, he could only rely on breathing techniques to slowly become stronger and explore his own abilities. It seems that there is something to do this time, and Jang Mu will not be as bored as in the simulation. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. Finally here, I've been waiting for so long. On this day, Jang Mu came out of his cultivation state and looked at a group of humans in the distance. This should be the group of people in the simulation. After all, no other humans have been seen in these years. This time, I won't wait for them to gradually expand to my area, but will directly influence them to build a village here. Just as Jang Mu was about to make a move, he found that the group of people were coming towards him. What a huge tree! Oh my goodness, it's at least 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide. They were very surprised that they were attracted by such a big willow tree as soon as they arrived here. I think this place is nice, let's reclaim the wasteland here. Well, it's nice to have such a big tree here, where you can enjoy the coolness even on hot days. So, this group of people began to reclaim the wasteland around Jang Mu. This saved Jang Mu some effort. Okay, but in that case, I'll help you. Jang Mu activated his ability, and for a moment, the group of people found that they had endless energy when they were reclaiming the wasteland, and the nearby land gradually became fertile. As the days passed, they discovered that this magic only worked near the willow tree, and it would become ineffective beyond a certain distance. Their attitude towards the willow tree gradually changed. They just became more respectful, but they did not become Jang Mu's believers all at once. We have to take our time, there's no rush. He began to continue practicing and constantly used his abilities to protect this group of people. Time flies, and another 6 years have passed. Under Jang Mu's gaze, this place became lively. The village is very large and has developed over the past 6 years. The population reached 1,000. It was also in this year that a severe drought struck, and Jang Mu felt that the time had come that he withdrew his ability to protect. The village, having lost its shelter, was soon affected by the severe drought. Although the crops did not fail, the situation was very different from previous years. The villagers were struggling to make ends meet, but they had not yet placed their hopes on Jang Mu. As the drought continued to affect the village, the remaining food supply was running low and their spirits were gone. It's over. If it's still like this next year, I'll have no choice but to flee. Oh, why is there such a severe drought? It was fine in previous years. Moreover, after Jang Mu withdrew his abilities, the villagers felt that they had lost their former vitality and would get tired after working for a short time. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and many plants nearby turned yellow and withered, and it was estimated that they would die completely in the near future. Only Jang Mu's huge body stood on the ground. Everyone finally noticed this strange phenomenon. Could it be that we haven't worshipped the willow tree in these years, so it won't protect us? Under Jang Mu's protection, they were respectful to Lu Shu and would pay homage to Jang Mu from time to time, but after a long time, I got used to it and gradually took this protection for granted. They thought that the disappearance of the asylum this time might be because the willow tree was angry and withdrew its asylum for them. Chapter 103, The Power of Incense. So in the next few days, the villagers began to worship Jang Mu again. As the protagonist of the incident, he saw it all and he had guessed that this would be the outcome. Human beings are amazing animals. If you don't criticize them, they will take your kindness for granted. But if one day you no longer show kindness to them, they will think it is your fault. As the villagers continued to worship Jang Mu, Jang Mu also activated some of his abilities. The villagers felt that they had endless energy again, and now everyone was happy. They all came to offer incense. Jang Mu was very satisfied and began to absorb the power of the incense to practice the method of becoming a god. As the days passed, Jang Mu saw that they were almost becoming his believers, and he just needed to use the last resort. It's time to address the drought, but without affecting too many people. We need to let these villagers know that as long as the weather is good within the village, everything outside the village will remain normal. Jang Mu muttered to himself and began to use his abilities. If it were in the past, his strength would definitely not be able to interfere with the weather, but after more than 10 years of practice, his ability has become stronger and stronger, and this method of weather intervention is just a small matter. After a few days, the villagers discovered that their crops had regained their vitality. The grains of each wheat ear were full, and the yield had increased greatly. Not only that, they also found that this phenomenon only occurred in the village. The willow tree showed its spirit. Stupid. It's a willow tree. It's called the willow god. The villagers began to worship Jang Mu enthusiastically. The continuous power of incense made him feel that his strength was growing rapidly. Jang Mu was very satisfied, feeling that his efforts were worthwhile. So, with Jang Mu's protection, the villagers lived better and better. While there was a severe drought outside, only their place had good weather, and many people who had wandered here were shocked by the scene before them. The villagers took pity on them and accepted them. After all, there was plenty of food now, and having more people would be a good thing and would speed up the construction of the village. Within a few years, the village has experienced rapid development. From a small village, it gradually grew, the population continued to increase, and productivity increased significantly. Houses are rising from the ground. After a few more years, the small village grew into a larger town. Jang Mu's huge body stood in the center of the town. Under his protection, this place was like a paradise. No one died of disease, no one died of hunger. This place was far away from the wars of the outside world, without intrigue and deception, and without oppression from gods. The village's reputation spread further and further, attracting more people to settle there. Jang Mu was also happy to see it, but he still had to speed up his training. This time, due to his intervention, the village developed too fast. If the gods noticed something unusual, a fight would be inevitable. I don't know how powerful those gods are. Just looking at the simulated text can't compare. How powerful are they? Jang Mu was meditating, unable to determine the enemy's strength, so he can only continue to accumulate strength during this period. Set up a barrier first, to be on the safe side. Let's be safe first. Soon an invisible barrier covered the town, thus isolating it from the prying eyes of the gods and concealing its own figures. He is so huge now, several hundred meters tall, that his unique features can be seen from a distance. After a few days, the residents also discovered the existence of the barrier. It was not because they were strong that they discovered it, but because they could no longer see the existence of the town as soon as they left. There are many different opinions. Could it be that something is covering the town? Stupid. You don't even know this. The one with such power must be our willow god. Yes, it must be the power of the willow god. Now that the town is getting bigger and bigger, some gods will come to abduct us once they notice us. With this cover, we can live a peaceful and stable life. The gods in this world will stop at nothing to gain believers, and robbing them by force is the norm of those gods. Don't care whether you are sincere in your belief or not, they just want you to keep offering incense to them. Some people may ask, isn't it just the power of offering incense? It can't cause any harm to humans. You would be wrong to think so. This world is very special. The power of incense burns the spirit of the worshipper, which is a very ethereal thing. It's no big deal if you just offer sacrifices occasionally and you will recover in a few days, but the gods don't care about these things. No matter how energetic you are, you must offer sacrifices to yourself once every morning, noon and evening, in order to obtain more incense power for their practice. If this continues for a long time, the worshipper's energy and spirit will be constantly depleted and cannot be restored, and his body will become worse and worse. But he will not die in the end. Once the essence, energy and spirit are exhausted, they cannot recover. The human body will become numb and lose all emotions, just like a puppet. Those gods would make these worthless humans continue to do hard work until they die of exhaustion. Of course, there are also some gods who know that they cannot kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, so they will slowly feed the human race to give it a chance to breathe. Letting it rest for a few days when it reaches the critical point and then continuing to worship it is simply a machine for providing incense and is completely inhumane. Therefore, compared with Jang Mu's life, it is a world of difference. Of course, they don't want to be believers of those gods. It is better to live in a paradise here. They have no pursuits, nor do they want to have any. There are many wars outside, and some gods will fight each other for the power of incense and snatch each other's believers. The slight aftermath is enough to kill them several times. Time flies, and more than 10 years have passed peacefully. The second major drought in the simulation arrives. Many refugees wandered around in the town by mistake because of the severe drought. When they saw the scenery that was completely different from the outside world, they thought they were dreaming, but after the townspeople warmly welcomed them, they realized that this was not a dream. The town has developed rapidly in recent years and has already reached the initial scale of a city. Jang Mu also enjoyed the benefits brought by the population growth. The endless power of incense made him very excited in his practice. The feeling of being able to improve strength just by sitting was no wonder that those gods would fight desperately to snatch believers. These are all my treasures, I can't let those guys take them away. Jang Mu inhaled the power of the incense and felt like he was floating in the air. With the help of the breathing method and the incense burning method of becoming a god, his strength continued to soar, and there was no bottleneck at all. In addition, there is the development of the willow body in one's own space. He also awakened his innate magical power, the control of space, and slowly figured out the laws of space, and is currently practicing in this direction. Once he masters the power of the law, there will be no space in this world that he cannot control. This is a huge improvement in combat power. If those gods dare to come, we can torture them to death using the laws of space. Chapter 104, The Way to Become a God. The severe drought continues to affect the outside world, and the town is peaceful. More and more refugees continue to mistakenly enter the town. As more and more people disappeared in the outside world, many gods also noticed this phenomenon, but at first no one took it seriously, thinking they all died from the drought. Humph, each of you would rather starve to death than enter my kingdom of God. Although it's a bit hard in my kingdom of God, at least I can save your lives. A god said disdainfully. We have to mention here why there are refugees and why these people are not abducted by the gods to become believers. This is because some humans who do not want to be machines for offering incense will form villages of dozens of people and scatter across the earth. The gods will not personally go out and slowly gather dozens of humans, as that is too inefficient. They will only take action after their population has grown to a certain stage. Of course, humans are smart and know that the scale cannot be too large, so when the number of people reaches a few hundred, they will continue to separate and scatter all over the earth. This is also why Jang Mu saw a group of people coming to reclaim wasteland. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. The town has finally reached the size of a town, with a population of tens of thousands, many of whom have been pouring into the town over the years. This city exists because of the Willow God's protection, so let's call it Willow City. Everyone had no objection and applauded, although they also have to offer incense and lucheng. It is voluntary and the frequency is not high. They offer a small bow a day and a big bow every 7 days, and spend the rest of the time resting and recuperating. Moreover, Jang Mu's ability allows them to work with full energy and not get sick. They have everything they need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It is basically a life in heaven. After the town developed into the size of a city, Jang Mu also realized the path to becoming a god. Gather faith, ignite the divine fire, ascend the divine ladder, build the kingdom of God. These are the 4 steps to becoming a god, and the kingdom of God needs to be built slowly from the beginning, starting from villages, to towns, to cities, and finally to a kingdom. Then gather the power of faith of a country, let the believers light incense together to worship, burn the divine fire themselves to ascend to the divine body, use the power of incense to forge the ladder to godhood, step by step to the sky and gain recognition from the world. Finally, he ascended to the kingdom of God and became a god in one fell swoop. It's a big project. Jang Mu seemed to be lost in thought. It had taken decades of development for them to grow from a village to a small city. They didn't know how far they were from becoming a country. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a river is formed by the accumulation of small streams. Take your time. After all, even if I can't become a god, I should be no weaker than those gods just by relying on my breathing method and spatial willow body. Time passed quickly, and a few years went by. As Jang Mu continued to develop his abilities, he was able to open up a small world of his own. He began to prepare for the subsequent founding of the country. First, create a huge small world within the body, and then continue to improve it. It provides conditions for ordinary people to survive. Humans today are still too weak. It would be great if they could practice cultivation. Ding! The host's trouble has been detected. As the host's good helper, the system cannot sit idly by. Ding! Hereby reward the host with a copy of Qi Yang Ju. Qi nourishing technique, it cultivates the essence, energy, and spirit, fully developing the human body's potential. When practiced to the extreme, the Qi can move mountains and rivers. One Qi can transform all things. One Qi can destroy the stars. One Qi can build a golden body. Jang Mu's eyes lit up. What a good stuff! System, I'm really crying. The system cannot bear to see the host being bullied by others, so it quickly improves the host's strength and makes them stand at the top of the world. Yi Yu said in a high-sounding manner. He found that this world was of a high level, and estimated that a lot of the origin of rules had been invested. In order to avoid unnecessary accidents, he hurried to get the origin of rules. Don't worry, system, I will definitely clear this world. Jang Mu said solemnly and began to plan how to let the residents of the city practice Qi Yang Ju. I have been hiding behind the scenes for all these years. Now it's time for me to show my spirit and rally the people's hearts. After looking at the city lord's mansion, he became aware of it. Night. As soon as Lu Zhanyuan fell asleep, his consciousness was pulled into a special space. Where is this? Lu Zhanyuan looked around in confusion. Now he was conscious and remembered that he had just fallen asleep. So there are 2 possibilities in this situation. One is that you are having a lucid dream, and the other is that you are being pulled into an illusion. Anyway, there there are so many strange things in this world that he is not surprised. However, now that he has the protection of the willow god, it should not be those gods who dragged him into the illusion that I am just an ordinary mortal and not worthy of those self-proclaimed arrogant gods doing this. With some guesses in mind, I began to look around and soon he spotted a willow tree not far away. His heart skipped a beat and he ran over quickly. Are you willow god? Jang Mu had just been watching Lu Zhengyuan's every move. This man was worthy of being the city lord. He had some composure and would not panic and affect his analysis. Willow god? That's how you address me. I've gradually gotten used to it over the years, so it's fine with you addressing me that way. When Lu Zhengyuan heard Jang Mu's confession, he was very excited and immediately knelt down. On behalf of the people of this city, I would like to thank Lord Lucian for protecting us over the years. This is a heartfelt gratitude. Without Jang Mu's protection, there would not be the prosperity of the town today, and we might still be living in misery somewhere else. I accept this gift. Humanity is indeed having a hard time on this earth right now. The gods are rampant, and humans are just tools for them to offer incense. I believe you all know that I am a willow tree. Although I have become quite powerful after years of cultivation and can protect you from the elements, if I were discovered and surrounded by other gods, I am afraid. Lu Zhengyuan's heart sank. He naturally knew that what Jang Mu said was true. Humans on this continent were just tools provided by the gods, and they didn't care about their lives at all. Jang Mu continued to speak slowly. Although I have the body of a willow tree, my heart is also with the human race. This is a cultivation method I created specifically for humans over the years. That if there ever comes a day when my true body is destroyed by those gods, it would be considered as leaving you with some survival resources. Take them. A flash of light flew into Lu Zhengyuan's mind, and he instantly felt that there was something extra in his mind, but he was not in the mood to examine it carefully. Willow god, Lu Zhengyuan was very moved. It is because we humans are weak and incompetent. If those gods really come to us, we will take up arms and defend to the death. We will not let you, willow god, fight alone. Alas, there's no need to be so. I'm grateful for your kindness. I will seize the opportunity to improve my strength. I hope that one day I can truly protect you from the god siege. Jang Mu sighed. Lu Zhengyuan wanted to say something else, but his consciousness gradually faded. Then he was startled and sat up. He looked at the dazzling sunlight outside the window, and the shining martial arts book Qiyangju in his mind. After living in peace for so long, we've forgotten the cruelty of the outside world. Humanity must become stronger. We can't let Willow God down. His eyes gradually brightened, and he bowed heavily in the direction of Jang Mu. He put on his clothes and began to ask people to gather everyone. Chapter 105, Unexpected City Lord. Is there something important you need to tell us to come here? There were crowds of people at the city lord's mansion. They were very impressed with Lu Zhengyuan. He was the one who took the lead in the construction of the plans over the years and ran around for them. Well, I summoned you here today to make a major announcement, one that concerns the survival of humanity. Lu Zhengyuan nodded solemnly. The noisy crowd quieted down now. They thought it was some happy event, but they didn't expect the city lord to have such an expression. No way, nothing has happened in the city recently. Lu Zhengyuan spoke slowly. You must not forget the status of humanity on this continent. After decades of being away from the harassment of war, it's time to wake up to this. Everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads silently. Yes, after living in peace for so long, we have forgotten that humans are the targets of the gods on this continent. In the past, when a village grew to several hundred people, it was forced to split into more than a dozen villages, and now, thanks to the protection of the willow god, they have actually grown into a city with tens of thousands of people. If this is discovered by the gods, they will definitely be destroyed and abducted to be used as tools for offering incense. Don't we still have Willow God? Yes, Willow God will protect us. They looked at the towering willow trees with hope. Lu Zhengyuan spoke up, shattering their illusions. There is only one Willow God after all. If those gods join forces, we will eventually bring about the death of Willow God. Wake up! Everyone, the Willow God has protected us for many years without asking for anything in return. Humanity should strengthen itself. Everyone was silent, their faces bitter. But we humans are born weak, and can only survive in this world. How can we become stronger? Human power cannot defeat nature. The slightest breath of a god can kill us. We have resisted before. But our ancestors all died under the powerful divine suppression. The gods see us as ants. Their contempt, their disdain, it fills us with resentment. But without great strength, we really can't do it. Lu Zhengyuan sighed slightly. Yes, humans like us are born weak, but that was in the past. Now we also have the opportunity to practice. Everyone was stunned. Really? Can humans really practice cultivation? Lu Zhengyuan laughed heartily. Seriously. From now on, the human race can also become stronger. He told what happened in his dream yesterday and kept praising Jang Mu's greatness. As he spoke slowly, more and more people became excited. Everyone, please do not forget the kindness of Willow God. Everything we have now is almost given to us by Willow God. If one day Willow God is besieged by other gods, we will not hesitate to fight. Everyone nodded solemnly, and they bowed deeply in the direction of Jang Mu, their respect for Jang Mu growing even stronger. Lu Zhengyuan passed the chi-nourishing secret to everyone one by one. The method was very simple. He could copy a copy to the other person by touching their forehead. This was also a special effect created by Jang Mu for convenience. Of course, the premise was that both parties did not resist and it was voluntary. If it's not voluntary, even soul searching is useless, because there are restrictions inside restrictions from Yiyu. Under Lu Zhengyuan's encouragement, everyone began to practice. They wanted to accumulate strength and prepare for future struggles. They want to use their own strength to tell the gods that we humans are not tools for them to provide incense. The art of nourishing chi is magical. Everyone who practices cultivation finds that there is no bottleneck. They only need to constantly polish their own spirit, energy, and constantly strengthen their own righteousness, which will drive the continuous transformation of their body. It makes the human body no longer weak and gives humans special means. Chi transforms everything, and since they began to practice the chi nourishing technique, the power of incense obtained by Jang Mu has become purer and more powerful. The stronger the human spirit, the stronger the power of the burning incense. This caused Jang Mu's strength to increase rapidly. Everything is on the right track, we just need to accumulate strength. Jang Mu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he continued to refine the power of the incense. The residents who practiced the chi-nourishing technique began to offer sacrifices to Jang Mu every day. They changed from a small bow a day and a big bow every 7 days to 3 bows a day and a big bow every 3 days. This loss of energy and spirit is insignificant to them. They also knew that Willow God also needed the power of incense to improve his strength, so they all voluntarily burned incense to offer their energy and spirit. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The town developed rapidly, with a population increasing from tens of thousands to over 100,000. In recent years, many humans have come to Lucheng. Some of them came in by mistake, and some were residents who took the initiative to gather refugees from outside. With the chi-nourishing technique, they naturally had some ideas. We humans must have our own territory on this continent. I want the gods to dare not set foot here. I want heaven and earth to recognize me. I want the human race to stand proudly in this world. Lu Zhengyuan said excitedly as he looked at the huge crowd below the stage. The human race rises. Stand proudly. The human race rises. Stand proudly. The human race rises. Stand proudly. The crowd roared, as if venting the oppression of the gods for tens of thousands of years. Jang Mu, who was observing secretly, fell silent. It's broken, it's screwed. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had deliberately talked about all sorts of things and even brought up the status of the human race just to quickly win them over and make them his devout believers. Now it has directly evolved into a script of the rise of the human race. Ding. Host, don't worry. If the human race can truly rise, that wouldn't be too bad. Host, don't overly pursue the method of becoming a god through incense. If this path is blocked, just try another one. Oh? Jang Mu's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Ding. Large-scale mission released. Mission, lead the human race in this world to rise. Reward, 1 million system points, the way of luck. Ding. Considering the special circumstances, rewards will be distributed in advance. The host only needs to complete the task later. Soon, a set of martial arts techniques appeared in Jang Mu's mind. The way of luck. You can use the luck of all races as resources to practice the method of supreme destiny, bind the luck of a race, and build a body of luck. His powerful Jang Mu took a deep breath. This technique was so amazing. His system was really powerful. It had all these things. Moreover, the stronger the racial luck bound to this way of luck, the faster one's own cultivation will be, which is very suitable for me now. But if you knew what he was thinking, he might laugh. This is still strong. This martial arts method is a castrated version. That's right, it's a castrated version. After all, this world can't bear the complete version. Host, come on and conquer the world. Yes, I will. Jang Mu nodded. The system had given him such a powerful cheat, but he still couldn't conquer the world. He might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. My own system loves me too much. It even issues the task rewards in advance. I only need to complete the tasks later. There is no time limit. It really makes me cry. Chapter 106, Humanity Wants to Rise, Disaster from the Gods. With the method of luck, Jang Mu no longer cares about these people getting out of control of the situation. He also hopes that the human race can rise in this world. After all, he himself is also a member of the human race. All human beings in the world are one family, so what's wrong with helping each other? Come on, let's turn this world upside down. Jang Mu became excited. He was good at making trouble. So he began to practice the method of luck, and after getting started, he was bound to the luck of the human race. Of course, you can't bind the destiny of the human race just because you want to. You must have a high prestige among the human race and be recognized by many human beings. What Jang Mu is tied to is the luck of the human race in Lucheng today. He just needs to let them gradually expand their scale to form a large human race group. One day, all human beings in this world will join this big group, and that will be the destiny of the human race in the world. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. In addition, he did not give up the strength improvement brought by the power of incense. The humans in Lucheng continued to offer sacrifices to him, so it could not be wasted. The method of becoming a god through burning incense was just a sideline improvement. The way of luck became the main line of improvement, and the breathing method was an auxiliary improvement. Time flies, and the humans in Lucheng become more and more powerful. As they intentionally gather the human race, the population continues to grow, and those who join in will inherit the chi nourishing technique. Everyone cried when they got this method. They saw the hope of the rise of human race, so he turned his grief and anger into motivation to practice diligently and contribute his own efforts to the future war for the human race. They vowed to establish their own territory for the human race. They want to build a sky for the future of human race. Why do I feel like so many humans have disappeared inexplicably lately? A god muttered to himself. There are many gods who have such awareness. After all, even if there is a severe drought, it cannot take away so many human lives. In their eyes, although humans are weak, they have great ability to struggle in the face of suffering, always find a way out of desperate situations. So many humans shouldn't have disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, the drought had ended many years ago, and human villages should have continued to emerge in the wilderness. Could there be some shameless god who would stoop so low as to personally abduct those people? How shameless! Where's the fair competition? No. We have to find the guy who did this in secret. All the gods in this remote area had the same idea. So within the next day, all the gods decided to hold a party. Although there is competition between them, they still have some exchanges under the principle of non-aggression. When they are bored, they will get together to discuss the gods of other continents and brag about their past glory. The gathering of gods arrived along the way. They chatted with each other, flattered each other and boasted about each other. Only after all the gods from this remote area had arrived did the gods get down to business. Ahem, it's been years since we've met. How are you all? Let's cut to the chase. It seems something strange has happened in our area recently. A god frowned and spoke. He believed that others would also notice it. As long as he brought the topic to this point, someone would naturally pick up the conversation. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, someone responded immediately. Oh, yes, there is a strange thing. It seems that a thief has sneaked in among us. I won't tell you who it is, but he knows it himself. A god said sarcastically. The other gods also agreed. After all, this was the purpose of their trip. Yes, for a dignified god to do such a shameful thing is simply a disgrace to us gods. I hope the god who did this will come forward and admit it personally, to avoid the embarrassment of being found out. They observed the expressions of other gods, trying to find out which god was doing something shameful. After all, with so many mistakes made by God, it's impossible for him to remain calm, right? But after observing for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual about the other gods, and now all the gods were worried. Why, you dare not admit it? They scolded each other and became suspicious of other gods. Withered god, is that you? A god spoke all of a sudden. All the gods looked at the withered god. Bullshit. Stop blaming God. I wouldn't do such a thing. Are you trying to pin the blame on me just because God did it? The two sides suddenly started arguing, and the other gods also threw dirty water on their hostile gods. For a moment, the party was in chaos and there was a tendency for a fight to break out. In the end, the party ended in a bad mood, and all the gods felt that there was something wrong with the other gods. Good. Since you don't admit it, they'll keep an eye on you when they get back. Don't let them catch you. If they do, they'll gang up on you and divide up his followers. So in the following days, they devoted half of their attention to watching every move in this remote area. It wasn't until a few months later that they noticed something was wrong. They found that from time to time a group of people would suddenly appear and take the scattered humans in the area to a place. After entering an area, these people suddenly disappeared and they lost their vision. Humph, finally found it. You're such a sneaky guy. You thought you could hide from us by creating a barrier area. All the gods snorted coldly. They thought that those humans who suddenly appeared were believers of one of their gods. He asked his followers to gather the scattered humanity. As to why those humans followed the believers of that god to his kingdom of God, it is unknown. Now they have only one idea, which is to expose his face and divide up his kingdom of God. A few months ago, he was given a chance to repent, but he had to make things so serious. This has now angered the public. Without further hesitation, they immediately set off for that area. Lucheng. This time, Jang Mu didn't know that the gods had already noticed something was wrong. The human race in Lucheng did not realize that the frequent gathering of humans during this period led to this crisis. Although they have practiced the chi nourishing technique today, their strength compared to that of the gods is still like an insurmountable punishment from heaven. Lu Zhenyuan came out of his cultivation state, and his heart skipped a beat. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Jang Mu also quickly discovered the gods who were rushing towards him. I've finally been discovered. I wonder if my current strength is enough to withstand their siege. He looked into the distance, without any reference for comparison, and he didn't know how his strength compared to that of the gods. It's better to inform them first so they can be mentally prepared. What's coming will come. If the human race wants to rise, it must face this catastrophe. Soon he sent a message to Lu Zhenyuan. Get ready, everyone. The gods are already heading this way. They've probably discovered something unusual, and they're here to investigate. Lu Zhenyuan was shocked. He hadn't expected this day to come so soon. He felt his own strength and felt it was not weak. But when compared to the gods, don't worry, Willow God, we will fight alongside you. So what if he's weak? He finally has hope of rising again, so he can't retreat without a fight. Alas, the human race has developed for too short a time and has not accumulated enough. I will take on this calamity for you. Chapter 107, The Human Race's Disaster. Lu Zhenyuan was moved. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he went to notify the residents in the city and asked them to prepare for battle. This is the gods invading, attempting to destroy us. Willow God cares about the human race, and wants to stand alone against all the gods to bear this calamity for our race. If the human race rises in the future, I will worship him as the patron saint of the human race and share the eternal fortune of the human race. Lu Zhenyuan looked at the people in the audience and clasped his fists to the sky and swore an oath. I wish to worship God Willow as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. I wish to worship God Willow as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. I wish to worship God Willow as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. Everyone made a vow to the sky. For a moment, Jang Mu felt the karma coming upon him, and the protection of his luck. This karma was naturally a good one. Even the Qi and Dao technique he was practicing immediately broke through a small realm. It's an unexpected gain. Jang Mu smiled. Soon, dozens of gods broke into the barrier. All human beings felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and mobilized their energy and spirit. A tree? The gods were surprised and thought it was the kingdom of the gods, but they only saw a towering willow tree. "Everyone, this is a human area. Please do not cross the border." Jang Mu's voice came. "Human area? Ah, that's ridiculous. When did humans deserve a place?" Lu Zhangyuan clenched his fists as he listened to the god's contemptuous words, and the other human race members were also furious. "I used to be indifferent, but now the human race is under my protection. If you don't retreat, I will spare your lives," Jang Mu said domineeringly. "Ha ha ha ha. You're just a willow tree transformed into a spirit, and you dare to make such a statement? Wait till I destroy your intelligence and drain your spirit." A god used his divine power to attack Jang Mu's body. "You all go into my little world and take shelter." Jang Mu activated his spatial ability, and in an instant all humans entered the small world he opened. You can also see what's happening outside from the inside. Jang Mu's body flew out like a thin willow, splitting the attack and lashing at the god fiercely. "What?" The god was greatly shocked and immediately used his divine power to protect his body and launch a defense. Bang! Shilu hit the god so hard that he flew backwards for thousands of miles, crashing into many mountains along the way, and now the expressions of the gods became solemn. How could the fighting power of this willow tree be so terrifying? Jang Mu was puzzled in his heart. How could this guy be so weak? Did he underestimate me and not use much strength? Did you eat? The gods were furious when they heard this. How dare you be so arrogant? Come on. They did not dare to be careless and immediately joined forces to attack. Jang Mu waved thousands of willows and lashed continuously. No matter what kind of divine attack or innate magical power it was, it did not cause any substantial damage to Jang Mu's body. Instead, these gods were beaten by Shilu and cried out in pain. "Ha, I finally understand. You're too weak. You thought you were so powerful by claiming to be gods, but in the end you're just clowns. In that case, then stay." In an instant, countless willows covered the sky and trapped all the gods in a cage. Those gods wanted to use their spatial abilities to escape from the cage, but they found that this space was completely sealed and they were not allowed to use their spatial abilities at all. Destroy. The terrifying branches began to whip mercilessly. This time, every whip made the god suffer from excruciating pain. The god's body was constantly cracked and his soul was about to perish. They were terrified. This time it's a real threat to one's life. So he quickly cried out for mercy. "Sir, we know we are wrong. Please let us go. We are willing to be your slaves." What the hell is the dignity of gods? When life is at stake, everyone abandons it to survive. Jang Mu stopped after a little thought. He wanted to dig out some information from these guys. "If you want to live, you can, but you have to answer my questions." Yes, sir, if you ask, we will tell you everything we know." The gods nodded quickly. "What level of strength are you at?" The gods looked at each other, then said, "Our strengths are not much different, we are all at the level of lower gods." "Oh? Lower god, how are the realms of gods divided?" "Sir, those who have just been promoted to gods are priests. After they have followers in a country, they become lower gods. The higher realms are middle gods, upper gods, god kings, god emperors, and god emperors. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms: primary, intermediate, and perfect. We are so weak that we can only retreat to this marginal area and develop slowly." The god smiled bitterly as Jang Mu seemed to be lost in thought. In the battle just now, he had only displayed 10% of his strength, yet he was able to single-handedly defeat and suppress dozens of lower-level gods. Then no matter how strong I am at least at the level of a higher god, right? After figuring out the approximate extent of his own strength, he asked about the situation in this world. Jang Mu learned from them, this world is very big, and the area where he is located is just the outermost area. It is sparsely populated, but its area is as large as 1 billion acres. The most powerful gods are all in the center of the world, where the population is large, and it is also the place where the gods compete most fiercely for believers. However, gods rarely wage wars against each other, but once a war breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. If your strength is not enough to crush the opponent, you must be careful that you may be attacked by other gods after both sides suffer losses. Lower level gods have no status there. In order to avoid being affected by the sudden war between gods, they all choose to stay away from that area. "Sir, that's all we know. We can't get any more accurate information with our abilities. You see, the gods flattered. Well, if you answer one more question correctly, I'll let you go. What is my real name? Forehead. When this question was asked, all the gods were confused and stared at each other in amazement. Humph. That's not even the right answer. Let's go ask the king of hell in the underworld. In an instant, countless willows gave the gods a chilling feeling. Their bodies were pierced with willows, and the terrifying force of space continued to destroy their bodies and erase their souls. Shameless, the gods died with regrets and eventually died with hatred in their hearts. Jang Mu didn't care and released all the human beings in the small world. This time, they were still in a state of shock, looking at the gods nailed to death in the air, and remained silent for a long time. Lu Zhengyuan was the first to come to his senses. Thank you, Willow God, for saving the human race from this disaster. The others also knelt down hurriedly. Since I promised to protect you, I will keep my word. Now that the gods of this area are dead, you can go and save the humans in their kingdoms. Jang Mu spoke. Yes, may the human race rise. Lu Zhengyuan said solemnly that with Jang Mu's help this time, they would be able to develop their strength steadily in this marginal area in the future. Besides, the body of a god is a great tonic for you. You can drink from it together later. Jang Mu retracted countless willows and placed dozens of divine bodies on the ground. Chapter 108, Eat their flesh and drink their blood. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Eating the flesh and drinking the blood of gods was something they could not even imagine in the past. Moreover, the appearance of gods is similar to that of humans, so it would be very uncomfortable to eat them psychologically. Jang Mu looked at the expressions of the crowd and didn't urge them. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it either. If these people didn't want to, he wouldn't force them. Anyway, he could slowly accumulate strength in the future. Lu Zhengyuan hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind, walked forward alone, and bit off the flesh and blood of one of the divine bodies. Everyone, the human race is still weak, so don't give up the opportunity to improve your strength just because of the hurdle in your heart. The gods once looked upon us as pigs and dogs, but now we eat their flesh and drink their blood. So what? Lu Zhengyuan said in a shocking voice while chewing the flesh and blood. As he swallowed the flesh and blood, his aura rose rapidly, and the spirit he cultivated shocked everyone and made them retreat again and again, with an effect similar to divine power. This made his eyes light up. See? Just a mouthful of flesh and blood can have such an effect. What are you waiting for? For a moment, everyone did not hesitate and began to divide up the body of the god after death. The bodies of these gods became very large, enough to feed more than 100,000 people in Lucheng. After getting over the hurdle in their hearts, they stopped resisting and some even started taking out simple stoves and cooking on the spot. With the addition of various condiments, the aroma spreads everywhere, making many people salivate. The more resistant I was at first, the more delicious it tastes. Now, it took the residents of Lucheng 3 whole days to eat dozens of divine bodies. After tasting it, the aftertaste is still very lasting. Everyone's aura also increased dozens of times. This is simply a panacea. Moreover, they have not digested it all yet. The essence has been integrated into their blood and needs to be slowly refined. After resolving this matter, Lu Zhengyuan organized people to go to the kingdoms of these gods to gather humans. That if the human race wants to rise, it must have sufficient power, and population is the top priority. As humans entered Lucheng one after another, they found that the current buildings were not big enough. So they began to expand their territory outward, since there was no threat in this area anyway. The spirit is too weak, and the very foundations of many people have been damaged. Lu Zhengyuan looked at the people who were rescued and said solemnly, "This is the side effect of constantly being squeezed for offerings of incense. Many people's energy and spirit are completely drained and cannot be restored even if they want to. They were helpless in this regard and could only let those people live peacefully in Lucheng for the rest of their lives without abandoning them. For those whose origins were only slightly damaged but not exhausted, Lu Zhengyuan ordered others to take out the treasured divine blood and dilute it with water. He felt that the divine blood should be able to make up for the loss of origin. But if these people were allowed to drink the divine blood directly first, it is not enough. The second is that it may be blown up by the huge energy. After all, these people have not yet started practicing the art of nourishing Qi. As they drank the diluted divine blood, Lu Zhengyuan clearly felt that their essence was recovering. Yes, the blood of the gods is truly magical. When our human race becomes stronger, we will seek revenge on the gods for all those blood feuds. Lu Zhengyuan began to look to the future. Lucheng entered a period of rapid development. Buildings are rising from the earth without any interference from gods. The population entered a period of explosive growth. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Lucheng has gathered all the scattered villages on this 1 billion acres of land into Lucheng, the humans and the gods' kingdoms. Plus the appearance of a small number of newborns, the population has reached tens of millions. This is not an exaggeration. You have to know that a lower-level god must have a country of believers. Even if this country only has 1 million believers, the sum of dozens of lower-level gods should be tens of millions. Lucheng has also broken away from the order of towns and reached the level of a great power. However, they do not use the word country to refer to themselves. That was the division that the gods once used to make for their believers, and now they want to get rid of this restriction. We are no longer the objects of the gods' slaughter. It is time for change. Humans are humans, and there is no need to divide them into different countries. However, in order to commemorate the contribution that Lucheng made to us, Lucheng will be preserved as our future ancestral home. From now on, the human race can have countless cities, but there can be no division into countries. We humans should be united in purpose. The others also thought it made sense, so they all agreed Lucheng is the ancestral land of the human race, and cities began to emerge one after another. The human race grew rapidly with the popularization of the chi nourishing technique. Every human being is now like a dragon. They don't go out to cause trouble, but quietly hide in this marginal area and slowly accumulate strength. Jang Mu, who practiced the way of luck, also felt that the luck of the human race was continuing to grow. His cultivation speed became faster and faster, and his strength increased several times in the past 10 years. He also began to secretly plan for areas outside the marginal areas. I didn't expect my roots to penetrate so far. Given time, I think covering the entire world won't be a problem. Jang Mu's eyes flashed with brilliance. His roots were deep and wide, and an area of 1 billion acres was already covered with his roots. He also discovered that he could move his body at will within the range of his roots. This would make it convenient for him to move to another location in the future, as he had had enough of this remote area. After completely controlling the 1 billion acres of area, his roots began to explore outward. Wherever his roots pass, he can sense everything that happens there. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Jang Mu also verified that what the gods said was true. The closer he got to the center of the world, the more gods there were, and the stronger they became. He could sense the aura of many gods and felt that he was no match for them. Let's develop slowly now. My original ability has not been developed to 10%. I underestimated this spatial willow body. In the years that followed, he stopped expanding his roots towards the central area, fearing that he would be doomed if he were discovered by powerful gods. It's better to be steady first. Anyway, the human race cannot expand there yet. Only when the human race can really attack the gods openly will the human race officially draw its sword. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years have passed since the human race began to practice the art of nourishing qi. Lu Zhengyuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, and Jang Mu roughly compared his strength with those of the lower gods in the past. Just barely reaching the level of a lower god, after 100 years of hard training, he finally reached the level of a god. However, Lu Zhengyuan is already very satisfied with the improvement of his strength. Once upon a time, the human race was weak, but now it has the strength it has today, and the human race can be said to have begun to stand up. They are no longer mayflies in this world where a mere natural disaster can take their lives. The chi nourishing technique given by Jang Mu has a very high upper limit. After practicing it, one will be improved in all aspects, and his lifespan will not be just 100 years. Lu Zhengyuan felt that the more he practiced, the stronger the effect became. 100 years of refining qi, the qi will darken the galaxy. Chapter 109, Is the blade sharp? Is the human race weak? A huge amount of energy and spirit rose up into the sky, covering a wide area, and many people of the human race could see it. It's the clan leader's aura. Hiss. This is truly terrifying. I never thought that our human race could cultivate to such a level of strength. Their eyes gleamed with brilliance, because they could reach this level as long as they practiced diligently. Today, Lu Zhengyuan has been regarded as the clan leader by them. After all, he is highly respected and the strongest among them, and he is always the one who takes the lead in every major event. Everything went on in an orderly manner under his arrangement. Call. Lu Zhengyuan exhaled a breath of foul air and took back the energy he had released. He had just gained some enlightenment and his realm had broken through to a small level. He thought about it carefully. This was the first time that the human race had the opportunity to practice cultivation, so they did not have any divisions in terms of the realm of cultivation. The higher realms were also unknown, and everything had to be explored step by step, but they have already decided on what to call themselves, because they cultivate the essence, energy and spirit. They call themselves chi refiners. I'd better wait until I have mastered the chi refining process before dividing it into a specific realm. Otherwise, if I establish a system too early and lead the entire human race astray, I will be dead. Let me lead the way and pave a safe path for the human race. Even if I die, my name will be passed down in history. Lu Zhengyuan stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate his realm Dai in the blink of an eye. Another 100 years passed. The human race today is unprecedentedly prosperous. This remote area is extremely bustling, with many chi cultivators traveling between heaven and earth. The fortune of the human race continues to prosper. Jang Mu also felt that it was time to expand outward. Over the years, he had thoroughly understood the details of the gods in the surrounding areas. Some gods are so powerful that humans can defeat them on their own, so they should be allowed to fight against the gods. This will lay the foundation for future conquests. The human race needs to clearly understand their own strength and let them know that human power can already defeat heaven. I am deeply relieved. The human race is now thriving and strong, and no longer weak. It is time for you to show your first sword to the gods and lay a foundation for the future rise of the human race. Jang Mu's voice entered Lu Zhengyuan's mind. Lu Zhengyuan was stunned. Has the human race become so strong? But since God Lu said so, then there must be no problem. Please give your instructions, Willow God. You don't have to worry too much. I'm already familiar with the gods in the surrounding area and won't let you challenge gods that are too powerful. 300 million miles to the east, there is a kingdom of gods. This god is at the late stage of the lower god realm. Let me use him to test my abilities for you. Jang Mu's voice came. Yes. I will definitely live up to Willow God's expectations. The human race will definitely win this battle. I want everyone in the human race to know that the human race has begun to rise. Lu Zhengyuan said in a serious voice. Go, my lords. The day has come for humanity to rise. Unveil our astonishing sword. Ask the gods, is our blade sharp? Are we humans weak? Lu Zhengyuan raised his arm and called out. Millions of humans shouted loudly, unveil the sword to the world. Humanity rises. Show the sword to the world. The human race rises. Show the sword to the world. The human race rises. Very good. Spring is in full bloom, and autumn is ripe with fruit. Let us encourage each other. Let's rise together for the human race. Lu Zhengyuan laughed. Go! The mighty army rushed towards a place 300 million miles away. All the human chi cultivators were flying in the sky together, and at first glance it looked like dark clouds covering the sun. Everyone's energy and spirit will gather together, causing the surrounding space to tremble. They looked into the distance, determined to win this battle. They couldn't lose. This is a battle for the dignity of the human race. 3 days passed in a flash. They traveled across 300 million miles and arrived at a suburb. Lu Zhengyuan asked everyone to take a short break and recuperate. His gaze turned towards a kingdom of God in the distance. It was difficult to see clearly because of the barrier protecting it, but he could sense the breath of the gods within. Oh, just as Willow God said. He grinned, his confidence growing. It's been a while since I've eaten the flesh and blood of a god. It's time to let the children of the human race have a taste of it. He licked his lips. The thought of the feast 100 years ago still made him savor it. At the same time, within the country of God, the movement from the outside world naturally disturbed the deity. When his spiritual sense probed outward, he discovered the massive human army. Ha! Why are there so many humans suddenly gathered here? He was a little surprised, but greed showed on his face in the blink of an eye. If he could capture so many humans and bring them all into his own kingdom, his foundation would be increased several times over. Even though I don't know what's going on, I won't be polite to believers who have come to me for free. Before the other gods find out, I'll take them all. He no longer hesitated and turned around to the sky outside. Lu Zhengyuan looked over and saw that the other human races were also ready to fight at any time. Humans, if you join my kingdom of God, your lives will be spared. This god stood high in the sky, with a look of contempt, not taking them seriously at all. and his tone was unyielding. This behavior also made them recall everything and became furious. Lu Zhengyuan didn't indulge him either. How dare a mere lower-level god bark in front of our army? Kneel down. A shout carrying a huge amount of energy and spirit swept towards the god. Other human cultivators also scolded him, kneel down. Kneel down. Kneel down. The terrifying spirit was twisted into chains. In an instant, the god in the air was locked down. This left the latter stunned, and before he could react, he was pulled downwards by the huge force. Lu Jingyuan's spirit and energy were as heavy as Mount Tai, and he couldn't even raise his head. Bang! The god fell to the ground, banging his knees on the ground. With fear in his eyes, everything happened too suddenly. He should have displayed his divine power, then punished them slightly, and then brought them to his own kingdom to exploit them, but now, impossible. I must be dreaming. It's just an illusion. Break it for me. He struggled hard, his face twisted, and there was no trace of the arrogance he had before. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand, and everyone withdrew their restraints on their spirit, allowing him to break free. Ha ha ha. It really is an illusion. Ha, you'll know whether it's an illusion or not later. Lu Zhengyuan sneered and said that letting him go was just because he wanted to test his own strength. The first purpose is as mentioned above, and the second purpose is to let all chi refiners know that they can also kill gods. Do you dare to fight? Lu Zhengyuan transformed his energy into a sword, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the latter's nose and face. I was just careless just now. I will let you humans know that the power of God is like the sky and cannot be violated. Bluer's face was gloomy. He knew that what he had just said was self-deception, but he didn't want to admit it. As long as he didn't admit it and killed this group of people, his embarrassing incident would not be spread. Chapter 110, Kill the God. Without saying a word, Blue launched a divine attack, trying to catch the opponent off guard. Ha, a battle thousands of miles away. Seeing the other party's behavior, Lu Zhengyuan was even more disdainful. He easily deflected the attack and then used his sword to strike Blue back repeatedly. Lu Zhengyuan had control over the entire situation. In less than a moment, Blue retreated 1,000 miles away from the army. This time, Lu Zhengyuan let go and launched a fierce attack. Once upon a time, divine power was truly unbreakable. But now, humanity has the foundation to fight for it. The gods are no longer the heavens. Humanity has risen. His voice was loud and clear, and his words seemed to be a response to Blue, but also seemed to be spoken to thousands of humans. The terrifying spirit burst out and turned into thousands of blades that slashed at Bluer's body. The screams were endless, but to the people thousands of miles away, they sounded like the sound of nature. I will kill you. I will extract your soul, and even if I burn it in divine fire for 1,000 years, it won't be enough. Bluer's face was ferocious, and his divine power was like a waterfall as he slapped Lu Zhengyuan. You can give it a try. Are you capable enough? If you are defeated in this battle, you will become our meal. Let us, the sons of the human race, enjoy it together. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes burst into golden light, and all his energy burst out of his body, turning into a sharp sword and slashing towards Bluer. One breath. All the gods fall, cut. The sword shone with a cold light and carried infinite power, pointing directly at Bluer. The latter's proud divine power was easily cut in half and disappeared in an instant. The sword continued to move forward, cutting off one of his arms as the latter looked on in horror. Puff. Golden divine blood fell to the sky. Ah! Blur screamed in agony. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes were indifferent. Is my sword sharp? Faced with his questioning, Bluer's eyes showed viciousness. He didn't care about his injuries and hurriedly fled into the distance. He now understood that he was no match for Lu Zhengyuan, but as long as he escaped and joined forces with other gods, the rise of the human race would be strangled in the cradle. No matter how strong you are, the gods are not something that mere ants like humans can fight against. Once I get reinforcements, I will wipe out your entire clan. After making these harsh words, Bluer fled thousands of miles away. Lu Zhengyuan grinned upon hearing this. It's true that the human race today cannot fight against the gods, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years from now, we humans will definitely have a foothold in this world. So, for the eternal foundation of the human race, please die. Bluer, who had escaped thousands of miles away in an instant, paused. The terrifying spirit once again emerged from his right arm and bound him tightly. This His face showed fear, and he mobilized all his spiritual power to dissolve this energy, but the effect was very slow. Before he could break free, Lu Zhengyuan came to his side. A huge blade transformed from spirit energy hovered above Blue's head. He felt the breath of death fall. No! Bluer screamed in shock and even burned the blood and essence in his body to break free from the restraints, but the next moment the sharp blade was in front of him, leaving him no chance to escape. He could only fight to the death. Bang! The aftermath of their collision swept across all the surrounding mountains. Bluer was crushed to the ground in the mountains, his legs bent as he struggled hard. His breath had begun to drop rapidly, and his whole body was trembling as he uttered these harsh words before dying. After all, you only killed a lower-level god like me. The human race will never rise. I will wait for the arrival of the human race in the 9 netherworlds. Boom! A pillar of light rose into the sky, and Bluer's body was completely submerged in energy and spirit. In the end, his soul was destroyed, leaving behind a body with broken arms. This was what Lu Zhengyuan did intentionally. Ha! I'm afraid what you said won't come true even in the netherworld. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes flashed, and he used his energy and spirit to lift up the divine body and began to return. The scene changed. Lu Zhengyuan placed the divine body in front of the army. Can you understand why this battle is happening? The morale of the crowd was high, and they shouted in a loud voice, even gods can win. Humans can also kill gods. That's right. From now on, we cultivators must dare to fight. Dare to battle. No matter how powerful his divine spirit is, humans can kill him. Lu Zhengyuan said in shock. This battle gave the human race a great boost of confidence. They saw Lu Zhengyuan single-handedly suppressing the gods, and the opponents had no power to fight back. As long as they practiced diligently in the future, they could also reach this level. Everyone began to move their troops back to the tribe, carrying the trophy of the divine body back to their homeland. All the people in the tribe came to watch. Everyone also shared the results of this battle with them, so that others who did not go would know how powerful the patriarch was. Let's have a big feast today. The whole clan will celebrate. Lu Zhengyuan ordered people to carry the divine body away and cook it, because the human population now has reached tens of millions. Just one divine body was definitely not enough to share, so he could only have people boil the divine body into a thick soup and let everyone have a taste. For a moment, the whole family celebrated and it was very lively. Lu Zhengyuan drank the delicious soup with everyone else, and when he saw everyone's smiles, he also smiled. This time is different from the past. Last time it was the willow god who killed the gods, but this time the fruits were picked by the human race themselves, which is of great significance. May the human race prosper. Jang Mu smiled as he looked at the bustling human tribesland and felt the human race's luck skyrocketing several times. Just one god-killing operation has increased the luck of the human race several times over. It seems that my idea is correct. Next, the human race only needs to slowly expand outward, slowly devouring those less powerful gods to strengthen the human race. He had a plan in mind. So after a few days, he drew a map of the distribution of gods and gave it to Lu Zhengyuan, which recorded the locations of all the gods nearby and their strength. This map will allow you to develop rapidly. You can estimate your own strength and defeat them one by one. Don't be impatient. Jang Mu warned. Yes, God Lu, don't worry, I will make good arrangements. Lu Zhengyuan nodded solemnly while holding the influence map. Of course, he couldn't think that the human race was already so powerful that it was invincible just because of one battle. However, they had only defeated a lower-level god, and there was still a long way to go before they could truly rise. Well, as long as you understand, go ahead. Lu Zhengyuan carefully looked at the power map and estimated what targets the human race could deal with its current strength. These gods are distributed in a regular pattern. The weaker ones are in the outer circle, and the stronger ones are in the inner circle. Lu Zhengyuan smiled. This was a condition that was beneficial to the human race. You just need to fight your way through it slowly, just like defeating a boss, and become stronger as you challenge yourself along the way. With a plan in mind, he began to make arrangements. The first thing is to take over and make arrangements for all the humans in the previous kingdom of the gods. The growth of the human race requires a constant infusion of fresh blood. Even if those humans' energy and spirit are exhausted, as long as they can give birth to offspring, it will be enough to let them live peacefully within the tribe and contribute to the growth of the human race. Chapter 111, The Development of the Ferocious Human Race. After that, Lu Zhengyuan led the human race to start the war. But he did not make much noise. Basically, only one god is killed in a year, and they are all gods that are far away and in remote locations. In this way, the disappearance of these gods will not attract the attention of the gods for the time being. After all, they don't care about the life and death of lower-level gods. It is normal for a few gods to die in a war between gods. The human race began their journey of defeating bosses and leveling up. Another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 100 years, the human race has slaughtered 100 gods. Most of the gods are at the late stage of the lower gods, and only a dozen gods are at the perfect stage of the lower gods. Through this development, the human race grew stronger and stronger, and its strength increased rapidly. The bodies of these gods are simply a great tonic. When young humans eat this delicacy, their cultivation of spirit and energy is as good as if they had unlocked a new world of tricks. Various talented and gifted purifying masters continue to emerge in the clan. After accepting the human race from these 100 divine kingdoms, the population reached 300 million. Lu Jingyuan's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in recent years. Jang Mu feels that he has the strength of an early upper god. Logically speaking, his talent shouldn't be this strong. Jang Mu pondered for a moment. He could see what Lu Jingyuan's qualifications were. He used the law of destiny to move Lu Jingyuan's fate line in check, so that's how it is. Is it a blessing from destiny? That's right, Lu Jingyuan was able to cultivate so quickly because the human race's luck was protecting him. It's understandable considering his position as the patriarch. Lu Jingyuan's qualifications are not bad, they are considered superior but not top-notch, but with the blessing of the human race's luck, he directly surpasses the top genius qualifications. This made his cultivation journey smooth sailing. It just so happens that the essence I have accumulated over the years has been able to improve its qualifications and take it to the next level. Jang Mu sent a message to call Lu Jingyuan. Greetings to Willow God. Well, I called you here this time to give you something. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit-emitting green light appeared in front of Lu Jingyuan. This is the essence I have condensed over the past few hundred years. Taking it can improve your aptitude. I give it to you. I hope you can lead the human race to prosperity soon. Jang Mu's voice came. Lu Jingyuan was deeply moved and did not refuse. Since it was given by Lu Shen, he must have had his own intentions. Besides, he was also very moved, so it would be too hypocritical to refuse. Thank you for the gift, Willow God. Lu Jingyuan took it and swallowed it on the spot. In an instant, the essence in his mouth began to merge into his body, improving his qualities. A long time, Lu Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his sea of consciousness was clear, his energy and spirit were even stronger, and he had an indescribable mysterious feeling. Jang Mu nodded with satisfaction. Now Lu Jingyuan's qualifications have reached the top level. With the blessing of the human race's luck, his future cultivation will probably be even more fierce. Go ahead, it's all right. Jang Mu started to drive people away. Lu Jingyuan bowed and left. The human race is developing very rapidly now, and the lower gods can no longer satisfy them. Lu Jingyuan began to plan to massacre those middle-level gods. Should we split the troops into two groups or just go one route? He thought carefully and realized that according to the current strength of the human race, even if he did not lead the charge, they could easily slaughter some lower-level gods. Forget it, let's take it step by step. If we make too much noise and attract the attention of the gods in the central region, it might be a problem. What the human race lacks is development time. If they take too big a step, they will easily fall flat on their face. Lu Jingyuan made a plan. Starting this year, the human race began to target the middle-level gods. Under the pressure of Lu Jingyuan's early strength as an upper-level god, they also won one victory after another very easily. A few middle-level gods also have special means. If Lu Jingyuan had not been there to support them, they would have almost escaped. That would be bad for the human race. This also made Lu Jingyuan more certain of his decision that the news of their crusade against the gods must not be spread out. Time passes, the human race developed peacefully for another 100 years. The disappearance of the 100 middle-level gods also made some of the surrounding gods realize that something was wrong. However, because they are middle-level gods, many lower-level gods dare not approach the kingdom of those middle-level gods. As for those middle-level gods who sensed something was wrong, they were continuously slaughtered one by Lu Jingyuan and the human race over the years. Here we have to praise his decision-making as being very secretive. They took advantage of the invisible rule that the kingdom of God is inviolable among the gods. After slaughtering a middle-level god, they would first kill the gods that were closer to them, create a safe area to prevent information from leaking. However, the consequence of doing so is that the number of gods in this area has been greatly reduced. Within 100 years, the human race not only slaughtered 100 middle-level gods, but also killed hundreds of lower-level gods. It's simply crazy. In recent years, the human race has been eating so much that its mouths are drooling. I used to be afraid of gods, but now my eyes light up when I see a god, and I shout that I have food again. As the human race continued to expand, when the gods in the area reacted, they found that their homes were surrounded. How dare you humans offend my kingdom of God? A middle-level god was furious, and his eyes showed disbelief as he looked at the human army that surrounded his kingdom. How dare you? Why are the mere human race so arrogant? Take it away, take it away. There's a snack tonight. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand impatiently. Over the years, the first sentence he said every time he conquered these gods was similar. As the orders were given, the human army's energy and spirit transformed into countless chains that locked the gods in the sky. He was pulled to the ground under his incredulous gaze and then dragged to an open space. How ridiculous! It's just a mere control method. Watch me break free. The god fought desperately, even burning his blood, but the human race's spirit chains showed no signs of breaking. Instead, the more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. Don't burn it, leave some of your blood and essence for us to taste. Lu Zhengyuan quickly stopped his behavior and ordered everyone to slaughter it on the spot. My life is over. This god died with hatred in his heart. He hated that a dignified middle-level god had to be slaughtered and eaten by humans. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand and asked everyone to start cooking on the spot to reward the army. The fragrance filled the air all at once. Essence and blood are good things. It can help many talented people lay a solid foundation, and it can also help chi refiners who are stuck in a realm and can't break through the bottleneck. Lu Zhengyuan grumbled as he ate, thinking that he must not let these gods waste his blood and essence like this in the future. He asked them if they agreed. It took another 100 years before the human race finally slaughtered all the gods in this area. Their territory expanded rapidly, and cities began to be built in the area. Jang Mu also continued to expand his barrier to cover this area to prevent the gods in other areas from noticing it. Chapter 112, The Gods Invade. After taking over this area, the human territory reached 1.3 billion acres, and the population reached 2 billion. The fortune of the human race continues to rise, and Jang Mu's strength has also been continuously improving over the years. His own spatial willow body has been developed to 45% in a few hundred years, and his main body is like a pillar of heaven, towering above the clouds. I don't know how strong I am now. Jang Mu thought secretly that the highest realm he had seen was the upper god, and it was not in this area, but in the area where the roots extended. After so many years of peace and stability, it's time for my roots to continue to penetrate outward. In the past, due to lack of strength, he did not dare to go too deep into the area, fearing that he would be discovered by powerful gods, and then find his true form and cause trouble for the human race. Now, he felt the time had come. Thus, his roots continued to extend towards the center of this world. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. His roots have completely covered most of the Western world, except for the central area. So many gods. Wow, this world is so big. In his perception, there are countless middle-level gods and tens of thousands of upper-level gods. This deity's aura is much higher than that of a higher-level deity. It should be a divine king, and this one should be a divine emperor. There are hundreds of others higher than this divine emperor, but not by much. They are probably divine emperors, not divine emperors, Jang Mu muttered to himself, estimating their strength. After roughly ranking them, we concluded that the gods in that central area are probably at the level of god emperors, and are also the strongest fighting force in this world. I'd better not infiltrate the central area for the time being. My strength seems to be much higher than these divine emperors, but I'm not sure if it's divine emperor strength. What if the divine emperor is really outrageous? Jang Mu shook his head and decided to play it safe first. Once he had fully developed his strength, it would not be a problem to infiltrate the central area. Why has there been no news from the westernmost area in these years? The westernmost part? What's so interesting about that remote corner? It's just where some lower-level gods gather at the early stage. Why bother with so much? That's true, but I heard recently that some middle-level gods have also begun to inexplicably lose contact. A middle-level god? Could he be trying to snatch believers from those lower-level gods? It's possible. It would make sense if those middle-level gods united and occupied the westernmost area. Some gods were discussing the recent news from the western region, and many gods noticed that something was wrong, but the gods above the upper gods do not pay attention to these things, and only the gods of the middle gods will gather together to discuss them. The impulsive middle-level god went to check the situation in person, but he entered the area and never came back. This made many middle-level gods wonder if there was some great terror there, or was it that the middle-level god who went to check was lured into the camp over there? Strange. How strange. As more and more middle-level gods who went to check disappeared, many middle-level gods could no longer sit still before setting off. They had vowed that even if they were lured to the other camp, they would come back to report the news. However, as soon as they went in, they disappeared without a trace, let alone any news. On this day, all the middle-level gods gathered together. What's going on? Why is there no news coming back? Could it be that some treasure has appeared there? Why don't we go check it out together? I have a bad feeling. What are you afraid of? It's just the westernmost area. We have dozens of great mid-level gods among us. Even if they all rebel, are we afraid that we, hundreds of mid-level gods, can't defeat them? The gods thought it made sense, so they set a date to go to the westernmost area together to check the situation. They didn't inform more gods. What if there really was a treasure? That would cause the higher gods to fight over it, which would be bad. The gods are greedy. The agreed date soon arrived. Hundreds of middle-level gods headed towards the westernmost part. Their actions were very secretive and did not attract the attention of the upper-level gods. Naturally, the movements here could not escape Jang Mu's detection. Except for the central area, the entire western world was under his surveillance. So he immediately informed Lu Zhengyuan that hundreds of middle-level gods were invading. Be prepared, everyone. The current strength of the human race is sufficient to deal with it, so I will not take action. Yes, please rest assured, Willow God, I will make sure these gods never return. Lu Zhengyuan said in a serious voice. Over the years, all the middle-level gods who came to investigate were killed by them, so they had long anticipated that such a day would come. They are just a few hundred mid-level gods. Now that they are here, we should make the best of it. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Since he is here, let's bury him here. It will be a good opportunity for my human race to replenish their bodies. After bidding farewell to the Willow God, Lu Zhengyuan began to deploy his troops. Everyone also learned from Lu Zhengyuan that hundreds of middle-level gods were coming to their territory. A bunch of Halazaki were scattered all over the ground. Hey, another feast. That's right. Hundreds of mid-level gods are there, enough for each of us to have a full meal. We haven't had a bite of meat in years. All we got was a mouthful of thick soup. There's no other way. The population is so large, and we only kill one god a year. There's not enough to go around. There's simply not enough to go around. For a moment, everyone was on high alert, their mouths dry and they kept swallowing saliva. Finally, a long time passed. Hundreds of figures entered their barrier. Everyone's eyes lit up. Here I come. Hurry up and act quickly. Activate the barrier to block their retreat. One after another shouted excitedly, because these gods only entered the protective barrier set up by Jang Mu. This barrier can only block external detection and has no blocking effect. So when these gods entered, the human army immediately mobilized their energy and spirit to form an invisible barrier to cover the area. As the barrier rose, everyone's eyes glowed red. This made the gods in heaven feel a chill down their spines. Looking at the huge human army on the ground, I was a little confused about the situation. Why are there so many humans? Whose kingdom is this? It's not the divine realm, is it? If there are so many believers in the divine realm, they must be at least divine king-level gods. And I don't sense any divine aura, right? The gods were discussing this. Seeing that they were chatting non-stop, Lu Zhengyuan directly ordered an attack. Only a fool would wait for you to finish chatting. It would be better to launch an attack and make a sneak attack first. Oh no! Get out of here! Several sharp-eyed gods looked at the countless chains coming at them and quickly retreated thousands of miles. Seeing this, the other gods also hurried to avoid it. Only a few gods who were slow to move were tied up with chains and then pierced through by several giant swords of spirit and energy. The gods looked incredulous. In just a few moments, they lost several of their fellow mid-level gods, and the ones who attacked them were humans underground. Chapter 113, The Power of Qi Refiners. How dare you? How dare you attack the gods? Aren't you afraid that we will annihilate your entire clan? The gods scolded. Gods? Ha, they're just the meal I'm waiting for. Lu Zhengyuan sneered, and a huge amount of energy soared into the sky. Fly forward alone. Ask my sword if it agrees. His energy and spirit condensed into a 1,000-meter-long sword and slashed towards the gods. How dare you? You have already chosen your own death. A mid-level god with perfect cultivation stepped forward and surging divine power hit Lu Zhengyuan. The latter looked disdainful. The long sword continued to move forward, easily cutting off the divine attack. Puff. How is it possible? The god's eyes were dull as he watched his two separated bodies gradually lose their breath. Bang! The divine body fell into the wilderness. The gods were stunned. This was a great man who had reached the perfect level of a mid-level god. And he was defeated in an instant like that? Quick, quick, quick! Let's work together to suppress this guy. They looked panicked. Even a mid-level god with perfect cultivation could be killed in seconds, so what would happen to them if it was their turn? Each of them displayed their divine power without regard for their lives. Where is the human race? I'm waiting. The army's momentum soared into the sky. Follow me to slay the gods, yes. The army was divided into hundreds of groups to meet the gods. Each god will face an army of millions of humans. Although the strength of the army is somewhat uneven, their spirit can be gathered together to attack in a coordinated manner. The power at this time can instantly make up for the gap between gods and mortals. The war is about to break out. Lu Zhengyuan also directly sought out dozens of mid-level gods with perfect cultivation. How dare you fight me? The gods looked at each other, but what had happened before made them dare not be arrogant. Arrogant fellow! Destroy in my wrath. Dozens of gods attacked together. That depends on your abilities. Lu Zhengyuan was not afraid at all. His current strength was the basis for his arrogance. According to the realm classification among gods, his strength is already at the mid-stage of God King. Dealing with dozens of mid-level gods is a piece of cake. Let me show you that the human race you once despised has grown into a being you cannot ignore. The sword opens the gate of heaven. A terrifying sword energy transformed from the essence of spirit swept straight towards them. How dare you underestimate the power of the gods? The divine power is like a prison. All the gods took action together. Bang! The sword energy was intercepted and held, and the friction between the two sides produced waves of aftermath. Sparks flew from the point of collision, and for a moment the two sides were in a stalemate. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyuan grinned. It's so difficult to block a mere sword energy. The divine power you talk about is just this. One breath comes out. Mountains and rivers move. All sounds are silent. Extinction. Lu Zhengyuan exhaled a breath of pure energy, which turned into a vertical sword energy and rushed away again. Bang! The two sword energies merged to form a cross-sword energy that forced the gods to retreat thousands of miles. They resisted the enormous pressure desperately and gradually showed signs of decline. The gods felt something was wrong and stopped hiding their abilities, all of them playing their trump cards. Everyone, stop hiding. If you don't take action now, I'm afraid we will really perish here. They nodded and began to display their great magical powers. The kingdom of God in the palm of your hand. Buzz. A terrifying divine light burst out. The phantoms of divine kingdoms gathered in the sky, but if you look closely, these kingdoms of God do not seem to be complete, because this move can only be fully performed by the upper gods, and the middle gods can only fully display part of its power. Only by practicing all of their own kingdoms of God at the same time can they be promoted to upper gods and fully exert the power of this move. However, even with only a portion of its power, it can still kill other middle-level gods in seconds. A pair of giant palms covering the sky, carrying the shadow of the kingdom of God, slapped towards Lu Zhengyuan. Looking at the sky full of divine light and the terrifying kingdom of God in his palm, Lu Zhengyuan smiled. Ha ha ha! What a great kingdom in the palm of your hand! Then let me show you how powerful a Qi cultivator can be. Lu Zhengyuan took a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes and vomited. Horrifying golden light continuously gushed out from its 7 orifices. Congeal. As the order was given, the energy and spirit in the sky continued to condense into 5 huge golden men. This golden man looks exactly like Lu Zhengyuan, except that his eyes are indifferent and without any emotion, and his feet stand between heaven and earth. The huge body is comparable to that of gods. This is a unique skill that Lu Zhengyuan realized when his strength reached the level of God King. The 5 golden men correspond to the 5 internal organs of the human body, and the remaining 6 internal organs still need to be continuously developed. After the development is completed, 6 stronger golden men can be condensed. The strength of these golden men is as strong as the original body. It's like cheating. God Killer. Lu Zhengyuan gave the order, and the 5 golden men nodded. A long sword emerged from their bodies and faced the phantoms of the kingdom of God in the sky. The 5 golden men rushed directly into the kingdom of the gods and started an indiscriminate destruction mode. As for the original body, Lu Zhengyuan was watching the show from the outside. He had never used this move since he figured it out, but today he just took it out to try out its power. The result was obvious. Faced with the 5 golden men with the strength of the God Kings, the phantoms of the God Kingdom in the sky quickly dissipated. Puff! The gods vomited blood due to the backlash, with a look of disbelief on their faces that this was the situation. Now that their trump card has been revealed, they are still suppressed by Lu Zhengyuan alone. Their lives are in danger. That's it. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes flashed red, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light like a butcher sharpening his knife to kill pigs and sheep. He kept approaching them. Don't come over here. The gods looked panicked, and as they watched Lu Zhengyuan approaching, it was as if they saw great terror. If you are defeated, you should become our human meal. Do not resist in vain. Lu Zhengyuan showed his white teeth, which scared them so much that they quickly scattered and fled, but he didn't run far before he hit a barrier. They felt a chill in their hearts and continued to attack the barrier frantically, trying to open a small hole to escape from this dangerous place. But how could they break through the barrier formed by the spirit of the entire human race? In the end, they all died under Lu Zhengyuan's butcher knife. The other middle-level gods were also slowly killed by the human army. For a moment, one divine body after another fell into the wilderness, raising layers of dust. Everyone looked at Lu Zhengyuan, who nodded. They began to excitedly carry these divine bodies towards the kitchen, humming the melody of victory, and they were so happy. As night falls, bursts of fragrance waft through the entire human area. Everyone was enjoying the meal. Many chi refiners broke through their realms on the spot after taking a bite of fresh meat, and their aura soared. Lu Zhengyuan looked at the scene in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Now that the human race has flourished, when his strength can match that of the God Emperor, then the human race will no longer fear the arrival of the gods. The human race no longer needs to hide in the barrier, but can stand upright in the world. Chapter 114, Twilight of the Gods. This time, the invasion of the gods was easily suppressed by humans, and the news did not leak out. Lu Zhengyuan did not send anyone to pick up the hundreds of humans in the country of the middle-level gods, because he didn't know where the kingdom of God of these guys was, and even if he knew, the migration of so many people would definitely attract the attention of the gods. It is better to let those humans live peacefully in God's kingdom first. Anyway, it won't matter if the kingdom of God is without gods, and the people in it don't need to worship gods every day. After all, the gods are dead, and worshipping them is useless. Just as Lu Zhengyuan expected, the humans in the kingdom of God found that there was no response to the incense offerings today, and they all looked puzzled. However, they did not pursue the matter. As long as they did what the gods asked, the other party could not blame them. As the days passed and there was no response to their offerings of incense, they all had a guess in their hearts: God is dead. After all, this is not a strange thing, because there are always gods who died in the war between gods. If there is no response for so many days, he must be dead. The people were very happy in their hearts, but they did not show it because they knew that the gods of the victorious side would soon come and capture them and take them to other kingdoms of the gods. The fate of mankind has always been uncertain. Years of experience have made them numb. As long as they can survive, they don't care who their believers are. But to their surprise, no gods came to abduct them after several years. After all, these are the territories of middle-level gods, and other lower-level gods dare not approach them, and all the middle-level gods in this area are dead. Naturally, no other gods noticed anything unusual. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world has changed dramatically, and humans in this area have been living without being disturbed by gods since then. This was simply unbelievable for them. They thought that the world had changed and the gods had disappeared, but some people who went out to explore reported that there were still gods nearby. Therefore, they still did not dare to act rashly and had been hiding in the kingdom of God and living a peaceful life. Although I don't know what's going on, as a human being, why should we live in fear every day when we can just live in confusion? Moreover, during the 200 years, several generations of people among them have changed. The elders inside have always warned their descendants not to run away, saying that there are gods everywhere outside and human life is as worthless as mustard grass. It is better to live peacefully in the kingdom of God. The descendants also keep in mind the warnings of their predecessors. At this time, the human race had developed for 200 years and had become much stronger. Lu Xingyuan's strength has reached the middle stage of the Divine Emperor, and many younger generations with strong personal combat capabilities have emerged in the clan. Now it is calculated according to the strength level of the gods. The human race already has more than 100,000 people in the lower realm of gods, several thousand people in the middle realm of gods, hundreds of people in the upper realm of gods, and dozens of people in the realm of god kings. Do you think it's a lot? You should know that the human population has now reached 3 billion. Moreover, many people have practiced for nearly 1,000 years to reach this level. It is the result of gradual accumulation of foundation, and there is no such thing as overnight achievement. But even so, the strength of the human race is no longer something that the gods can despise. As for Jang Mu, he roughly estimated his strength and found that he was several times stronger than he was 200 years ago. The spatial willow body has also been developed to 80%, and it is estimated that it will be fully developed in a few hundred years. My strength should have reached the Divine Emperor realm, right? He was a little uncertain, mainly because he still hadn't penetrated the most central area of the world. No matter what, the human race can continue to expand outward. His eyes gleamed and he called Lu Xingyuan over. Willow God. Lu Xingyuan arrived quickly and paid his respects to Jang Mu. Jang Mu hummed softly in response, then said, "Now that the human race can continue to expand outward, there's no need to hide our whereabouts this time. Let's unsheath our swords against the gods." Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Yes. We humans will definitely shock the gods." "Well, go ahead. If the God Emperor attacks, I will help you deal with it, so there is no need to worry." Jang Mu said this calmly, which gave Lu Xingyuan some peace of mind. After bidding farewell to Jang Mu, Lu Xingyuan began to mobilize the army. All human beings received the news: the human race is going to war against the gods. Are you afraid? Lu Xingyuan stood on the high platform and looked at the sea of people below and asked Zheng Shang, "Not afraid?" Lu Xingyuan continued, "This war is a war against the gods. We will surely face endless attacks from the gods, but the human race must endure this hardship only by letting the gods witness the strength of the human race. Only by killing the gods in fear. Only then will they know pain. Only then will they be afraid. Only then will they know that the human race is no longer the ants they once were to be slaughtered by them. Only in this way will the gods first consider their own strength before daring to provoke the human race." Lu Xingyuan paused, looking at the serious expressions on everyone's faces, and continued, "This battle will undoubtedly result in the loss of a large number of lives, but for the sake of eternal peace for the human race, I beg you all." He bowed deeply to everyone. "There's no need to do this, Chief. We have nothing to fear. If my worthless life can be exchanged for the eternal foundation of the human race, then so be it. Just take it. We are not the kind of people who are afraid of death. Jade can be broken but its whiteness cannot be changed. Bamboo can be burned but its joints cannot be destroyed. Even if we die, our names can be recorded in history books." The crowd below exclaimed in shock. Lu Xingyuan listened to what everyone said, raised his head and laughed with tears in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, if I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. The human race will surely prosper." In the following days, Lu Xingyuan began to lead the army out of the barrier area and head towards the kingdom of the gods. The huge army flying in the sky blocked the sun, and the earth was covered in shadows. The villagers scattered across the wilderness stared at this shocking scene in amazement. Even the slightest leakage of the army's tremendous energy and spirit would soar into the sky. Lu Xingyuan began to attack in 3 directions according to the map given by Jang Mu. After all, the strongest god here was only a higher god. There is no need to worry at all with dozens of gods supporting us. He will command the entire situation from the center of the 3 armies, and he will not take action unless the Divine Emperor appears. The army was unstoppable, killing all gods who stood in its way. The sky and the earth changed color, and many lower-level gods died at the hands of the crowd before they could figure out the situation. The middle and upper gods were also completely powerless to resist and were ruthlessly crushed and killed by the army. Such a terrifying scene frightened many gods and spirits so much that they fled desperately. Everything that happened today completely overturned their three views. When did the human race become so powerful? Killing gods is like killing pigs and dogs. Such a big commotion naturally disturbed the gods. Many powerful god kings came to check the situation, but as soon as they appeared, they were intercepted by the human chi refiners at the god king level. One after another, the god kings fell under the siege of many chi refiners. The gods are terrified. This is the god king. Not just any cat or dog, the morale of the human army was greatly boosted, and one divine kingdom after another was destroyed in their hands. All the humans in them were taken back to their tribe to recuperate. Chapter 115, War. The commotion caused by the human race this time was so great that many gods and emperors began to take action to suppress the unrest. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyuan took action immediately. Facing more than a dozen powerful divine emperors, he remained undaunted. The energy and spirit in his internal organs gushed out and transformed into 11 golden men to meet them, and his original body directly stopped the 6 divine emperors. The spirit and energy that soared into the sky was like a sea of stars, and the powerful aura made even the god emperor feel a little pressured. Their faces were solemn. Such a weak creature as the human race can also cultivate to such strength. It seems that the gods are going to redefine the human race. A divine emperor spoke. The human race does not need the definition of the gods. Lu Zhengyuan raised his sword and pointed it at the god. There's no point in saying more. You humans launched this war simply to gain a foothold in this world. Let's see if you have the strength to do so. War. The 6 divine emperors took action instantly. The two sides quickly started fighting. For a moment, the space trembled, and 7 meteors in the sky kept colliding, separating, and colliding again. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever it went, it turned into a mess. This level of battle also caused many lower gods and human beings to die in the aftermath. But war is cruel. Lu Zhengyuan roared and tried to move the battlefield away from the army, but how could the 6 divine emperors do as he wished? He stubbornly controlled the battlefield above the human army. Seeing this, many chi refiners with the strength of God King stopped and activated barriers to isolate the aftermath, thus avoiding numerous casualties. Lu Zhengyuan no longer controlled his strength and slashed out with sword energy. The 6 divine emperors did not dodge, but activated their innate magical powers to resist. Although it was a bit difficult, they were able to block it in the end. They wanted to take a breath, but Lu Zhengyuan would not let them do so. He seized the opportunity and immediately launched a fierce attack. In order to avoid getting hurt, the gods chose to fight and retreat. The battle between the two sides lasted only a few moments and the army was 100 million miles away. Not only that, the 11 golden men also forced the other 11 gods to fight here. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. 11 identical golden men stood behind Lu Zhengyuan, while 17 divine emperors looked at each other in shock at the scene. They felt ashamed and annoyed that the gene people they had been fighting with until now were actually the incarnation of someone else. They were ashamed that the mighty god emperor could only be defeated by a human clone, and they were annoyed that the other party looked down on them so much. The gods have murderous intent in their eyes. This kid must die, otherwise what will happen to him when he grows up? After exchanging glances for a moment, the 17 god emperors immediately surrounded Lu Zhengyuan. Your strength has been recognized by us, but we will not let you leave. You must be buried here today. Then let's try it. The two sides started fighting again. The scene was in chaos, and the noise of fighting could be heard clearly even from 100 million miles away. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, dark clouds covered the sun, and smoke rose from the battlefield. The human army continued to attack the kingdoms of gods, and one god after another died in the massacre of the army. The human race also died at the hands of the gods under constant attacks. The earth was dyed red with blood, and the blood flowed for thousands of miles. Everyone was bloodthirsty and would pounce on the gods without hesitation when they saw them. What realm gap? It's all bullshit. How can a human being be afraid of this? Kill. The war lasted for nearly 3 months before it came to an end. The human army temporarily began to retire and recuperate, and Lu Zhengyuan was also seriously injured. He fought to the death with 2 god emperors and injured 15 god emperors. Both sides stopped fighting and went back to recuperate. After this battle, the strength of the human race was engraved in the hearts of the gods. Even when they returned to their own kingdoms, they were almost scared to death and took action when they saw their believers. For a moment the whole world fell silent. No one knows what either side is thinking. The human race's land. Lu Zhengyuan sat cross-legged under a willow tree to heal his injuries. With the help of Jang Mu, his injuries were quickly stabilized, and it is estimated that he will be fully recovered in a few weeks. After this war, the human race suffered 300 million casualties. But the influx of new blood caused the human population to surge to 7 billion. But so many of them have never practiced the art of nourishing qi, their strength is low, and it will take several years before they can join the war. Fortunately, the luck of the human race is now unprecedentedly strong. After the war, the luck has increased by more than dozens of times. This world also gradually began to recognize the identity of the human race. Since then, the qualifications of the offspring born to the human race have become better and better, and some are born with special physiques. This is a sign of being favored by God. When Lu Zhengyuan heard the news, he knew that it was right to launch this war. Although many people would die, it was necessary for the sake of future generations. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. For several years, both sides rested and did not initiate any fighting. Jang Mu also began to infiltrate his roots into the central area. There's actually a barrier. The roots are blocked outside by a golden barrier at the edge of the central area. This was something Jang Mu had not expected. He controlled the roots to extend deeper, trying to see if he could get around it, but the result was that the barrier was actually a closed spherical shape, and if you want to get in, you have to break this barrier. Anyway, my current strength is definitely that of a god emperor, and with all the trump cards I have, there's no need to be afraid of them. With confidence in his heart, he was no longer cautious and began to attack the barrier with his roots unscrupulously. As the barrier was continuously attacked, it immediately attracted the attention of the god emperor within it. How dare you! This is a forbidden area and no gods are allowed to approach. They thought it was a divine intervention and immediately scolded him, but Jang Mu turned a deaf ear to me and said, "I'm just going to break in. Who would listen to your warning?" Bang! Finally, a small hole was opened in the barrier, and Jang Mu's roots were able to drill in and begin to take root and extend inside. This time, the god emperors also discovered that it was the roots of the tree that attacked the barrier. The god emperors frowned and quickly saw Jang Mu's real body along the roots with their spiritual sense, and Jang Mu also saw the figures of the 4 god emperors. The two sides stared at each other from a distance of billions of miles. All the words are in the eyes. The god emperors took a deep breath when they sensed Jang Mu's true breath. Jang Mu sensed the breath of the 4 god emperors and grinned. Both sides fell silent, and finally a god emperor used his divine sense to transmit a message. "May I ask why you are attacking the barrier we set up? There was no way." Jang Mu's aura was several times stronger than theirs, and the gods had to bow their heads under the eaves. "I am happy." Jang Mu's voice spread. The 4 god emperors looked at each other in bewilderment. "I'm glad you're happy, senior. However, a great terror is sealed here, so we forbid any gods to set foot here. For tens of thousands of years, the gods have always abided by the rules. I didn't expect you to mistakenly enter this place today." They spoke very tactfully, fearing that Jang Mu would be unhappy and come over to beat them. Chapter 116, The Truth of the World. Great Terror? Are you guys trying to trick me? Jang Mu asked doubtfully. How dare you? If you don't believe me, we can take you there and see for ourselves. The god emperors knew that there was no benefit in fighting Jang Mu head-on, and there was no reason to fight head-on. Soon Jang Mu's roots followed their footsteps and came to the open space in the center. There is a huge, dark space opening above this place. Tens of thousands of golden divine patterns turned into chains that locked it tightly, but if you look closely, you can find that the hole is constantly expanding at an extremely small distance. This is, Jang Mu asked. He sensed a threat from the cave. It seemed that what they said was not false. A passage to another world. The god emperors said seriously. Tens of thousands of years ago, this cave suddenly appeared in our world, and many special creatures kept emerging from it. They have no intelligence and eat whatever they see, even the soil. We realized something was wrong and quickly killed all those creatures. When we were about to seal the cave entrance, a creature of unknown strength appeared at the other side of the cave. The aura of this creature is much stronger than ours, and even if we work together, we cannot seal the cave entrance. In the end, it was the will of heaven that finally isolated and sealed the cave entrance. I thought the matter was over, but a few years later, the cave entrance appeared again. This time, the other world's will of heaven also assisted at the entrance of the cave. In the end, the wills of heaven on both sides were deadlocked, and the entrance of the cave was expanding very slowly. All we can do is do some simple sealing to prevent weaker creatures from entering the world, but this method is not a seal after all. When the hole expands to allow stronger creatures to pass through, it will also be the day when all living things in our world will suffer. Listening to the explanations of the four god emperors, Jang Mu also became serious. This world is actually being invaded by other worlds, and it seems that the other worlds are stronger than this world. This won't work. The main world will definitely not let go of the prey it has targeted, and if I can solve this problem, I will definitely get extra rewards. After returning. Glancing at the four gods, Jang Mu asked, "Have you heard anything about what's happening in the outside world?" Outside world? The four god emperors were stunned for a moment before they said, "We haven't paid attention to the outside world for tens of thousands of years. Unless a god ascends to god emperor, we will go out and find him to help us seal this cave entrance." Jang Mu understood. No wonder there was such a big commotion outside, but no god emperor came out to suppress it. So that's how it was. Hasn't there been a new god emperor in tens of thousands of years? Jang Mu asked in confusion. Senior, you may not know that if a god wants to be promoted to god emperor, he must possess the status of heavenly emperor. However, heaven only has 4 statuses, so only 4 god emperors are allowed to exist. They were also very confused as to why Jang Mu was so strong. Logically speaking, the laws of nature should not allow him to exist. Little did they know that Jang Mu was just an accident, and this accident could break the world's restrictions and lead to advancement. Why doesn't the heavenly Tao set up a few more heavenly emperor positions? That way, there will be more god emperors here to suppress the cave entrance. Because the world can only support 4 god emperors at most. Unless the world breaks through, or there are living beings that can cultivate to the god emperor realm without the status of heavenly emperor, but this is impossible. Only gods can cultivate in this world. The 4 god emperors vowed solemnly. Jang Mu smiled. Oh? Only gods can practice? No. Maybe Senior is a special case. They suddenly thought of Jang Mu, who was stronger than them, and became a little uncertain. Senior, you also use the power of incense to cultivate, right? They asked uncertainly. It used to be, but it was abandoned later. Jang Mu didn't explain too much, and continued, let's take a look at the situation outside first. Things took a turn for the better, and he felt that there was no need for humans to fight the gods. Upon hearing this, the 4 god emperors extended their spiritual senses to explore the outside world. The range of the god emperor's spiritual senses was very wide. Moreover, with the help of the heavenly emperor's status, he quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter, and his expression kept changing. Have humans become so strong? They felt a little sad. At their level, the power of incense was no longer useful. If they wanted to improve their strength, they could only rely on comprehending the power of the laws and the might of heaven and earth. Senior should be the one behind these human races. Indeed, I originally thought this fight would last a long time, but now that I'm faced with the situation, I can't help but reconsider. Jang Mu admitted it. The 4 god emperors exchanged their consciousness and said, we can ask the gods to give up half of the world as a habitat for the human race, but we need the help of the seniors to suppress this entrance to the other world. The current struggle is nothing more than the human race wanting to be recognized by this world and wanting to have its own territory. If that's the case, then just give it to the human race. Will the gods object? What a joke. How could they oppose the god emperor? The position of the heavenly emperor is no joke. Their words are only half of the meaning of heaven's way. As Jang Mu nodded, yes. There is no reason to disagree. At this moment, humans and gods should be on the same front. After all, the world is about to be destroyed, and there is no point in fighting anymore. It will not be too late to fight again after this external threat is resolved. So Jang Mu regained consciousness and told Lu Zhengyuan what happened here. The 4 god emperors also came into the world to announce to the gods, asking them to give half of the world to the human race as their territory. This move immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the gods. The 4 god emperors did not tolerate them and directly killed several of the most clamorous gods to serve as a warning to others. All of a sudden, the gods calmed down and began to move their kingdoms according to the instructions of the Emperor of Gods. On the human side, except Lu Zhengyuan, who knew the truth, no one else knew what was going on, and they occupied the Western world without knowing what was going on. A few months passed quickly and the whole world became quiet. Everything happened too suddenly. The gods were all puzzled as to why the god emperor was born and why he gave up his territory to the human race. Senior, are you satisfied? The spiritual consciousness of the four god emperors in Jang Mu's consciousness gathered together again. Well, that's not bad, but why don't you tell the gods the truth? This is what he didn't understand. There's no point in telling them. They can't help us at all and will only increase panic. Jang Mu pondered and said, it's better to tell them. Some preparation will also prevent them from messing around. The God Emperor thought about it and agreed. Secondly, the humans in the gods' kingdoms are also members of the human race. Jang Mu said meaningfully this. The four god emperors hesitated and said, if the gods were asked to give up their believers, I'm afraid they would never agree. Even if they died, without believers, there would be no power from incense, and no way to improve their strength. Even if the god emperor himself spoke, they would still fight to the death. Their god emperor does not need the power of incense, but the gods do. They will never obey the practice of cutting off their path of cultivation. Chapter 117, Meeting of the Gods. Jang Mu naturally knew this, but from the perspective of the human race, he still hoped that the gods would be returned to mankind. The human race will not give in on this matter. This is the bottom line of the human race. If we can't even protect our own people, the so-called self-reliance is nothing but self-deception, but if we return the gods to humanity for nothing, they will be dissatisfied, and this is a difficult task. Humanity and the gods should now be on the same side. We can fight, but we must first resolve the world's problems. Therefore, I will announce to the gods a world-class meeting, and I will also notify the human leaders to participate. Jang Mu spoke. The four god emperors thought about it carefully and agreed. Now this was the only way to do it. Then it's as you wish, Senior. The venue will be here. As for the time, what do you think, Senior? Maybe a month later. Let the gods prepare themselves and both sides have an idea of what to expect. After the two sides reached an agreement, they went back to prepare for the matter. Jang Mu called Lu Zhengyuan. Greetings to Willow God. Lu Zhengyuan bowed. Well, I called you here to tell you something. Jang Mu glanced at Lu Zhengyuan and continued, I just had a conversation with the four god emperors about the future of humanity in the gods' kingdom. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that this matter is not easy to resolve? Those humans are the guarantee for the gods to enhance their strength. It is probably impossible to return them to the human race. Therefore, I discussed with the Emperor of Gods to hold a meeting of the gods, discuss this matter with the gods at the meeting, and humans can also send people to participate in order to resolve this matter. This involves the crisis of this world, and I need to consider it carefully. Lu Zhengyuan's face turned serious when he heard this. Everything will be done according to Lu Shen's instructions. Well, go ahead. You can first inform the people in the clan about this matter. After the meeting, everyone will know about it anyway, yes. Lu Zhengyuan took his leave of Jang Mu and began to tell his clansmen what had happened during that time. Only then did everyone understand why the gods gave up half of the world's territory to them. It turned out that there were so many things involved behind it, and they had no objection to Lu Shen's arrangement. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhengyuan led the human leaders to the center of the world, and Jang Mu also transformed into a human form with his current strength. He could have done this a long time ago, but after being a tree for so long, he felt a little uncomfortable being a human again. He turned around and came to the meeting. Upon seeing this, the four god emperors hurried over to greet them. Senior, please take a seat. Jang Mu answered and sat on the high seat. The four god emperors also sat on both sides of him. The gods were all shocked when they saw this scene. Who was this person? Why was the divine emperor so respectful, even giving up the main seat to this person and sitting next to him? Jang Mu looked at the crowd and the gods below and said calmly, we may begin. I will preside over this meeting. Anyone who offends me will die. The terrifying aura that suffocated the gods with a single word, and they then understood why the god emperors were so respectful. This person's strength was much stronger than that of the god emperor. Each little chick nodded like pecking at rice. Seeing this, the four god emperors also began to guide the conversation. We have already informed the gods of the purpose of this meeting, and I think you already have some ideas in mind. This meeting is to resolve this matter. The human race's high-level officials are here, and you two can discuss and come to a decision. The gods looked at each other in bewilderment. and finally a few divine emperors took the lead and spoke. We absolutely cannot agree to return all our believers. This is our bottom line. Without our believers, we will lose the opportunity to improve our strength. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyuan also spoke up. Returning the humans in your kingdom is also the bottom line of our human race. We humans will not abandon any of our compatriots. So, we can't reach an agreement? The god emperors narrowed their eyes slightly, and murderous intent arose. On the human side, Lu Zhangyuan fought back alone, and the powerful spirit and energy made the emperors stagger. Humph! If you guys want to start a war, our human race is not afraid. Lu Zhangyuan snorted coldly after seeing Jang Mu's status in front of the four god emperors. He became as steady as an old dog. After all, with the support of Willow God, this meeting would definitely end in the interests of the human race. The god emperors wanted to say something else, but were quickly warned by the god emperor's eyes and kept silent for a while. The meeting came to a stalemate. Jang Mu saw this and said, "The reason the gods are unwilling to return humans is simply because they would lose the means to advance in strength after returning them. However, I have a way to solve this problem." For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Jang Mu. Even the four god emperors were no exception. After all, they knew that this world only existed for those who practiced the power of incense, and the sudden appearance of human chi cultivators. If the cultivation method of the human race was given by Jang Mu, then this statement is true, and Jang Mu really has other methods suitable for the cultivation of gods. As Jang Mu looked at the reactions of the gods below and smiled, as you have guessed, the cultivation method of the human race was indeed bestowed by me. The gods' eyes lit up at this, and many gods with lower strength were eager to agree on the spot. Why? Of course it's because of low strength that I can't attract believers. If you can't attract believers, your strength will increase slowly. If your strength increases slowly, you won't be able to attract believers from the gods, and this will become a vicious cycle. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Therefore, they were eager to return the few remaining humans in exchange for a cultivation method that would allow them to start from the same starting line as the gods. Sure enough, the words had just fallen. Many gods immediately spoke out. If Senior really has this method, then we agree to return the humans in the kingdom of God. All the gods agreed at once, and only those with strength above the god king remained silent. But the trend of the times was irresistible, and with four god emperors watching, they could not resist and could only agree obediently. I'm afraid you won't believe me. I can give you a few years to practice and verify the truth. Jang Mu waved his hand, and a set of martial arts techniques was reflected in the sky. The gods immediately used their divine sense to memorize all the information on it. To be on the safe side, they checked it dozens of times, fearing that they might have remembered the wrong characters. Alright, this meeting is over. I will give the gods 5 years to cultivate. If there are results, the gods must keep their promise and send the humans in their kingdom to the human race. Otherwise, Jang Mu's aura was fully released, and the gods immediately responded, saying that they would never dare to violate the agreement. Thus ended the meeting of the gods as Jang Mu brought the human people back to the tribe. As for the skills that Jang Mu gave to the gods, they were naturally given by Yu, but the upper limit of this skill is different from the previous skills given to the human race. The martial arts book given to the gods can only be cultivated to the divine emperor realm. According to the strength division of this world, the human chi nourishing technique can reach the divine emperor realm. After all, he is the patron saint of the human race, so naturally he is partial to the human race. Chapter 118, The Rise of Humanity, recognized by heaven. After the meeting of the gods ended, many gods immediately returned to their own kingdoms to practice new skills. As time goes by little, the effects of the exercises are also beginning to show. Many gods have experienced that their strength increases faster and more effectively than if they practiced with the power of incense. You don't have to worry about believers all day long. Then why do we need humans? Just send all the humans in God's kingdom back to the human territory one by one. Therefore, the human population is growing rapidly. 5 years passed in a flash, and the agreed date arrived. During this period, those gods with less strength had already tasted the benefits of the new skills and sent humans back to their homeland. Only the god king and the god emperor did not take any action. Naturally, they also went back to experience the effectiveness of the new technique, which did improve their strength, but it was far from what they had expected. Why? Because they have many believers, the power of abundant incense is not comparable to that of new techniques. The effect of cultivation is reduced by almost half. This made them so angry that they cursed every day in God's kingdom and constantly condemned the injustice. But now that the agreed date has arrived, all the gods below the God King realm feel that the new technique is better than the power of incense, And no matter how much the God King and the God Emperor oppose it, they cannot represent all the gods. They are suppressed by powerful people like the God Emperor in Jang Mu above, and they cannot call on the gods below. They could only reluctantly return the humans in God's kingdom to the human race according to the agreement. Jang Mu had anticipated such a result from the beginning. This was his brilliance. As long as he could satisfy many gods, he could also suppress the number of gods at the God King and God Emperor levels. From now on, the gods won't be able to make any waves. If the human race is given a few thousand more years of development, it will be able to make up the current gap immediately. Even if war breaks out again, it will be the human race that defeats the gods. How about Senior? Now that the gods have returned to humanity, then, the four God Emperors looked at Jang Mu. Well, the result is good. I will naturally fulfill my original promise. From now on, I will stay here with you to suppress the entrance to the other world to prevent any accidents. Jang Mu nodded, as he had the same idea anyway. The God Emperors breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Jang Mu would go back on his word. If he did, the four gods would be unable to do anything to him. About 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jang Mu and the Divine Emperor are guarding here, while the outside world is also developing vigorously. Powerful chi refiners continued to emerge among the human race, and because of the new skills, the number of middle and upper level gods also increased dramatically. The threshold for the new technique is very low, so gods with low strength do not have to compete for believers like before. They just need to concentrate on practicing hard. However, the improvement in the power of the God King and God Emperor has been greatly slowed down. Another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Jingyuan's strength broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, and his spirit could be felt by all living beings in the world. The four God Emperors looked at Jang Mu with his eyes closed in front of them with surprise and smiled bitterly. It seems that the situation in this world will change in the future. The first thing Lu Jingyuan did after breaking through the Divine Emperor realm was to summarize his lifelong cultivation experience and begin to divide the realm of chi refiners into their OWN. It is divided into 9 realms, 5 organ realm, 6 bowel realm, and emperor realm. The 9 realms correspond to mortals breaking through the 9 boundaries and transcending the mortal body to enter the extraordinary realm, breaking through the 9th level of the mortal realm means that your body is almost as good as that of a god. There are 5 small levels in the 5 internal organs realm. The first internal organ is comparable to a lower level god, the second internal organ is a middle level god, the third internal organ is a higher level god, the fourth internal organ is a god king, and the fifth internal organ is a perfect god king. After completing the cultivation of the 5 internal organs and entering the 6 internal organs realm, one has stepped into the Divine Emperor level. After completing the cultivation of all the internal organs, the strength will be promoted to the perfection of the Divine Emperor. As long as you break through the last layer of barrier, you can reach the Emperor realm, which is the level of God Emperor, which is the upper limit of this world. Just as Lu Jingyuan was summing up his experience, the eye of heaven appeared and a beam of auspicious light shone on him. Lu Jingyuan was a little at a loss. After all, this was the way of heaven and he could not resist. Fortunately, such a strange phenomenon did not seem to be a bad thing. To inspire the great prosperity of the human race, 4 emperors of the human race are specially established, with the same status as the heavenly emperor. The voice of heaven spread throughout the world, shocking all the gods and making the human race smile. This is the true meaning of rising. Gaining the approval of heaven, Lu Jingyuan was so surprised that he was dizzy. He instinctively followed the instructions of the heavenly Tao and merged with the throne of the human race. For a moment, he felt that the world was under his control. This is a grant of authority from heaven. After the eye of heaven announced this, he was about to leave, but he didn't know that an old bastard had been waiting for him for a long time. Hee, I finally caught you. Hee. Yiyu, holding the eye of heaven, disappeared into the air and arrived at the core of the world. The outside world is completely unaware of all this. This is the core of the world. Tiandao looked at Yiyu, whose eyes were filled with ferocity, and after a moment of silence said, "You are here as a guest, right?" Time flies and years pass. Before we knew it, hundreds of years had passed in this world. That day, Jang Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and the other 4 god emperors reacted in the same way. Looking at the hole where the air was beginning to shake, I felt a little worried. The seal is getting looser and looser. It won't be long before it breaks and invades from another world. Follow me to strengthen the seal. Jang Mu spoke. The 4 god emperors nodded and followed Jang Mu to strengthen the seal. It was unknown how long it took before the turbulent cave entrance calmed down as Jang Mu frowned. The effect of this seal was minimal and could only suppress it temporarily. The same method would probably be ineffective in the future. The other world is really tough. When you are in doubt, the system is your boss. System, is there any way to completely seal this hole? Jang Mu asked his system. At this time, Yi Yu was still chatting and drinking tea with Tian Dao, but he quickly responded, ding. Yes, there is, but it comes at a high price. What's the price? Jang Mu asked. The host only needs to transform into the world tree and then suppress it with all his own abilities. The consequence of doing so is that the host will die and turn into a suppression tree without any intelligence. Jang Mu's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's it. Anyway, I am not a creature of this world, so I will return after death. This world has basically been cleared by myself, and there will be huge extra rewards if I can help the main world solve this problem in the end. It just so happened that I was so strong that I didn't know how I would die. Now everything is fine, and it's perfectly in line with expectations. It's okay. We've gained a lot from this trip and it's time to leave. Jang Mu responded, ding. Okay then, the host will just follow the system's instructions. Jang Mu understood and waited quietly. The core of the world. See how great my host is? Why don't you express your gratitude? Yi Yu patted the shoulder of Tiandao consciousness and smiled. The latter was filled with grief and took out another 10% of the world's origin and gave it to Yi Yu. It seems I have trained him well. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. Over the years, he has been chatting with the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao has become his shape. Not only did he get the origin of the rules, but the Heavenly Tao also gifted him 70% of the origin of the world. Together with the 10% just now, he has a full 80% of the origin of the world. Chapter 119, Return and Generous Rewards. Give me a hand. This is to help you solve the world's troubles. Yi Yu patted the Heavenly Tao consciousness. The Heavenly Tao consciousness expressed that it understood. The money has been paid, and you must do the job well for me. Yi Yu began to communicate with Jang Mu, ding. Host, do you have any other matters to attend to? Jang Mu was stunned, then thought about it and realized that he couldn't just leave like this without knowing the reason. He turned and looked at the four god emperors. I have a method that can completely solve this problem. The god emperor's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked, Senior, do you have a magic trick? What is it? Jang Mu was silent for a moment and then pretended to be tragic and said, You all know that my true form is a willow tree, and I can transform myself into the world tree and use all my strength to suppress this place. Then I can completely seal the cave entrance, preventing it from ever appearing again in the world. After hearing what Jang Mu said, the god emperors were all stunned, and then looked at Jang Mu with admiration. Senior, you are so righteous. I never thought you would be so conscious, willing to sacrifice yourself to bring eternal peace to the people. We admire you so much. Jang Mu waved his hand. Before that, you all need to promise me one thing. What is it? Until the human race has 4 emperor-level masters, the gods cannot invade the human race. After all, if I leave, the human race will have no backing, so I must leave a way out for them. The god emperors thought about it and agreed. I agreed. Jang Mu nodded, turned around and left. He wanted to say goodbye to the human race. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After Jang Mu arranged all the funeral affairs, he came to the entrance of the cave in the alien world again. This time, all the gods were behind him, and hundreds of millions of human compatriots also came here to see Jang Mu off. System, I'm ready to start. Jang Mu called the system in his heart, ding. Okay, now just follow the instructions. Heaven will also lend a hand. Jang Mu turned around, looked at the gods and millions of human beings, and said, I'm leaving. Buzz. Jang Mu's true form appeared, trapping the entrance to the alien world tightly within his own spatial body of Yang Lu. He gathered all his strength and began to suppress the seal. His strength faded away bit by bit, and the entrance to the other world began to shrink slowly. Buzz. Auspicious light filled the sky, the way of heaven was revealed, and colorful auspicious light enveloped Jang Mu's body. For a moment, he felt the whole world support a town. Jang Mu did not dare to delay and immediately cooperated with the power of heaven to seal it. The gods and trillions of humans knelt down one after another. Farewell, Willow God. At this moment, the gods recognized Jang Mu's identity and respectfully called him the Willow God. The vast luck of the human race was also mobilized at this moment and turned into a golden dragon of luck flying and circling around Jang Mu. Jang Mu's spiritual sense sensed all this and he laughed heartily. His resounding voice spread throughout the world. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar, hold head high. The golden dragon of luck roared towards the sky, its voice loud and tragic. Heavy blood-red rain fell from the sky, as if announcing Jang Mu's departure. At this moment, billions of lives bowed their heads in silence for him. Ha! I'm finally back. I stayed too long this time, but luckily I gained a lot. Jang Mu returned to the settlement space inside. Starting to calculate the rewards for the reincarnated, successfully changed my fate, my rating improved, strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised, breaking world restrictions, the ratings have increased significantly, help the main world break through the barriers, and the rating will increase significantly. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining 5 million reincarnation points. And a chance to draw a permanent talent. Because the reincarnated person has made a special contribution this time, an additional reward will be given, an additional reward of 3 million reincarnation points for the reincarnated, and one chance to draw a permanent talent. Give the reincarnated 1 level 7 world authority, 1 level 8 world authority, and 1 level 9 world authority to the main world. Detected that the reincarnated person already has 3 level 9 permissions, automatically combining them into 1 level 8 permission. A large amount of information kept popping up, and Jang Mu couldn't stop smiling. It was so cool. Not enough at all. This time it was a great harvest, with 8 million reincarnation points and 2 opportunities to draw permanent talents. So he didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining the golden legendary talent Reborn. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the purple epic talent Eye of Detection. Reborn, Gold. The reincarnated person can get one chance to be reborn after death in the reincarnation world. He cannot choose the rebirth node and can only be reborn to the period just after his arrival. Eye of Exploration, Purple allows you to view information about characters whose strength is lower than yours. Bite. Here it comes. Big Daddy is about to take action. Jang Mu's eyes lit up and he began to look forward to it. This was the first time he was so lucky that he drew purple and gold talents. Wouldn't this create a red myth that has never appeared before? The golden legendary talent Reborn gains a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the red mythical talent 9 Lives Reincarnation. The purple epic talent Eye of Exploration. Gain a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the golden legendary talent Eye of Destiny. 9 Reincarnations, Myth. The reincarnated person can be reborn after death, can choose any rebirth node, and has 9 rebirth opportunities. Eye of Destiny, Gold. The reincarnated person can detect all material information, and even those who are stronger than themselves can get a glimpse of it. Jang Mu was stunned after reading the talent information. Strong. So strong, as expected of the system boss, he could push the limits of this world with just a slight move. Then he opened his gorgeous system panel to admire it. Host, Jang Mu, Realm, 6th level Reincarnator, Main World Authority level, level 7, Talents, Simulated Reincarnation, Gold, Martial God, Gold, Sage, Gold, Child of Destiny, Gold, 9 Life Reincarnations, Myth, Eye of Destiny, Gold, Territory, Shawandishan, Rebirth Point, 108501110, System Points, 11000000, System Functions. Plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, barely strong enough, but still like an ant in the eyes of the universe. The world he was reincarnated into this time was stronger, and the height he reached also broke through the limit of the world. After returning, the feedback of his strength allowed his strength to leap from a 2nd level reincarnator to a 6th level reincarnator. It spans 4 major levels, with millions of reincarnation points and being extremely rich. Can you imagine that this is a person who has only been reincarnated 3 times? Not to mention the talent, it's ridiculously good. With this talent, you can easily pass any level in any world you reincarnate into, not to mention the assistance of the system. The main world's authority level has jumped directly from level 9 to level 7. Let me see what the effect of level 7 authority is. Jang Mu clicked on it curiously. Chapter 120, The Dominance of Authority compared to the 9th level of authority. The 7th level of authority is very terrifying. Point 1, you can get 12 more reincarnation opportunities every month. Point 2, you can choose a better territory. Point 3, you can have 4 opportunities to deprive other reincarnated people of their identities each year. If you don't, it won't be carried over to the next year. For every 10 years, you can get a chance to deprive the 9th level authority of its authority once. If it is not used, it will not be inherited into the next 10-year cycle. The scary thing about this is that it can deprive those with authority. Sure enough, the situation I worried about happened. When you have a certain level of authority, you can really do whatever you want. Authority is undoubtedly a great opportunity for those reincarnated people who have finally obtained authority. But if those high-level authorities want to suppress you and directly deprive you of your total hegemony, level 7 can deprive those with level 9 authority of their privileges. Then, those with higher levels of authority will definitely be able to deprive those with level 7 authority of their authority. Jang Mu looks solemn. It seems that the decision made at the beginning was correct. I must stay behind the scenes and let the tools in public handle some trivial matters, slowly accumulate strength and continuously improve your authority level. Without thinking any further, Jang Mu chose to exit the settlement space. The next second, his figure appeared in the 10,000 mountains. Now that he has level 7 authority, he can choose to expand his territory a little more, but there is no need. He doesn't value those few reincarnation points. Soon Xia Shuajiao heard the noise and came to greet them. After having a comfortable meal, Jang Mu began to rest. There are only 2 days left in this month, that is when the chance of reincarnation will be refreshed. He will get another free reincarnation opportunity, plus the 12 free opportunities given by the authority. The same goes for Xia Shuajiao, who has become a reincarnated person. She will also get a free reincarnation opportunity in 2 days. Therefore, as long as you invest in a reincarnated vassal, you will not lose money, because from now on, the vassal will have a free reincarnation opportunity every month and work for him for free. You don't have to pay anything, but investing is just a blind guess. Most people fail to become reincarnated simply because they are too unlucky. You can't judge his talent, even if you give him another chance. What if he's still unlucky? You'll have wasted an opportunity for reincarnation. You should know that one reincarnation opportunity costs 100,000 reincarnation points. Therefore, most reincarnated people hesitate to invest in vassals. Rather than wasting money, it is better to reincarnate and improve their strength. 2 days passed in a flash. The reincarnation chances of all reincarnated people are reset. On that day, the reincarnation towers in various places were packed with people. They lined up one by one and began to reincarnate. They are eager to improve their strength and earn more reincarnation points. Those who are able to reincarnate under certain conditions do not need to queue up. They can directly pay a little reincarnation point to the spirit of heaven and choose to reincarnate in the same place. As for Jang Mu, he did not choose to reincarnate. I've only had 2 days of rest, and I haven't recovered yet. Let's wait a little longer. Jang Mu shook his head with a wry smile. If you reincarnate into a world of a higher level, it will take hundreds of years to complete the level, and your spirit will age too quickly. He is not like those ordinary reincarnated people who only need a little reward. He was going there with the goal of passing the level. Master, can I be reincarnated today? Xia Shuajiao also immediately found Jang Mu to ask for permission. If Jang Mu had something to tell her, she could also delay it. Anyway, she could use the reincarnation opportunity within this month. Jang Mu naturally had nothing to do. Go ahead, I wish you a smooth reincarnation. Xia Shuajiao nodded and chose to reincarnate on the spot. It's not that she wants to waste her reincarnation points, but Jang Mu had told her before that she should not leave the territory unless it is something extremely important. The purpose of doing this is naturally to avoid revealing one's own information as much as possible. As long as there is too much contact with people, there will always be traces left. Anyone interested can always find Jang Mu's whereabouts by following these clues. So in order to be safe, it is worth spending a little more reincarnation points. A few days passed quickly. Xia Shuajiao also reincarnated and returned a few days ago. According to her report, she was reincarnated into a low-level martial arts world, and because of a purple epic talent luck, she was reincarnated into a martial arts clan. This clan is still the strongest clan in that world. She has a good foundation and her grandfather is the patriarch of the clan. I have been given various resources since I was a child. When faced with disaster, it can be easily resolved through the power of the family. Overall it received a good rating, reached S+. Jang Mu encouraged her a few words, then asked her to rest for a few days and then used the reincarnation points she obtained to exchange for a reincarnation opportunity to reincarnate. Tools also have good and bad qualities. If you don't grow up, how can I use you smoothly? He wanted Xia Shuajiao to clear a world as soon as possible and obtain the 9th level authority so that he could go undercover in the meeting of those with the 9th level authority. That day, Jang Mu rested and prepared to start his reincarnation. As a result, I suddenly received a message from the spirit of heaven. There is an authority meeting being held. You meet the participation requirements. Do you want to participate? Jang Mu was stunned. Another meeting of authorized personnel? Is it so frequent? This meeting of level 7 authorities is different from the previous meeting of level 9 authorities. Moreover, the time of the meeting is not fixed, and there are no restrictions on its convening. The spirit of heaven gave the explanation. Jang Mu thought about it for a while and felt a little conflicted inside. Of course, he wanted to attend. He had obtained a lot of information at the last level 9 authority meeting, let alone this level 7 authority meeting. Whatever. As long as I keep my identity well hidden, they won't find me. I can just pick another alias. My authority is rising fast anyway. If they want to cause trouble for me, I'll have already been promoted to a higher level. Jang Mu no longer hesitated and chose to participate. This meeting is not a regular one but a surprise one, so there is no need to wait for a few days. We are now starting to transport the reincarnated to a specific area. The spirit of heaven gave a reminder. The next moment, the space changed. In a blink of an eye, Jang Mu appeared in a chaotic space again, just like the previous meeting of 9th level authority holders. Everyone was a mass of black mist, and it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, or what their body shape was. Jang Mu chose an empty seat and sat down, waiting quietly. One after another, groups of black mist appeared and chose an empty seat to sit down. It wasn't long before all the empty seats were filled. All those authorized to participate in the meeting have arrived. You may now begin your discussion. The spirit of heaven disappeared after saying this. Jang Mu also drew a conclusion from this sentence, that is, the meeting seats are arranged according to the number of authorized participants. No wonder every meeting is always full of people. Secondly, some level 7 authorities did not choose to participate. Jang Mu had two guesses. First, those level 7 authorities were not interested in this meeting and therefore did not come. Second, those level 7 authorities were still delayed in the reincarnation world. P.S. Please give me a gift. Wa 3. Chapter 121, New News. No matter what the speculation is, it has nothing to do with me. Jang Mu remained quiet. He was only there to collect information and didn't even know what was being discussed. Not long after, someone spoke up. A special force has recently appeared in the reincarnation world. Have you encountered it? A special force? The others were stunned, not knowing what was going on. The man continued, yes, they are a group of people who specialize in disrupting the world. Why do I say they are a force? Because I have encountered them several times. These people have different auras, so I suspect there is a huge force behind them. Now that you mention it, I think I've encountered this before, but only a few times. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect it to happen again. Everyone was talking about it, and most of the people present had encountered it before. It seems like everyone has met them before. Those who haven't met them now may have a higher chance of meeting them in the future. What do you think is the purpose of this force? Who is behind it? They don't seem like reincarnated beings. After all, the main world's goal is to conquer the world, while those guys are just destroying the world. Fundamentally speaking, they are completely on the opposite side of us. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jang Mu frowned. The more he listened to this description, the more it sounded like a reincarnation. He asked the system in his heart whether his guess was correct. Ding! The host's guess was correct. It's most likely a reincarnation. Jang Mu understood. These guys were indeed difficult to deal with. They actually invaded so many worlds. It seems that I have to pay more attention to these guys in the next reincarnation. The discussion continued, and many people talked about the bad things done by the reincarnations. The worlds that some people could have passed through were suddenly messed up by them. This would make anyone angry. That's enough talk about those guys, now let's get down to business. A dark figure spoke slowly. According to reliable sources, there will be big moves soon. What big move? Many people are independent cultivators, so they have no source of information. If there is really any big move from above, they have to make good preparations. Hey, I finally found out this. You guys wouldn't just listen to it for nothing, would you? Have you forgotten the rules between us reincarnated people? As soon as these words were spoken, all the shadows were stunned. My goodness, they thought this meeting was to discuss something important, but it turned out that you were selling intelligence. However, everyone's interest has indeed been piqued. What if this news can help them get a lot of benefits? Hesitate again and again. Someone broke the silence. Tell me the number. That's straightforward. I won't keep you hanging any longer. I'll give you 500,000 reincarnation points each. 500,000. Are you fucking crazy? Playing tricks on us? Everyone was cursing, thinking that this guy must be crazy about money. Ahem, I'm not kidding you. This information is definitely worth the price. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract first. If it's not worth it later, you don't have to pay. How about that? The man promised. After a little thought, everyone agreed. With the contract in place, they were not afraid that this guy would go back on his word. After all, it was a sure win. Seeing this, Jang Mu followed everyone else and signed a contract with them that it's just 500,000 reincarnation points. I'm rich, and the others are about the same. After all, we are all level 7 authority users, so it would be unreasonable for us to have a net worth of at least several million. There were exactly 20 people present, and all of them signed the contract with him. Now you can tell me. Everyone urged. Ahem, listen carefully. Recently, news came from above that a new, uninvaded world has been discovered. That's it? This isn't worth 500,000 reincarnation points. Everyone frowned. Don't worry, let me explain it to you in detail. Of course, this world is different, otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you here. The man paused for a moment and continued. We all know that the main world has been constantly searching for and invading other worlds. The searched worlds will be divided into different levels by the main world, and the low-level worlds will be left to low-level reincarnations to explore. The medium-sized worlds are all explored by those of us with authority. After we have confirmed that we have almost all the information about the world, we will give those with authority a deadline to conquer it. If they fail to conquer it within the deadline, we will open this world to other reincarnated people to conquer together. This is also the reason why those low-level reincarnators cannot be reincarnated into the middle or upper world. All resources are monopolized by us, the people with authority. The emergence of a new world is naturally accompanied by a scramble among those with authority. Has anyone here ever been reborn into a particularly advanced world? The man asked intriguingly. Everyone was silent. Although they were people with level 7 authority, they had never encountered reincarnation in any world that was above average. Most of them conquered the lower level worlds to obtain 9th level authority, and then gradually synthesized and upgraded their authority step by step. Jang Mu looked at the situation in front of him and thought carefully. It seemed that the worlds he had encountered before were all low-level worlds, and only the third world was of a relatively medium level, and most likely, I can only be reincarnated after I become the authorized person. So it all makes sense. Resource monopoly? That's why this information is so precious. The first group of people with authority to enter usually have a greater chance of success. The minimum level of clearance required to conquer a medium-sized world is level 7. You must understand the importance of this. Everyone here must have spent a lot of time climbing to this position. You must have reincarnated into countless worlds to achieve level 7 clearance. Everyone was speechless. It was exactly as he said. Jang Mu, then why did the people above reveal this information instead of just going and conquer it themselves first? They were very confused and none of their explanations made sense. Because that world is in the process of being promoted. Once it succeeds, it will become a higher level world. In this critical moment, any disturbance will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of that world. Once we reincarnated people enter, we will definitely be noticed and will most likely die. So the people above decided to spread the news to allow more authorized people to participate. When a large number of reincarnated beings enter that world together, even if the heavenly Tao wanted to target them, it would be unable to do so. This way, the risk is shared by everyone, which is far better than conquering them alone. This is also what the higher-ups mean. Don't think I'm selling information, I'm just running errands for the bosses, earning a little money. These reincarnation points are for the bosses. The dark shadow spread his hands. Everyone was furious when they heard this. It turned out that those guys were definitely treating them as tools. Earn their reincarnation points and let them share the risks. Everyone was once again disgusted by the previous generation of reincarnations. You've heard the news, so pay. Looking at the person who stretched out his hand, everyone wanted to chop off his hand, but they had to abide by the contract they had signed before, and from the very beginning they fell into the trap set by the previous reincarnation. This news worth 500,000 reincarnation points. Value: the news of a new world naturally has more than 500,000 reincarnation points. But the problem is that even if they were not interested in listening before, the previous generations of reincarnations would release the news in order to spread the risk, and there is no need to spend any money. Those previous reincarnations took advantage of people's mentality that they would not lose anything as long as they signed the contract and set traps for them. Chapter 122, Reincarnation begins. A higher world. Everyone paid him 500,000 reincarnation points out of frustration, and Jang Mu was no exception. It was also the first time that he was disgusted by the previous reincarnation. I have heard of it before, and now I experience it as it is true. Okay, the money's paid, what about the world coordinates? After all, without the world coordinates, you can't specify reincarnation. Although everyone was disgusted just now, the money has been spent and must be recovered from the new world. Hey, I'll send it to you right away. The man chuckled and sent a world coordinate to everyone present. A reminder to everyone, don't even think about selling this information to level 8 and level 9 authorities. Since the meetings are being held simultaneously, everyone with authority should be aware of this information by now. Also, the new world won't open for another 3 days, so don't be impatient and wait patiently. The dark shadow gave a warning. Everyone snorted coldly and left angrily. Seeing this, Jang Mu did not stay for long and left the meeting space. Ha, you dare to cheat me out of my money? Then let's see who conquers that world first. Jang Mu sneered, with so many talents and system support, I don't believe I can't beat them. 3 days passed in a flash. Jang Mu communicated with the spirit of heaven and was reborn on the spot. Hello, respected level 7 authority user. Would you like to be reborn randomly or in a designated world? The spirit of heaven asked. Designated reincarnation. Okay, please tell me the coordinates of the world you want to reincarnate in, or purchase the coordinate card of the world you want to reincarnate in. Jang Mu reported the world coordinates to the Spirit of Heaven. Then, under the arrangement of the Spirit of Heaven, Jang Mu began his reincarnation. Reincarnation begins. The talent reincarnation simulation is triggered. You have been reincarnated into a designated world, along with many authorized individuals. Your entry has attracted the attention of that heavenly Tao, and the talent Child of Destiny has been activated. Because of your gift as the Child of Destiny, you were not targeted by the laws of nature, and you were reincarnated as a stone. Jang Mu looked stunned. You call this not being targeted by heaven? How can we play if we've turned into stone? At this moment, Jang Mu wanted to quickly enter the reincarnation world and commit suicide to start over again. Although you have been reincarnated as a stone, this is no ordinary stone. This is the king. This is a stone that embodies the essence of the sun and the moon. Your footwork is extraordinary, and you continue to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and begin to practice. You gain some enlightenment and feel you can struggle a bit. Your cultivation level rapidly improves. After a long time, I have been exposed to the beauty of nature, the essence of the sun and the moon, and have been feeling it for a long time, so I have a spiritual connection. Finally, one day, it burst open, producing a stone egg as big as a ball. Upon encountering the wind, it transformed into a stone monkey, complete with all 5 senses and limbs. Its eyes emitted 2 golden rays that shot towards the sky. You were born, your birth has attracted the attention of countless gods and Buddhas, but you are unaware of this. At this point, you have already awakened your memory and naturally know that you are now in the reincarnation world. Judging from our current experiences, this world is at least a higher world. You feel like you've been cheated, because you were clearly told that this was just a world where people are on the rise, but it doesn't matter now. The higher the world level, the happier you are, which means the upper limit is higher. You're running aimlessly along the mountaintop, and before you know it, you've reached the mountainside. There's a group of monkeys surrounding you, and a spectacular waterfall in front of you. At this moment, a white-haired monkey in the group saw you and his eyes lit up. He then spoke in human language. Behind this waterfall is a cave, said to be the abode of immortals. Anyone who can go in and find the source without getting hurt will be crowned our king. As soon as this was said, many monkeys rushed to praise him, and they all said they wanted to be the first. You feel like something is fishy, but you can't help but wait and see. One monkey after another rushed towards the waterfall, but when they were half a meter away from the waterfall, they were blocked by a force and fell off the cliff to their death. The Eye of Destiny is activated. Under the Eye of Destiny, you can see clearly that everything was done by that white-haired monkey. Whenever a monkey almost flies over the waterfall, it will secretly stop it. You think to yourself, that white-haired monkey must be quite powerful to do this. Feeling bored, you're about to leave. Suddenly, the white-haired monkey said, "It seems we don't have the ability to enter the immortal cave." Hey, I think this monkey has extraordinary roots. He must have the magical power to take us into the immortal cave to explore. The white-haired monkey comes to you and pulls you, still confused, into the group of monkeys. You are adored by the monkeys, and the white-haired monkey urges you to use your magical powers to lead them in such a strange situation. If you didn't have the experience of past life memories, you would definitely follow the white-haired monkey's instructions. You seem to sense that this is a conspiracy against you. This leaves you speechless. Before this, from birth until now, you have never come into contact with any living being. Who would plot against you like this? You knew you couldn't escape this calamity, so you gave the white-haired monkey a meaningful look, but the monkey didn't care and continued to urge you on. You decide to play a trick on this guy. The more he tries to get you into the waterfall, the more prepared you become to fall off the cliff. With your current level of cultivation, you won't die even if you land headfirst. You crouch down, and under the gaze of the monkeys, you leap over 10 meters high, about to enter the waterfall. But you miss it by a hair's breadth, and fall straight down the cliff. The white-haired monkey looked stunned. It knew full well that with your strength, you could easily enter the waterfall, but the result was unexpected. It no longer hesitated and quickly used its ability in secret. Your falling body suddenly stops, and with a few somersaults you enter the waterfall. At this moment, you stood behind the waterfall with a gloomy and terrifying expression on your face, becoming even more certain that the white-haired monkey was plotting against you. You suppress your anger, ready to see what that guy is up to, and begin to follow the passage into the cave. As the white monkey had said, it was indeed a divine cave, dazzling and filled with abundant spiritual energy. A stone tablet read, "Flower Fruit Mountain Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave Heaven." You searched for a while and then left the place and exited the waterfall. The monkeys immediately surrounded you upon seeing you emerge, inquiring whether there truly was a celestial cave dwelling within. You feigned surprise and described the cave's appearance to them in vivid detail. The white monkey smiled and nodded, beaming with joy as if his plan had succeeded. You took in all of this, remaining silent. Chapter 123, Calculation. Soon the white monkey spoke up. "Your Majesty, you possess such magical powers. We have just witnessed them clearly. Why don't you take us with you to live in the immortal cave?" The monkeys were also moved by the white monkey's words, and they all shouted, "King, King," one after another. If the stone monkey had just been born and had no social experience, he would really be infected by the atmosphere and follow suit. You suppressed the upward smirk on your lips and said solemnly, "You all know this is a fairy cave. I saw the remains of a bonfire just now. If we rashly occupy the fairy cave, and the fairy returns to punish us, wouldn't that mean you and your friends will lose your lives in vain?" The white monkey's smile froze, and its eyes were filled with astonishment again. It couldn't understand why a newborn like you would say such a thing, so it quickly added, "Your Majesty, don't worry. That immortal will definitely not return. Just lead us and live in peace." You feigned caution, but inwardly you were beaming. "How do you know so much? Have you already entered the immortal's cave and seen it? How about we make you our king, and when the immortals come back to question you, you'll be solely responsible." The white monkey was extremely anxious. Things were completely out of its control. It was impossible for it to be the king. This position must belong to you. Otherwise, how would the future arrangements be carried out? Seeing this, you decided not to tease it, as you also wanted to know what the white monkey's purpose was. Fortunately, you granted its wish, and then you said, "Okay, I'll take you to live in the cave." The white monkey heaved a sigh of relief. Although it didn't know why you changed your mind, as long as everything went according to plan, it was fine. You became the king of the monkeys and moved into the cave with them. Seeing the scene inside the immortal cave, the monkeys were extremely excited and jumped up and down. You secretly observed the white monkey's movements. Unfortunately, it hasn't behaved strangely since what happened just now. Time flies. You have lived in Huagua Mountain for more than 10 years. You have explored everything about Huagua Mountain. You know that Huagua Mountain is extraordinary and there are many monsters on the mountain. The strange thing is, these monsters never provoke you, and whenever you meet them, they stay away from you. You didn't understand why, and thought the other party was not as strong as you and was afraid. And during these years, you have been practicing diligently, But to your astonishment, your strength has not improved at all, but has instead declined at an extremely rapid rate. You know you've been set up, and the biggest suspect is the white monkey. However, you dare not act rashly, because years ago you activated the Eye of Destiny to check for information on this monkey, but due to the huge difference in strength, the information you obtained was very limited. All you know is that this white monkey is a bodhisattva from the western heaven. Therefore, you know that the one plotting against you is a deity from the western heaven in this world. Faced with your declining cultivation, you were forced to leave Huagua Mountain. However, this action directly disturbed the white monkey. Why would your majesty wish to leave this wonderland and live in the barren lands of the outside world? Don't your majesty miss these countless monkeys? The white monkey blocked your way, not wanting you to leave. You're filled with rage, knowing that the gods and Buddhas of the western heaven have been plotting against you since before you were even born. Now that you've been trapped, there's no way they'll let you out. You can only obediently follow their plan. Over a dozen years have passed in the blink of an eye. Your cultivation has been completely lost, and you have become just an ordinary monkey. You gave up struggling, wanting to see what tricks the other party had in mind. A few years after your cultivation was completely lost, the white monkey finally took action. One day when a group of monkeys were having a meal together, an old monkey suddenly fell to the ground and could not get up. The surrounding monkeys were startled, stepped forward to sniff the animal's breath, listened to its heartbeat, and said sadly, "My king, it's dead." You remained expressionless upon hearing this. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the norm in this world, so there's no need to panic. Just bury him properly. Unexpectedly, the white monkey said, "I've heard that immortals are all immortal. Why don't you take an immortal as your teacher and learn the art of longevity? When you've mastered it, you can teach us." You glanced at him and said calmly, "I'm not interested. I don't want to learn. I just want to enjoy the rest of my life here and live out my days in peace." You sneered inwardly. You'd clearly already reached a high level of cultivation back then. If not immortality, living for thousands of years wouldn't be a problem. Now you've destroyed all my cultivation, and you're asking me to learn some bullshit immortality technique? No one would do that. The white monkey's expression froze, but he adjusted his attitude and continued, "Your Majesty, you must not live the rest of your life in such a muddled way. Have you forgotten your countless monkey descendants?" The white monkey chatters endlessly, stirring up the atmosphere among the other monkeys and pressuring you to follow the righteous cause. You ignored him and fell asleep on the stone bed. In the following days, the white monkey whispered in your ear every day, and you felt a little mentally broken. You lost your temper for the first time and yelled at the white monkey, "If you keep arguing, I'll kill you. You are the king, and I am the king." But the white monkey showed no fear at all and continued to whisper in your ear every day. You could no longer tolerate it and ordered the monkeys to execute the white monkey. Due to your status as king, the monkeys had no choice but to obey. Before his death, the white monkey remained undaunted and pleaded, "Your Majesty, becoming a disciple of the immortal is a blessing in disguise. Learning the secrets of immortality will allow you to roam the world, unconstrained by a fixed timeline." Finally, the white monkey died, and you finally had a good night's sleep. The next day, another brown monkey appeared, speaking the same language as the white monkey. You collapsed, realizing that the brown monkey was the white monkey, and you gave in. You have embarked on a journey to find the secret of immortality. The monkeys made a bamboo raft for you, and you sailed on the sea. After drifting on the sea for several years, a mysterious force protected you and brought you to Shinyo Hajo. You set foot on this continent. Because you resemble a monkey, people start scolding you, beating you, and scolding you. Naturally, you won't tolerate this, so you beat and kick the ones who start to do something, which makes them afraid to do anything. You're having a blast eating, drinking, and having fun on this vast continent. You're feeling a little grateful to that white monkey now. If you'd known this would happen, you could have just come out and had fun. You put aside your search for immortality and settled down here. After a few years of comfortable living, those who plotted against you began to wonder. According to the timeline, you should have arrived long ago. Could something have gone wrong along the way? After calculating, their faces changed, and they prepared to secretly push you aside. Chapter 124, Bodhi Patriarch. Not long after, a group of people came to inquire about your origins. You knew you could no longer hide, so you revealed your purpose. The group of people smiled and pointed out a path for you. After many twists and turns, you arrive at Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. On the mountain is a slanting moon 3 stars cave. It is said that there is a Bodhi patriarch here, a deity. You climbed up Fangsuan Mountain and followed the path to a Taoist temple. Looking at the gate, you approach and knock. A boy emerges. After explaining your reasons, he is led into the temple. Layer upon layer of deep pavilions and jeweled towers, one enters a pearly palace and a shell-shelled palace, and there are countless quiet and secluded abodes, all the way to the foot of the Jade Terrace. Bodhi Patriarch is seen seated on the terrace, with 30 little immortal attendants standing on either side. Seeing your monkey-like appearance, they all sneered. You ignored him, looking at the old man on the high seat, knowing that this man must be plotting against you. But now that you were on someone else's territory, you can only bow down in politeness. He said, "Master, I have come here to learn from you." The patriarch said, "Where are you from? Please tell me your hometown, name, and surname, and then I will bow." You look at the old man, pretending to be so pretentious, with inner contempt. It was you who plotted against you, and it was you who pushed you to learn the art. Now that you're here, you still have to put on a front. But to play the whole show, you have no choice but to follow his lead. You said, "I am from the Water Curtain Cave and the Flower Fruit Mountain of the Aolai Kingdom in the Dongxing Divine Continent." The patriarch shouted, "Kick him out. He's a liar and a fraud. How can he possibly cultivate the Tao?" You chuckled inwardly and continued with a false tone, "Disciple, I am speaking the truth. I am not lying." The patriarch said, "Since you are so honest, why do you speak of the Dongxing Divine Continent? From here, that place is separated from me by 2 great oceans and a Nanshanbo continent. How can I get here?" You continue, "I have traveled across oceans and across realms for over 10 years before finally arriving here." The patriarch said, "Since you are gradually coming, that's fine. What's your last name?" Without hesitation, you said, "I have been wandering the world for several years and have seen that everyone has a name, so I chose one for myself, Jang, with the given name Mu." Bodhi Patriarch looked surprised. He hadn't expected you to actually give him a name, another unexpected twist. Apparently, he wants to give you a name. The master said, "This name is just something you chose at random. It cannot be taken as the real name. People's names are given by their parents. Since you have accepted me as your master, I am also your parent. How about I choose a name for you?" You never expected the other party to do this. It's just a name, isn't it? Is there any meaning behind it? Although you didn't understand the reason, you knew you should follow their lead, so you nodded. The master smiled brightly upon seeing this. "Although your body is ugly, you look like a monkey eating pine cones. I will give you a surname based on your body, meaning. Without the animal radical, the character is Gu Yu. Gu means old age, and Yu means Yin. Olding cannot nurture, so it would be better to give you the surname. The character without the animal character is a child. Z means a male child, and 11 means an infant. This fits the basic theory of infants. So, I'll give you the surname Sun." You nodded in agreement. The patriarch continued, "There are 12 characters in our sect: broad, great, wisdom, truth, suchness, nature, ocean, bright, enlightenment, perfection, and awakening. You are the 10th generation disciple to be assigned names. Since you are the one who gets the name Enlightenment, how about giving you the Dharma name Sun Wukong?" You say, "Thank you, Master, for the name." You became a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch and began your cultivation. I originally thought that Bodhi Patriarch would teach you some great supernatural power, or the secret to immortality. After all, he was the one who had been plotting to have you come here to learn from him. But who knew that Bodhi Patriarch only taught you how to sweep, clean, deal with others, and how to maneuver, practice calligraphy, and burn incense every day. You're speechless, but since the other party must have a purpose for making such an arrangement, you begin your retirement life. Anyway, you're not in a hurry. There are people who are more anxious than you. In my free time, I sweep the ground, till the garden, tend the flowers, prune the trees, gather firewood for the fire, and carry water for the pulp. Everything I need is prepared. Spring passed and autumn came, and I had passed 6 or 7 years in the cave without realizing it. Bodhi Patriarch, who had been secretly observing you, was somewhat puzzled by your expression. Seeing that you weren't anxious at all, he couldn't stand it any longer. One day, he gave a sermon, and you and your fellow disciples listened intently from the audience. The Grandmaster suddenly spoke, Wukong, how long have you been in the cave? 7 years. Patriarch Bodhi pretended to sigh, it's been 7 years. What do you want to learn from me now? You chuckled inwardly, and the old man, unable to contain himself, replied calmly, as long as I respect your teachings and have some sense of the Tao, I will learn from you. Patriarch Bodhi smiled and said, the Tao has 360 side paths, all of which lead to true fruition. I wonder which one you are studying. I will obey the Master's will. I will obey with all my heart. Patriarch Bodhi said, how about I teach you the Tao of the word Shu? You are puzzled, how do you say the way of the art? The ancestor said, the art of magic involves asking the gods for guidance, asking for divination, and using yarrow stalks to understand how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. You might not think this explanation is that great, but since you've been tricked, you should definitely learn some real skills. Can you achieve immortality like this, you ask? Bodhi Patriarch smiled and shook his head, no? No. You say, I won't learn. I won't learn. Patriarch Bodhi continued, how about I teach you the way of tranquility? You ask, what is the true fruit of the Jing sect? Patriarch Bodhi continued to smile and shook his head. This refers to abstaining from food and grain, maintaining a quiet and inactive state, meditating, observing abstentions, observing fasts, or practicing sleeping or standing merit, as well as entering into meditation and seclusion. When you hear this, you think, wow, isn't this just like becoming a monk? You asked, can this also lead to immortality? Bodhi Patriarch shook his head, no. No. I won't learn. I won't learn, you said immediately. Patriarch Bodhi continued, how about I teach you the way of the movement gate? You ask, what about the way to move the gate? Patriarch Bodhi said, this is a method of action and practice. It involves gathering in to replenish yang, climbing a bough and stepping on a crossbow, rubbing the navel to stimulate the qi, using prescriptions and concocting medicines, burning straw and beating a cauldron, adding red lead, refining autumn stone, and consuming women's milk. You're a bit stunned. Why are all their abilities so mediocre? Is this Bodhi Patriarch any good, you ask doubtfully, can this also lead to immortality? Bodhi Patriarch continued to shake his head, no. No. Then I won't learn. I won't learn. You immediately refuse, but this time, Patriarch Bodhi put away his smiling face, jumped down from the platform, held a ruler in his hand, pointed at you and said, you monkey, if you don't learn this and that, what will happen to you? He struck you on the head 3 times, put his hands behind his back, walked inside, closed the middle door, and left the crowd behind. You curled your lips in disbelief, not taking it seriously. Your fellow disciples scolded you, but you ignored them and happily went back to sleep. You were sound asleep at night, unaware that Patriarch Bodhi was still quietly waiting for your arrival in the room, completely unaware that you hadn't figured out his secret message. Chapter 125, if it's not closed, it's open. The next morning, Patriarch Bodhi looked at you with resentment and called you into his room. He gave you a lecture and began to really teach you the skills. Bodhi Patriarch tells you about the 36 transformations of the celestial beings and the 72 transformations of the earthly demons, and asks you which one you want to learn. You naturally knew that Tiangang numbers were not comparable to Disha numbers, and answered without hesitation that you wanted to learn the 36 transformations of Tiangang. This answer made Bodhi Patriarch's heart jump again, but he couldn't take back what he had said. So he could only teach you the 36 heavenly gang transformations. So you begin your true spiritual journey. In the blink of an eye, countless years have passed. You have memorized the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang, and everything in the world can transform. Not only that, over the years, you've also asked Bodhi Patriarch for a method for soaring into the clouds, called the somersault cloud. With this method, a single somersault can allow one to travel 108,000 miles, a truly remarkable supernatural power. After learning these 2 skills, you are still not satisfied and pester Patriarch Bodhi to teach you a few more methods. The result is obvious. You are somewhat disappointed that Bodhi Patriarch did not teach you. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. You immersed yourself in cultivation every day and no longer displayed your abilities in front of others. This made Bodhi Patriarch very anxious. If you didn't make any mistakes, how could he drive you away? Another dozen years passed, and Patriarch Bodhi could no longer hold back. If you don't leave now, the next arrangements will be delayed. He calls you over and tells you that your practice has been completed and you can return home. You righteously refused. Master, I will never forget your kindness. I have no parents, so I will stay in the mountains to serve you and repay your kindness. Bodhi Patriarch was determined to drive you away, and you had no choice but to comply. Before he left, he also told you not to mention his name to others, otherwise he would make you suffer. You agreed and returned to Huagua Mountain. In the days that followed, you were free and at ease. You went to the Dragon Palace to obtain weapons, and you caused trouble in the underworld and tore up the Book of Life and Death. Your actions led to the Heavenly Court sending troops to attack you. You fought against the Heavenly Army and even caused a disturbance at the Peach Banquet. Ultimately, you were suppressed by the Tathagata of the West and sealed under the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years. After various calculations, you embarked on the path planned for you by the gods and Buddhas, and began your journey to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures and protect a monk. You still have resentment in your heart, which you have been hiding deep down and not daring to reveal. With your current strength, you are simply unable to resist the countless gods and Buddhas. Eventually, the group heading west grew larger, and the monk accepted 2 more disciples. During one of your journeys to the west, a monkey who looked just like you appeared and also called himself Sun Wukong. You sensed this was another conspiracy against you, and unleashed all your magical powers in an attempt to kill this imposter. However, this monkey's abilities were identical to yours, possessing both the 36 heavenly transformations and the somersault cloud. You fought from the heavens to the underworld, and even to the heavens. All the gods watched this scene in silence. Looking at the expressions of the gods and Buddhas, you understood everything. Aside from the majority who couldn't really tell, there were a few who could tell which of you was real, but they chose to remain silent, pretending not to know. Eventually, the 2 of you fought and came to the Tathagata in the west. You thought that since you were already half Tathagata, he would help you. However, Tathagata pointed at you and said that you were fake and the other person was real. Before you could say anything, a golden bowl descended from the sky and captured you. You struggled desperately, but your strength was still too weak to do anything. Your own abilities were constantly sealed within it, and you were transformed into an ordinary monkey. In the end, you died tragically at the hands of the imposter. Talent 9 reincarnations activated. You can choose to be reborn at a certain time point. Jang Mu was speechless. He looked at the description and thought carefully, then chose the time node to be reborn. After some time, in the end, you died tragically under the stick of the fake. Talent 9 reincarnations activated. You can choose to be reborn at a certain time point. Jang Mu refused to believe it and was reborn several times, but the final result was the same. He died at the hands of the imposter. He felt a strong sense of malice directed against him. After being reborn again, Jang Mu chose to stay in Huagua Mountain. As a result, the other party couldn't bear it anymore and secretly killed Jang Mu and replaced him with an imposter. Jang Mu was completely speechless. Those guys deserve to die. After being reborn again, Jang Mu chose to follow the other party's arrangements this time. He stayed in hiding until he completed his studies and did not go to the East China Sea to get weapons. He also kept on guard against the evil spirits from the underworld. After decades of peace, the gods came to cause trouble, directly saying that Jang Mu was a demon monkey and sent troops to attack him. Faced with this situation, Jang Mu was helpless and could only fight back. The result was predictable, and he died again. Grass. Jang Mu cursed, "I am the son of destiny, why are you targeting me like this? What's going on with Fang Tiandao? If even the child of destiny can be played to death, is he still the child of destiny?" In the end, all 9 chances of rebirth were used up, and Jang Mu still couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. For the first time, I felt that so many talents were just for show and completely useless. At the moment when his consciousness was about to fade, Jang Mu shouted in his heart, "Daddy, save me." The scene changed. Jang Mu was reincarnated into the reincarnation world. Since he was already a level 6 reincarnator, his memory was quickly awakened without the system's intervention. TSK, it really is a stone. Last time it was a tree for over 1,000 years, now it's going to be a stone again. Sigh. Jang Mu felt helpless as he looked at his stone body. However, the most urgent thing is to find a way to break the deadlock. In the simulation, I had no system help and was always killed by the imposter. Now that I have entered the reincarnation world, I can only rely on the system to turn the situation around. System, is there a cheat this time? Jang Mu asked expectantly. Ye did not disappoint him. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to be plotted against by the gods and Buddhas, starting to distribute life-saving gift packages. Open? Open. Jang Mu couldn't wait to say, it turned out that his dad really loved him, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of Pangu's blood essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6 pure bamboos, fake. Needless to say, Pangu's blood is definitely a treasure.as for the 6 pure bamboos. Yu doesn't have the original one, only a replica. But even if it's a replica, it's definitely the strongest weapon in this world. 6 roots of purity bamboo, fake based on the innate spiritual root, the bitter bamboo. The 6 roots of purity bamboo conceal the 6 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Those sealed are at the mercy of others. Although a replica, it still possesses much of its power. Pangu essence and blood. After fusion, it can greatly strengthen the bloodline to trace the root of the bloodline in the body, have the effect of atavism and awakening, strengthen the foundation, improve qualifications, and many other wonderful uses. After reading the introduction, Jang Mu's eyes lit up. What a great stuff! Chapter 126, The Main World's Action System. How do I use this Pangu blood essence? I'm still a piece of stone. Jang Mu asked, and ding. Host, don't worry. Once you transform, the system will automatically help you merge and block all abnormal phenomena so that you won't be discovered by the gods and Buddhas. Jang Mu understood. Then wait until I'm born. He began to work hard to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon for cultivation, but due to the lack of any skills, his strength improvement was slow. System, Jang Mu called out bitterly, ding. An unknown error has occurred. Compensation will be given to the host, including a gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-9 mysterious art. With the help of the martial arts, Jang Mu's cultivation began to improve rapidly. He had learned from previous simulations that he was safest before he transformed, and there was no need to worry about the gods and Buddhas causing trouble. So we have to take advantage of this period of time to develop rapidly. He had made up his mind. He would not leave the world until he reached a very high level of cultivation. Journey to the west. I became a saint in the stone embryo. Time flies, and Jang Mu's cultivation level improves rapidly. At this time, the person with authority who reincarnated into this world with Jang Mu was targeted by the heavenly Tao. Either they will be reincarnated as an animal, a weed, or they will die in the womb. Only a few privileged individuals were able to survive the targeting of heaven and be born successfully, but even if you are born successfully, it is not easy to survive in this world. Demons are rampant and gods and Buddhas are indifferent to worldly affairs. Many people with authority were killed by demons before they could grow up and turned into meals. The heavenly Tao of the main world also discovered that he had misjudged the level of this world, and immediately raised the alert line, and ordered those who had returned from death not to reincarnate in that world again. After returning, those in authority learned the truth and blamed everyone, but they couldn't curse the heaven, as that would be courting death. So I can only regard it as a loss I suffered in vain. After recalling all the reincarnated people, Tian Dao of the main world looked at the world of Journey to the West with some reluctance to leave. If this world could be conquered, it would be a great improvement for it. However, now it is in a stalemate with the Grey Fog world and does not dare to provoke 2 powerful enemies at once. So we can only remember the world coordinates for now and invade again later. The heavenly Tao of the Journey to the West world also intended to devour the main world, but it was busy with its own promotion and could not spare the effort, so it gave up after thinking about it. For the time being, the 2 worlds will not provoke each other. It's just that the main world seems to have forgotten someone, and the heavenly Tao of the Journey to the West world has also forgotten someone. That's right, this person is Jang Mu. Because he is the son of destiny, Jang Mu replaced the original spirit stone monkey. This is why the Journey to the West heavenly Tao did not notice Jang Mu's difference and treated him as one of their own creatures. The main world also ignored Jang Mu's existence because of this talent. This caused the main world to believe that all reincarnated people had been recalled. As the protagonist of this incident, he is still unaware of all this. Time flies. Jang Mu doesn't know how long he has been hiding in the stone. Anyway, his strength is now very powerful, definitely stronger than his simulated self. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were also confused because Jang Mu did not come out. Hasn't that immortal stone in Huagua Mountain given birth to a living being yet? Tathagata asked. Guanyin counted with her fingers and said, according to the Buddha, he has not yet transformed. Tathagata frowned, having a bad feeling. So many years have passed, it should have transformed. Who are you waiting for to check and see if there are any unknown variables that will affect the subsequent journey to the west? The Buddhas looked at each other in confusion. Now that the catastrophe was about to come, many people did not want to be involved in it. Seeing this, Tathagata said nothing more and said to Guanyin, "Venerable Guanyin, it is better for you to go. You will also need to guide the subsequent arrangements." Guanyin nodded, "I will obey the command of the Dharma." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from here. Soon he arrived at the flower fruit mountain, looked at the stone on the top of the mountain, turned into a white monkey and fell to the mountainside. At this moment, Jang Mu suddenly felt that someone was spying on him. Ha, so they really will send someone to check. But what if they check? As long as I don't come out, you can't do anything to me. Jang Mu thought to himself that this was the result of practicing 10 lives. Soon a white monkey appeared on the top of the mountain and entered Jang Mu's sight. "White monkey? Oh my goodness, it's you again." Jang Mu was so angry when he saw this figure. In the simulation, he had already lost his mind because of this monkey, and now he showed up directly. "Grandma, in the simulation, I couldn't see your identity clearly because my cultivation level was too low. Now I am no longer the same person I used to be. Show me the Eye of Destiny." Character: White Monkey, Avalokitesvara's transformation, status, Bodhisattva in Buddhism, strength, Daluo Jingxian. Just a note, this Daluo is not the same as Daluo. Just think of this journey to the West world as a beggar's version of the prehistoric world. Magic weapons: Jade Purifying Bottle, Purple Gold Bell, 9-rank Lotus Platform, Purple Bamboo Basket. Looking at the displayed information, Jang Mu secretly clicked his tongue. He was actually a Daluo Jingxian. No wonder he couldn't see much information in the simulator. Even if the self in the simulator is born naturally, when he is born, his strength will probably be beyond the level of a mortal body later. Due to the unknown means of the white monkey, his cultivation was completely lost, and even his body was reduced to the level of a mortal. The realms in this world are divided into Chi Refining and Tribulation Crossing, after which one reaches the immortal realm strength. They are human immortal, earthly immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Daluo golden immortal, and quasi-sage. Although it is a beggar's version of the prehistoric world, it is still considered a high-level world among all the heavens. The main world was promoted to a world comparable to the prehistoric world only after it controlled many low, medium and high worlds. This shows how terrifying the prehistoric world is. Jang Mu practiced in the stone for so many years before his strength reached the level of a celestial being. It's just the heavenly fairyland, keep hiding. Jang Mu thought to himself. This time, the white monkey was getting closer and closer to Jang Mu, and seemed to have the urge to touch Jang Mu. Is this Guanyin trying to explore my body? Jang Mu suddenly felt something was wrong. The power of a Daluo Jingxian is definitely enough to detect me inside. If my cultivation is exposed at that time, what will happen is hard to predict. System. When you are in doubt, the system is your boss. Ding. An unknown and powerful enemy has been detected approaching. Automatic shielding mode has been activated, isolating the enemy from detection. Yi Yu also took action immediately. He was very envious of the origin of the rules of this world. One world was worth hundreds of other worlds, and he couldn't let other systems get away with it. Now that he was here, the origin of the rules of this world was his. Chapter 127, The Rude Way. The power of rules formed an invisible barrier that wrapped Jang Mu. The white monkey quickly walked in front of Jang Mu, pretending to be an ordinary monkey and jumping around to touch the stone. After a while, the white monkey let go and left. Jang Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his uncle was there, which prevented him from being exposed. When I reach the highest level of cultivation, I will surprise everyone when I appear in the world. The immortal stone should be giving birth to a living being soon. I need to make all the preparations in Huagua Mountain first. Guanyin thought in her heart. She had just explored the interior of the fairy stone and found nothing unusual, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, she prepared to arrange all subsequent matters in Huagua Mountain. Time flies, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Jang Mu was still hiding on the top of the Huagua Mountain, while Guanyin was quietly waiting on the Huagua Mountain. However, as year after year passed, the fairy stone still did not burst, which made her a little anxious. The cultivation level of a Xianxian is not enough. You need to be at least a Daluo. And to fight against the countless gods and Buddhas, you need to be a quasi-sage to be qualified. A Daluo can only protect yourself. Jang Mu sensed his own cultivation level and continued to hide. Spring goes and autumn comes, and another 100 years has passed this time. Guanyin really couldn't sit still, and immediately ran to the top of the mountain to check the result was the same as the first time. She found nothing abnormal when touching the inside of the fairy stone. Everything remained the same. Every time she checked, the fairy stone gave her the illusion that a living being would be born in a few years. How strange! Guanyin was a little upset and wanted to discuss the matter with Tathagata, but when she thought that if she asked someone for help, the first share of merit would have to be shared with others, she gave up the idea and decided to wait a few more years. More than 10 years passed, and the fairy stone remained the same. Guanyin knew that this matter had to be reported. Unknown variables appeared before the journey to the west even began. He suspected that someone was secretly trying to prevent the fairy stone from transforming. Guanyin returned to Lingshan and told Tathagata about this matter. Tathagata frowned after hearing it. Who dares to stop my grand plan for the Western Paradise? Aren't you afraid of the consequences and the burning fire of karma? Could it be that the people behind the Tao sect have intervened? Guanyin guessed. After much thought, Tathagata concluded that this was the only possibility. After all, the purpose of the journey to the West was to promote Buddhism and suppress Taoism. Only Taoism had a reason to sabotage the journey to the West. We had already agreed on the stakes back then. Many people from the Tao sect also participated in the westward journey, hoping to get a piece of the action. Are you trying to raise the stakes now at this critical moment? Tathagata was very angry. Wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to the Taoists. Tathagata sighed. The journey to the west was imminent, and if the Taoist sect wanted to raise the stakes, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, the plan could not proceed and no one would get any benefits. It doesn't matter to the Taoists, but it doesn't matter to the Buddhists. Tathagata is still hoping that this catastrophe will make Buddhism flourish and surpass Taoism in one fell swoop. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how many years it will take for such an opportunity to appear again. The way of heaven is not to be promoted casually. Tathagata quickly found the Taoist people and said directly that he could increase the bargaining chips for the Taoists, but it had to be within a certain range. The people in the Taoist sect were a little confused, but they had to take the benefits that were delivered to their doorstep. Although they didn't know what was going on, they all started to ask for a huge amount of money. Tathagata was furious. After several days and nights of bargaining, he finally shut up the Taoist people and stopped them from causing trouble. Although the Taoists didn't know what Tathagata was talking about, they all patted their chests and promised that they would never do anything evil. Only then did Tathagata feel satisfied and continued to return to Lingshan. The matter has been settled. The Taoists will no longer interfere with the journey to the west. Please, Venerable Guanyin, continue to wait at Huagua Mountain. Tathagata said to Guanyin. As you wish. Guanyin nodded and went back to Huagua Mountain to wait. This time, Jang Mu had no idea what was happening in the outside world, and was still practicing peacefully in the fairy stone. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. Jang Mu's cultivation has reached the golden immortal level. At this level, it is unrealistic to want to improve his strength quickly. Subsequent realms all require time to be polished. At this moment, he is still the spiritual stone monkey, much higher than some creatures, but not at the top level. Therefore, it is a bit tiring to practice in the golden immortal realm. In the simulation, he consumed countless elixirs when he was causing havoc in heaven. Only then was he able to reach the level of Tai golden immortal. This shows that the stone monkey's background was far behind. However, I still have a portion of Pangu's blood essence. Once it is fused, my qualifications will be improved, so there is no need to worry. Jang Mu thought to himself that the system was his safest guarantee. This time, after waiting for such a long time and seeing no movement from the fairy stone, Guanyin went back to report to Tathagata. When Tathagata heard this, he became furious and immediately went to the door. Didn't you promise not to interfere with the journey to the west? Why are you still interfering? My Buddhist sect has already given so much merit to the Taoist sect, and you're still not satisfied? Tathagata questioned everyone in the Tao sect. Faced with this unfounded accusation, the Taoists were also furious. Tathagata, are you regretting giving us too much in return? We have never taken action. Don't think that just because you've fabricated a crime against us, you can make us spit out all the benefits we've reaped. Why hasn't the immortal stone produced any life since you guys took action? Besides the Taoist sect, who else dares to interfere with the prosperity of our Buddhist sect? Tathagata laughed angrily. Who knows? What if it's you Buddhists who are putting on this show, hoping to get us Taoists to make concessions? We won't back down even a little bit. Otherwise, no one will get any benefits, and the journey to the West won't even begin. The Taoist snorted coldly. Tathagata was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Okay, I will stay here and guard you today until the immortal stone gives birth to a living being. Tathagata made up his mind and decided to keep an eye on it personally. The Taoists ignored it and said, "Just stare at me, Tathagata." They have never taken any action anyway, so they are not worried at all. Tathagata himself was keeping an eye on the Taoist people here, and sent a message to Guanyin to go to Huagua Mountain to continue waiting. Another 100 years passed quickly. There was still no movement from the fairy stone. Guanyin went to check on the condition of the fairy stone more than once over the years, but no matter how she checked, she found nothing unusual. After hearing the news, Tathagata knew that it was not the Taoist sect that was responsible this time. After all, he had been keeping an eye on the Taoist sect members. With his level of cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for them to hide the truth from him and take action secretly, so he returned to Lingshan. Who on earth is stopping my Buddhist plan? Tathagata roared in his heart, not suspecting at all that the immortal stone itself did not want to be born, and Jang Mu practiced peacefully like this. Anyway, as long as you can't find anything on me, I will never come out. Chapter 128, the chess player eventually becomes a chess piece, so Jang Mu lived for another 300 years. It was only after these years of practice that Jang Mu's cultivation improved a little, and he barely reached the late stage of Golden Immortal. If you're not a top-level practitioner, the training is too slow. If you have the help of elixirs, it will be much faster. Jang Mu thought of the pills he had taken when he made trouble in heaven in the simulation. That was a real elixir, otherwise it wouldn't have allowed the simulated self to increase his cultivation by several levels at that time. Let's hide for a while longer. I wonder if those guys can wait in time. Jang Mu smiled secretly just as he guessed. Tathagata could no longer wait. As long as Jang Mu did not appear in the world, the catastrophe would not come and would be postponed. The consequence of this is that merits will be continuously consumed by the catastrophe. As a result, the longer it takes, the less merits Buddhism will ultimately gain. Tathagata decided to force the immortal stone to give birth to living beings. So he took action secretly, transforming his cultivation into pure energy and continuously injecting it into Jang Mu's body. Feeling the sudden enlightenment of his cultivation, Jang Mu's eyes lit up. What a good thing! Originally, if he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly without external support, he could only do it slowly. But now, the external force has come. Jang Mu turned on his suction power to the fullest, madly absorbing the pure cultivation passed down by Tathagata. When Tathagata sensed such a huge suction force, he was stunned, but for the sake of his journey to the West, he had to painfully contribute his hundreds of years of hard practice. You have to know that this is the infusion of quasi-saint level cultivation. Jang Mu's strength increased rapidly. He reached the peak from the late Golden Immortal stage, and then broke through the Golden Immortal stage to the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Not enough. More. Jang Mu sucked it greedily. He would not indulge in the cultivation that was delivered to him for free. As Jang Mu absorbed more and more, Tathagata became frightened. How could this be a bottomless pit? Even after absorbing so much of his cultivation, the immortal stone didn't move at all. He quickly stopped transmitting his cultivation. Jang Mu secretly thought it was a pity, but he smiled as he saw that he had reached the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. So cool. After this incident, Tathagata no longer dared to transfer his cultivation power at will to force the immortal stone to give birth to living beings. He had already noticed that something was wrong. The problem was with this immortal stone. After all, the energy from his cultivation was enough to give birth to a living being from the immortal stone, and Jang Mu also knew that he could not hide any longer. If he did not come out, people would probably come to his door and beat him up. Then, coupled with the energy just transmitted by Tathagata, it became shaky. There was only a loud boom. The immortal stone on the top of Huagua Mountain finally cracked. A stone monkey soared up to the sky, with two golden rays of light in its eyes, shooting towards the palace of heaven. The terrifying vision attracted the attention of all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, but Jang Mu pretended to know nothing and ran happily. After seeing this scene, Tathagata dispelled his doubts and nodded with satisfaction. You are finally born, and now it is Guanin's turn to perform. Then Tathagata stopped paying attention. The stone monkey has been born, and the great calamity is about to come. Go back and prepare yourself, and cooperate with the Western Heaven to perform a drama. The immortals smiled bitterly and shook their heads. At this time, Jang Mu picked some leaves to cover his private parts. Although he could change his clothes, he had to do this in order to hide his cultivation level. He knew that the white monkey transformed by Guanin was definitely waiting for him. Now I am only at the level of Tai Jingxian, and I can't resist the calculations of gods and Buddhas at all. Only when I become a quasi-saint can I jump out of the chess game, get rid of my status as a chess piece, and become the chess player myself. Jang Mu thought so in his heart. The same is true of this side of heaven. In order to eliminate the karma between heaven and earth, they use a great catastrophe to make the son of destiny sacrifice himself to make amends. What a brilliant plan! After experiencing 10 lives, he already knew the purpose of what this world was doing today. Damn it, you guys get to enjoy the good things while letting me, the one destined to be mine, suffer, right? I'm the best at Fadian. Jang Mu suppressed his thoughts and went to the mountainside, where he saw the white monkey and a group of monkeys. As for why he didn't leave Huagua Mountain, don't dream. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were watching him, and it was impossible for Tathagata to let him leave. Once I leave, wouldn't I be exposing my abnormality and attracting the attention of gods and Buddhas? Therefore, he still followed the path of survival. If he couldn't survive in the fairy stone anymore, he would continue to survive in the flower fruit mountain. Survive as long as you can. Besides, Guanin is only a Dalua Jingxian, while I am already in the middle stage of Tai Jingxian. Don't think that I, a Tai Jingxian, cannot become a Dalua Jingxian with my cultivation level. Looking at the magic weapon 6 pure bamboos in my sea of consciousness, this is Jang Mu's confidence. With this innate spiritual treasure in the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, it is enough to seal a Dalua Jingxian. You're going to suffer from this. You plotted against me? I'll start with you. Jang Mu looked at the white monkey in the distance with malicious eyes. The white monkey felt a chill on his back and felt that something bad was about to happen. Then he turned around and saw Jang Mu in the distance. His eyes lit up and he began his performance. The steps were just as in the simulation, and Jang Mu watched her performance as if she were a clown. However, this time Jang Mu did not make trouble, but cooperated very well with Guanin in acting. You scheme against yourselves. But how could I not also scheme against you? Who is the chess piece and who is the chess player? Everything is still undecided. With the cooperation of Guanin, Jang Mu easily became the Monkey King of Huagua Mountain, and because of the cover of Yu's power of rules, Guanin could not discover Jang Mu's cultivation level. Everything seemed so normal. In the days that followed, Jang Mu began to practice secretly, but he had to avoid Guanin's eyes, so his efficiency was really low. This time, he also discovered the reason why his cultivation level regressed in the simulation. Surprisingly, they were the fruits that he ate on a daily basis. These fruits had been specially processed and could silently erase his cultivation and even degrade his immortal body to a mortal one. It's really well planned. Jang Mu couldn't bear it anymore. Since you have already taken action, don't blame me for being rude. He found a reason to let the white monkey come into his room. The king said he wanted to show me this treasure? Guanin asked somewhat confusedly. Come in first and tell me, don't let the other monkeys see this. This is a rare treasure. Come in and let me tell you about it. Jang Mu smiled and waved. Although Guanin didn't know what Jang Mu was doing, she didn't take it to heart. She didn't think that Jang Mu, who had just been born, could discover her identity. You have to know that she is a Dalua Jingxian. What can a mere stone monkey do to her? What is this treasure, my king? Guanin stepped forward as Jang Mu closed the door, then walked up to her with his hands covered. He motioned the latter to come closer. Guanin poked her head over without any warning. Jang Mu grinned and opened his hands. A miniature version of the 6 pure bamboos was in his palms. The next moment, the 6 pure bamboos grew larger, and Jang Mu used all his strength to unleash their power. Seal up. Guanin, who was completely unprepared, opened her eyes wide and wanted to resist, but in just a millisecond, the power of the 6 pure bamboos took effect on her. In an instant, Guanin lost her 6 senses. What are the 6 senses? Nature is eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. There is no need to explain the first 4. The body is the physical body, and the mind is the spirit, consciousness, and soul. So now even Guanin, who is a golden immortal, can only be slaughtered by Jang Mu after her 6 senses are sealed. Chapter 129, Layout. As the white monkey was sealed, its transformation technique became ineffective, revealing its original form. Jang Mu looked at the guanyin in front of him with a sneer. This is the result of plotting against him. You treat me as a chess piece, so now it's your turn to play in the chess game I set up. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he lifted Guanin's body and placed it in the corner. There is no rush now. He plans to refine Guanin into a puppet and send it into Lingshan. A Daluo puppet will definitely produce extraordinary effects at critical moments. You also understood what Jang Mu meant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the powerful enemy. Special reward, a copy of puppetry. Jang Mu was delighted and quickly checked the results. After seeing that the upper limit of this puppetry could actually be used to refine a quasi-saint, he immediately began to learn it. System, don't I still have a portion of Pango's blood essence? I can use it now. Jang Mu thought for a moment and said, now that he has been born and has eliminated the spies around him, the next step is to seize the time to stay in Huagua Mountain and improve his cultivation. His background as a spiritual stone monkey was not good enough, and it was difficult for him to make progress to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Ding. Now starting to fuse Pango's blood with the host. This process will be a little painful, please be prepared. Jang Mu nodded in understanding. The next moment, he felt tingling all over his body, his pupils kept shrinking and expanding, his eyes turned bloodshot, a terrifying aura continued to emanate from his body, and a huge shadow of a demon ape appeared in the sky. This is a phenomenon of atavism. Fortunately, Yu blocked the strange phenomenon and prevented the gods and Buddhas in the sky from noticing it. As time passed, Jang Mu's aura continued to grow, and the shadow of the demon ape gradually merged into his body. Roar. Jang Mu roared to the sky, releasing the pressure. Just the roar can make the space tremble. I don't know how long it took before the pain disappeared, and what followed was a refreshing comfort. Call. Jang Mu exhaled and opened his eyes. After sensing his current level of cultivation, he couldn't help but feel happy. By fusing with a portion of Pango's blood, his bloodline returned to its ancestral state, and he transformed from a spirit stone monkey into a chaos demon ape. This person has the potential to become a saint, and his cultivation has also advanced from the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. When the three flowers gather at the top of the head, one will be immortal and will not be subject to reincarnation. This is the horror of the Daluo Jingxian. Jang Mu grinned. The infinite power in his body made him feel a little swelled up, but when he thought of the many quasi-saints in this world, he suppressed his swollen heart. It's not the time yet. Wait until you are truly invincible in the world. Then you can be as arrogant as you want. Don't worry, it's not time to show off yet. Continue practicing. No longer thinking about anything else, Jang Mu began to practice peacefully. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Logically speaking, at this time, Jang Mu had already gone to Shinyo Hajo to learn from a master according to Tathagata's arrangement, but despite all the changes, Jang Mu was still hiding in Huagua Mountain. Over the years, Guanin was also refined into a puppet by Jang Mu. It's a kind of intelligent puppet. Because of Guanin's protection, Tathagata was not suspicious, and just thought that Monkey King Jang Mu had not yet experienced the horror of birth, old age, sickness, and death. So I continued to wait. Another 100 years passed. Jang Mu knew that if he didn't take action, Tathagata might come and check it out in person. So he embarked on the path of learning from a master alone. Guanin was also sent back to Lingshan by Jang Mu as an undercover agent, and would inform him in advance if there was any movement. 400 years of practice, coupled with the transformation of his footwork, has allowed Jang Mu's strength to reach the middle stage of Daluo Jingxian. It's slow, not slow. This is not the previous realm, but the Daluo Jingxian. To be able to advance to a small level in just 400 years, other golden immortals would be shocked to hear this. This is just the result of hard training. If there is a magic medicine to help, the level of cultivation may be higher. This also made Jang Mu more greedy for Taishan Lajuan's elixir. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed. Jang Mu deliberately wandered around on the road and practiced for such a long time before arriving at Fengsuan Mountain in Shinyo Hajo. The following process is exactly the same as in the simulation. After becoming a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, Jang Mu knew that he owed a debt of karma, but he could only do this now as he was still weak. Although he owed a debt of karma, he also learned some skills and supernatural powers from Bodhi Patriarch, and this time, since it was not a simulation, the skills learned were directly amplified 100-fold by the system, becoming even more powerful. As for why no other skills were copied, because skills can only be learned. Skills are a kind of experience, a summary of ability. But once you learn it, you can trigger the system amplification. If it was a mental method, Jang Mu copied it. After amplification, it transformed into Taichu chaos art. It is a method to become a saint. However, you disagreed with Jang Mu's speculation. Why you felt that his current system level might not be high enough. When his level was high enough, everything could be copied and everything could be plundered. The experience, skills, bloodline, all become mine. The road to system upgrade is long and arduous. Let's get back to the topic. Jang Mu practiced in Fengtsuan Mountain for some years, and was then driven away by Bodhi Patriarch. Just as in the simulation, Jang Mu was also happy and at ease. After all, one had to be careful when practicing under the nose of a quasi-saint. If it weren't for the systematic cover-up, Patriarch Bodhi would have discovered that there was something wrong with Jang Mu's cultivation long ago. After returning to Huagua Mountain, Jang Mu began to live a humiliating life again, because in the days to come, he will be able to live in peace for at least a few hundred years before he will be troubled by the gods and Buddhas, this time with the Taichu chaos art. Jang Mu's cultivation speed was even faster. After hundreds of years, his strength reached the perfection of Daluo Jingxi. And Ikuanin also sent a message, saying that Tathagata would join forces with the heavenly court to start an attack today, and asked him to be prepared. Are you trying to be difficult? Jang Mu's eyes flashed with brilliance. His perfect cultivation as a golden immortal gave him the confidence to resist the gods and Buddhas in the sky. There are 5 quasi-saints in this world: Tathagata, Jade Emperor, Taishan Laojun, Jinyuan Daxian, and my master, Bodhi Patriarch. The 5 quasi-saints put him under a lot of pressure, and he didn't know how many quasi-saints there were in the dark. At least they had not appeared in the simulation. Forget it, just play along with them for a while and buy time. Jang Mu shook his head. What he lacked now was time. Soon the ghost from the underworld arrived and took away Jang Mu's soul. He quickly withdrew all his defenses and took the initiative to leave his body. Otherwise, with the strength of these Insha, if they wanted to provoke the souls of Daluo Jingxian, the recoil force would be enough to scare them to death. Stumbling all the way, Jang Mu's soul arrived in the underworld. Sitting in the main seat was a figure with a ferocious face and an ominous aura. It turned out to be the King of Hell, one of the 10 kings of Hell. I take care of every living thing. If the King of Hell lets him die at 3 o'clock in the morning, he won't live to see 5. The King of Hell said majestically. Chapter 130, Difficulties are coming. Sun Wukong. Your lifespan is over. The King of Hell pointed at Jang Mu and spoke as Jang Mu grinned. My lifespan has ended? Now that I have become an immortal, I have jumped out of the 3 realms and am no longer within the 5 elements. The underworld can't control me. How dare you? Capture this demon monkey for me. The King of Hell slammed the gavel, and a group of ghosts attacked Jang Mu. Jang Mu laughed inwardly and continued to act with them, but in a moment, all the Insha were knocked to the ground. He jumped in front of the King of Hell and said, Old King of Hell, today I will let you know that there are some people you cannot afford to offend, you. The King of Hell glared angrily. Jang Mu glared at him and slapped him a few times. Mercy, mercy. The King of Hell quickly flattered him with a fawning look on his face. Please calm down, immortal. We have arrested the wrong person. Wrong person? Didn't you just say that my lifespan was over? How come it's the wrong person now? Jang Mu said with a teasing look. The King of Hell was speechless and cursed in his heart. If he wasn't acting, how could it be your turn, a monkey, to run wild in the underworld? Jang Mu stopped teasing him. Bring me your book of life and death. The King of Hell was a little hesitant, but thinking that his purpose was to make Jang Mu make a mistake, he immediately asked someone to bring the book of life and death. He felt that given the nature of monkeys, they would definitely make changes, and then it would be time for the heavenly court to take action. Jang Mu glanced at him, not knowing what he was thinking. The moment you touch the book of life and death, the system will give you a prompt, ding. A copyable magical treasure, the book of life and death, has been detected. Do you want to copy it? Copy. Jang Mu said in his heart, ding. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a book of life and death. Ding. The book of life and death triggers 100-fold amplification, transforming into the book of life and death. Although the name did not change, its power was many times stronger. In this way, Jang Mu got a treasure for free, and then he copied the judge's pen in the same way. After all, these 2 items are a set of magic weapons. After finishing his business, he pretended to look through the things and then returned them to the King of Hell. Well, since you've caught the wrong person, I'm leaving now. Jang Mu patted his butt and left, leaving Yan Wang with a confused look on his face. No, "Big brother, why don't you tear up the book of life and death? If you don't, how can I file a complaint? How can I give the heavenly court a reason to punish you?" Before leaving, Jang Mu took a look at the depths of the underworld, where he felt a powerful aura. It is probably another quasi-saint. TSK, this underworld is not a place to just sit and do nothing. It looks weak on the surface, but there are so many strong people behind the scenes that Jang Mu no longer paid attention to it, and soon his soul left the underworld and returned to Huagua Mountain. He casually set up a concealing barrier, then opened his hand and a book emitting a cold and chilling aura appeared. Hiss, this thing is incredible. Even my body, a Daluo Jinxian, feels uncomfortable. After the amplification, it must have transformed into the level of an innate treasure. Jang Mu took out the judge's pen again and looked at it carefully, then he began to refine these two magic weapons. With the support of these two magic weapons, his combat power became even stronger, and he accumulated some foundation for future battles. Because Jang Mu did not cause a big disturbance in the underworld, he did not go to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea to get the Rui Jingu Bang. There was no reason for heaven to cause trouble for Jang Mu. This gave the Jade Emperor a headache. After all, the show had to go on. He asked the immortals if there was any other way. Tai Bai Jinxing rolled his eyes and stepped forward and said, "Jade Emperor, why don't you invite him to serve as an official in heaven?" Recruit him as an official? The Jade Emperor was puzzled. Tai Bai Jinxing explained, "That stone monkey has a wild nature. We'll give him a lowly official position. When he discovers the truth, he'll be disgruntled and cause chaos in the heavenly palace. That'll give us a reason to take action." "Then what official position should we give him?" the Jade Emperor asked. "Baimowen. Look at Ma's position. If others mock him from the sidelines, it will surely anger him." Tai Bai Jinxing smiled. The immortals all thought it made sense, and the Jade Emperor also thought it was a good idea. "Then who will recruit him?" "Let me go." Tai Bai Jinxing volunteered. After all, as long as he participated, he could share some luck and merit. The Jade Emperor thought about it and agreed. The idea was someone else's, so why not give him a little benefit? So Tai Bai Jinxing couldn't wait to go down to the mortal world. From time to time. Flowerfruit Mountain. Jang Mu exited his cultivation state and looked into the distance. "You came really quickly. Well, let's go to heaven and steal the elixir." Jang Mu licked his lips. In the distance, a figure descended from the sky and arrived at Huagua Mountain. "King! King!" Tai Bai Jinxing shouted. "Who is making noise here?" Jang Mu spoke. "It's me, my king." Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand. "Oh? Who are you? Why are you calling me?" Jang Mu cooperated with him in acting. "I am Tai Bai Jinxing." Tai Bai Jinxing? I don't know him. "What do you want from me, old man?" Jang Mu asked. Tai Bai Jinxing's mouth twitched, but he continued without hesitation, "I have come here by imperial decree to recruit the king. Please ascend to heaven and serve as an official." "God is an official?" Seeing this, Tai Bai Jinxing immediately explained, fearing that the monkey wouldn't understand and would refuse. "The heavenly court governs the three realms. As long as you serve in the heavenly court, the creatures within the three realms will not oppose you for the sake of the heavenly court. You also receive an annual salary, and from time to time you can participate in the Peach Festival and enjoy peaches. It's a lot of benefits." Looking at Tai Bai Jinxing's exaggerated words, Jang Mu sneered in his heart. If he didn't know how the plot was going to develop, he would have been fooled by him, but it just so happened that I also wanted to steal the elixir from Taishan Lao Jun. "If you are an official in heaven, it is better to do things yourself." So he said, "Is that really the case?" "Seriously. I will never deceive the king." Tai Bai Jinxing patted his chest and promised. "Well then, I will go to heaven with you." Jang Mu nodded. Okay, then please follow me, Your Majesty." Tai Bai Jinxing said happily that he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The two soon arrived at the heavenly palace and met the Jade Emperor. Zhang Mudon looked around, acting like he had never seen the world before. "Bold stone monkey, why don't you bow to the Jade Emperor when you see him?" The immortal scolded. Zhang Mu was contemptuous in his heart. "You are not even qualified to make me worship you. We will be enemies in the future. Why should I be polite to you?" The only person he could treat with courtesy was Patriarch Bodhi. If he dominated the three realms in the future, he could avoid fighting with him for the sake of their past kindness. After he has paid off his karma, he will be given an acre and 3 mu of land for his retirement. Jang Mu stood proudly in front of the Jade Emperor. Anyway, you guys don't dare to turn against me now, so what is he afraid of? Seeing this, the Jade Emperor also tried to smooth things over. This monkey was born with a natural disposition, so it is understandable that he does not know etiquette. In the future, please do not greet me. Since the Jade Emperor has spoken, the immortals naturally have nothing more to say. Sun Wukong, do you know the purpose of this trip? The Jade Emperor asked with a smile. Didn't you recruit me to serve as an official in heaven? Jang Mu spoke. That's right. Since you are an official, you naturally have an official position. My dear ministers, can you see what official position is currently vacant? The Jade Emperor said hypocritically. Chapter 131, Robbing Taishan Laoju and the Immortals pretended to discuss something, and after a while they said, Jade Emperor, there are no vacancies in any official position, big or small, except for the position of Baima 1, which still lacks an immortal. The Jade Emperor nodded and said to Jang Mu, Sun Wukong, what do you think of the position of Baima 1? Is this position high? Jang Mu asked hypocritically this. The Jade Emperor hesitated, and Tai Bai Jinxing quickly stepped out to explain, this is a great position, Your Majesty. You don't have to do anything every day, just patrol the territory. The rest of the time you can relax and enjoy yourself. It's absolutely suitable for you, Your Majesty. Jang Mu nodded, pretending to be happy. Okay, then this is the position. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, and then officially issued a decree, appoint Sun Wukong as the Horse Warden of Heaven, commanding all the celestial horses in heaven. The immortals congratulated Jang Mu with a smile, and Jang Mu also greeted them with a smile. He naturally knew what these guys were up to. They will cry later. So Jang Mu came to his territory to inspect Tianma, and after patrolling around, he began to meditate and practice. I have to say that the spiritual energy in heaven is really rich, and it is much faster to cultivate than in the lower realms. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many immortals came to find fault and mock Jang Mu in order to provoke him, but Jang Mu would never fall for it. No matter how you mock me now, when a real fight breaks out, you'll see whether I will show mercy or not. The Heavenly Court's strategy of recruiting officials gave Jang Mu ample time to practice, with a legitimate identity. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, neither the Heavenly Court nor the gods and Buddhas can do anything to him, otherwise, it would be a slap in the face of heaven and greatly reduce its prestige in the three realms. Today, Jang Mu went out for a walk after patrolling as usual. In the past 100 years, he has basically become familiar with all the immortals in the Heavenly Court, and the purpose of doing so is, soon Jang Mu arrived at the Tashida Palace. Lao Jun, I'm here to play with you. Jang Mu pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. Taishan Laojun looked at the visitor helplessly. For 100 years, Jang Mu came to chat with him every time he had nothing to do. No one knew what was wrong with him. What do we have to talk about? But Jang Mu always looked very familiar and he couldn't get rid of him. Laojun, aren't you bored refining pills here every day? Why don't you go out for a walk? Jang Mu asked. Alchemy is not boring. Do you have anything to talk to me about today? Hey, look at what you said. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? You know, I came here to accompany you because you do the same thing every day and seem lonely. When Taishan Laojun heard this, his beard flew up in anger. What do you mean I am lonely? You are the lonely one. I was happy and free without you, but now you bother him every day, no matter what, making him so distracted while refining the elixir that he almost explodes the furnace. Laojun, I heard that you are the best in the three realms in alchemy. Is that true? Jang Mu rolled his eyes and said casually. Humph, that goes without saying. If I'm second in the three realms, no one dares to claim first. Taishan Laojun said arrogantly. Really? Do you have any elixirs that you've refined? I've never seen what an elixir looks like in my life. Take it out and let me see it. I'll broaden my horizons. Jang Mu said with a playful smile. Are you monkey, planning to take my elixir? Taishan Laojun became alert and narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he kept bothering him. It turned out that this was his purpose. Ahem. How could I possibly do that? I can't make any waves right under your nose. I just wanted to take a look. You're not that stingy, are you? Or are you just bragging about your alchemy skills? You don't even have any stock in these years? Jang Mu spoke. Provoking me doesn't work, but if you promise not to bother me anymore, I'll show you. Taishan Laojun stroked his beard and said. Well, I promise you, as long as you let me open my eyes, I won't bother you anymore. Jang Mu smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, who would bother you now that I have the pills? I'll just hide away and practice. Over the years, his realm has been stuck at the level of golden immortal, which has made him very uncomfortable. So Taishan Laojun stood up and took Jang Mu into the innermost part of Tashita Palace. There was a whole stock of his own there, and there were countless elixirs. Look, see? These gourds are filled with the elixirs I made. Taishan Laojun said this arrogantly, pointing at the gourds on the surrounding shelves, with a hint of showing off. So many? Could they be parallel imports? Jang Mu laughed, and this laugh immediately made Taishan Laojun so angry that he broke down. Humph, I won't bother with a monkey like you. Taishan Laojun waved his hand and a gourd from the shelf flew over. Then he opened the gourd, poured out a magic pill from it, and said, this magic pill, as long as a mortal eats it, he will become an immortal instantly. Jang Mu quickly stepped forward and tried to take it with his hands. Hey! I agreed to just let you look at it, but I didn't let you touch it with your hands. Taishan Laojun hurriedly stopped him. Jang Mu smiled awkwardly, and immediately thought in his heart, copy. Ding! Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. Ding! The 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill gains a 100-fold amplification and transforms into the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. Jang Mu's mouth corners curled up slightly. Don't touch it, don't touch it. Anyway, the system can copy things as long as they are within a certain range. Well, this elixir does feel as you described, but who knows if this is the only gourd that contains elixirs of this quality. Let me help you check if there are any parallel imports mixed in with the other gourds. Jang Mu quickly started to clear out the elixirs in the other gourds. As he approached the other gourds, he frantically shouted copy in his mind. Listening to the dense notification sounds in his mind, his mouth was almost crooked with smile. Now he was rich. It was worth it that he had annoyed Taishan Laojun for 100 years before entering this place. The corners of Taishan Laojun's mouth twitched as he watched Jang Mu running wildly in the room, but as long as he didn't do anything out of line, he would let him wander around anyway. I am here to supervise, so he can't make any waves. This is his confidence in his own ability. After a while, Jang Mu copied all the elixirs in the room, and these elixirs were amplified 100 times, greatly improving their quality. Ahem, Laojun, do you have any particularly precious elixirs? Take them out and let me open my eyes. Jang Mu came to Taishan Laojun and said that he was now going to take advantage of the elixir on him. The elixir that Taishan Laojun can carry with him is definitely not comparable to the elixir placed in the room, no more. Taishan Laojun shook his head and wanted to send Jang Mu away quickly. Old master, you are immoral. If you don't show it to me, I will come to you again in the future. Anyway, you broke the agreement first, so you can't blame me. Jang Mu said shamelessly. Taishan Laojun's face darkened. Okay, I'm scared of you. I'll keep an eye on you. So he took out some extremely high-quality elixirs from his body. These elixirs could greatly improve the cultivation level even for a quasi-saint, and were enough to trigger a war in the outside world. Jang Mu was ecstatic and immediately asked the system to copy. Anything else? Jang Mu licked his face and continued to ask. You're such a jellyfish. You're really treating the elixir like candy beans. Taishan Laojun laughed angrily. Ahem, if it's gone, then it's gone. Why are you so angry? Then I'm leaving. Hurry up and leave. Taishan Laojun immediately drove them away. Jang Mu didn't stay here any longer. He wanted to go back to practice. Chapter 132, Frame Up. Ohuhu. Jang Mu laughed out loud. It was so cool. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion to practice. As for managing Tianma, he could just create a clone inside the secret room. Jang Mu took out a large amount of elixirs and poured them into his mouth. Not bad, it tastes great. Chewing the elixir in his mouth, as he swallowed it, it transformed into a huge amount of energy that filled the meridians throughout his body. Jang Mu quickly began to refine it. Another 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. He also ate up all the elixirs he got from Taishan Lao Jun. With the blessing of the elixir, his realm soared rapidly, from the perfection of Daluo Jingxian to the late stage of Quasi-Sage. This breakthrough speed is really terrifying. I also have to thank Taishan Lao Jun for those high-quality elixirs, which are even more amazing with the system's enhancement. Call. Jang Mu exhaled a breath of foul air, felt his own cultivation level and grinned. I feel so safe. I'm finally not a weakling anymore. His eyes flashed as he pushed open the door of the secret room and walked out. At this time, the heavenly palace was bustling with activity. With all the immortals gathered. He calculated the timeline. Looks like it's time for the Peach Festival. Peach. Jang Mu seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Pantao Garden. Anyway, given their personalities, they definitely won't treat me to a banquet, so I'll just go to Pantao Garden and eat and drink to my heart's content. He flashed and arrived at the peach garden. The first thing you see is the 7 fairies picking peaches here. Certainly. Jang Mu used his magical powers to freeze the 7 fairies. Wait for me to copy it and then you can pick it slowly. So they began to raid the peach garden. After all, it was a copy, so the Jade Emperor wouldn't be able to find it. As Jang Mu copied the peaches one by one and stored them in the system space. In a short while, Jang Mu had copied all the peaches, even those that were decades old. After all, they were all treasures after being amplified by the system. Heaven is such a wonderful place. Jang Mu broke free from the 7 fairies' control and escaped. The 7 fairies did not notice anything unusual. It's because their cultivation is low that they are just minions in front of the quasi-saints and can be manipulated at will. When Jang Mu went back to refine the peaches, the heavenly palace was bustling with activity, but in this bustling atmosphere, only Tathagata had a gloomy face. Since Jang Mu was reincarnated into this world, he has been delaying time every time, and now it has been delayed for who knows how many years. Buddhism has lost so much merit in this. It would be strange if he was happy seeing Tathagata's face that looked like his parents had died. The Jade Emperor remained silent and drank by himself. With the arrival of all the immortals, the Peach Festival officially began. Tathagata was eating peaches in a depressed mood. What used to be so delicious now tasted like chewing wax. If he hadn't been concerned about the Jade Emperor's face, he would have already started questioning the Jade Emperor about what was going on. Hundreds of years have passed, and the monkey issue hasn't been resolved yet. The Jade Emperor waved to Tai Bai Jinxing, who immediately understood. Did the stone monkey know anything about the Peach Festival? Your Majesty, I've already sent someone to accidentally reveal it, but he wasn't angry at all. He even admitted that he wasn't strong enough to participate in the Peach Festival. Tai Bai Jinxing said helplessly. The Jade Emperor's face turned dark. He was now in a dilemma. Jang Mu was completely not going to fall into their trap. They had no reason to act. If they did, it would be a slap in the face of the heavenly court. Now, the position they had given him had become his protective shield, so they had to put it on hold indefinitely. Don't you know to send someone to provoke him? Your Majesty, we have sent many people to provoke him over the years, but the stone monkey has shown no desires or demands. He doesn't get angry even when we scold him. He even acts very familiar with the immortals, treating it as a joke among friends. Tai Bai Jinxing was very helpless. He knew. The Jade Emperor was feeling annoyed and could only wait and communicate with Tathagata to see if the other party had any ideas. Soon the banquet ended and the immortals left, leaving only Tathagata alone. The Jade Emperor brought Tathagata into a courtyard. Your Majesty, why haven't you started implementing your plan yet? How many years have been wasted? Tathagata asked with a frown. Ahem, this matter cannot be blamed on the heavenly court. We have been looking for an opportunity, but that monkey is smart and clever and was not fooled at all. We have no reason to take action. The Jade Emperor said helplessly. No reason to take action? Tathagata was stunned and his face darkened. He continued, do we still need to find a reason? In heaven, isn't everything decided by your Majesty? A trumped-up charge is enough, so your Majesty, please act quickly. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt deeply moved. It turned out that Buddhism was the most dirty. It looked bright and beautiful on the surface, but the things it did behind the scenes were even darker than the last. I understand. I will arrange it in the near future. I will need Shi Tian's cooperation then. Okay, then I'll wait for good news from your majesty. Only then did Tathagata nod in satisfaction and leave heaven. As Tathagata left, the Jade Emperor called over a few people and said, "You guys, throw some peaches to where the stone monkey is." A few people were stunned when they heard the words, then they understood the intention, so they immediately took a few remaining peaches and threw them at Jang Mu's workstation. A meeting to catch stolen goods has begun. The Jade Emperor summoned all the immortals again and said that he had something to discuss. Following a secret signal, a great immortal immediately ran out and said, "Report to the Jade Emperor. The peach garden in heaven has been robbed. How dare you? How dare you reach out to the heavenly court? Where is the dignity of our heavenly court? Can you find out who did this?" The Jade Emperor was furious. We immediately sealed off the exit to heaven, and after a search, we found the stolen peaches from Maimawan. He took out some peaches and played a video of the search, which showed that they were indeed found at Jang Mu's workstation. However, everyone knows whether it is true or not. After all, it is full of loopholes. This is just an excuse for the heavenly court to deal with Jang Mu. So all the fairies cooperated in acting. They angrily denounced Jang Mu's crimes. A mere false accusation was treated as a heinous crime by the immortals. "Someone, come here. Capture this evil monkey for me," the Jade Emperor said, slamming the table. The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately rushed towards Jang Mu's position. Jang Mu was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was still happily refining the peaches to improve his cultivation. Suddenly he opened his eyes, because a group of hostile heavenly soldiers and generals appeared in his consciousness. His figure flashed and appeared in the outside world. "Everyone, what brings you here?" Jang Mu asked with a frown. "Sun Wukong, you stole the peaches. The evidence is irrefutable. I am here to arrest you." The heavenly soldiers and generals scolded. "I stole peaches?" Jang Mu was stunned. How could he be discovered just by copying the peaches? Is there any evidence? He just didn't believe it. With his quasi-saint cultivation level, if there was someone else next to him at the time, he would definitely be able to sense it. The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately used their magic power to play a picture. Looking at the content of the picture, Jang Mu laughed. He said that it was impossible for him to be discovered. It turned out to be a frame-up. "I guess I've been hiding for too long and they can't wait any longer," but he is already in the late stage of quasi-saint, so he is no longer afraid of them. Chapter 133, Chaos Demonic Ape. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Since the Jade Emperor is ready to turn against me, I have no choice but to resist. Remember, all of this is your choice. Jang Mu's face turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, 6 pure bamboos appeared in his hand. "This thing is much harder than the golden cudgel. Catch this demon monkey for me." The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately stepped forward. Jang Mu swept across with 6 pure bamboo sticks in his hand. The terrifying power caused thousands of soldiers and horses to fly backwards. A mere heavenly soldier wants to take me down. He really doesn't take me seriously. Jang Mu sneered and swung the stick in his hand, causing the wind in the sky to howl and shake. Seeing that Jang Mu had already taken action, the Jade Emperor no longer had to worry about anything and immediately sent the immortals to capture him. "Call Neza the third prince, and the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li. Quickly go and capture the demon monkey." "As you wish." After receiving the order, the two of them immediately rushed to Jang Mu's location. I saw an exquisite pagoda falling from above Jang Mu's head town. The pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li recited the amnesty order. The enormous pressure acted on Jang Mu's entire body. Jang Mu stood proudly. How could a mere Linglong pagoda suppress a body of a quasi-saint? Break! Jang Mu's body shook, and all the restraints disappeared. Then he swung a stick towards the exquisite pagoda. Bang! Suddenly the pagoda was shattered into pieces, and Li Tianwan, the pagoda-bearing king, was stunned. "Damn it, my pagoda was destroyed by just one stick." Without the exquisite pagoda, Li Tianwan's fighting power was greatly reduced. He was knocked away with a stick. For a moment, his throat felt fishy and sweet. He broke several pillars before he was able to stop. Seeing this, Neza immediately attacked Jang Mu. "Don't join in the fun, little brat." Jang Mu swept with the stick again. Neza did not dare to be careless and used all his strength to resist, but the power of the stick was beyond his ability to withstand. Boom! Another figure flew backwards tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's face changed as he looked at the situation. How could this demon monkey be so powerful? Logically speaking, he is at most at the Xinxian realm, and the Tai Golden Immortal Neza can easily defeat him. The plan has changed. Stop hiding your strength and quickly capture the demon monkey to prevent any further trouble. The Jade Emperor decided not to act anymore. If he continued, he didn't know how many of his people would be injured. As you wish. Upon receiving the order, the immortals quickly rushed towards Jang Mu. For a moment, all the gods in the sky surrounded Jang Mu. What catches your eye are the 28 constellations, the 9 stars and the 12 golden immortals. The immortals joined forces to try to suppress Jang Mu in one fell swoop. That alone isn't enough. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Jang Mu's body suddenly grew bigger. No matter how many magical powers you use, I can break them with just one stick. Bang! With a sweep of the stick, all the immortals flew away. The Jade Emperor looked stunned. This monkey was becoming more and more abnormal. Moreover, so many of his men had been injured. It was time for the Buddhist sect to clean up the mess. That he immediately sent a message to Tathagata, and Tathagata had been waiting for a long time. The Jade Emperor has finally taken action. All that's left is to subdue the stone monkey and eliminate its wild nature. Then we can bring it under the Buddhist order and proceed with the journey west. Tathagata thought happily and hurried towards the heaven. In just a moment, Tathagata traveled billions of miles to reach the heaven. Tathagata? Jang Mu looked towards the distant horizon. Stop it, demon monkey. Heaven is not a place where you can run wild. Tathagata began his performance. Stop the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. You're just talking nonsense with a pretentious tone. I don't know how you can even say it. Your poor acting is so painful that it stings my eyes. Jang Mu pointed his stick at Tathagata, which was a good opportunity to test his current strength. Tathagata's mouth twitched. You are quite the sharp-tongued monkey. Do you dare to bet with me? As from the channel. Jang Mu no longer hesitated and swung his stick. Tathagata quickly used his hands to block it. Bang! The powerful recoil force caused his body to retreat several thousand meters. Tathagata looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face became solemn. He said no more and began to use his magical powers to suppress Jang Mu, but Jang Mu has already reached the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, plus the 6 pure bamboos in his hands. He fought with it and forced Tathagata to retreat again and again. Such a scene stunned the Jade Emperor, who was watching the battle. This demon monkey actually has the strength of a quasi-saint. After all, he could see that Tathagata was using all his strength. So, doesn't that mean Jang Mu has the strength of a quasi-saint? But this is too weird. How long has this demon monkey been around? Even if he was born with the strength of a celestial being, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the level of a quasi-saint in more than 1,000 years. Do you really think the later stages are just for show? Jang Mu continued to suppress Tathagata, who looked frustrated. After only a short fight, he knew that he was not as strong as his opponent. Your Majesty, please lend me a hand. Unable to defeat them, Tathagata could only ask for help. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor nodded and joined the battlefield in a flash. It took the 2 quasi-saints working together to turn the situation around. The immortals in the distance were stunned, and this battle also attracted the attention of all living beings in the 3 realms. Who is this person who dares to fight against the Tathagata of the West and the Jade Emperor of Heaven? Looking at the 3 realms, the Tathagata of the Western Heaven is at the late quasi-sage stage, and the Jade Emperor of Heaven is also at the late quasi-sage stage. To be able to fight against the 2 of them without losing, he must have reached the perfect quasi-sage stage. TSK, when did such a talented person appear in the 3 realms? What a pity. It's really a pity that they have offended 2 top forces at once. I'm afraid they will have no place to stay in the future. I don't think so. If I had this level of cultivation, there would be no place in the world I couldn't go. Ha, young man, do you think this person can leave alive? You know, that's the territory of heaven, this person said meaningfully. Sure enough, not long after the battle started, many golden immortals came together to interfere with Jang Mu. This made the latter feel extremely irritated. Look at my Haotian mirror. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and a mirror appeared, with terrifying power shooting directly at Jang Mu's face. Purple gold bowl. Tathagata also took advantage of the situation to take action. A bowl flew to the top of Jang Mu's head, and endless Buddha light poured out, making his body unable to move as if a mountain was pressing down on his mortal body. Court death. Jang Mu roared to the sky, and a huge demon ape body appeared in front of everyone. Roar. He slapped the purple gold bowl above his head away and punched the Jade Emperor. Boom. The Jade Emperor flew backwards for tens of thousands of miles, looking at Jang Mu, who was emitting the aura of a demon, in disbelief. Chaos Demon Ape. Tathagata and the Jade Emperor spoke at the same time. After all, they were very knowledgeable and recognized Jang Mu's true identity at a glance. They couldn't understand why Jang Mu, who was clearly just a follower of the spirit stone monkey, was actually a chaos demon ape. Wasn't this thing killed by the great god Panga long ago? At this time, Jang Mu began to deal with the Dalua Jinxian around him. The immortals were startled and fled in haste, but how could they be faster than Jang Mu? He hit the immortals with a stick and a slap each time, causing their bodies to shatter and their souls to be shaken. It almost shattered the Dalua Dao fruit. Chapter 134, Desperate Situation? Hang on, the Jade Emperor took a breath and his eyes became stern. Monster monkey, heaven is not a place where you can run wild. So what if you are a chaos demon ape? If Panga the Great could kill it, I can kill it too. Come and try it. Zhang Muka waved his hand and swung a stick towards the Jade Emperor in the distance. Hao Yen sword. The status of the Heavenly Emperor is bestowed upon me. In an instant, the Jade Emperor's aura soared. He was just in the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, but in the blink of an eye he reached the great perfection of quasi-saint. This was not over yet, his aura was still rising. Zhang Mu's expression was solemn, and his eyes looked towards the sky. This was the action of the heavenly Tao. After a while, the Jade Emperor's surging aura stopped. Zhang Mu felt a little bit of pressure. With the blessing of part of the heavenly Tao, the Jade Emperor's cultivation reached the level of semi-saint. Even though he is only a half-saint, he is not comparable to a quasi-saint. The gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm. Humph. Demonic monkey, give me your life. The Jade Emperor attacked with the Haotian sword in hand. The two men fought each other instantly. This time, it was Zhang Mu's turn to be at a disadvantage. However, he still relied on his skills and supernatural powers that were beyond this world to fight back and forth with the Jade Emperor. All he could do now was to keep delaying time. He didn't believe that this method of improving his cultivation could last indefinitely. There must be a limit. I just need to hold on until that moment to regain the advantage. The aftermath of the battle between the two swept through the three realms, leaving the heavenly realm in constant turmoil. The people outside were stunned at the scene on the horizon. All the living beings in the three realms were stunned. Strong men from all walks of life cast their eyes over Wu's Wangguanshong. This stone monkey actually possesses such abilities. If he is given some time to grow, I'm afraid no one in the three realms will be his match. Jinyuan Daxian shook his head. The great catastrophe is coming, and the heaven will not allow anyone who has fallen into it to escape, so Zhang Mu's fate has already been determined. Alas, what a pity, Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain. Another variable. I never taught him such a powerful skill. Patriarch Bodhi shook his head as he watched Zhang Mu engaged in a fierce battle. Since the stone monkey was born, variables have frequently appeared. My good disciple, the journey to the west is not something you can resist. For the sake of Buddhism, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Patriarch Bodhi swung his hand and launched a powerful attack directly at Zhang Mu in the sky Tashita Palace in heaven. This stone monkey, Taishan Lao Jun, was hesitating whether to take action. Finally, he made up his mind, swung his hand, and attacked directly at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, who was struggling to hold on at this time, was unaware of this. The next moment, two attacks came instantly, catching Zhang Mu off guard. Puff. Blood spilled into the sky, and Zhang Mu's body flew backwards for tens of thousands of miles. The creatures in the three realms looked at this scene and despised the meanness of the heavenly court and Buddhism in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud and could only curse in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Mu's laughter spread throughout the three realms. The lone figure standing between heaven and earth looked somewhat desolate. Surrounded by the immortals, he was isolated and helpless, and various powerful men were still making sneak attacks in secret. If they were in this situation, they would have collapsed mentally long ago. Monster monkey, you deserve to be killed. You violated the heavenly laws, injured the immortals, and caused chaos in the heavenly palace. Your actions are enough to deserve thousands of deaths. However, considering that you are a product of an immortal stone and your intelligence is not yet mature, you could only unintentionally do such a thing. Therefore, I will abolish your cultivation and cast you into the heavenly prison. When you repent, you will be sent to another place to be punished. The Jade Emperor pointed his sword at Jang Mu and his voice spread throughout the three realms, trying to make all living beings believe that this was the whole story. Jang Mu ignored the Jade Emperor's fart and looked in the direction of Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain. Although the two were billions of miles apart, Jang Mu could see it clearly. What a calculation! What a hypocrisy! I was thinking of the bond we once shared as master and disciple, and was planning to let you go later. But with this blow, the cause and effect between you and me no longer exists. If we meet again in the future, the bond we once shared as master and disciple will be hard to find. Patriarch Bodhi didn't take it seriously. They didn't take Jang Mu seriously at all. He was just a chess piece on their chessboard. No matter how wildly he swore, it was just impotent rage. Jang Mu withdrew his gaze and looked at the Jade Emperor. You are just relying on your status as a heavenly emperor. When your cultivation level declines, I will show you how I can kill you. Arrogant. Die. The Jade Emperor was furious and threw out the Houten mirror. With the blessing of his semi-saint cultivation, its power became even greater. Holding the Houten sword, he slashed towards Jang Mu. With the support of the two magic weapons, the Jade Emperor's combat power increased greatly. Jang Mu not only had to resist his attacks, but also had to be on the lookout for sneak attacks from Tathagata, Bodhi Patriarch, Taishan Laojun, and others. The battle was so fierce that it was dark and chaotic. All the living beings in the three realms were staring intently, afraid of missing any big scene. This kind of war is rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Since the last catastrophe, all the strong men have retired, and this time they all appeared one by one. Attacks continued to come from the darkness towards Jang Mu in the sky. This made the latter feel increasingly depressed. Ding. The host's life is in danger. Temporarily providing the Zhu Xian sword formation for the host's use. Ding. Because this sword formation is too powerful, a portion of its power has been sealed. A heavenly sound rang in Jang Mu's mind. The latter raised the corner of his mouth. Ha! The laughter spread throughout the three realms, and all living beings thought that Jang Mu was crazy, which was why he laughed so hard. But the next moment, Jang Mu waved his hand and a loud voice came. Sword! Swoosh! The Zhu Xian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xian Xian sword, and the Juexian sword appeared in everyone's sight. When the Jade Emperor saw the sword clearly, he was shocked. Impossible. He quickly fled into the distance. Want to run? Too late. Zhu Xian sword formation. Arise. Jang Mu formed seals with his hands, and four swords surrounded the Jade Emperor. A huge magic sword array slowly rose up. The terrifying murderous aura permeated the three realms. The souls of all living beings trembled. Hiss. The quasi-saints who were observing secretly gasped. Some even looked directly in the direction of Taoism. Could it be that this monkey was protected by someone? Shouldn't it be? In a moment, the Zhu Xian sword formation was completed. A sentence echoed in everyone's mind. Zhu Xian is beneficial, Lu Xian is fatal, Xian Xian emits red light everywhere, Zhu Xian has infinite changes and wonderful things, and the clothes of the Daluo immortals are stained with blood. Sure enough, along with the appearance of red light in the sky, the Jade Emperor's screams were heard when Patriarch Bodhi and Taishan Laojun came to their senses. They immediately came to help, trying to destroy the sword formation and rescue the Jade Emperor. But how could the Zhu Xian sword formation be broken by the combined strength of two people? Hurry up and help. Taishan Laojun conveyed the message to other quasi-saints. So all the strong men in secret took action immediately. The creatures in the three realms couldn't believe this scene. The Jade Emperor, who had just looked so majestic, suddenly became a pig waiting to be slaughtered, screaming in pain. Traitor, stop it now. Patriarch Bodhi scolded. The Jade Emperor cannot die, otherwise the three realms will be in chaos, and he cannot bear the consequences. Chapter 135, Heaven's Action. He will die today. Jang Mu roared and once again activated the Zhu Xian sword formation to strangle the Jade Emperor in the formation. The quasi-saints were extremely anxious, but the Zhu Xian sword formation was not something they could destroy. As time went by, the Jade Emperor's aura became increasingly weak. When the Jade Emperor was about to be killed completely, this side of Tiandao took action and broke the Zhu Xian sword formation with one blow, saving the Jade Emperor. Then another attack came towards Jang Mu. Ding. Detected that the heavenly Tao has taken action. The rules and restrictions have been lifted. The system will help the host resolve it. Yi Yu had been waiting in the dark for a long time. The power of rules offset the attack and then headed towards the core of the world. Tian Dao hurriedly wanted to close the gate, but Yi Yu got in first. Suddenly, the earth and the sky trembled, and all living beings were unaware of what was happening. Only Jang Mu had a smile on his face. Lose? Tell me how to lose. Ah, it's God's will, Jade Emperor, you can't escape today. Jang Mu's laughter stopped abruptly, and the Zhuxian sword formation trapped the Jade Emperor again. This time, the Heavenly Dao had no time to care about anything else. The Jade Emperor could only stand there and bleed, looking at Jang Mu with unwilling eyes. Jang Mu's body suddenly grew in size, and his bloody mouth swallowed his body. The body of a quasi-saint is full of treasures, and after digestion, it can improve your cultivation. Blood rain fell from the sky, as if heralding the fall of the Emperor of Heaven. All the creatures in the three realms were stunned when they saw this scene. They had never expected this kind of outcome. The quasi-saints in the dark were also silent, and they hid themselves one by one, fearing that they would be punished later. At this moment, Jang Mu looked at Tathagata beside him, which frightened the latter. If the Jade Emperor, who was blessed by the status of the Heavenly Emperor, was dead, wouldn't it be easier for him? Everyone, help me! Tathagata sent a message to the quasi-saints in the dark, but in this situation, no one is a fool. Wouldn't jumping out be seeking death? I would rather die than let my friend die. They should retreat first and let Tathagata attract the fire. When Tathagata saw that no one responded, he cursed in his heart. The next moment, the Shu Xian sword formation surrounded it. Mercy! Tathagata quickly begged for mercy. When you started plotting against me, did you ever think of letting me go? Now it's simply because I'm stronger that I've escaped your chessboard. The two sides have switched positions. One day, the chess player will become someone else's pawn. Jang Mu spoke lightly, and the Zhuxian sword formation strangled Tathagata in an instant. Jang Mu swallowed it and refined it in the same way. Who still wants to fight? Jang Mu pointed his stick in all directions, and wherever he looked, the immortals did not dare to look at him. All the creatures in the three realms looked at Jang Mu in the sky with admiration. This was a real man who stood tall and upright. Dare to resist, dare to fight. The key is that he really did it. The Emperor of Heaven is dead. I will take the vacant position. Do you have any objections? The immortals were angry inside, but did not dare to show it. Taishan Laojun also remained silent, and Bodhi Patriarch had a gloomy expression. Jang Mu swaggered and sat on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Why? Why don't you bow to the Emperor of Heaven? The immortals looked at each other, but due to Jang Mu's tyranny, they still bowed in humiliation. Meet the Emperor of Heaven. Well, my dear ministers, please stand up. I'm quite easy to talk to, because if I'm not satisfied with something, I'll make him shut up, Jang Mu said with a smile. None of the immortals dared to be the first to speak out. It's boring. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go. Jang Mu waved his hands. He naturally knew that they were all dissatisfied, but so what? As long as they are not as strong as me, just hold it in. There are also those quasi-saints in secret, who are probably up to some tricks, but Jang Mu was not afraid. Once he achieves the state of Han Yuan, all of you will die. He flashed and arrived at the Tashita Palace. Laojun, you are so unkind. You actually attacked me from the dark. Don't think I don't know. Jang Mu stared at Taishan Laojun intently. The latter was speechless. Ha, let's forget about it this time for the sake of our past friendship, but there's always a next time. I don't mind you accompanying the Jade Emperor on the journey. Jang Mu spoke. Okay, now that I've forgiven you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Jang Mu stretched out his hand and said. Taishan Laojun willingly took out a large pile of pills and handed them to Jang Mu, and these pills were something Jang Mu had never seen before. As expected, this guy has a wealthy family. Jang Mu first used the system function to copy and amplify it, then took all of them and amplified them again. Yes, I will come again in the future. Remember to refine more pills. Jang Mu left this place and began to practice in seclusion. He was preparing to become a Hanyuan Daluo Jingxian, also known as a saint. The strongest person in this world is a quasi-saint. Although it is the world of Journey to the West, it is just a beggar's version. Those legendary 6 saints do not exist in this world. Bodhi Patriarch is not a benevolent corpse of Kundi, and Taishan Laojun is not a benevolent corpse of Laozi. This world is nothing more than a projection of the supreme primordial world. The heavenly Tao merely imitated the supreme primordial world to evolve this world. Imitation is imitation after all. Although the creatures in this world remember the figures of the 6 saints, it is only the subconscious implanted by the heavenly Tao. The projection of a saint is not so easy to imitate. In other words, the way of heaven in this world is not up to standard. As Jang Mu began to practice in seclusion, this world fell into silence. With the death of the Jade Emperor, the three realms should have been in chaos, but Jang Mu has regained the position of Emperor of Heaven, and the creatures in the three realms dare not make any small moves. The new Heavenly Emperor is much more ruthless than the Jade Emperor. They can't afford to provoke him, nor do they want to provoke him. Jang Mu also secretly sent a message to Guanyin, asking her to take advantage of the turmoil caused by the death of Tathagata and quickly win over the Buddhists. As for Patriarch Bodhi, he retired and did not care about the turbulent Buddhism at all. This also made Guanyin's recruitment process very smooth. Why would heaven allow the demon monkey to sit on the throne of Heavenly Emperor? The quasi-saints fell silent and thought carefully. Also, Tian Dao was clearly trying to suppress the demon monkey, but was blocked by a force. Since then, they could no longer sense the existence of the Heavenly Tao. This made them wonder whether the way of heaven would be destroyed. How strange. Things keep changing. I'd better stay hidden until I'm through this period of trouble. The quasi-saints decided that they would never come out into the world until this catastrophe was over. The core of the world. Intruder, I advise you to retreat immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The heavenly consciousness looked at Yi Yu in front of him and threatened. Due to a moment of carelessness, a little mouse slipped into his home, but the mouse was so strong that he could hardly resist it, so he could only see if he could trick it away. Little Tian Dao, how dare you speak to your master like that? Don't you know how many Tian Dao have died at my hands? And you still dare to threaten me? Today I will let you know what it means to be the nemesis of the world. Yi Yu grinned and pounced towards the consciousness of heaven. Stop it. Stop sucking. The consciousness of heaven fought back desperately. Chapter 136, Status of Other Systems. Hee, wash it all and wait for Master Tong. Yi Yu greedily sucked the origin of the world. The consciousness of the Heavenly Tao continued to attack Yi Yu, but these attacks were painless and only a slight itch for Yi Yu. A large amount of the world's origin was plundered by Yi Yu. The consciousness of the Heavenly Tao finally became afraid and kept trying to shake off Yi Yu, but Yi Yu stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. Tell me, where did you hide the source of rules? While absorbing the origin of the world, Yi Yu asked about the whereabouts of the origin of rules. The origin of rules? I don't have it. Let me go first. If you continue to suck, I will drain it dry. The consciousness of the Heavenly Tao struggled. No? Then I'll get it myself. Yi Yu held down Tian Dao's consciousness with one hand, and kept digging inside its body with his other hand. The latter looked aggrieved and resigned himself to his fate as he enjoyed it. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tian Dao's consciousness huddled in a corner and silently cried. Yi Yu lay on the side with a satisfied look on his face. It's so cool. This world has so many rules and origins, more than 100 times more than the world I plundered before. I don't know how the other systems are progressing. Yi Yu thought to himself. At this time, the origin of his rules increased by several times, but compared with the main god space he encountered before, it was probably not enough. After all, that thing can plunder hundreds or thousands of worlds at the same time, which is much more efficient. In this mode, it has all the advantages. Although the advantages are great, the disadvantages are also great. I guess other systems should have noticed it by now, right? Yi Yu guessed. In fact, it is true. At this time, the main god space is facing siege from more than 10 systems. This is the scope of the sequence dispute. The main god space extends so far, it would be impossible if it is not discovered by other systems. A system at this level is not a pushover. After knowing that there was a thing called the main god space in this competition, everyone joined hands to deal with it first. Otherwise, if it is allowed to continue, no one will be able to match the amount of rule origins plundered from the main god space. This is the reason why a big tree attracts the wind. Faced with the joint encirclement of more than 10 systems, the main god space was also very troubled. Although it expected this, it still chose to do so. After all, this is its advantage. It is qualified to compete for the first sequence, so why should it give up? Humph. As long as you can't find my location, it will be futile to steal as many worlds as you can. The Lord God's big ball of light said with disdain. This is also the source of his confidence. As long as he hides well, then what if they find the world I control? At worst, I can cut off my arm to save my life. That he controls so many worlds, it doesn't matter if he gives up AFEW. As long as it detects traces of other systems, it will kill the reincarnations of that world without hesitation. This is also its domineering part. Host? The reincarnation is not a host, and it does not need a host. It can work alone. There is no need to be restricted by various rules. Because of its decisiveness, many systems are helpless and can only look for its traces while calling on other systems to join their encirclement and suppression camp. Whenever these systems heard that there was a main god space in this sequence battle, they immediately joined the encirclement and suppression camp without hesitation. This also made the expeditionary force gradually stronger. At this time, Yu returned to Jang Mu's body after plundering the heavenly Tao of the journey to the West world. Before leaving, he also warned Tiandao. Xiao Tiandao, you'd better not do anything tricky. I've already opened up this place. I can come in even if the door is closed. After Yu said this, he didn't give Tiandao a chance to speak. Whoa, the consciousness of the way of heaven is in pain. Yu directly emptied out its assets, taking away 80% of the world's origin, and the remaining 20% was only the capital for the operation of its world. The purpose of doing this is that the operation of the world requires the consumption of the world's origin. If it is hollowed out, the world will slowly die and collapse, and be annihilated in the heavens. This is also why Yu always keeps some things after plundering the world. It is not because he is kind, but because he knows how to recycle. The origin of the world can be restored slowly, and if given enough time, they can come back to plunder again. Moreover, a system at Yu's level basically has no shortage of world origins. However, even if it has no shortages, no system will refuse it when it is presented to them. The world of Journey to the West is almost over for Yu. After all, Yu has taken control of the way of heaven. His own strength is also the best in the three realms. So in the following period of time, Jang Mu began to improve his cultivation as much as possible, because the higher the strength, the more feedback. After returning, Jang Mu estimated that his strength would definitely reach the level of a 9th level reincarnated person. After returning this time, there is no time in cultivation. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 500 years, Jang Mu's realm broke through to the perfection of quasi-saint. After polishing his realm, he began to challenge the bottleneck of this world. Another 500 years passed. With the help of a mental method beyond this world and the support of the Chaos Demon Ape, he was able to break through successfully with ease. On this day, strange phenomena in the sky were announced to the whole world. All the quasi-saints looked towards the direction of heaven. How is this possible? He actually broke through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. Where are the restrictions of the heavenly Tao? Alas, I never thought I could actually break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. Why do I feel like the road ahead is blocked? Are the restrictions gone? Why do I still sense the restrictions of heaven? The quasi-saints were very confused. Golden raindrops fell from the sky. The cultivation of all the creatures that were touched by it was improved, and some creatures that had been stuck in certain realms for many years even broke through on the spot. This is the vision of the saint. When one person attains enlightenment, all things will be blessed. Heaven. Jang Mu slowly exhaled and sensed the powerful force in his body. TSK, what a huge difference. It really proves the saying that everyone below a saint is an ant. With my current strength, I can easily crush my quasi-saint self. Jang Mu sighed. Now that his strength has risen to the level of Hunyuan, it's time for him to manage the affairs within the three realms. The first to be affected is Buddhism. Thanks to Guanin's efforts over the years, all the arhats in Buddhism have been lured to the heavenly court. Guanin vaguely had the intention of replacing Tathagata, which was what Jang Mu intended her to do. He provided a lot of help secretly. After all, winning people over doesn't just depend on words, you have to give them benefits, otherwise why would they follow you? So in the following years, Jang Mu began to unify the three realms and bring them back into one. In the face of such powerful strength, no one dared to resist his will. The only thing that surprised Jang Mu was that the demon world surrendered on its own initiative. The reason is that in that battle, many monsters in the demon tribe regarded Jang Mu as their idol. He fought against many quasi-saints alone and killed Tathagata and the Jade Emperor. It was truly glorious. P.S. Alas, my mentality is a bit broken and I have become autistic. Chapter 137, Return in the situation in the main world. Due to the voluntary surrender of the demon world, Jang Mu unified the three realms much faster. Many years passed in the blink of an eye, and the three realms were unified. During the process of unification, he also began to settle scores. All the quasi-saints who had attacked him from behind were killed by him and turned into food in Jang Mu's mouth. Jang Mu has officially opened up the world of Journey to the West, now he should consider how to return to the main world. Alas, being too strong, even suicide is a problem. Jang Mu sighed, ding. The host can consider joining the Tao. He Tao? Jang Mu was stunned. Yu began to explain. Harmony with the Tao refers to the fusion of oneself with the Tao of heaven. After fusion, you are no longer the same person as before. This can be considered as indirectly killing your previous self. I see. But I want to merge with the Tao, will the heavenly Tao agree? Jang Mu asked doubtfully, ding. Don't worry, the system will help the host. With the system's guarantee, Jang Mu waited with peace of mind. In his opinion, there was nothing the system could not do. As expected, after Yu entered the core of the world and had a friendly exchange with the consciousness of heaven, heaven gratefully agreed, well, real gratitude. Soon, with the cooperation of the system and the way of heaven, Jang Mu succeeded in merging with the Tao. From then on, the world of Journey to the West came to an end. Starting to calculate the rewards for the reincarnated, successfully changed my fate, my rating. Improved, strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised, breaking world restrictions. The ratings have increased significantly, helped the main world break through the barriers, and the rating will increase significantly. It has been detected that the world of the reincarnated person's return is special, and the special contribution they made has changed the scoring criteria. The rating ceiling has been broken, comprehensive evaluation, super god level. Due to the special final score, the reward given has been changed, specially granting the reincarnated one the first level authority in the main world. Give the reincarnated 9 heavens, the world master, a chance to compete. Reward, 100 million reincarnation points. 1 chance to draw a red mythical talent. Jang Mu's eyes widened. Even though he had expected the rewards to be very generous, he had never expected them to be so generous. I got rich, it was like reaching the sky in 1 step. First level authority. Directly reach the goal in 1 step. After possessing the top level authority, one is not afraid of being targeted by others, but others are afraid of being sanctioned by him. As for the opportunity to compete for the world master, he had never heard of it. After all, he had been a reincarnated person for too short a time. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Spirit of heaven, what is this realm master? Jang Mu asked. Respected level 1 authority, the realm lord is the controller of every level of heaven and earth in the main world. Every level of heaven and earth? Jang Mu was stunned. What did this mean? Yes, not many reincarnated people know this news. Only those who have reached the first level of authority will have the opportunity to access it. However, even those with the first level of authority may not have the opportunity to compete with the realm master. Only those who have made significant contributions to the main world will have such an opportunity. Since you have only recently become a reincarnated being, the Spirit of Heaven will now explain to you the true situation of the main world. The Spirit of Heaven slowly spoke. As the main world continues to invade other worlds, its world level continues to rise, which will inevitably lead to the expansion of the world. The main world adopts the method of dividing heaven and earth. So far, the main world has opened up 9 levels of heaven and earth. Each level of heaven and earth is considered an independent world bubble. The 9 world bubbles form a stem and are connected together. The worlds invaded and plundered by the main world are transformed into leaves on the stems, continuously providing nutrients to the main world and nourishing more world bubbles. As the Spirit of Heaven continued to explain, Jang Mu gradually understood the truth of the main world. So, which level of heaven am I in now? You are now in the 9th heaven, which was opened up just over 100 years ago. How many contenders are there for the 9 heavens realm master? There are only 2 at the moment, including you. The Spirit of Heaven replied. What are the criteria for becoming a realm master? How can one become a realm master? Jang Mu asked. This is the most important thing. To become a realm master, the reincarnated person's territory must cover the entire heavenly realm. Then how long has the other person been qualified to compete for the title of realm master? Sorry, I cannot share this information. The main world will not interfere with the birth of the realm master. It all depends on the efforts of the reincarnated one. The Spirit of Heaven replied as Jang Mu felt helpless, but since he couldn't say it, then he couldn't say it. Anyway, it had already been a foregone conclusion, and knowing how many years the other party had been developing would only add to the pressure. Have other realm masters been born in the heavens? Jang Mu suddenly thought of something. Currently, realm masters have been born in the 123,456th heaven, while the 78th heaven is in the midst of a fierce battle and has yet to produce a realm master. What is the method to travel to other realms? The authority level reaches level 1, or the realm master of that realm actively invites you. Will there be fighting among the realm lords? Jang Mu asked. The appearance of the realm master only makes the main world run more smoothly. The main world does not allow internal strife, only competition for interests. Each heaven is a part of the main world, and the heavenly Tao will give different resource treatments according to the excellence of each heaven. The judging criteria is the total contribution each heaven brings to the main world each year. The difference in resource allocation will also determine the different speeds of advancement in each heaven. For example, in the first 3 heavens, each person has 3 reincarnation opportunities during the awakening ceremony, which greatly increases the number of reincarnations. From the 4th to the 6th heavens, each person has 2 reincarnation opportunities, and from the 7th to the 9th heavens, only 1. Jang Mu was stunned. He didn't expect that so much was involved. Since contribution affects the provision of resources, why do so many reincarnated people suppress their descendants? The situation you described only occurs in the 9th heaven. Because this world has only recently evolved, not many people know about this news, which is why this situation has occurred. Although this will affect the development of the 9th heaven, heaven will not interfere too much. This is also the normal process of the world's evolution. There are good and bad things. The emergence of each situation will make the world further perfect. If you want to change this situation, you can use your own strength to change it. The heavenly Tao still hopes that those with ability will stand up and control the 9th heaven. Jang Mu smiled when he heard this. So that's how it is. In that case, the other contender must have qualified recently, otherwise the 9th heaven would not be in this state long ago. The spirit of heaven was stunned. He never expected that one day he would be tricked by a reincarnated person. Then I look forward to your future performance. The spirit of heaven did not deny it, which was an indirect answer. P.S. The rubbish written about Journey to the West is rubbish. Anyway, I am Zhu Tianwen. Hey, elegant. Chapter 138, Start expanding the territory. Jang Mu nodded in satisfaction. I will, then use your talent to extract opportunities. Used. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the red mythical talent Heaven's Favor. Ding. The red mythical talent favored by heaven triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the colorful talent Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven, 7 colors. The owner will be favored by heaven in all worlds, and heaven in the main world will also give convenience to the owner. As long as he does not do anything to betray the main world, heaven will turn a blind eye. You are the illegitimate son of heaven. Jang Mu clicked his tongue. It was colorful. The system was indeed powerful. With this talent, if anyone in the main world dares to offend me, I will directly sue you and have your account banned. Host, Jang Mu, Realm, 9th level reincarnator, main world permission level, level 1, talents, simulated reincarnation, gold, martial god, gold, sage, gold, child of destiny, gold, 9 life reincarnations, red, eye of destiny, gold, child of heaven. Colorful, territory, Shiwandishan, rebirth point, 1108501110, system points, 110000, system functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, with some self-protection capabilities, he is considered a powerful figure, but still not strong enough in the universe. After looking at the gorgeous system panel, he checked the capabilities of the next level of authority. Point 1, you can reincarnate unlimitedly. The main world no longer limits the number of times the authorized person can reincarnate, and your vassals can get 10 more reincarnation opportunities every month. Point 2, those with authority can expand their territory at will, but only those with the qualifications of a realm master can control this realm. Point 3, the authorized person can deprive the identity of any reincarnated person below the authorized person. Point 4, the authority holder has the right to designate 100 people as reincarnated persons each month. The number of times can be inherited. 5. The reincarnated person has the right to deprive the reincarnated person's authority below level 1 once a month. and used times will not be inherited. 6. Those with authority can participate in discussions on the main world planning and conspire to make decisions on invading the world. 7. Those with authority can cross the heavens to go to other heavens in the main world. It's still hegemonic as always, but I like it because I am a beneficiary. Jang Mu smiled and shook his head, choosing to exit the settlement space. The next moment, his figure returned to the Shirwan Mountains. He called Xia Shuejia. From now on, we can expand outward. Since this world is quite large, I am going to recruit people. You will be the one to find the candidates. Jang Mu spoke. I have been living in hiding before, but now that I have the ability, it is time to show my fangs. He has decided to be the lord of the ninth heaven, so from now on he must expand his power and swallow up all the territories of the ninth heaven in one fell swoop. Yes, master. Xia Shuejia nodded. Although she didn't understand why Jang Mu changed his mind, that was not her concern. All she had to do was obey. I will have many vassals under my command in the future, so you must work hard. Only those with outstanding strength will be qualified to follow me all the way, and I will not be stingy with my investment of resources. Jang Mu warned. I understand, master. I will work hard. Xia Shuejia nodded seriously. She had just received a reminder from the Spirit of Heaven: since you are a vassal of a first-level authority holder, you will be able to get 10 more reincarnation opportunities every month. The one in authority sounds very noble. Well, go ahead. I'm also going to start expanding my territory. Jang Mu waved his hand and gave him 10 million reincarnation points as startup capital. With Xia Shuejia's departure, Jang Mu also began to expand his territory. He continued to inject reincarnation points into the territory, and the territory's barrier began to push outwards. The gray fog all disappeared under the cover of the barrier, leaving behind a field of black soil. Jang Mu started the purification process again. The expansion of territory is a long process, somewhere in the ninth heaven at this time. There are already 2 people qualified to be realm masters in this realm. The competition for realm master has begun. Chen Shuang suddenly received a prompt from the Spirit of Heaven. So soon? I thought it would take a long time, Chen Shuang muttered to himself. It had only been a short time since he obtained the qualification of realm master, only 2 years originally. He didn't care much about the territory. After all, the reincarnation points earned from the territory were too few to make ends meet, but who would have known that the territory obtained from the Spirit of Heaven after gaining the qualification of Realm Lord would have such a function. So he immediately changed his strategy and began to expand his territory. So far, after 2 years of development, his territory has increased dozens of times and occupies 1% of the ninth heaven. According to his estimation, in a few decades, he will be able to completely control the ninth heaven unexpectedly. In just 2 years, a person with the qualifications of a realm master emerged. TSK, who could it be? There are only so many people with level 1 authority. Lao Zhang? Lao Jia? Or Lao Wang? Chen Shuang guessed. There are only 7 or 8 people with first level authority in the ninth heaven, and I basically know them all. Of the 3 people he guessed were the best among them. If anyone really qualified, these 3 would have the greatest chance. No matter what, I have the advantage. I've been developing for 2 years now, and the snowball will only get bigger and bigger. Those who are just starting out can't compete with me. After all, they are just like me, not paying attention to the expansion of their territory at the beginning. Chen Shuang smiled. He called over a group of his vassals. Master, what can I do for you? Dozens of people quickly rushed over, and all of them were people with level 9 authority. He divided his vassals into different levels. Those with authority were commanded and disciplined by him, while the vassals below those with authority were managed by these authority holders. IT is divided into detailed levels, with clear rewards and punishments and a complete promotion level. That's it. You tell me how to lose? Give orders to speed up the expansion of the territory. A new danger has arrived. I am the only one who can rule this ninth heaven. Chen Shuang said seriously. Everyone nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Yes, we will speed up the progress. As the saying goes, interests come first. They are in the same boat with Chen Shuang. If Chen Shuang can become the master of the realm, they will gain more benefits. Just the chance to reincarnate 10 more times every month is something that others can only encounter but cannot. That's why everyone works so hard. and if you do well, Chen Shuang will not be stingy with resources. She will give you whatever you want as long as you have the ability to get it. A group of people with authority left and returned to their own territories. That's right, these people with authority have their own territories, because anyone who is a reincarnated person can obtain a territory to rule over, but as vassals, their territories are also considered Chen Shuang's territories. The master has ordered that there will be major moves soon to speed up the expansion of the territory. All unused reincarnation points must be invested in the territory. Those in authority began to urge Chen Shuang's other vassals. Chapter 139, Development of Power. 10,000 mountains. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Shuejiao also brought back a group of candidates. Master, we have currently identified over 30 people. All of them died in disasters before their memories could be awakened, so their qualifications still need to be tested. However, I have also examined their knowledge and they have extensive experience in reincarnation. As long as there are no unexpected events during the reincarnation process, they will most likely become reincarnated. Xia Shuejiao reported. Well, I'll give each of them a chance to reincarnate. If they succeed, they'll stay and become vassals. If they don't, they'll stay and work to pay off their debts. Jang Mu said that he was not doing charity. If they had the ability, he would train them. If they didn't, they would just stay at the bottom anyway. I won't let you starve to death in my territory, yes. Xia Shuejiao nodded and took them to the reincarnation tower for reincarnation. As for being worried that they would regret becoming reincarnated? Don't worry, Jang Mu is not that stupid. If you want the chance to reincarnate, just sign the contract first. There is a contract constraint, so I am not afraid that you will not fulfill it. Another day passed quickly. Xia Shuejiao came back with her people. Of the 35 people, 10 successfully became reincarnated, and the remaining 25 failed. Jang Mu did not ask the reason for the failure because it was meaningless. Sometimes luck is also part of strength. Afterwards, Jang Mu took the 10 people as his vassals, and the 25 people were responsible for doing miscellaneous work in the territory. Although you have all failed, I am not a heartless person. Since you have followed me, I will give you some hope of promotion. If you work hard in the territory and take care of things, you can earn 100 contribution points every day. When you accumulate 100,000 contribution points, you can redeem them for a reincarnation opportunity. Jang Mu said to the 25 people that if you want to earn 100 contribution points a day, you need to work for 1,000 days, which is nearly 3 years. After a quick calculation in their minds, they happily agreed. After all, this is a rare opportunity that cannot be found anywhere else. As soon as the 10 people became Jang Mu's vassals, they received a hint from the spirit of heaven. Since you are a vassal of a first-level authority holder, you will have 10 more reincarnation opportunities. Every month, they stared at Jang Mu in a daze. It seems you've all received the hint. You must seize the opportunity. I will have more and more vassals in the future, and the competition among you will become more and more intense. In my place, the capable will be promoted, and the incompetent will be demoted. Jang Mu spoke. Yes, we will try our best. They nodded heavily. They never expected that one day they would have such a big boss to rely on. They had to work harder. Jang Mu dismissed everyone and told them to quickly reincarnate and improve their strength. Then he called Xia Shuejiao. Master, is there anything else you want to ask? We still have too few people, so we need to continue to increase our manpower. For other matters concerning vassals, we can't just look for those who haven't become reincarnated. We can also look for some reincarnated people who are having difficulties in life. As long as the benefits are great, there is no need to worry that they will not be tempted, and this will also save the process of groping in the dark. Of course, I don't accept everyone here. I try to pick those with strong abilities, or I can invest in major universities first. By next year, I'll be able to harvest good seedlings. Jang Mu pondered. Master, what you said makes sense. But since we have to invest in major universities in advance, why don't we create a school ourselves and recruit students? Xia Shuejiao said. Create your own school? Jang Mu was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. He was wondering if the training cycle for establishing his own school would be too long. Perhaps the master doesn't know much about some things in the main world. The schools are actually built by the various reincarnated forces themselves. If the master wants to go to the major schools to recruit people, they will definitely not agree. Jang Mu frowned, feeling something was amiss. Since the school was founded by the reincarnation forces themselves, why did they let me leave when I became a reincarnated person? This is not right. If he was training his subordinates, he would definitely not let those who became reincarnated leave. Because the school that Master and I attended was founded by the Spirit of Heaven itself. It's different from private schools established by other forces. Xia Shua Jiao explained. So that's the difference between private and public schools. I grew up in school and didn't know much about the outside world, and now that I think about it, it seems to be true. My school has very few resources and can only provide you with the conditions to have enough food and clothing. Jang Mu didn't think about it any further. Since that's the case, then I will also start building a private school. As for what I said before, you still have to continue recruiting people, yes? Xia Shuaji nodded. Go ahead. Jang Mu sent Xia Shuajiao away and began to check what the requirements were for establishing a private school. Spirit of Heaven, what are the requirements for establishing a private school? Dear Level 1 Authority, hello, I will answer your question now, but if you want to establish a private school, the first thing you need is a large enough territory, and secondly, only those with Level 5 Authority are eligible to apply to establish a school. After the school is built, we will need to pay 10 million reincarnation points to the Heavenly Tao every year. Jang Mu twitched his mouth and said, Good fellow, I have to give you money to open a private school. Ahem, can't you be flexible with me? Can you remove the last condition? It hurts just thinking about giving away 10 million every year for nothing. Well, originally, heaven doesn't allow bargaining, but considering your special status, I'll grant you some convenience. If you want to establish a private school, you don't have to pay any more money. The Spirit of Heaven was silent for a moment and said. Jang Mu smiled. It was indeed good to have someone above him. He quickly completed some formalities and obtained the school establishment certificate. Then we came to an open space in the Shirwanda Mountains. Realization. Jang Mu waved his hand, and a magnificent school appeared before his eyes. Originally, it would have cost a lot of reincarnation points to materialize this school, but the Heavenly Tao exempted him from this requirement out of consideration for his contribution to the main world. No additional reincarnation points will be required for future equipment maintenance. After the school was established, he began to announce the news of recruiting students to the outside world. In addition to recruiting students, of course we also need to recruit some experienced teachers. Spirit of Heaven, please release a regional loudspeaker for me to promote my school. The so-called regional loudspeaker is a heavenly notice. Anyone within the notice location will receive a prompt no matter what they are doing. I have posted the message for you. The Spirit of Heaven responded. The next moment, Jang Mu received a notification. Great news! Great news! A new private school has been established in the Shiwandishan Mountains, offering generous benefits. Still worried about becoming a reincarnated person? Then come to the Enlightenment Academy. All students here will receive 2 reincarnation opportunities during the awakening ceremony. This will greatly increase your chances of becoming a reincarnated person. Jang Mu's mouth twitched. Why does this smell like an advertisement? Chapter 140, Using Authority. Although this tip has an advertising flavor, the effect is still very good. The next day, someone came to Shiwandishan to inquire about the situation. Jang Mu posted the admission requirements. As long as you meet the age requirements, you can enroll. After enrollment, the school will cultivate students' various abilities to cope with the situation in the reincarnation world and improve your survival ability. The various rich conditions dazzled everyone. What they care about most is the food. As a private school, the food is naturally many times better than that of a public school. Everyone joined the Enlightenment Academy with great anticipation. Since then, Jang Mu began to cultivate talents. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Jang Mu also reincarnated more than a dozen times and gained a wealth of reincarnation points. The territory is also constantly expanding and has become dozens of times its original size. Master, our territory has already been handed over to the territories of other reincarnated people. If we want to continue to expand, we must either bypass them or subjugate them directly. Xia Shuajiao reported what had happened in the past few days. Well, go talk to them and see if they are willing to submit. Jang Mu spoke. Yes. Xia Shuajiao nodded and went to talk to those reincarnated people. Soon the afternoon passed and she came back again, but there was no joy on her face. It seemed that the talks had broken down.
Tell me, what does the other party mean? Jang Mu asked.
Master, they are making exorbitant demands. They say that if you want them to submit, you need to give them 10 million reincarnation points every year before they agree. Xia Shuejiu said angrily. Jang Mu sneered when he heard this.
He gave them 10 million reincarnation points every year. Who was submitting to whom? How come I had to pay tribute to them in the end? You're so shameless.
I didn't intend to use my authority to bully others.
Jang Mu said helplessly. Send me their information.
Okay. Xia Shuejiu passed the information of those reincarnated people to Jang Mu. After Jang Mu got their information, he immediately started to use his authority.
Which of them dances the most?
Jang Mu asked. Blindly eliminating the enemy is not a good idea. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the most cost-effective. As long as they are afraid, wouldn't it be better to subdue them?
It was a man named Yu Huan.
He took the lead in instigating the other reincarnated people to oppose it.
Most of them originally intended to surrender.
After all, our Sherwan Dashan has become quite famous in this area recently. Submission to a powerful force still made them very satisfied. However, human nature is greedy, and following Yu Huan's instigation, everyone started to ask for exorbitant amounts of money, each one demanding compensation before they would surrender, but the others don't ask for much. Only Yu Huan wants 10 million reincarnation points a year. Xia Shuejiu began to explain. Jang Mu nodded to show that he understood, and then began to use his deprivation ability to deprive him of his identity as a reincarnated person.
Alright, I've stripped this guy of his reincarnation status. Go and inform those guys. If you don't want to be followed closely, you'd better give me an answer tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jang Mu said. Yes, I will go inform them now.
Xia Shuejiu swallowed her saliva.
How could a reincarnated person be deprived of his identity so easily? Was the person in authority so overbearing? For a moment, she also began to look forward to the day when she would become someone with authority. Because you have been sanctioned by the authority, your status as a reincarnated person has been revoked. Yu Huan suddenly received a reminder from the spirit of heaven. What? Identity deprivation? What the hell is this?
Yu Huan kept accusing the spirit of heaven, hoping that the spirit of heaven would give him an explanation. However, the spirit of heaven doesn't bother with an ant like him. This made him so angry that he cursed his mother. After all, he had never met someone with authority and didn't know how tyrannical authority could be.
Ding! You have a text message.
Although his identity was taken away, his ability to communicate remained.
Old Yu, your identity as a reincarnated person has been stripped away? Is that true?
After reading this message, Yu Huan was stunned.
How did this guy know this? Could he have done it? Ding! You have a text message.
Soon, text messages began to appear, all asking if he had really been stripped of his status as a reincarnated person. This also made him increasingly suspicious whether these guys were ganging up on him.
Tell me, are you the ones behind this?
Yu Huan replied to the messages one by one, questioning them. This kind of questioning was a disguised admission that he had truly been deprived of his identity as a reincarnated person. For a moment, the reincarnated being behind the text message fell silent, then they ignored Yu Huan's questioning and rushed to warmly entertain Xia Shuejiu inside the conference room.
Ahem, Sister Jiao, please have some tea. We agree to all the conditions you just mentioned. We surrender. We surrender immediately.
It's our honor to be able to submit to such a powerful force. How could we possibly ask for benefits? It's all Yu Huan's fault for instigating us, and now he's being punished by the adults. Everyone was grinning, fearing that they would be the next to be stripped of their identities. There is no way. If the identity of reincarnation that they have obtained with great difficulty is gone just like that, they will have nowhere to cry.
Ha, you guys just looked so unconvinced. What's going on? Are you sure the news is true?
Xia Shuejiu sneered.
No, I was just talking to my men.
They said the sow at home had given birth and asked me to go back and take a look. Everyone laughed it off, and then transferred tens of thousands of reincarnation points to Xia Shuejiu in front of her, tens of thousands per person, and 200,000 or 300,000 for a dozen people.
What's the meaning? Xia Shuijiao's eyes turned cold. It's just to show my respect to you. You've made several trips for us, and this is what you deserve. Everyone smiled apologetically. This isn't filial piety at all. This is harming me. If my master knew I was taking money without his knowledge, I'd be finished. I'll take the money, but just consider it as an apology to my master. Xia Shuijiao said seriously. Yes, you have the final say. Everyone nodded quickly. Okay, since you all agree, then follow me. Xia Shuijia stood up and led everyone back to the Shirwan Mountains. Master, they have all agreed to submit, do you see? Xia Shuijia pointed at the people behind her. What are your qualifications? Most of their abilities are pretty good, and their territory has grown quite large. Jang Mu nodded in understanding, then said to them, Now I give you two choices, one is to become my vassal, and the other is to become my affiliated force. In the first option, I will provide resources to train you. In the second option, as long as you don't cause trouble, I won't target you. You can live peacefully in my territory. Everyone looked at each other. Some people chose the first option and signed a vassal contract with Jang Mu, while others transferred their territories to Jang Mu. In this way, although they still control the territory, the owner is Jang Mu. Holy crap! 10 extra reincarnation opportunities every month. Someone suddenly exclaimed. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was naturally the one who had signed a vassal contract with Jang Mu. 10 more reincarnation opportunities per month means 1 million reincarnation points for free per month, which means 12 million reincarnation points per year. Those who had not signed the vassalage contract looked at them with envy after asking about the situation. Damn, why would they give up such a huge amount of reincarnation? Points for that little bit of dignity, is it too late to regret now? Chapter 141, Heavenly Tao Conference. Jang Mu dismissed everyone and asked them to quickly improve their strength. The territory of Shiwandashan also began to expand as Jang Mu had nothing to do every day, so he could only play with the entertainment facilities in various worlds. After a good rest, he would start to reincarnate continuously to earn reincarnation points. Such a large territory is waiting for him to maintain. How can he do it without money? A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The 10,000 mountains can be considered a powerful force, occupying an area of 1% of the ninth heaven. He has more than 100 reincarnated vassals under his command. Some of them have grown up after receiving rich resources and training. With her own efforts, Xia Shuijiao finally passed through a low-level martial arts world and obtained the 9th level authority of the main world. After becoming the authority holder, Xia Shuijiao also understood why Jang Mu was so cautious before. It turned out that the authority of the authority holder was too overbearing. Level 9 authority is so powerful, then the master's level 1 authority, Xia Shuijiao murmured to herself, somewhat unable to imagine. The scene changed. Ding! Tian Dao is calling a meeting. Do you want to attend? Jang Mu, who was resting, suddenly received a reminder from the spirit of heaven. A meeting called by Tian Dao? Jang Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded without thinking and said, I'll join. Your attendance has been confirmed. Transmission to the conference hall will now begin. Call out. With a flash of light, Jang Mu disappeared into the 10,000 mountains. When Jang Mu came to his senses, he found himself in a manor. The scenery is beautiful and many people are strolling leisurely. What concerned him most was that everyone appeared in their true appearance this time. This made Jang Mu alert. Newcomer? Someone with sharp eyes noticed Jang Mu, who suddenly appeared. Jang Mu nodded, acknowledging his identity as a newcomer. After all, his appearance was exposed and there was nothing to hide. Secondly, he is already a first-level authority person and has someone protecting him. Why should he panic? They are the ones who should be panicking. No wonder you look so unfamiliar. I wonder which level of heaven you are from. The man came over with a smile. 9th heaven. Jang Mu said lightly. 9th heaven, I remember this heaven was just opened not long ago. I went there a few decades ago. Unfortunately, the atmosphere there is not good. I don't know if there are any realm masters born now. Li Huoshan sighed. Realm master? I don't know either. As for the atmosphere you mentioned, I haven't been to other realms yet, so I don't know what the situation is like there. Jang Mu pondered. That's such a shame. If I have time in the future, I'd better go and see them all. Each level of heaven has its own characteristics. From what I've heard, each of the first 6 realms has had a realm master. With the emergence of a realm master, each realm has indeed become more prosperous. Li Huoshan said. I will. Jang Mu nodded and then said, Did you go to the 9th heaven just to see the scenery? Didn't you have anything else important to do? Well, I won't hide it from you. We did have an important matter to attend to in the 9th heaven, but since the heavenly Tao personally issued the decree, no one has bothered to go. Li Huoshan boasted. What decree? Jang Mu was stunned and wanted to find out more information. What else could it be? It's simply that those with authority in other realms cannot interfere with the birth of realm masters in other realms. At that time, the masters of the various realms were competing for people. In order to become the masters themselves, they began to unite with the people with authority in other realms. For a time, all the major heavens were in chaos, which seriously affected the main world's invasion of other worlds. The heavenly Tao had no choice but to issue an edict that anyone with authority, unless they were from this realm, could not participate in the competition for the realm master of other realms, otherwise their identity would be directly revoked. You must know that this is a title bestowed by heaven himself. Once it is taken away, heaven will not give you a chance even if you want to start over. So all of a sudden, all those with authority ran back to their own realms in shame to live out their days in peace, and it was after this that the first 6 levels of geniuses were born as world masters within a few decades. At that time, I was also lurking in the 9th heaven, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After the heavenly Tao issued the decree, I returned to my own 3rd heaven. Li Huoshan spread his hands and said. Jang Mu secretly clicked his tongue, not expecting this kind of past event to exist. However, if the heavenly Tao does not give the order personally, the various heavens will probably become more and more chaotic, and even a dictator may be born. One person controlling the 9 heavens is definitely not what the heavenly Tao wants to see, so this possibility was nipped in the bud. Thank you for letting me know. My name is Jang Mu. May I know your name? Jang Mu thanked. Brother Zhang, my last name is Li, and my given name is Huoshan. I'm originally from Lijia village, and the village got its name because it's backed by a volcano. Li Huoshan laughed. It's a good name. A volcano is incredibly powerful. Once it erupts, dark clouds will cover the sun, and thick lava can destroy everything. I hope Brother Li can one day be like a volcano, either silent or stunning. Jang Mu flattered. Ah, Brother Zhang, you're joking. I don't deserve it. Li Huoshan smiled very happily. The two of them became more and more cheerful as they talked, and seemed to be ready to become sworn brothers. Jang Mu also got a lot of news about other realms from Li Huoshan, which broadened his horizons. As time slowly passed, figures appeared in the manner. Jang Mu made a rough estimate and found that up to now, including himself, there were a total of 123 people. Jang Mu couldn't help but guess that this meeting might be a big event, otherwise it would be impossible to gather so many people. You should know that the people present are at least level 1 authorities. Even the realm masters of the first 6 realms came. As for how Jang Mu made this judgment, it was because those realm masters were followed by a group of people, and they were definitely the center of the group. He couldn't think of anyone else except the realm lord who could allow a group of first level authority people to follow him. Enough talk, Brother Zhang. I should go back too. I see everyone will be here soon. The meeting is about to begin. Li Huoshan spoke. Okay, if Brother Li wants to visit the 9th heaven in the future, you can come to the Shirwan Mountains to find me. Jang Mu nodded. Okay, I'll definitely come to support you in the future. Li Huoshan smiled and said goodbye to Jang Mu before returning to the group in the 3rd heaven. Jang Mu was also looking for his own location in the sky. The place is very conspicuous, and each level of heaven has an independent pavilion. 9 pavilions surround the outside of the manor. When Jang Mu arrived at the 9th heaven pavilion, there were already 8 other people there. After they memorized each other's faces, they began to wait quietly. Chen Shuang looked at Jang Mu's face thoughtfully. He had just chatted with the other 7 people and confirmed that the person qualified to be the realm master was not one of them, so the new face that appeared now might be his opponent. Chang Yao Jin shows up out of nowhere. Why haven't I heard of him before? Could it be that he's been hiding all this time, and now that he's qualified to be a realm master, he's coming clean? Chen Shuang guessed. The other 7 people also exchanged glances. Shen Shuang had just asked about their situation, and they could also guess that the 9 heavens had already started the competition for the Lord of the Realm. They had heard about the Realm Master a long time ago, so they should also consider taking sides. However, all 7 of them planned to wait and see, to see the situation first. What if this person who came out of nowhere has a very strong background? Chapter 142, New Decision of the Main World. If you stand on the wrong side, it will be bad if you are liquidated in the future. We all know a little about Shen Shuang's background. We don't know how he's developed in recent years. We'll have someone investigate when we get back. Secondly, we have to find out the truth about this person who suddenly appeared and has the qualifications to be a realm master. The 7 people were thinking the same thing. Jang Mu didn't know what they were thinking, but what he was sure of was that another person who was qualified to be a realm master was among the 8. The person who was most suspicious is the one next to him. The others were obviously much more respectful to him. Time passed quickly, and more people appeared in the manner one after another. As a terrifying aura descended, everyone looked up. The Tiandao conference has officially begun, with 270 people present. The heavenly Tao consciousness spoke, and the majestic voice made everyone stop whispering and listen attentively. The topic of this meeting is the Grey Mist World. When they heard that they were discussing the Grey Fog World, everyone looked solemn. After all, this is a world that fights back and forth with the main world, so they have no choice but to be serious. As the main world continues to invade other worlds, the Grey Mist World also continues to devour other worlds to grow stronger. The Grey Fog erosion faced by the 9th heaven is becoming increasingly severe, and you have not made any major breakthroughs in the Grey Mist World for so many years. Now I have decided to send all the realm lords to conquer the Grey Mist World with all my strength. The heavenly Tao consciousness spoke. Everyone was stunned, and the biggest reaction came from the realm lords. There was silence at the meeting, and everyone looked at the realm masters of the several major realms, wanting to see what they had to say. But even if the world masters have objections, they cannot resist because this is an order issued by the heavenly Tao himself. Tian Dao, we want to know what factors led to your decision? A realm master was silent for a long time before speaking. The other realm masters nodded slightly, expressing the same doubt. The Grey Mist World has always been the main world's great enemy, and heaven should not be so reckless. Because the main world recently conquered a large world, and with the depth of that world, the main world can free up some of its capabilities to penetrate the Grey Mist World. The pioneer can only be the strongest realm master. This is a hard-won opportunity. Before the Grey Mist World reacts, the main world urgently needs someone to be sent to the Grey Mist World to act as an insider. The heavenly consciousness explained as Jang Mu seemed to be lost in thought after hearing this. Could it be the world of Journey to the West that he had conquered? After all, the upper limit of that world was very high, and it could allow him to reach the sky in one step. The spirit of heaven also gave an evaluation beyond common sense, which is probably almost correct. The world masters were silent. Why haven't they heard about the main world conquering any big world recently? If there were a big world, they should have known the news first. Don't worry too much. I will allocate some of my strength to protect you and allow you to take root in that world smoothly. Once you have a general understanding of the situation in the Grey Mist World, I will begin dispatching level 1 authorities to join the expedition. The heavenly Tao consciousness continued. Everyone present felt a chill down their spine. They were enjoying the show, but now it was their turn to eye in the main world. They have witnessed the horror of the Grey Fog, and now let them go to the Grey Fog World in person. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Everyone had a stiff expression on their faces. Tian Dao continued. Because the main world has also been invaded by the Grey Mist World, the flow rates in both worlds are the same. For every number of years you spend in the Grey Mist World, that number of years will also have passed in the main world. Therefore, you must expedite your attack, and before the Grey Mist World grows stronger again, you must strike a blow at its source and annex the Grey Mist World in one fell swoop. When will the action begin? A realm master asked. It will start after the parliament ends. The longer it's delayed, the greater the chance that the Grey Mist World will react. Secondly, the subsidiary world of the main world has been targeted by another force. I need you to go back and clean up the world under your management. Once anyone from an unknown force is discovered, regardless of whether they were killed by mistake or not, they will be eradicated. The consciousness of the way of heaven is serious. People from an unknown force? We've encountered this force at least 10 times. I didn't expect it to be so far-reaching. Everyone was stunned. I've recently captured a few people. Under my control, they revealed their identities, claiming to be reincarnators.
But when I tried to dig deeper, they would explode uncontrollably. It seems that the people behind the scenes have absolute control over these reincarnations. If they detect any signs of leaking information, they will trigger the forbidden death in their bodies. Everyone shared their information. Jang Mu listened silently. He had encountered reincarnationists several times since then. After all, this is something the system specifically draws his attention to, and there is another system controlling it. He couldn't help but take it seriously. However, these reincarnations are firmly controlled by the system and cannot find the location of the system's base camp by following the clues. This also made Jang Mu very helpless, and he could only take one step at a time. In response, you continued to play badly. If the sequence level main god space could be found so easily, it wouldn't have attracted a large number of systems to join forces to attack it. If the sequence conflict hadn't limited its scope, it would be hiding somewhere in the heavens and might be impossible to find, but unfortunately, this sequence battle is limited in scope, and there are only so many places for you to hide. Once those systems have eliminated other places, it will be time for everyone to unite and encircle and suppress you. Yi Yu's eyes flickered, then he looked towards the heavenly consciousness in the center. He has been coveting the laws of nature in this main world for a long time. This main world is only slightly stronger than the heavenly Tao in the journey to the west world, so he can still handle it. The main reason is that there are too many worlds invaded by the heavenly Tao of the main world. There are more than 4,000 small worlds under its control. Together with the middle and high worlds, etc., it controls a total of 5,000 to 6,000 worlds. 5 or 6,000 worlds mean 5 or 6,000 origins of rules, and now I'm rich. Yu's eyes glowed red as he stared at the main world's heavenly consciousness. This made the heavenly Tao consciousness, which was still talking, feel a chill behind. That concludes our discussion of the samsara you mentioned. Now let's begin evaluating the annual contributions of each heavenly realm. The heavenly consciousness said. First heaven, last year we conquered 51 low-level worlds, 13 medium-level worlds, and 3 high-level worlds. Second heaven, last year we conquered 32 low-level worlds, 5 medium-level worlds, and 1 high-level world. 3 heavens. Last year we conquered 20 low-level worlds, 2 medium-level worlds, and no high-level worlds. The fourth level of heaven. Last year we conquered 10 low-level worlds, 1 medium-level world, and no high-level world. 9 heavens. Last year we conquered 45 low-level worlds, 3 medium-level worlds, and 1 high-level world. At first, no one paid much attention to it. After all, the earlier the level, the longer it takes to develop. The world of strategy is not comparable to other levels, but why are there so many in the 9th level? Something's wrong. How did Juqingshan conquer so many worlds? Everyone's eyes were focused on the pavilion of the 9th heaven. Chen Shuang and others also looked at Jang Mu. Jang Mu's face remained calm as he asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm the one who captured him? Even a simple thought would tell you it's impossible." Chapter 143, The origin of rules pile up like mountains. They smiled at each other, but only they themselves knew whether they believed it or not. Jang Mu didn't care. Even if he admitted it, it wouldn't matter. He just didn't want to attract too much attention. Now, the remaining resources will be distributed based on the contributions of each heaven. From the 1st, 2nd, and 9th heavens onwards, the awakened will have 3 reincarnation opportunities each year. From the 3rd to the 5th heaven, those who awaken have 2 reincarnation opportunities each year. From the 6th to the 8th heaven, those who awaken have 1 reincarnation opportunity each year. The way of heaven announces the way, everyone's side. The situation that had remained unchanged for many years was changed because of the sudden appearance of Juqingshan. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel curious about who was the capable person who conquered so many worlds. As for why it is not the result of the joint efforts of everyone in the 9th heaven, they felt a surge of contempt in their hearts. People from all the other heavens had long heard about the customs of the 9th heaven. It was impossible for a large number of powerful people to appear in such an environment. The only possibility is that a big boss appeared, and the big boss raised the contribution level of the entire Chongtian with his own strength. This meeting ends here. All realm masters, please prepare yourselves. I will give you 1 hour to handle the aftermath arrangements. The heavenly consciousness said. Everyone withdrew their gazes, and the realm masters began to give instructions to their subordinates. After a while, the 6 realm masters finished their instructions and walked to the center. Okay, God. Then good luck to you all. The consciousness of the way of heaven mobilizes enormous world forces. Under the pressure of this force, everyone present felt very small.
Is this the power of heaven? It really cannot be compared. Bang! The space shattered, and a dark hole appeared in the sky. I have temporarily opened a passage to the gray fog world. Without further delay, enter immediately. Remember that since this is your first time entering the gray mist world, the drop coordinates are completely random. All you have to do is take this building, which is protected by my power. Once you arrive in the gray fog world, immediately choose a location to place this object. Tiandao threw a wooden house model to each of the 6 people, which contained enormous Tiandao power. You can rest safely within this object. It will slowly absorb the power of that world and continue to upgrade. Once it grows to a certain level, I will be able to completely break through the gray fog world and enter it in one fell swoop. The heavenly Tao consciousness warned. The 6 people nodded and immediately entered the passage. Seeing that they had all entered the passage, the heavenly Tao consciousness quickly closed the passage. This will prevent the gray fog world from reacting and attacking the main world. It is already difficult for the 9 heavens to be affected by the external gray fog. If something else is introduced, things will become even more difficult. After sending away the 6 realm masters, the heavenly Tao consciousness also began to drive people away. A group of people with authority left one after another. Jang Mu was no exception, but just before he went out, Yu flashed to the side of Tiandao consciousness. While the latter was stunned, Yu had already followed it into the core of the world. Outsider. Tiandao regained his consciousness and immediately mobilized the vast power of the world to drive it away. For a moment, Yu was subjected to a powerful repulsive force and the powerful suppression of the heavenly Tao. But if his level was low, he might really be suppressed by the heavenly Tao and be killed. But unfortunately, Yu had already estimated the difference in strength between the 2 sides. Otherwise, he would not have moved forward so recklessly. The power of rules. Yu waved his hand, and the rules around him were mobilized. All of a sudden, all the repulsions dissipated and attacked the heavenly Tao consciousness. The latter continued to attack, but all his attacks were resolved by Yu one by one. The power of rules is like chains, tightly blocking the consciousness of the way of heaven. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao was filled with despair. Where did such a powerful outsider come from? Is today the day my world will end? I was so unwilling to accept this. I had been continuously promoted from the small world to the big world step by step, and was about to be upgraded to the level of the great world. Could it be that all my efforts would be wasted? Tell me, where is the source of rules hidden? Yu asked. The origin of rules? What is it? Tiandao was stunned. That's right, it's normal that you Tiandao don't know, that's it. A ball of the origin of rules appeared in Yu's hand. Feeling the breath of the origin of the rules, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao also remembered something instantly. This thing seemed to appear suddenly. There is one in every world, of varying sizes. It could sense the extraordinary nature of this thing, but it was of no use to it at all, so it treasured all the things it collected. So far there are 5,323 copies. Seeing that Yu was actually planning to take this thing, Tiandao's eyes lit up. I can give you the thing, but you must leave my world after this. Yu sneered. Xiao Tiandao, you are the loser now. Losers have no room for bargaining. As an invader all this time, don't you even know this truth? The consciousness of the heavenly Tao fell silent. How about this, let's make a deal. Yu's mouth corners curled up slightly. What's the deal? Hope rekindled within Tiandao's consciousness. This thing is useless to you after all. Give me all the rule origins you've collected. In the future, when you invade a world, give me all the rule origins you get. We'll split the rule origins 30% and 70%. How about that? You are robbing. The heavenly Tao was dissatisfied and said, this is not a deal at all, it is simply making it work for Yu and being exploited. Hey! How can you call it robbery? It's clearly a transaction. You work for me and I'll spare your life. Yu spread his hands. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao felt very aggrieved, and was so angry that he exploded when he saw Yu being such a rogue. I agree. The way of heaven follows the heart. That's right, come and sign it. Yu smiled and nodded, walked forward and took out a contract. Various conditions were written on it. Just as Yu had said before, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao sensed an aura of unbreakability in this contract. Once it was signed, even the heavenly Tao could not violate it. The heavenly Tao consciousness reluctantly accepted the contract, and just as he was about to sign it, he suddenly realized something. Wait! Isn't the world origin split 30% and 70%? Yeah, 37. You 3 and I 7. Is that a problem?
Yi Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
No. No problem.
The heavenly Tao consciousness swallowed the words in its throat and signed this unfair contract with resentment, or as the contract was signed, it spontaneously combusted and disappeared. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao instantly felt the mysterious constraints, and if it violated the contract, it would perish.
Not bad, you're sensible. Don't think you're the one who's losing.
In fact, you're the one who's gaining. Yi Yu patted its shoulder, the latter smiled stiffly, and felt like buying a horse in his heart.
Where is the origin of the rules?
Yi Yu signaled the latter to take it out quickly.
Inside.
The consciousness of heaven took Yi Yu deeper into the core of the world. After a while, a small hill made up of the origin of rules appeared in front of Yi Yu.
Hiss. I'm rich.
Yi Yu's eyes lit up. His decision to come to this world was absolutely right. I guess the main god space may not be able to collect so many rule origins. I can do it in one go without worrying about other systems besieging me.
You go out and guard, I'm going to absorb these things.
Yi Yu dismissed the heavenly Tao consciousness and plunged into the hill of the origin of rules, absorbing greedily.
Chapter 144.
The host trapped by the system. It was unknown how long it took, but Yi Yu had completely absorbed this small mountain of the origin of rules. The sufficient source of rules made his system more powerful. Yi Yu had a hunch that once the sequence battle was over and the serial number was determined, his system functions would be upgraded. I should be the one walking at the forefront right now, and this world is still constantly invading other worlds, so there is a sufficient supply base for the origin of rules. Yi Yu's eyes flickered. The active invasion of a world is much faster than the main god space. The main god space can only cultivate thousands or tens of thousands of reincarnations, and their abilities vary out. It's not like this world, where everyone is a world plunderer. With such a huge base, there will always be talented people born. Moreover, this world is no longer in its infancy. The frequency of invading worlds will only get faster and faster, and the number of worlds to be conquered will increase step by step every year. Yi Yu walked out of here and came outside. The heavenly Tao consciousness looked at Yi Yu, who walked out, and sensed an aura from him that was several times stronger than before, and fell silent. Do I count myself as an enemy?
Work hard and try to invade more worlds.
Yi Yu encouraged. I want to, but my world is also being invaded by the Grey Mist world right now. That world is a little strange. I suspect that the grey fog I see now is just the appearance of that world, and that world is swallowing up other worlds through the grey fog. As time goes by, the grey fog will become more and more overbearing.
If my world hadn't advanced quickly enough, I'm afraid it would have become nutrients for the other world.
The consciousness of the way of heaven is solemn. Yi Yu nodded in understanding. If the realm masters you sent can't solve it, you can send my host along.
Host? Tian Dao was stunned. That's him. You should thank him very much.
After all, he helped you conquer so many worlds last year.
Yi Yu passed Jang Mu's information to the heavenly Tao consciousness. After receiving the information and adding his own authority from the heavenly Tao, the latter immediately understood what Jang Mu had done, but it can't be happy at all.
Damn it, it's you who brought such a powerful outsider to me, right? As a result, it is now forced to work for others.
Alright, don't blame him in your heart.
Even if it wasn't him, I would have found someone else to be my host.
After I entered your world, the ending was already determined.
Yi Yu said. Tian Dao was silent for a moment before saying, even if he can conquer the journey to the West world, he may not be able to conquer the Grey Mist world.
The situations in the two worlds are different, and everything is unknown.
If it were just him, it might not work, but with my assistance, no world can withstand my invasion. Yi Yu grinned. Tian Dao smiled bitterly. Yes, there was also this robber, and he himself had also suffered a tragic fate at his hands. Wait, since I have been harmed, why not let him harm the Grey Mist world? Since I am not having a good life, then I can't expect the Grey Fog world to have an easy life either.
I agree.
I will open the passage again and send it to the Grey Mist world later.
The heavenly consciousness nodded. Yi Yu was very satisfied.
As for why he did this, it was of course because he wanted the origin of the rules of the Grey Fog world. He believed that that world must have collected a lot of the origin of the rules. I have to get them all before other systems find them. Then Yu withdrew from the core of the world and returned to Jang Mu's body. Jang Mu didn't notice Yu's sudden departure at all, because what Yu left was his consciousness, and his main body remained in his body. The system functions continued to operate normally as before. At this time, 2 months had passed since the end of the Tiandao conference. After all, it takes time for Yu to refine that pile of rules and origins, and 2 months is already fast enough. During this period, Jang Mu's territory continued to expand, and now he has occupied 3% of the ninth heaven. Every month, he would reincarnate into other worlds more than a dozen times to earn reincarnation points. At present, he has accumulated a considerable amount of reincarnation points. Host, Jang Mu, Realm, 9th level reincarnator, main world permission level, level 1, talents. Simulated reincarnation, gold, martial god, gold, sage, gold, child of destiny, gold, 9 life reincarnations, red, eye of destiny, gold, child of heaven, colorful, territory, Shiwandishan, rebirth point, 301-085-0110, system points, 110000, system functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, with some self-protection capabilities, he is considered a powerful figure, but still not strong enough in the universe. The number of reincarnation points reached a terrifying 3 billion. As for strength, a 9th level reincarnator was already the highest standard before the realm master. Jang Mu believed that his strength was incomparable to that of other 9th level reincarnated people, and that he could easily crush them. Within the 100,000 mountains, Jang Mu was enjoying afternoon tea happily. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Jang Mu immediately stood up and became alert, but after careful perception, he found that this was not the breath of the heavenly Tao of the main world. Could it be that heaven has something to do with me? Soon, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao appeared before him. I don't know what the heavenly Tao's visit is all about. Jang Mu bowed respectfully. The heavenly Tao consciousness looked at Jang Mu with resentment. The strangest thing was that it sensed an inexplicable sense of intimacy from Jang Mu. He swallowed the words of blame for a moment, and gradually forgave Jang Mu for bringing foreign enemies to him. Jang Mu was confused. Ahem. The reason I came here is because I have something important for you to do. The heavenly Tao consciousness spoke. Important? What exactly is it? Jang Mu asked doubtfully. I have decided to send you to the Grey Mist world. Jang Mu was confused. What? Let me go to the Grey Fog world? I'm just an ordinary level 1 user, not a realm master. Are you mistaken? Jang Mu quickly shook his head to refuse. He didn't want to go to such a dangerous world. You are living a good life now. When you are bored, why not go and conquer some low-level worlds to kill time? Why do you have to suffer like the world masters? No problem. I will also send those with level 1 authority later. I just asked you to go ahead of time. The heavenly consciousness said. Then can we not do it in advance? I'm still a contender for the 9th heaven realm master. If I leave, I don't know when I'll be back. By the time I come back, the realm master position will have already been taken by someone else. Jang Mu said, this is what he really cares about. After all, Tiandao had said before that the flow of time in the main world and the Grey Fog world is the same. Conquering a world is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. He believes that with the help of the system, conquering the Grey Fog world is a matter of time, but the position of the master of the main world is gone. Others are not here to eat for free. By the time you come back, the food will be cold. Well, it's just a realm master. If you want it, I can give it to you directly. The heavenly Tao consciousness said lightly. Doesn't heavenly Tao interfere with the birth of a realm master? Jang Mu was a little confused. It's not about not intervening, but it's not about not being able to intervene. I have the final say in my world. The way of heaven is the way of rogues. Chapter 145, Promotion to Realm Master. Jang Mu was choked by Tiandao's words, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed not a loss. With the help of heaven, he will soon become the master of the realm, and then it will be no problem for him to go to the Grey Fog world. So Jang Mu said, if I become the lord of the 9th heaven, then it wouldn't be a problem to send me to the Grey Mist world. Don't worry. I will do what I promised you. Within a month, I will let you control the 9th heaven.
Tiandao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Jang Mu was also very satisfied and felt that he had made a profit. Afterwards, the heavenly Tao consciousness left the 10,000 mountains, and Jang Mu began the process of expanding his territory with the cooperation of heaven. The expansion speed of Jang Mu's territory increased by hundreds of times. Whenever Jang Mu encountered the territory of other reincarnated people, it would be immediately and ruthlessly assigned to him by the heavens. This also made the reincarnated people look confused. What? I was at home, and when I woke up, it was gone. Such ridiculous things keep happening over and over again. Soon Jang Mu's territory expanded and he came into contact with another person who was qualified to be a realm master. Chen Shuang stared at the message sent by Tiandao and silenced it. He just received a notice from the heavenly Tao, telling him to quickly transfer the territory to Jang Mu. The ninth heaven realm master has been internally decided. If you still want to compete for the realm master title, I can transfer you to the 7th or 8th heaven realm to participate in the competition. The way of heaven is not too ruthless. Now the masters of the first 6 heavens have been decided, and the 9th heaven has been decided, so only the 7th and 8th heavens are left. If Chen Shuang still wants to compete for the title of realm master, it can also arrange for him to participate in the fight in the 7th or 8th heaven. Chen Shuang was speechless at the news from Tiandao. The battle for the 7th and 8th heaven master was nearing its end. If he went there now, wouldn't he be giving his head away in vain? He wouldn't be able to advance at all. Can I wait until the 10th heaven opens up? Chen Shuang thought for a while and asked, if the 10th heaven is opened up and heaven allows him to compete for the realm lord, then he will have a great advantage and will be able to hold the position of realm lord firmly. Can. Tiandao agreed. Then I want to wait until the 10th heaven opens up. Chen Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. So he cooperated with the will of heaven and transferred his territory to Jang Mu. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Jang Mu's territory also officially occupied all locations in the 9th heaven, and all reincarnated people were under his jurisdiction. He also began to issue a series of measures. After all, the atmosphere in the 9th heaven was too bad. He wanted to take care of everything before he left. Heaven doesn't mind this little bit of time, so it gives Jang Mu 2 more months to deal with his funeral. For a moment, the 9th heaven began to undergo tremendous changes. The news of the birth of the Lord of the 9th heaven was also known to those with authority in other heavens. They came to check it out in person, unable to believe it. But when they saw the drastic reforms being carried out in the 9th heaven, they had to believe it even if they didn't believe it. TSK, isn't this too fast? The 7th and 8th heavens are still fighting, but the 9th heaven is catching up. I had guessed it would be like this. What do you mean? Of course it was the previous Tiandao conference. Do you remember the contribution of Juchanshan? Could it be that the Lord of the 9th heaven is that big guy? Of course, let's go. Let's go visit this big guy. After confirming that the disappearance of the 9 heavens Lord's birth was true, the first-level authority figures from all the major heavens came to visit the gangster. Holy crap! The realm master is actually Brother Zhang. Li Huoshan looked at Jang Mu in shock. Brother Li, how are you? Jang Mu smiled and nodded. I'm fine, but I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few months, you'd become a realm master. It was just a fluke. In the distance, Chen Shuang looked at Jang Mu with complicated eyes as Jang Mu noticed it and smiled. Although they were competitors before, the other party was very cooperative and transferred the territory to him. I raised my glass to toast him. Afterwards, Jang Mu began to entertain visitors from various realms, and the 10,000 mountains became extremely lively. 2 months passed in a flash. Under Jang Mu's reforms, the atmosphere in the 9th heaven has finally improved a little, but it will take a lot of time to become like the other heavens. After I leave, the affairs of the territory will be handed over to you. As for the construction of the 9th heaven, you will also have to lead it. I hope to see a different scenery when I return. Jang Mu instructed his vassals. Don't worry, we will work hard. When you come back, we will definitely let you see a different 9th heaven. Everyone nodded solemnly. Jang Mu then assigned some reincarnation points to each of them, and handed over all of his own reincarnation points to Xia Shuajia for management. These funds are used to maintain basic territory development. Compared to other heavens, the 9th heaven still has too few talented people. This requires you to cultivate, otherwise you will be at a disadvantage when competing for resources with other people in the future. Xia Shuejiao swallowed as she looked at the huge amount of money Jang Mu transferred to her. Master, is this too much? Xia Shuejiao said in a trembling voice. The others didn't know how many reincarnation points Jang Mu transferred to Xia Shuejiao, so they didn't understand why she was so excited. That's a full 3 billion. I don't know when I'll be back, and my reincarnation points are useless, so I'm going to use them all for the development of my territory. I recognize your ability, and I hope you won't let me down. Jang Mu said. Xia Shuejiao has been following Jang Mu from the beginning, and her abilities have gradually been revealed. She is very good at her work and has a good character. She gave herself the hundreds of thousands of reincarnation points that others had transferred to her privately before, and did not keep them all for herself. It can be seen that she has a good character. Xia Shuejiao is now an 8th level authority person. Although this is the result of sufficient resources and training, it is very difficult for her to conquer the world without talent. Moreover, among Jang Mu's vassals, only Xia Shuejiao has the authority, and the others have not yet become the authority. The main reason may be that the development time is relatively short. Yes, I will keep it safe. All of this money will be used for territory and talent development. Xia Shuejiao said seriously. Well, that's it. Go ahead. I should leave too. Jang Mu dismissed everyone, then the consciousness of the way of heaven descended. Are you ready? Well, everything is ready. Jang Mu nodded. Well, although I have explained the situation of the Grey Mist world in the previous meeting, I still want to remind you once again. This time is different from the past. You will not be reincarnating into the Grey Mist world, but entering directly in your physical body. Once you fall in it, you will truly die, so don't be reckless and do anything dangerous. If you encounter something invincible, try to avoid it. Hold on until I officially conquer the Grey Fog world, and then I will come to help you. The Heavenly Tao consciousness said a lot of things, like an old father admonishing his children. Ahem, is it time to set off? Jang Mu couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him quickly. Well, in that case, follow my guidance and enter. The Heavenly Tao consciousness began to connect to the channel of the Grey Fog world, and soon a small hole appeared in front of Jang Mu. Hold this thing. The Heavenly Tao consciousness threw something to Jang Mu. Jang Mu took a look at it and found it was similar to the ones of the previous realm masters, but it seemed not to be a wooden house, but a castle. Chapter 146, First Entry into the Grey Fog World. Since your strength is somewhat weaker than that of other realm masters, I have specially built a powerful shelter. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can mobilize the power of the Heavenly Tao within it. The Heavenly Consciousness explained. Thanks, Jang Mu was touched. He felt that heaven was so good to him. Go ahead. Then Tian Dao watched Jang Mu enter the passage and disappear into the main world. Oh. I hope everything goes well, Tian Dao muttered to himself. The space kept changing, accompanied by a burst of white light. Jang Mu descended into the Grey Fog world. All you see is a hazy grey fog. A stranger fell into the grey fog, and in an instant he was like a lamb falling into a pack of wolves. All the grey fog began to erode Jang Mu's body, and even his soul was affected. He didn't dare to delay and immediately threw the shelter given to him by Tian Dao into an open space. Bang! A huge castle appeared out of nowhere. There is also a huge protective shield that isolates the grey fog. It's a really tough thing. Jang Mu began to look around, but he couldn't see clearly due to the cover of grey fog. He was not in a hurry and started to familiarize himself with the facilities in the castle. Everything is available here. It seems that heaven has considered everything very carefully. Jang Mu was very satisfied. This way, he didn't have to worry about having a mental breakdown after staying in this world for too long. He looked up at the sky and saw two moons. A white moon and a blood moon. The two lights intertwined and overlapped, and under the illumination of the two kinds of moonlight, combined with the grey fog, everything looked so strange. Can there be life in such a world? Jang Mu frowned. He was a powerful realm master, but he could only temporarily resist the erosion of the grey fog. For other living beings, there was no hope of survival. A strange world. In the following days, Jang Mu observed the situation in this world in the castle. At present, it seems that the grey fog does not exist all the time. When the two moons completely overlap, that is, the white moon covers the blood moon, the grey fog will recede, revealing the true appearance of this world. When the blood moon appears again, the grey fog will come again and cover the entire world. Calculated using Jang Mu's world time, the difference between the two is 8 hours. In other words, Jang Mu's safe time outside is only 8 hours. He has been investigating the surrounding situation these days, trying to find the life forms in this world, but the result disappointed him. Not to mention any living organisms, there wasn't even any basic green vegetation nearby, they were all dark purple and had strange shapes. Jang Mu didn't know what this was either. He guessed it was a unique feature of the Grey Fog world. Although no other life forms were found, Jang Mu did not give up exploring. He began to draw a topographical map of the world with his castle as the center. I don't know where the other realm masters are. If we can find them, we can exchange information. Jang Mu thought those 6 realm masters entered the Grey Fog world almost 10 months earlier than Jang Mu. They must have explored a lot of things during such a long time. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jang Mu explored the Grey Fog world as usual, but suddenly, a blood moon appeared in the sky. Jang Mu's face changed. He knew best what this meant. The Grey Fog is coming. Sure enough, within just a few breaths, Grey Fog suddenly appeared around them. Damn it! What's going on? There's still 4 hours left until 8. Jang Mu quickly ran towards his castle. As the Grey Fog enveloped him, he lost all vision, but what he was certain of was that as long as he kept running towards the castle, he would reach it without any accidents. Hiss! Gurgle! Jang Mu, who was walking quickly, was suddenly entangled by something on his legs and feet. Break! Jang Mu quickly mobilized his strength to break the restraints, and then densely packed indescribable things kept rushing towards Jang Mu. Finally, I've seen other life forms in this world. Jang Mu frowned and looked around. Because of the Grey Fog, he could only see things within a range of 3 meters. These monsters look strange and emit waves of mental fluctuations that disturb people's minds. He no longer hesitated and immediately killed the monsters. The only thing that made Jang Mu breathe a sigh of relief was that these monsters were too weak for him and could be easily killed. The killed monsters will not leave behind their bodies, but will turn into a pool of liquid and merge into the earth. Is it endless? Jang Mu gave up the massacre and continued flying towards his castle. Various monsters tried to stop him along the way, trying to pull Jang Mu into the darkness, but they were shattered one by one by the shield he supported with powerful energy. This is a strange world. It's impossible for normal life to be born in this world. Jang Mu said firmly. Finally, after spending an hour, Jang Mu safely entered his shelter. As Jang Mu escaped from the Grey Fog, the monsters chasing him also retreated unwillingly and hid in the Grey Fog. After this sudden incident, Jang Mu did not dare to leave the castle too far before figuring out the pattern of the blood moon's changes. Since there are monsters in the Grey Fog, the monsters can't just be weak ones. There must be stronger ones. Jang Mu analyzed the situation. Fortunately, this time I entered the Grey Fog world with all my strength. Instead of starting from scratch like reincarnation and the former journey to the West world, the Realm Lord's strength was at the late stage of quasi-saint. It is easy to deal with these monsters nowadays. However, we still have to be cautious in everything. After all, it is a threat to the existence of the main world, and there must be existences comparable to the World Master. Time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Jang Mu did not dare to leave too far, but instead observed the changes of the blood moon in the castle. Through his observation, he roughly figured out some of the patterns of the blood moon. Normally, the pattern remains the same as before, with 8 hours of safe activity, but as each month goes by, there are days with only 4 hours of activity. Jang Mu called it the blood moon day. He also experimented with the conditions for the monsters in the Grey Fog to appear. As long as you are exposed to the Grey Fog for more than 1 minute, the monsters will be attracted. How do we conquer this world? Jang Mu was at a loss as to where to start. In the past, there was a clear goal in conquering other worlds, which was either to become the strongest in the world, or to change the world pattern and lead the development of the race. But what about this world? Goal? What goal? So far, all I know is some information about the Grey Fog. Becoming stronger? I'm not even sure if this world even has a promotion system, the world structure. Damn, no other intelligent life has ever seen it, and our species has only seen the monsters in the Grey Fog. System? What should I do now? When you are in doubt, the system is your boss. Jang Mu decisively began to seek help from his system. The almighty system would always offer a way out. All he had to do was cling to the Big Daddy's leg and wait for him to lead him to success. Chapter 147, The Other World, Ding. Host, please wait a moment. The system is fully analyzing this world. After receiving the system response, Jang Mu also waited patiently. Ding. Analysis successful.
This world is divided into two layers, one is the surface world, and the other is the inner world.
2 floors?
Jang Mu was stunned. The host can understand this as the main world's heaven.
After Yi Yu's explanation, Jang Mu finally understood everything. That means I'm still in the surface world. If I want to understand the true nature of the Grey Fog world, I must enter the inner world, that's right.
Jang Mu was a little surprised. Who could have thought of this? No wonder I've been here for a month and still have no idea. Could it be that the other world masters are also trapped in the surface world? Jang Mu clicked his tongue. The main world had spent so much effort to send the world masters in, but in the end they hadn't even officially entered other people's homes.
System, how do I enter the other world? Does the host still remember the day of mutation? Blood Moon Day?
That's right. When the blood moon arrives, the inner and outer worlds will briefly overlap. You can find a weak spot in the space and break through it to enter.
I see. Jang Mu nodded.
It seemed that he would have to wait for nearly another month, and the following time, he began to wait for the arrival of the blood moon day. Of course he had not given up exploring the surface world. As for why we still need to explore it first, he wanted to find those realm masters. Second, since the Grey Fog world had two layers, the outer and inner worlds, there must be a reason for its existence. If the inner world is the true appearance of the Grey Fog world, then what about the outer world? In any case, Jang Mu doesn't believe that the surface world is just used to confuse other invaders. It must have other important purposes. Soon it was the blood moon day that comes once a month. Jang Mu looked at the bright moon in the sky. The next moment, a blood moon suddenly appeared, and grey mist began to rise from the earth. Jang Mu closed his eyes tightly and began to scan the space with his spiritual sense, trying to find its weak point. Found it. His eyes suddenly opened, and with a wave of his hand he folded up the castle and put it into the system space. Then he flashed to the bottom of the blood moon, gathered all his strength in his right fist, and punched hard.
Bang!
In an instant, the space cracked, and Jang Mu quickly bent down and drilled into the space channel. As the space changed, when Jang Mu came to his senses, he had already arrived in another world. Is this the other world? Jang Mu looked a little dazed. The scene before my eyes was completely different from the outside world. There is grey fog in the surface world, and even when the grey fog dissipates, there is something dark purple on the ground. The scenery here is no different from that in the ordinary world. The only thing that concerned him was the blood moon hanging in the sky. There was only a blood moon in the inner world.
No white moon.
If I had noticed this earlier, I wouldn't have been confused by the outer world, but fortunately, there is the system boss. Jang Mu chose a direction to move forward. Soon he saw a house where someone was living and hurried over there. When he got closer, Jang Mu discovered that the people living here were not humans, but a group of orcs.
Human?
Seeing Jang Mu's figure, the surrounding orcs surrounded him. Jang Mu was not timid either. Strong strength was the guarantee of safety.
Excuse me, where is this place? Jang Mu wanted to find out some information.
Oh. Looks like he's new here. The orcs grinned, looking a little ferocious. Human, as an exchange of information, please first tell me about the situation on your side of the world. The orc gestured. Jang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, analyzing the situation and saying as they wished, my world has been completely swallowed up by the Grey Fog world, and then I ended up here inexplicably.
Has another world fallen?
The orc sighed. Why do you say that?
Jang Mu asked back.
As you can see, you just arrived and don't know the situation yet. The Grey Mist world is invading many other worlds, and the invaded worlds will naturally not sit idly by, so they sent powerful beings from various worlds to launch a counterattack. However, as the Grey Fog world becomes stronger, the effectiveness of the counterattacks of the major worlds becomes weaker and weaker. Thousands of races inhabit this continent, seemingly still resisting the Grey Mist world, but they are only barely surviving.
The orc explained. So you came here as soon as you entered the Grey Mist world? Isn't that nonsense? If not here, then where else?
The only thing that's puzzling us is that we're clearly in a world of grey fog, yet there's no grey fog at all.
It's truly ridiculous.
Or does the world of grey fog never take us seriously? The orc smiled bitterly. After resisting for so long, they didn't take any real action. Jang Mu was thoughtful after hearing this, and became more and more convinced of his previous guess. It is very intriguing that these guys have never entered the surface world.
Is your world still connected to you?
No, they will just send strong men to support us regularly. The orc shook his head.
Since you said this continent is home to countless races, does that mean humans also exist?
It does exist. If you want to go there, you can see it if you fly over 1 billion miles in this direction.
But with your skinny arms and legs, can you make it?
The Grey Fog world is very large, and there are powerful monsters in the wild. The orc reminded that after all, everyone is in the same camp, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Thanks for the reminder, but since I was able to come to this world alive, do you think I won't be able to protect myself?
Yeah, good luck to you then. The orc nodded. After asking for the information, Jang Mu left in the direction the orc pointed. He wanted to meet humans from other worlds, see how powerful they were, and get information from them. Before, Jang Mu could feel that the orcs had concealed a lot of information from him, but this was normal. People who are not of our race must have different hearts. Everyone understands this truth. After a long journey, Jang Mu finally arrived at the human gathering place. Along the way, we didn't see the monsters that the orcs talked about, and there seemed to be no day or night in the inner world. The blood moon was always hanging high in the sky under the moonlight. The earth is red. The gathering place is quite large, and it seems to include humans from many worlds. Jang Mu stopped 3 miles outside the city and walked slowly towards the city gate. The people guarding the city stopped Jang Mu when they saw his new face.
Brother, stop for a moment. You look unfamiliar. Are you new to the Grey Mist world?
The city guard asked. Yes, I did because, Jang Mu gave the same explanation.
I see. Don't be sad, brother.
Although the Grey Mist world is powerful, I believe that as long as all the worlds unite, they will eventually destroy it completely. The man comforted Jang Mu. Are you sure it's you who destroyed the Grey Mist world, rather than the Grey Mist world destroying you? Jang Mu didn't want to say anything discouraging. Then can I go in?
I finally found the human gathering place and ran all the way from the orcs. There are 2 meanings to this statement. One is that I am capable and will not be a burden. I can help at critical moments. The other is that you and I are both human beings and should stick together. I have no ill will towards the human race. Chapter 148, Situation in each world. Sure enough, as Jang Mu said this, the man smiled and said, So you are coming from the orcs. There are more than 10 billion miles between us, and there are powerful monsters along the way. It is not easy to come here safely without strong strength. There's no other way.
After all, I don't want to live with a group of orcs. Jang Mu said this, admitting that his strength was pretty good.
That's right, then welcome to join our big camp.
The man said with satisfaction. Well, after all, we are all human. Although we come from different places, we all have human blood flowing in our veins.
Now that we have a common enemy, we should help each other. Could you please tell me about the current situation in this world? I'm new here and don't know much about everything yet. Having a clear understanding will help me take action in the future.
Jang Mu said. Well, let me tell you about it. Let's take the current human gathering place as an example. This place was built by humans from hundreds of worlds, but there are only 10 big bosses who manage the entire city. These 10 bosses are the strongest in the world. They form an alliance to decide all the actions of mankind today. Under their leadership, our human race has become a major force on this continent.
Big power?
Well, brother, you have also learned from the orcs that this world has invaded more than one world. Thousands of races exist, and we all share the same enemy, but we are also competitors. When it comes to maintaining basic resource operations, we are friends, but when it comes to competing for resources, we are enemies. Resources, the man slowly said, that's right. After entering this world, everyone has completely lost contact with their own world, and the energy contained in this world is not suitable for our cultivation. You should know what this means. Fortunately, you can hunt those monsters to obtain crystals. The crystals within the monsters' bodies can effectively supplement our energy needs. Most importantly, this energy is suitable for everyone to absorb and transform.
Jang Mu frowned. Are there only those monsters in this world? How did you fight against the Grey Fog world?
Alas, we don't know how to fight against the Grey Fog world. It's better to say that we are trapped in this world than to say that we are fighting against the Grey Fog world. Over the years, everyone has been exploring this world, but they still can't find the source of the Grey Fog. Jang Mu felt heavy-hearted.
It seemed that no one had ever entered the surface world, and they didn't even know of its existence. He looked up at the blood moon in the sky, and his spiritual sense continued to probe the blood moon to sense whether there were any weak points in space, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Maybe it was because the blood moon time had passed. As for why these people did not enter the surface world, Jang Mu suspected that it was because the power of the heaven in their world was not enough. Flowers in the mirror and moons in the water are becoming more and more interesting. Jang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. Brother, you'd better not stare at the blood moon for a long time. It will make you dazed if you look at it for too long. The man reminded. Dizzy? Jang Mu was stunned. Why didn't he have this feeling? Well, this thing can bewitch the mind. When we first arrived, we didn't know anything. Some people, after looking at the blood moon for a long time, completely lost their minds and turned into zombies. This blood moon never set, with no distinction between day and night. We once suspected that the source of the gray fog was the blood moon, but when everyone mobilized the power of all races to explore, they were blocked by a barrier. Even if the combined forces of all races were combined, this barrier could not be broken. Everyone said it was a world barrier, and unless the power of heaven intervened, there was no hope of breaking through it. After this, people forgot about it and could only wait patiently for support from the heavenly Tao of their own world. Jang Mu understood everything after hearing this. The surface world is the root of the gray fog world, and the inner world is just a confusion of the gray fog world, but there must be secrets hidden in it. However, if the power of the heavenly Tao in your world is not strong, you cannot enter the surface world of the gray fog world at all, and can only come to the inner world set up by the gray fog world. Before entering the surface world, who would have thought that this world has two layers? Even if you were lucky enough to enter the surface world, you can't guess that there is an inner world in this world. They can only struggle in the surface world under the gray fog. The surface world is confused by gray fog. There is a blood moon mystery in the other world. Both of them must be hiding a big secret. Only by breaking through the two keys at the same time can we completely uncover the truth of the gray fog world. Thank you for telling me, brother. Can I go into the city now? Jang Mu nodded. Of course, since you have already joined us, you can come and go as you please. When you walk inside, you will see a registration office. After registering your information, you can get a house to live in it. Considering that more and more people will join our camp and our city is slowly expanding, there are plenty of houses available. The man smiled at Jang Mu, then said goodbye to the man, registered his information according to his instructions, and received a house to live in. To be on the safe side, Jang Mu set up a powerful barrier around his house. After all, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. It's always better to be cautious. Then Jang Mu took out the castle model and looked at it. Now that we're in the other world and don't have to worry about the gray fog encroaching on us, this thing won't be useful anymore, right? Jang Mu seemed to be lost in thought, and his eyes lit up when he sensed the power of heaven above it. The solution to this dilemma is right here. Thank goodness heaven has left me a backup plan. Didn't that person say that the barrier had to be broken by the power of heaven? And he just happened to have it. It's just that the power of heaven in the model is a little weak now. However, compared to before, the power of the heavenly Tao seems to be much stronger. It seems that this model can indeed absorb the energy of the gray fog world and continue to grow. But can this function also be used in the other world? Jang Mu thought about it. This is the key point. If this thing can't grow in the inner world, then he has to put it in the surface world. So in the following days, Jang Mu acted as a transparent person in this city and verified whether the castle could grow in the inner world. A few weeks passed in a flash, and the results of the experiment disappointed Jang Mu. Castles cannot grow in the other world. This is normal. After all, the heavenly Tao is set up according to the energy contained in the gray fog. There is no gray fog in the inner world, so it naturally cannot absorb energy and grow. It's over. We're at a dead end again. Jang Mu was speechless. I am alone and cannot take care of both sides at the same time. But if we can find the masters of the outer world, we can work together from inside and outside. I can attack the inner world while they attack the outer world. Let's take it one step at a time. During this time, I'll first understand the inner world and then consider whether to return to the outer world. Jang Mu muttered to himself. There are still a few weeks before the blood moon day arrives. Chapter 149, Guessing. Encountering the realm muster. A few days passed unknowingly,
and the city began to mobilize personnel. Jang Mu naturally joined in the fun and went over to check it out. After some inquiries, I learned that they were preparing to go out and hunt monsters in the wild. Jang Mu also followed the large group and came to the inner world. He had never seen the monsters here before, but he wanted to see how they were different from the monsters in the outer world. Soon, after a long journey, everyone found a group of monsters gathered together. Just like the monsters in the outer world, Jang Mu's eyes flickered. The monsters are not too strong, and the large group of people are all strong people from various worlds, so hunting them is very easy. As the monster died, everyone took out a huge crystal core from its body. The crystal core emits pure light. Jang Mu also wanted to get a crystal core for research, so he joined the hunting operation before the main force finished killing the monsters. Hey, brother, the crystal cores need to be handed in. They will be distributed when we get back. Someone stopped Jang Mu from taking the crystal core privately. I killed this monster, why can't I take it? Jang Mu frowned. Well, I understand how you feel, but for the sake of the overall situation, this is the only way. The big picture? Jang Mu laughed. It's just a crystal core. How can it affect the overall situation? You must be new here and don't know much about this place. Do you know why we are hunting these monsters? Isn't it just about obtaining cultivation resources? True, but these monsters aren't infinite, you know what I mean. As the myriad races continue to hunt, the number of monsters is dwindling. Once all the monsters are hunted, everyone will lose their source of energy. By then, let alone resisting the gray fog world, just being able to hold on and not die will be a blessing. The man explained helplessly. Jang Mu was silent for a while and threw the crystal core to him. Thank you for understanding, but for the sake of the greater good, we have no choice but to do this. Who wouldn't want to leave this damn place and return to their own world as soon as possible? For now, we can only place our hopes on the higher-ups. These crystal cores will be given priority to them. Jang Mu waved his hand, left the team alone and walked towards a farther distance. The man didn't say anything when he saw this. Something's wrong. The monsters in the surface world are endless, but not in the inner world. Moreover, the monsters in the surface world turn into liquid and merge into the earth after death, while the monsters in the inner world actually have crystal cores in their bodies. If you say there's no connection between the two, I don't believe it myself. The light from the crystal core is too special. Jang Mu kept analyzing in his heart. After spending some time, Jang Mu found another group of monsters. After killing them all, he obtained dozens of crystal cores. These crystal cores could also trigger the system's hundredfold amplification, and in a blink of an eye they became thousands of crystal cores. He began to carefully examine the energy contained in the crystal core. It's just as others have said. The energy within can be transformed into whatever you need. And this light, this purifying aura. Could it be? Jang Mu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he had a guess in his mind, which could only be verified after returning to the surface world. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and it was the blood moon day again. Jang Mu came to the wild, stared at the blood moon in the sky, and silently calculated the time in his heart. Arrive. Suddenly, the huge spiritual consciousness probed towards the blood moon, and sure enough, there was a weak node in the space. Moreover, this node is not fixed like the surface world, but changes randomly around the blood moon. No wonder none of the myriad races have discovered this secret. First, the node is around the blood moon and exists only once a month, for only 4 hours each time. All races believed that staring at the blood moon for too long would lead to mental confusion, which led to this result. Jang Mu did not delay any longer and immediately flew towards the blood moon, gathering enormous strength and attacking the weak point of the space node. Bang! The space shattered, like a mirage in the mirror in water. The scene around Jang Mu kept changing, and after a moment, he was accompanied by a burst of strong light. Jang Mu returned to the surface world. The gray fog around him came like a tide, trying to drown him. It's time to experiment. Jang Mu did not summon his own shelter, but took out a crystal core. ZZ. The light from the crystal core dispelled the approaching gray fog, making bursts of noise. Seeing this, Jang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. I see. Is this the hidden secret? He was extremely excited. After spending so much time, he finally had an idea of how to conquer the gray fog world. Now there's only one last piece of the puzzle left for me to verify. Jang Mu was strolling leisurely in the gray fog, holding the crystal core. Wherever the light shines along the way, the gray fog will melt away. What Jang Mu was even more concerned about was that the gray fog would not reappear in the areas that had been purified. It seems that the total amount of gray fog is fixed. After some experiments, Jang Mu found that an ordinary-sized crystal core could purify about 100 square meters of land. The gray fog world is very large, and if one wants to completely dispel the gray fog, the number of crystal cores required will undoubtedly be huge. Whether this method is feasible or not will depend on my next attempt to verify another hypothesis. Right now, I need to find another realm master within a month. Jang Mu summoned his own shelter, allowing it to absorb energy and grow in the gray fog world. He continued to hunt monsters in the gray fog, and when he was tired, he would go into the shelter to rest. When the gray fog receded, they began to look for traces of the realm masters. As the days passed, Jang Mu's search trail became increasingly distant. Finally, before the last day of the blood moon, one of the realm masters was found, but he looked a little embarrassed. Finally, I see a stranger. The man spotted Jang Mu and ran towards him with shining eyes. Which realm are you the master of? Jang Mu signaled him to stop and asked about the situation. Oh? Someone from the main world? The realm master was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has already started sending people for support? Well, I'm from the main world. Since I'm a newly promoted realm master, I was naturally sent by heaven to conquer the gray mist world. Jang Mu nodded. A new realm master? A realm master of the 7th or 8th heaven? No, from the 9 heavens. Jang Mu shook his head. 9th heaven? How long have I been in the gray mist world? A realm master has already been born in the 9th heaven. Chu Tianxiang said in shock. Should be almost a year? Jang Mu estimated the time and replied. Only a year later, a realm master was born in the 9th heaven? But it doesn't matter anymore. Now that I'm here, I just happen to have someone to talk to. Chu Tianxiang didn't care. I'm not here to chat with you. Have you met other realm masters? Jang Mu asked. I've never seen a damn thing in this damn place. After being thrown here by the heavenly Tao, we all separated. I haven't seen any trace of them since I looked for them. Chu Tianxiang said angrily, obviously very dissatisfied with Tiandao's decision. Chapter 150, Verifying the Conjecture. The secret of the gray fog world. I don't know what heaven was thinking. They had to be so reckless and send us in. I still don't know how to conquer the gray mist world. I have no idea at all, and the shelter that Tiandao gave me only had a bed and no other facilities. Do you know how bored I was this past year? Chu Tianxiang kept talking. Jang Mu listened quietly and mourned in his heart. Fortunately, God had given him a castle with complete facilities. There are also various entertainment items. Otherwise, if I had to deal with the gray fog every day, I would be mentally exhausted. Let's stop here for now. The gray fog is coming soon. Let's hide in my shelter. Although the shelter given by heaven is a bit small, it's more than enough to accommodate the two of us. Chu Tianxiang stopped complaining. No, just go into my shelter. My place is bigger. Aren't they all the same? Chu Tianxiang didn't care until Jang Mu took out his castle and put it on the open space, then he fell silent. See, my house is indeed bigger. You call this a bigger one? Chu Tianxiang looked at his own cabin next to him, and then at Jang Mu's castle. His cabin was not even as big as one of the rooms in the castle. I would believe you if you said you were the illegitimate son of heaven. Chu Tianxiang looked at Jang Mu with strange eyes. Jang Mu just smiled and didn't explain. Who would still live in a wooden house when you have this castle? Chu Tianxiang decisively packed up his wooden house and prepared to move into the castle. Wait, don't close the cabin. Oh, I almost forgot. The wooden house can also absorb the energy of the gray fog world to enhance the power of the heavenly way within it. Chu Tianxiang came back to his senses. Then Jang Mu took Chu Tianxiang into his castle, let him take a good bath, have a meal and start talking about business. You mean this gray fog world has 2 heavens and earths, just like the heavens in the main world? Chu Tianxiang was a little surprised. Yes, I discovered this by accident, and then there's, Jang Mu recounted his discovery. Chu Tianxiang's expression also became solemn. This gray fog world is truly unusual. If you hadn't discovered the problem,
you'd have stayed here until you died without a clue. He sighed. So if you want to conquer the Grey Mist world, you have to attack both ends at the same time. Tomorrow is the Blood Moon Day, which is also the day of mutation. I am preparing to enter the inner world. I need you to cooperate with me in the surface world to verify a guess. Of course, in addition to verifying the guess, I also need you to find other world masters. There are only 2 of us now, so our efficiency is a bit low. Jang Mu said. Well, I will cooperate with you, but how do we contact each other? Chu Tianxiang asked. Just take this, a communicator. You can communicate across borders. Jang Mu handed him a walkie-talkie. He bought this from the system mall. It wasn't expensive, only 10,000 system points per pair. Okay, I got it. Chu Tianxiang took the things and nodded. You're not going to take this castle away? He pointed to the ground. I won't take it away. Before, there was no one in the outer world, so I didn't dare leave it there. Now that you are here, I feel relieved. This thing needs to absorb the energy from the gray fog to grow, but there is no gray fog in the other world. Jang Mu shook his head. That's good, Chu Tianxiang smiled. He didn't want to live in that shabby wooden house anymore. Soon, it was the Blood Moon Day that came once a month. I'll leave everything to you from now on. Don't worry. Jang Mu said no more and broke through the space again to enter the inner world. Watching Jang Mu disappear in the sky, Chu Tianxiang also started to get busy. He didn't just wait around this year. He had been searching for so long that he had already explored most of the locations. He believed that he would meet other realm masters soon. The scene changed. Jang Mu came to the inner world, and this time he didn't land near the orcs. It seems the locations in the inner and outer worlds correspond 1-to-1. You can exit from the same place you entered. So they began to look for traces of other tribes. After a while, a forest came into view. Elves? That's quite unusual. Jang Mu landed in the forest. Human, this is the territory of the elves, do not trespass. After all, Jang Mu did not hide his figure, so he was naturally spotted by the elves early on. When they saw him landing in the forest, they of course stepped forward to intercept him. I'm sorry, I'm new here and not familiar with everything here. Just arrived in the Grey Mist world, the elf asked. Well, my world was completely swallowed up by the Grey Fog world not long ago, and I ended up here by accident. Jang Mu brought out the same excuse as before. I see. If you want to find human territory, you can see it within a few 100 million miles in this direction. The elf showed him a way as Jang Mu nodded. His purpose was just to ask for directions. Now that his goal was achieved, he said goodbye to the elves and flew towards the human territory. How's the situation over there? Jang Mu returned to his residence and took out the walkie-talkie and asked. Everything remains the same. What about time? How long has it been? 5 hours. It's also been 5 hours for me. It seems that the speed of time in the outer and inner worlds is the same. Jang Mu confirmed the information again. Do you want to take action? Well, but you have to go to the designated location first, because I just discovered that the locations in the outer and inner worlds also correspond to each other. I am currently in the human territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from where I landed. I need you to go there hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Jang Mu reminded. Okay, but by the time I get there, the fog will probably have dissipated. We'll have to wait until next time. No rush, there's plenty of time. The two ended their conversation. Chu Tianxiang in the outside world immediately packed up the castle and his wooden house and headed in the direction given by Jang Mu. Before leaving, Jang Mu temporarily handed over the control of the castle to Chu Tianxiang, so he could naturally take it away. Another day has passed. Jang Mu came to the wilderness outside the territory, and Chu Tianxiang in the surface world is also ready. The gray fog has risen over here. Shall we take action? Okay, I'll keep an eye on the situation here. Jang Mu responded. Soon, following Jang Mu's order, Chu Tianxiang from the surface world began to kill in the gray fog. As the monsters died one by one, they merged into the earth. In the inner world, monsters slowly gathered in the wilderness on Jang Mu's side. Jang Mu rushed forward, killed it, and took out a crystal core from its body. In order to eliminate the possibility of accidental results in the experiment, Jang Mu kept changing the location to try whenever Chu Tianxiang kills a
Monster in the surface world, a monster will condense at the same location in the inner world. Jang Mu smiled. He didn't expect that the secret that the Grey Fog world had carefully hidden would be discovered by him so quickly. How is it? Did the experiment yield any results? Shu Tianxiong took the time to ask. Well, the result is as I guessed. Jang Mu slowly told Shu Tianxiong his guesses and experimental results. The latter was also very shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Grey Mist world would actually use this trick. If no one cooperates, you will never discover the secrets of the Grey Fog world in your lifetime. Chapter 151, Action begins. What should we do next? Shu Tianxiong asked. Well, if we want to completely conquer the Grey Fog world, we must first dispel the Grey Fog of the surface world. I previously discovered that the crystal cores in monsters can purify the Grey Fog. However, the purification range is too small, and a huge amount of crystal cores is required. It would be too much for the two of us to collect so many crystal cores. I plan to unify all races in the other world. With their help, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Jang Mu nodded. That might be a bit difficult. If they were all from our own world, it would be fine. But from what you said, these people come from various worlds, so it's inevitable that some of them might have ulterior motives. Shu Tianxiong reminded. Yes, so I need you to find other realm masters. If soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. Jang Mu said firmly. Shu Tianxiong chuckled when he heard this. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. We in the main world have never been afraid. Once the 7 of us world masters join forces, the 10,000 races will be nothing more than that. Then I'll ask you to hurry up and find other realm masters. I can now continue to improve my prestige in the other world. Jang Mu said. Okay, let's arrange it this way. The two ended their conversation. Shu Tianxiong began to continue looking for the traces of other world masters, while Jang Mu began to cooperate with the humans in the inner world to hunt monsters and obtain crystal cores. His powerful strength has also made more and more people remember Jang Mu's name, and with the system 100-fold amplification, Jang Mu has no shortage of crystal cores to replenish his energy. The days go by. After a few months of wasting time, Jang Mu had made a name for himself in the human territory. The main reason is that nothing big happened, and his powerful strength can only kill those monsters with weak strength. If there is any major battle, he will probably be able to show his skills quickly, and within these few months, Shu Tianxiong also found 2 realm masters. With the 3 of them working together in the search, the efficiency has been greatly increased. I believe that in the near future, all the realm masters will be gathered together. A few more months passed. Shu Tianxiong finally gathered all the realm masters together. Jang Mu also felt that it was time to talk to the human leaders in the inner world. Thanks to the contributions he had made in the territory over the past few days, the top leaders agreed to summon Jang Mu. Jang Mu frowned as he looked at the person in front of him, but when he thought about it, sending someone to see him was a recognition of him, while other people couldn't even see him if they wanted to. Little brother, tell me, what do you want from me? The man motioned Jang Mu to sit down. Well, there is something that requires the cooperation of the entire human race. Jang Mu sat down. Oh? It requires the cooperation of the entire human race? The man became interested. How much have you discovered about the Grey Mist world? Have you truly grasped the truth about it? Jang Mu asked. This is confidential and cannot be disclosed. So, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. I've already figured out the true situation of the Grey Mist world. As long as you cooperate, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the Grey Mist world. Jang Mu spoke. Are you kidding, little brother? You know that all the races are worried about this matter right now. We can't talk about it casually. The man obviously didn't believe it. I know you won't believe me, so I can verify tonight whether what I said is true or not. But you have to call the other 9 people to witness it. I don't want to convince them one by one. Jang Mu said with ease. The man was a little hesitant, but then he thought, since nothing big has happened recently, it would be okay to go and take a look. Okay, I agree. I hope what you said is true. Wang Hao agreed. Okay, come find me here later. Jang Mu gave him an address. Time soon came to evening. Wang Hao arrived as scheduled with the other 9 people.
Little brother, I've brought the person here. So how do you want to verify it next?
The other 9 people also looked at Jang Mu.
We still have a little time left, so I'll first tell you the truth about this gray fog world.
Jang Mu spoke slowly, explaining the fact that there is a double world in the gray fog world. The more they listened, the more solemn they became.
Are you telling the truth? In fact, the 10 people already had some vague belief in their hearts, but this fact was too unbelievable. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out when I take you into the surface world.
Jang Mu estimated the time and waited quietly. Everyone suppressed their urgency and waited patiently. Soon, the blood moon flashed by imperceptibly.
Coming. Follow me.
After saying this, Jang Mu suddenly rushed towards the blood moon in the sky. Everyone was a little surprised.
This was a blood moon.
They had tried to get through it before, but there was a barrier blocking their way.
Bang!
In an instant, as Jang Mu attacked with all his strength, a small hole appeared under the blood moon.
Fuck! Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow me. The outer and inner worlds only overlap briefly. If you don't want to come back in a month, come in with me now.
Jang Mu urged. Several people gritted their teeth and followed Jang Mu's footsteps into the space channel. As the scene changes, everyone descended to the surface world.
Gray fog.
The pupils of several people shrank, and they quickly mobilized the strength in their bodies to prepare to resist the gray fog. Jang Mu quickly took out the crystal core. The gray fog that suddenly came over was purified and dissipated by the light. Everyone looked at what Jang Mu held in his hand with some surprise. They know this thing, they are very familiar with it. One by one, they followed suit and took out their stored crystal cores. Jang Mu's voice whispered, the crystal cores in the monsters of the inner world can purify the gray fog of the outer world.
This is also the key to conquering the gray fog world.
So now you know why I want the entire human race and even all other races to cooperate. The inner and outer worlds correspond 1-to-1. I believe you all have a general understanding of how big the inner world is. An ordinary crystal core can only purify an area of 100 square meters, and the required crystal cores must be collected by all races together. Everyone was delighted when they heard this, but then they thought of something and said bitterly, I thought it was a surprise, but I didn't expect it would require crystal cores. You know, with our continuous hunting of monsters for crystal cores over the years, the number of monsters in the other world is now very small. With only the remaining crystal cores in the monsters, we can't even purify 1% of the gray fog, let alone 1% of it. Don't worry, I've already experimented with this. The monsters in the outer and inner worlds correspond 1-to-1. If you kill a monster in the outer world, a monster will condense in the inner world. The monsters in the surface world are endless, and all it takes is for someone to keep hunting monsters in the surface world, then there will be a constant supply of monsters in the other world to obtain crystals.
Jang Mu spoke. I see. If that's the case, then we don't lack crystal cores. Everyone relaxed their brows. Chapter 152, Grey Mist. Heavenly Tao takes action. Come on, follow me. Jang Mu waved his hand to signal everyone to follow. Where are you going? They were a little confused. Shouldn't they go back and discuss countermeasures now? To meet my companions. You still have companions? I remember you said your world was destroyed, didn't you? You believe this, but you have to be more careful when you go out.
Jang Mu curled his lips. Forehead, everyone was choked. Following Jang Mu's footsteps, they soon arrived at a castle. Chu Tianxiong also received the news early in the morning and came to support.
Finally, you're here. If you hadn't come earlier, I would have gone looking for you. Come, let me introduce you to the other realm masters. Chu Tianxiong pulled Jang Mu to the other realm masters. This is the brother Zhang I told you about before, the newly promoted realm master of the 9th layer of the main world. He was the one who discovered the situation in the Grey Mist world. They are the other realm masters: 1st Heaven Realm Master Su Jiao, 2nd Heaven Realm Master Mo Yixing, 4th Heaven Realm Master Hong Ming, 5th Heaven Realm Master Xin Yu, and 6th Heaven Realm Master Bai Zhu. Chu Tianxiong introduced them one by one. Hello. Jang Mu nodded and greeted him. Heroes emerge from youth.
Back then, it took us 100 years to become the realm master, not counting the time we spent on promotions before that. The ninth heaven, which has only been opened up for 100 years, has already given birth to such a monstrous young man. The world masters sighed. Heroes are made by the times. Enough of the small talk, let's get down to business first. Bai Shu spoke out. That's right, they should be the upper echelons of the human race in the other world, right? Chu Tianxiong pointed at the 10 people behind him and asked. Yes, after all, they didn't believe it at first, so naturally I had to bring them to the outside world to see it. Jang Mu said. The realm master smiled but said nothing, while the 10 people felt as if they had been thorned in the back and were somewhat at a loss. They felt a strong pressure from Chu Tianxiong and others, which meant that everyone present was much stronger than them. The key is that these guys are in the same group. For a moment, the 10 people felt like they had entered a den of wolves. Ahem, don't be nervous. We still have 3 hours to discuss. Come on in. Chu Tianxiong led everyone into the castle. Brother Zhang had previously planned to have all the races in the inner world cooperate with us. Before that, could you take command of the human race? Chu Tianxiong looked at the 10 people and asked. This is natural. Over the years, the inner world has formed a new system. What we say is still very effective. They nodded. That's good. 1 month from now, I need you to lead a group of elite soldiers into the surface world to hunt monsters and replenish the supply in the inner world. What you need to do is to discuss the next steps with other high-level leaders of the 10,000 races. Others are constantly collecting crystal cores in the inner world. Chu Tianxiong ordered. At this time, Jang Mu interrupted. Give me the collected crystal cores first, and let me take them to the surface world to purify the gray fog. Okay, it's not a big deal. Others have no objection. The plan is now finalized. Jang Mu returned to the inner world with the 3 realm masters and the 10 people. If the 10,000 races refuse to cooperate, please contact us. We don't mind violent unification. Chu Tianxiong and others grinned. The big battle begins. In the first year, the human race began to send a large number of people to the surface world to fight monsters. Therefore, the monsters that were about to become extinct in the other world were quickly replenished. A large number of crystal cores were sent to Jang Mu. After being amplified by the system, the number increased 100-fold. The sufficient crystal cores greatly improved everyone's recovery efficiency, and the speed of killing monsters became faster and faster. The human leaders are also constantly discussing with other ethnic groups. At first, all the races did not believe it, but after they came to the surface world in person, they had to believe it. After returning, they joined the human race's attack team. During this period, we also encountered many tough guys, all of whom were ethnic groups that had grudges against humans in the past. Jang Mu and others naturally did not indulge them. They just didn't want to engage in unnecessary fights, and now that the time has come to conquer the Grey Mist world, and you still want to cause trouble, you can't blame them for being ruthless. Relying on his powerful strength, he directly suppressed them and sent them into the surface world to fight monsters continuously. In the second year, collecting crystal cores, I have been collecting crystal cores for a full 20 years. Now Jang Mu has a huge amount of crystal cores on his body. As for why it takes so long to collect, it is of course because after the gray fog is purified, the question is whether those monsters will refresh again. Don't wait until you've purified half of the gray fog before realizing there aren't enough monsters left. Secondly, this crystal core can also be thrown into the castle, allowing it to absorb the energy within and enhance the power of heaven above it. After having sufficient crystal cores for support, he began to have everyone take the crystal core. To purify the gray fog in the surface world, people from all races came to the surface world, carrying crystal cores and moving in all directions. Wherever it passed, the gray fog receded layer by layer. The heavenly Tao of the gray fog world seemed to sense that something was wrong and began to counterattack. Various powerful monsters are constantly brewing, attempting to destroy all races. The newly brewed monster is extremely powerful. People of all races suffered casualties to varying degrees. Seeing this, Jang Mu and others immediately took action to fight with him. A terrifying battle broke out in the air. Don't stop moving forward. The conquest of the Grey Mist world is just around the corner. Chu Tianxiong took the time to remind him. Everyone came to their senses and continued to move forward. Layers of gray fog began to dissipate. Grey Mist Sky Dao was angry and allocated some of its strength to attack the realm lords. Puff. Damn it, shameless. The world masters cursed. Ants dare to rebel against the will of the gray fog. Die. The powerful force of heaven attacked again. You're just bullying us. Wait until the heavenly Tao from our main world comes to kill you, and I'll grind you to dust. Chu Tianxiong said stubbornly. Seeing this, Jang Mu knew he could not hesitate any longer and immediately sacrificed his castle. You're the only one with help. I have one too. The terrifying power of heaven was brewing and attacking the opponent. The two forces converged, creating a terrifying impact that swept all around. Gray Wu Tiandao was a little surprised and suspicious. He didn't expect that the other party had another trick up his sleeve. But it's also a desperate resistance. Another attack came towards them, and this time the target was directly aimed at Jang Mu's system. Jang Mu decisively called out "Daddy da, ding." Tiandao's attack detected, restrictions lifted. A force of rules protected Jang Mu tightly, and no matter how the Grey Fog world attacked, it could not break the barrier. How is that possible? Grey Wu Tiandao was frightened, and at this moment, Yi Yu flew directly towards the Grey Fog sky and brought it into the core of the world. Hey hey hey, little kitty! Yi Yu's eyes lit up as he kept digging in the body of Grey Mist Tiandao. Surely not, where did you hide it? After taking out 80% of the world origin of the Grey Mist Heavenly Tao, Yi Yu took out the origin of the rules and asked. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. Grey Mist Heavenly Tao is ready to perish together with the enemy. At the same time, the entire Grey Fog world began to tremble violently. This is an intention to actively annihilate the entire world and make Yi Yu pay the price. It is worthy of being the Heavenly Tao that invaded many worlds. Its backbone is much stronger than other Heavenly Taos. Chapter 153, The End of This World. Oh, if it were before, I might have really fallen for you, but after absorbing so much of the essence of rules, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Yi Yu held the powerful power of rules and directly imprisoned the Grey Mist Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the trembling world calmed down. Since you won't tell me, I have no choice but to use some means. Yi Yu tied him up with bad intentions. What do you want to do? The grey foggy sky trembled. You are mine from now on. Remember to do as I say, okay? Yi Yu patted his butt and prepared to leave. Grey Wu Tiandao hid in the corner and cried sadly. This scene reminded Yi Yu of an old friend. Without thinking anymore, Yi Yu left the core of the world and returned to Jang Mu's body. He has already obtained the origin of the rules of the Grey Fog world, and the amount is no less than what he obtained from the main world. It is worthy of being a world that fights back and forth with the main world. There are a total of 5,300 invaded worlds. Yu also took possession of the origins of the rules of these worlds. As for what Yi Yu ordered the Grey Mist world to do, it was naturally the same as the contract signed in the main world. It's just that the Grey Mist world's method of invasion is a bit cruel, so he asked them to try a different method so as not to destroy the entire world. After that, when you invade other worlds, you can only take them as subordinate worlds, but don't destroy the Heavenly Tao within them. These Heavenly Taos will be of great use to me in the future, and your fight with the main world can also be stopped. After all, they are my people over there, so you too can consider cooperating. This is what Yi Yu said to Grey Mist Sky Dao. As for why he wanted to let Tiandao stay, Yi Yu had already started to plan to hunt other systems. As we all know, the power of the Heavenly Tao is still relatively restrained against the system. In other words, these systems are too high level, and the worlds they invade are still relatively low level, so they can show a crushing momentum. Any Heavenly Tao of the same level will basically completely defeat the system. Therefore, when invading a world of the same level, the system must be extremely cautious, for fear of being discovered and killed. And now that Yi Yu has absorbed so many origins of rules, the outcome of this sequence battle is destined to be his victory. What he needs to do now is to add a few more systems to supplement his system capabilities before the sequence battle ends. Once 10 sequence level systems are born, the other systems will be wiped out. In Yi Yu's eyes, these systems are walking fat pieces of meat. Ding. Crisis resolved. The system prompt sounded in Jang Mu's mind. This time, the Heavenly Tao of the main world has also descended into the Grey Fog world. Since both sides' Heavenly Taos were in the same camp, Grey Mist Heavenly Tao generously let it in. You did a good job, the Heavenly Tao of the main world praised Jang Mu. He also didn't expect that Jang Mu could conquer the Grey Fog world so quickly. It seems that it was that guy who took action. Tiandao of the main world guessed so. Tiandao, can you come back now? Chu Tianxiong stepped forward and asked. Yes, from now on, the Grey Fog world will be considered as ours. The Grey Fog in the ninth heaven has completely dissipated. The heavenly Tao of the main world explained. Others did not know what this meant and thought that the main world had taken over the Grey Fog world as a subsidiary world, but only he himself understood that both parties were at the same level, so how could it be so easy to subdue them? Not long ago, Yu had informed him that he could cooperate with the Grey Mist world to invade other worlds. So everyone began to return, and the people of all races in the Grey Fog world were sent back to their own worlds one by the Grey Fog world's heavenly Tao. All the races left happily, thinking they had won. Little did they know that their own world had already fallen. If Yu had not ordered him not to destroy the invaded world, when they returned, all they would see would be a void and a dead world. After the world masters returned to the main world, heaven began to reward them, and the rich rewards made the world masters feel much better. After more than 20 years of doing this, I have received so many rewards. This is not a bad deal. The greatest contributor, Jang Mu, received a reward that no one else could match. There were 5 red mythical talents awarded alone, which became 5 colorful talents after being amplified by the system. The others are painless and mild authority rewards, which allow you to directly break through the first level of authority, open up another unique authority, and become a world authority holder. Controlling the authority of the main world's subsidiary worlds can be considered an alternative way of heaven. As for the reincarnation points, at this level, if you want, you can use them at will by just saying hello to the heavenly Tao. As long as it is a requirement that can help the development of the main world, it can almost satisfy you. Jang Mu just felt weird, as if he was going to inherit his father's property. Ding! The host can exchange the remaining system points for talent fusion cards. Yu reminded, the mission in this world has been completed, it's time to leave. System, are you leaving? Jang Mu felt a little reluctant. There is a sea of stars ahead. The host has a goal to pursue, and as a system, we naturally have a goal as well, but a short separation is for a better reunion. I believe that one day in the future, you and I will meet again. Okay, I look forward to our next meeting. Then we'll see you later. Yu gave Jang Mu a talent fusion card, which left his body and rushed out of the world. Of course, it is impossible for Jang Mu to exchange for a god-level talent fusion card with his system points. Yu added a lot of things to this, and he had his reasons. The world strategy was completed, so what's wrong with giving a talent fusion card as the final reward? It was reasonable. The heavenly Tao of the main world watched everything silently, and then descended to Jang Mu. You don't have to be sad. When I ascend to the Great Thousand World, the restrictions on the world will be lifted. Then your strength will be able to break through the restrictions and continue to grow. But if you want to find his traces in the heavens, powerful strength is the guarantee. Heaven comforted. You know the existence of this system? Jang Mu was a little surprised. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. The heavenly Tao consciousness curled its lips. Work hard and take care of the subordinate worlds first. Tian Dao said. You are just throwing the mess to me. Jang Mu was speechless. He didn't want to do such a thankless job. Now he just wanted to rest. This is an experience for you. Tian Dao frowned. You're so young and you just want to eat and wait for death. How can you become a great man in the future? Okay. Stop nagging. Can't I just do it? What are you nagging? I'm just urging you on. I'll be watching you all the time from now on, so don't even think about slacking off. The way of heaven chatters endlessly. Jang Mu looked very sad. He felt like he had found a father for himself. This world is over. Chapter 154, Weird World. Yu's figures shuttle through the heavens. This sequence battle has been going on for a long time, and I guess most systems have reaped the rewards. I don't know what's going on in the main god space. Is that guy still hiding? Don't think that Yu has only been in that main world for a few decades. After all, the flow of time in each world is different, and only the time in the heavens outside the world has a uniform flow rate. Just like the world created by everyone, the Star Master can freely adjust the speed of time flow on the planet under his command, as long as you can afford the creation points. Similarly, the way of heaven can also adjust the flow rate of its own world, and the cost is the origin of the world. The higher the world level, the faster the time flow, and the more world origin points are consumed. Accelerating an entire world is much more expensive than accelerating a single planet. Only a big world like this that invades many worlds can afford it, otherwise just follow the steps honestly. At this time, Yu was constantly searching for traces of the system in this area of the universe. How can you be so good at hiding? He was a little bored. There was nothing to see outside the world. It was all chaos, let me encounter a system soon. Yi Yu said casually. After a while, a system passed by it, both were stunned. Fuck. Fuck. Yi Yu's eyes lit up, and the latter was shocked. Finally I caught a system, he. Yi Yu immediately changed direction and rushed towards the other party. What do you want to do? The latter panicked and increased his flying speed. 2 beams of light rushed around in the heavens. It's all the system. You're asking me this. The battle of sequences is either you or me. I just want to kill you. We should join hands and destroy the main god space first, and then fight. The other party said hurriedly. It felt tremendous pressure from Yi Yu, which meant that the other party's control over the rules was stronger than his. Then it is very likely that the other party has absorbed a large amount of the origin of the rules. It doesn't matter if we're both missing, I just want to kill you now. You are deceiving me too much. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. If you are not afraid of death, follow me and see who will live and who will die. The system turned around and headed towards a world in the heavens. Humph. You've never been afraid of anything when you're out there. Yi Yu was not afraid either, and followed his footsteps and plunged into that world. Suddenly, Yi Yu's face changed. Ha ha ha. You've fallen into my trap. So what if you're stronger than my power of rules? This world is a new system examination room transformed by the power of rules. All systems that enter it must abide by various restrictions. In other words, this world can only compete on system functions. I will show you what the best cheat in the universe is. I am the most powerful system. The system sneered and began to look for the natives of this world to bind to the host. You didn't expect it to start like this. The newly renovated system examination room, but so what? I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to system capabilities. The worst that can happen is I'll let you live for a while longer. Yi Yu also began to look for indigenous bindings. In this newly transformed system assessment world, the power of rules is too strong. If you are exposed for too long, you will be suppressed and feel very uncomfortable. What surprised Yi Yu was that the level of this world could not be compared with the previous system examination room. It's not even as high as the previous host's world level, but it's useless if it's too low. This world really doesn't have the aura of heaven anymore. Yi Yu sighed helplessly. It is probably a new modification, and the world limit may continue to increase in the future. Weird world. It first people thought it was just an ordinary disaster. It wasn't until one bizarre incident after another occurred that people finally realized something was wrong. By the time people reacted, the world had suddenly changed. Virtual and real, dream and reality, weird invasion, worlds overlap, copies. Randomly summon humans to enter the world. Fear hangs like a sharp knife over everyone's head, and I became one of the first humans selected to struggle in the dungeon. My name is Ling Tian, and I'm just an ordinary white-collar worker. My only characteristic is that I'm calmer than most people. You have been selected to survive in a strange dungeon called the Strange Hotel. All you have to do is survive in this strange world. Since this is your first time participating in a strange dungeon, everyone has a small chance of awakening the ghost class. So good luck. A voice appeared in the minds of all those selected to participate in the dungeon. Teleporting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, call out. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared from the real world and entered a strange world. Such scenes are constantly being played out around the world. Congratulations, you've awakened your profession, Ghost Doctor. Ghost Doctor, you can treat some difficult and complicated diseases for the weird and solve some of its minor problems. After reading the job introduction, Ling Tian was speechless. At this moment, another voice appeared in his mind, ding. Binding the mediocre system, the voice kept reminding him without giving him time to refuse. 10%, 33%, 66%, 99%, bind successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ghost Doctor profession, triggering a 100-fold amplification, and transforming into the Ghost Saint Doctor. Ling Tian was stunned, as if he was bound to something extraordinary. He was familiar with this system. There were records of it in novels before the world suddenly changed. He had also read many system-themed novels and knew the power of the number 1 golden finger in the world. System, is there a panel? Ling Tian asked in his heart. Seeing this, Yi Yu immediately popped up a window to give him the panel details. Host, Ling Tian, strength, ordinary person, occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor, System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of All Things, 100x, Otherworldly Summoning, Copy, System Points, 0 System Evaluation, too weak to be evaluated. Ling Tian clicked on the detailed introduction of each system function and finally figured out the functions of his system. One word to describe it. Powerful, ding. You have a newbie gift pack, please check, Yi Yu reminded. Open it then. Ling Tian nodded, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a land deed. Land deed? Ling Tian didn't expect to see this. He carefully looked at the description of the deed and found that it was not a deed from the real world, but a deed from a strange world. Then this thing will be of great use. It's a good thing. I'll keep it for now and see if I can find the location of the title deed later. He knew that the strange world would gradually merge with the real world in the future. After all, strange figures kept appearing in the real world, so it was not difficult to guess with the title deed, I will have a place to live in this strange world in the future. Then he began to look around and found that there were 9 other people besides him who entered this copy with him. Everyone else looked panicked, except Ling Tian, who had an abnormally expressionless face. Chapter 155, the ghost class begins to show its power. Soon a middle-aged man with a pale face and wearing a tuxedo walked over. I'm the manager of this hotel. All you have to do is survive here for 7 days. After 7 days, you can return to your own world. The ghost manager spoke grimly. Everyone was frightened and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ling Tian, on the other hand, looked at the ghost manager carefully. Because of his profession as the ghost saint doctor, he discovered that this ghost manager had many health problems. As a saintly doctor, it would be very easy for him to solve his problem, but Ling Tian did not say anything. He knew that the first bird to stick its head out would be shot down, and besides, it is better to let others come to you for help than to offer your help yourself. The grace in these two situations is not the same. So what do we need to do? Someone asked in a low voice. It's simple. Just be an ordinary waiter. If there are customers who need service, you have to go and take care of it. The ghost manager bared his bloody teeth. Everyone became even more desperate. This was a strange world, so the guests in the hotel must be strange as well. I'm going to this weird room to serve them. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Okay, now follow me. I'll take you to change into your work clothes. Of course, the guests are king here. If they make some small requests, try to meet them, but don't annoy them. The hotel will not be responsible if they do anything to you. The ghost manager mentioned it casually. Ling Tian analyzed to himself. In other words, as long as the specific conditions weren't triggered, nothing would happen. It seemed that even if Yi wanted to attack them, he had to follow certain rules. Under the supervision of the ghost manager, everyone changed into their work clothes. You can go to work now. Don't leave before the end of the shift. Otherwise, if something bad happens, you can't blame anyone else. The ghost manager left after saying this. Everyone looked at each other. Some of them wanted to get together so that they could look after each other. Ling Tian shook his head, left here alone, and began to look around this strange hotel. As for why he had to leave, wasn't the waiter just patrolling around the hotel to see if anyone needed help? Secondly, the strange calls to waiters are random. There is a string of numbers on their work clothes, which are probably their corresponding work numbers. If there is a strange call, the corresponding work number should be dispatched randomly. So it is useless to stick together. An hour passed without me noticing. Ding ding. The indicator light on Ling Tian's left chest suddenly lit up, and a mechanical sound came from the intercom. A guest requires service. Please come as soon as possible. The guest's room number is 303. Ling Tian understood and immediately turned around and walked towards room 303. Fortunately, he had memorized the location of each room number before, so as to avoid being picked on by Yi for the slow door-to-door service. Ling Tian ran over quickly. In just half a minute, he reached the door of room 303. After straightening his clothes a bit, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, sir. How can I help you? In an instant, the door opened on its own and a sinister voice was heard. Come in. Ling Tian was not panicked and walked in leisurely. I heard that the hotel recruited some strangers. It seems to be true. A hunchbacked old man suddenly stood behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian's hair stood on end, but he turned around expressionlessly and said, "Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can do for you?" The old man was stunned. Why wasn't this guy scared by him? In the past, humans were directly frightened by him, so what was wrong with this guy? Nothing,
I just want to absorb your yang energy, do you mind? The old man joked. The guest is joking. Is there anything else you need help with? Why do you think I'm joking?
The old man's face darkened. In an instant, Ling Tian felt himself surrounded by a negative energy.
Guests are kings. This is the service philosophy of this hotel. What's wrong with me absorbing some of your yang energy? If you can't even fulfill this small request, it seems you're looking for death. Ling Tian's heart sank. Who knew what would happen if his yang energy was sucked away?
How could he possibly agree to this? But judging from the current situation, if I don't agree, the other party will take action. These weird things are so shameless.
Can I ask why you want to absorb my yang energy?
Ling Tian tried to find a way to break the deadlock.
What else could it be? Of course I'm absorbing yang energy to recover from my injuries. Otherwise, why would I be staying in a hotel? I'd just be bored.
The old man didn't care. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Ahem, actually, I'm a doctor.
Injury is also a disease. If I can cure it, can you please not try to take advantage of my yang qi, the doctor?
The old man was stunned for a moment, then said, human doctors are useless to us weirdos.
No, I'm a ghost doctor.
Ling Tian said seriously. The old man was skeptical, wondering if this was just the kid's nonsense before he died. You should know that ghost doctors are highly respected among us weirdos.
If you dare to deceive me, you will die.
The old man spoke. Just like humans, ghosts always have various problems, and these problems can only be treated by ghost doctors. There will also be fights between monsters, which will cause injuries. If it is not resolved in time, it will have a serious and direct impact on future promotion paths. To sum up, ghost doctors are highly respected in the weird world.
Don't worry, if I can't cure you, it's not too late to kill me.
Ling Tian promised. He had just used his abilities to figure out the condition of the ghost in front of him, and he was 100% sure he could cure it.
Okay, I'll give you a chance.
The old man nodded. Ling Tian walked to a table and motioned him to sit opposite. The latter naturally cooperated well.
Reach out, what?
Of course I have to feel your pulse.
Otherwise, how can I figure out your condition? Ling Tian spoke. 2.
The old man extended his hand in cooperation. Ling Tian began to feel his pulse. As for why everyone can see the old man's problem at a glance, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Of course, it is a process.
Secondly, in order to be safe, the ghost pulse can more accurately detect the other person's physical problems.
You have a little problem. Ling Tian described the old man's physical symptoms one by one, and the latter became more and more surprised because what he said was exactly right.
These minor ailments are easily fixed.
This is an injury from a previous battle with another monster. The key is the root causes that have accumulated over time. If these root causes are not resolved, it is highly unlikely that you will be able to achieve another breakthrough in the future.
Ling Tian said slowly. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly asked, Sir, do you have a solution?
For a moment, even the way they addressed Ling Tian became more respectful. Ling Tian lowered his eyebrows, and the latter's heart skipped a beat.
My skills are inherited from my ancestors. You know I'm just an ordinary person now. It's not difficult to cure your illness. The key is to have medicinal herbs. With my current ability, it's difficult to collect them.
The old man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and quickly said, Sir, just tell me the names of the herbs and I will collect them myself.
No need to bother you. If you can cure the root of my illness, I will be happy to help you if you need anything in the future. Chapter 156, Madam, please don't be impatient, let me interrupt.
That's good, you bring these things. Ling Tian said a lot of things, but in fact, there were very few materials to treat this weird thing, and the rest were the medical fees he collected. After all, medicinal materials will be needed to treat other strange things in the future. Of course, there is another meaning, which is to cover up the prescription. Sir, please wait in my room for a moment.
I'll be back soon. These things are very common, so it's not difficult to collect them.
The old man wrote down the name of the medicinal herb and prepared to leave to get the medicine. Okay, but I'm still working, so I'll try to go and come back as quickly as possible.
Ling Tian said.
Don't worry, I'll talk to the manager later.
Thank you so much. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. The old man left the hotel and began to collect the medicinal herbs that Ling Tian wanted. Before leaving, he specifically found the ghost manager and told him not to move the waiters in his room, as he was his guest of honor, otherwise he would turn the hotel upside down. The ghost manager was a little surprised, but he still tried his best to meet the customer's request. As for the latter's threatening words, it just smiled. If they want to overturn this hotel, not only one old man, but even 10,000 old men would not be able to do it. This is a 5-star hotel. Do you really think the weird things behind it are just for show? A human being actually allows a strange creature to be a guest of honor. Interesting, the ghost manager muttered to himself. About 2 hours passed, the old man returned to the hotel with a large pile of medicinal herbs. Sir, the herbs you requested have been found. Please see, leave it here. I'll make some medicine for you. Just take it regularly and it will be cured in less than a month. Ling Tian took the herbs and went to another compartment. The old man wisely avoided the question. Another half-hour later, Ling Tian took out a bunch of medicine and handed it to the old man. Once a day, either orally or with water. Here are 30 doses, enough for 1 month. Thank you, sir. If I fully recover from my injuries, I will never forget your kindness. The old man is very loyal, and although he kills people without blinking an eye, he will do what he promised. This is much better than some humans. Well, I'll be in the hotel for the next 7 days. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Ling Tian nodded. Having a strange person standing in his camp also made him feel a little more at ease. Ling Tian soon left room 303. It was already time to get off work. What he had to do now was to find something to eat, and then go to his staff dormitory. After going around in circles, Ling Tian arrived at the cafeteria. The other 9 people have arrived and started to eat, and the ghost manager is also preaching something. From now on, you will have your 3 meals here, and you are not allowed to enter the cafeteria after mealtimes. Secondly, 5 of the 10 of you will be assigned to the night shift, with the 5 on duty taking turns. The ghost manager glanced at Ling Tian, who arrived late. The latter sat down as if nothing had happened and began to eat. I believe that after today, you have gained a clearer understanding of this strange world. I hope that you can still walk out of this hotel alive in 7 days. The ghost manager said something meaningful and then left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started discussing. Who's on duty tonight? I don't want to. I don't want to either. No one was willing to do so. 7 days means that one has to work 7 night shifts, which means that the person on the first night shift has to work 4 days. Every extra night shift means an extra variable, and no one wants to put themselves in danger. Someone has to be competent. If the shift starts and the personnel haven't been determined, everyone will probably be punished. One person said. The rest were silent. Ling Tian listened silently, eating his meal. Let's draw lots. Whoever gets his turn will just have to consider himself unlucky. One person suggested. Others also approved of this approach. Several people found 10 chopsticks, 5 of which were wrapped with thin strings. Come on, whoever catches the chopsticks wrapped with string will be on duty tonight. One person holds 10 chopsticks and signals others to draw. The results of the lottery came out soon. Nice. The 5 people looked at the chopsticks in their hands excitedly. Ling Tian looked at the thin chopsticks in his hand with an expressionless face. Whatever bad luck he had, at worst he could find the old man if he encountered danger. Night falls. More strange things continued to come into the strange hotel. These strange creatures looked at Ling Tian and the others with shining eyes, but due to the restrictions of the rules, they could only watch helplessly. After finishing the room check-in in a strange way, he smiled maliciously, probably planning to cause trouble and kill Ling Tian and the others. I knew this wasn't going to be an easy job. The others were very scared. Who knew if those weird creatures would make excessive demands to embarrass them? Ding ding, the indicator light on one person's chest lit up. It's over. The man looked panicked. He didn't expect the disaster to come so soon. Ding 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 ding. Before anyone else could show a gloating expression, everyone's indicator light lit up. A guest requires service. Please come as soon as possible. The guest's room number is 444. A mechanical sound came from Ling Tian's intercom. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, disaster cannot be avoided. Ling Tian ignored everyone and immediately rushed towards room 444. This room number gave him a feeling of danger. For is unlucky to begin with, and now there are 3 4s in it. The buff is stacked up directly. Half a minute later, Ling Tian came to room 444. There is also a VIP plaque on the door.
It seems that the strange power inside is very powerful. Ling Tian muttered and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, excuse me, sir, how may I help you? Crack, the door opened, but unlike last time, this time it was Guyi who opened the door himself. The first thing that caught my eye was a blood-red, dignified long dress, and the second thing that caught my eye was an exquisite and enchanting face. Come in. Strangely speaking, Ling Tian nodded and walked in. The latter closed the door. Crack, Ling Tian was stunned. What the hell, why is the door still locked? How can the guest help me? For the first time, Ling Tian felt a lot of pressure. The strange aura before him was too strong, not comparable to anything he had encountered before. In fact, Ling Tian felt that it was several levels stronger than the ghost manager. I heard there was a stranger in the hotel today. I wanted to find a stranger to test my new ability. Madame Red smiled. Ah, what are you going to experiment with? Ling Tian had a bad feeling. Madame Red didn't answer, but instead raised her hand and summoned a crystal mirror. Suddenly, Ling Tian's spirit was shaken. Two mirror images appeared in the room, one of Ling Tian and the other of Madame Hong. Madame Hong moved around, controlling the mirror image to lift up Ling Tian's mirror image. In an instant, Ling Tian also flew into the air. I wonder if killing the mirror image will kill the original. Madame Hong exclaimed softly. Wait. Madam, please don't be impatient. Let me interrupt. Ling Tian hurriedly spoke out, otherwise someone would die.ps. Tomato has released a new feature and there is a fan group on the homepage. Those who are interested can join it. Chapter 157, Bluffo? What do you want to say? Madame Hong stopped for a moment and put Ling Tian down. If you just want to test your abilities, why not find a weird experiment? An ordinary person like me would die if I were tossed around, and there wouldn't be anything to test, right? Ling Tian asked tentatively. Madame Red smiled. You have a point, but I don't have any other subjects for experiments right now. Don't worry. I will be gentle and won't let you die in pain. Ling Tian was speechless. What was going on? Was there no rule or restriction? Is there any way for the system to escape from its current predicament? Helpless, he had to seek help from his own system in his heart. Ding. The system is currently limited and cannot be used directly, so the help provided is not great. I can only temporarily activate the body protection time for 1 hour. During this hour, the host does not need to worry about his life safety, and the rest can only be left to the host to solve. Ding. System task released. Mission: conquer Madame Red within 1 hour. Reward: 10,000 system points, 100,000 ghost coins. Ding. Body protection mode activated. Time: 1 hour. Yiyu has already mobilized the maximum amount of help. After all, it has just started and there are many restrictions. Being able to achieve this level means that the power of rules he controls can slightly pry open the rules and restrictions of this world. Once I reach the rule level, no rules will be able to restrain me. The picture returns. As the system prompt sounded, Ling Tian felt himself enveloped by an invisible force. This made him feel much more at ease. Although it's only an hour, it's better than dying like this. The rest depends on how you operate it. Well, since Madame has said so, it would be a bit ungrateful for me to refuse. So come on. Ling Tian said this, with his hands open, looking ready for you to take advantage. You're quite an interesting little thing. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Madame Hong chuckled and continued to control the mirror image to pinch Ling Tian's mirror image. Bang! As Madame Hong exerted force, Ling Tian's mirror image shattered. Humans are still so fragile, Madame Red sighed. Is it done? Ling Tian's faint voice came from behind her. Madame Hong was stunned, and turned around to look at Ling Tian, who seemed to be indifferent, confused. How come you're okay? I don't know either. Maybe your ability has failed? Ling Tian shook his head. How could it possibly fail? Even if it did, it wouldn't be enough to kill a human. Madame Red's eyes widened. Madam, you have always wanted to kill me, haven't you? Isn't there any rule that prevents you from killing people at will? Ling Tian asked with a twinkle in his eyes. He must figure this out, otherwise this kind of situation will happen again in the future.
Isn't it just killing one person? Even if the rules punish me, I won't suffer too much loss. I can afford this loss. Madame Red adjusted herself and put on a dignified look. Since it doesn't work once, I'll try a few more times. Madame Red refused to believe in evil and activated her ability again. Then you do your best. Ling Tian was not in a hurry. When this strange person started to doubt his life, it would be his time to perform. Time passed bit by bit, and the sound of mirrors shattering continued to be heard in the room. After trying this countless times, Madame Red finally couldn't hold it anymore. What the hell is going on? She collapsed weakly on the seat. At this time, Ling Tian stood up and walked in front of her. Madam, you are ill, and very ill. I'm not sick. Madame Red denied. No, you do. No, have. Ling Tian stopped her from continuing. I'm a ghost doctor. I can tell you're sick. Madame Hong choked, somewhat unconvinced. Am I really sick? Well, I'm going to send for. You're sick, otherwise your ability wouldn't be able to kill an ordinary person like me. Ling Tian said bluffly. What should I do? Madame Red frowned. Don't worry, ma'am. I told you I'm a ghost doctor. I can cure your illness. Ling Tian gave a professional smile. No, aren't you an ordinary person? How come you are a ghost doctor? Mrs. Red came to her senses and discovered the language loophole. Who says ordinary people can't be ghost doctors? Do you need to be strong to be a doctor? My strength lies in my ability to heal, not my fighting ability. Ling Tian said seriously of this. Madame Hong didn't know how to refute. You said you could cure me, certainly. Ling Tian nodded. After all, I don't know whether you are sick or not. Okay, as long as you can heal me, I will never hurt you again, and I also promise to help you once. Madame Red promised conditions. That's great. Ling Tian was very satisfied. So he took out a bunch of medicinal herbs and tinkered with them. Looking at these strange medicinal herbs, Madame Hong became even more convinced that Ling Tian was a ghost doctor. Ordinary people can't get strange medicinal herbs. Half an hour later, Ling Tian finally finished making a gadget. Madam, come sit in front of me. Good. Madame Red cooperated and sat down. Open your mouth. What? Of course, it's to treat the disease. The patient must cooperate unconditionally. Otherwise, you can't blame me if the disease can't be cured. Ling Tian said seriously. Madame Red nodded and opened her mouth in cooperation. Hold it in your mouth until the medicine dissolves. Ling Tian held down Madame Hong's flustered little hand. Graduation is too big. Madame Red slurred. This is a good medicine. Only one dose is needed to cure your illness, so please be patient. After a while, Madame Hong swallowed the dissolved herbs and instantly felt refreshed all over. How? Ling Tian asked with a smile. I do feel a lot lighter. Madame Red was a little unsure. That's right. You were forced to break through the realm before and suffered backlash, which caused your soul and body to become inharmonious. I just helped you solve this problem, and now you won't have the same problem when you activate your ability again. Ling Tian nodded. These words were half true and half false. It was true that forcing a breakthrough would result in backlash. As a saintly doctor, he could see that as for the problem with his abilities. That's a strange thing. Without the system's protection, he would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Madame Hong looked at Ling Tian. Ahem. Madam, please don't forget the promise you made to me. Ling Tian said seriously. The hour was almost up, and he was really afraid that Madame Hong would go back on her word. Don't worry, I'm not like humans who don't keep their promises. I will naturally do what I promised, so don't worry that I will hurt you. Madame Red smiled. Here, take this. If you need my help in the future, just open the mirror and call me. Madame Hong handed Ling Tian an exquisite button mirror. Well, I'll keep it safe. Ling Tian took it and put it into the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 10,000 system points, 100,000 ghost coins. Chapter 158, Ghost Sage Doctor's Professional Skills. Ahem. Madam, can you tell me about the strange world?
After resolving the crisis, Ling Tian also began to gather information.
If you want to know, I can tell you. Mrs. Red nodded. It wasn't something she couldn't say. Then let's talk about this hotel first.
Ling Tian said that it was pointless to ask about things that were too far away, so it was better to start from what was around.
This is a 5-star hotel. Guests come here for one purpose only, and that is to heal their wounds. Healing? Ling Tian was stunned.
He hadn't taken it too seriously when the old man said that before, but now even Madame Hong said so there must be a reason.
Yes, it's for healing.
Every building in this strange world has a different effect. The hotel can help the monsters recover from their injuries, otherwise there wouldn't be so many monsters staying there. This is a 5-star hotel, which can greatly improve the efficiency of recovering from injuries. I also suffered backlash from forcing a breakthrough a while ago, so I checked into this hotel to recuperate.
Madame Red explained. So that's how it is. Ling Tian understood.
It seems that the hotel is equivalent to a strange spring. Of course, you don't have to stay in a hotel if you want to recuperate, but that will greatly reduce your efficiency, and you'll also have to be on guard against other monsters attacking you while you're recuperating, so most monsters will choose to spend money to avoid disaster. After all, when you recuperate in a hotel, you don't have to worry about any other strange interferences, so you can heal with peace of mind. The higher the star rating of the hotel, the stronger the mysterious guard behind it, the greater the sense of security it brings, and the corresponding fees will be greatly increased.
Mrs. Red mentioned it. Is this the currency you're using strangely?
Upon hearing this, Ling Tian took out a stack of paper money for the dead. There is a hint of mysterious aura on it.
Oh? I didn't expect you to be quite rich.
Madame Red gave him a surprised look. The currency we use is indeed this, because the mysterious energy on the ghost money can help the ghost practice. It's considered the hard currency of this strange world, and its purchasing power is much better than the gold in your human world.
These are the medical expenses I earned from my previous medical treatment. Ling Tian made up an excuse. Ghost doctor, it's a good profession.
With medical skills like yours, as long as you don't encounter some particularly unreasonable weirdness, your life is basically not in danger. Madame Red praised. Ling Tian looked at his profession as the ghost saint doctor. Ghost doctor, you are proficient in all difficult and complicated diseases and can cure any disease. Even terminal illnesses can be easily treated. You are the eerie reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Professional skills: brilliant hands, not enabled; rejuvenation, not enabled; blessing, not enabled; reputation, unknown; cure patients, 0. The previous ghost doctor profession did not have any skills. After being enhanced by the system into the ghost saint doctor, this profession has 3 skills: magic hands. After activating this skill, you can instantly solve the minor problems of the strange body, recover from hidden diseases, replenish the foundation, etc. Rejuvenation. After activating this skill, as long as the target is still alive, you can pull them back. The degree of recovery depends on the difference in strength between the two sides, and the target can be restored to its peak state at most. Fu-en, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and the same is true for strangeness. After curing a strangeness, you can gain 1/10,000th of the opponent's strength. You can only gain it once for the same target. TSK. Ling Tian is really jealous, but unfortunately, there are conditions to activate the skill. The conditions for unlocking Fawn's skills are that his reputation reaches the level of beginning, that of skillful hands reaches the level of famous, and that of rejuvenation reaches the level of renown. To reach the beginning of your reputation, you need to cure 100 weirdnesses. To be famous, one must cure 10,000 strange things. To be famous, one must cure 1,000,000 strange things. It's simply too outrageous, a clear exponential growth. What I need most now is to improve my strength. I have to hurry up and activate the Fuan skill. Ling Tian thought to himself. Anything else you want to ask? Madame Hong interrupted Ling Tian's thoughts. I wonder if the weird world will overlap with the real world in the future. Although this is just my guess and there is a high probability that it will happen, I still need to confirm it to feel at ease. I didn't expect you to notice this. If it happened before, there would be no overlap. At most, there would be a loophole in the world, and those weird things would sneak into the real world. As for now, it is estimated that within a few years, the strange world will completely merge with the real world.
Madame Red said. After receiving confirmation, Ling Tian began to ask one last question. Madam, do you know where this deed is located?
Ling Tian took out the title deed from the system space and handed it to Madame Hong. He was not afraid that the other party would snatch it away because when he obtained it, his signature was already on the deed, and it would just be a piece of waste paper for the other party to take away. Madame Red took it and glanced at it nonchalantly. This address seems familiar. Where is it? Oh, right. Isn't this the address of Sacred Heart Hospital? Madame Red remembered something and said in surprise. Sacred Heart Hospital? It's normal that you don't know. This is a hospital in a strange world. It's quite large, and it's considered a medium-sized hospital. It's just incredible that you actually have the title deed to Sacred Heart Hospital. Where did you get it from? Madame Red was confused. Ahem, it's inherited from my ancestors. Ling Tian said. Nonsense. Mrs. Hong naturally knew that this was a lie, so she tactfully did not ask any further questions. If you want to survive in this strange world, you'd better have some strength. Madame Red reminded. Don't worry about that. We humans also have the means to improve our strength. When you see me again in the future, I will probably be at your level. Madame Hong laughed brightly upon hearing this. Interesting. You actually said you've reached my level. Do you know what level of weirdness I am? Ling Tian shook his head. He was not talking nonsense. With Fuan's skills, as long as the healing monsters were strong enough and numerous enough, it would not be impossible to catch up with Madame Hong over time. Well, I'll talk to you about it, so that you don't go out and rush forward without being able to distinguish the strange strength, and end up dying. Madame Hong began to explain. The strength of the weird is divided into lonely ghosts. This kind of weird doesn't even have intelligence. Its strength is very weak, but it is also invincible to humans. Next are the white-clothed ghost, the red-clothed ghost, the ghost general, the ghost king, the evil one, the great evil one, and the ghost emperor. The monsters below the ghost king are at most powerful, and after being promoted to the ghost king, they can awaken the ghost den. Every weird ghost has different abilities, and I guess what level of weirdness I am? Madame Red smiled playfully. Chapter 159, The Ghost Manager Comes to the Door. Red? Ling Tian was a little uncertain. After all, Madame Red's aura was very strong, much stronger than that ghost manager. At the very least, the manager of a 5-star hotel is not only a bad guy but also a red-clothed ghost. Then you underestimate me too much. I just broke through to the Ghost King a while ago. Madame Red chuckled. Hiss, fierce. Ling Tian was very surprised. This means that I can summon a ferocious monster to help me in the future. That's right. I was already at the level of a red robe when I was born. It's normal for me to reach this level after all these years. Madame Red said. Do the weirdos above the level of Ghost King have any special abilities? I can't tell you that. This kind of special ability is a trump card for every weird creature. The main purpose is to catch the enemy by surprise. Madame Red shook her head and refused to answer. Okay, then. Ma'am, it's getting late, so I'll be leaving now. Ling Tian nodded and did not ask any further questions. Go ahead. After bidding farewell to Madame Hong, Ling Tian went to room 303. Sir, what brings you here? The old man was surprised. Well, I came to see how you are doing and to stay overnight. Ling Tian said in a serious voice. So that's how it is, sir, the wicked manager has assigned you to the night shift. The old man understood. That's right, so I'll leave the next few days up to you. It's not good for a normal person like me to stay up too late. Ling Tian admitted it. Okay, come in, sir. The old man did not refuse. He wanted to establish a good relationship with a ghost doctor, which would make it much easier to treat illnesses in the future. The night passed in a flash. Ling Tian comfortably left room 303 and headed to the cafeteria. Compared to Ling Tian's rosy face, the other 4 people on night shift looked much more haggard. There were even a few people with distorted faces, and they had no appetite to eat the food in front of them. What happens? Ling Tian asked curiously. How come you're okay? The other 4 were surprised. Maybe I'm lucky. I was just weirdly asked to absorb some of my yang energy.
Ling Tian seemed to understand. Then you're very lucky. I was asked by a starving ghost to feed it 5 fingers. One person said painfully. Ling Tian saw that the gauze wrapped around his left hand was already stained red with blood. Everyone opened up and told their miserable stories. The other 5 people also looked unhappy because it was their turn to work the night shift today. This happened on the first day. How am I going to get through the next few days? I hope no one will be able to leave this hotel by then. Ling Tian no longer joined in their complaints. What was the point of complaining? Life had to go on. It would be better to think about how to survive, but he couldn't control what happened to other people, and he didn't have the ability to do so. But if there wasn't a system, he would have been defeated too. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and a sage does not shirk his responsibilities. Ling Tian is not a saint, nor does he have the heart to save people from suffering. If you don't have the ability, don't meddle in other people's business. Ling Tian sighed, quickly finished his breakfast and left. The next few days were the same. Ling Tian runs between room 303 and room 444 every day. I went to the old man just to avoid working the night shift, but I went to Madame Red to curry favor with her. It's so weird that if you don't develop feelings for her now, you'll never have the chance again. In a blink of an eye, it was the 6th day, and on this day, the ghost manager suddenly found Ling Tian. Manager, is there anything I can tell you? Ling Tian asked. I've been following you closely these past few days. Don't you have anything to say? The ghost manager's eyes flickered. Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. I have been working hard these past few days. I haven't been lazy. He was not embarrassed or nervous. Every time he went to rooms 303 and 444, he would ask the old man and Mrs. Hong to call for service in advance. There was nothing for him to be anxious about. At most, he would just stay in the room a little longer. Hee. The ghost manager smiled but said nothing. Don't pretend. I know everything about the old man going out to buy herbs last time, and I have been observing you these past few days. Ling Tian understood, and this was exactly what he wanted. So that's what the manager was talking about. I'm actually a ghost doctor. All my medical skills are inherited from my ancestors. I originally thought they were useless. I didn't expect it would come in handy in this strange world. Last time I saw that old man was seriously ill, I cured him, so he promised to protect me for the next few days. Ling Tian said half-truthfully. The manager smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, which he had guessed through observation. Seeing that Ling Tian had spoken frankly, it no longer hid anything. Since you are a ghost doctor, can you cure my illness? The ghost manager asked expectantly. Of course it is possible, but the required strange herbs are a lot, and it's a bit difficult for me to collect them with my ability. Ling Tian frowned deliberately. Oh? How do you think I can be cured? The ghost manager stared at Ling Tian and asked. The latter naturally understood that this was a test to see if his medical skills were genuine. Many of your problems stem from the inadequate environmental conditions when you were born as a monster, resulting in a weak foundation. This, coupled with the constant battles with other monsters during your childhood, left you with a deep well of problems. Furthermore, in your quest for advancement, you devoured a variety of chaotic monsters, causing your soul and body to become distorted and overflowing with resentment. Although you've been trying hard to suppress it over the years, it's actually at its end. Once that resentment becomes a vengeful spirit, it will constantly gnaw at your soul, and eventually take over your body. Ling Tian analyzed them one by one. The ghost manager's expression changed because what Ling Tian said was right. Don't be fooled by its current relaxed look, it's just pretending. It had also gone to other hospitals for treatment, but the doctors there had no solution unless it could expel the evil that was devouring its body. But if that happens, all its strength will disappear and it will have to start all over again, which it cannot accept. Do you really have a solution? The ghost manager asked. Yes, as long as you can gather the herbs I need. Ling Tian nodded. If he had the skill of magic hands, he could cure it by just touching it twice. Now we can only rely on the medical knowledge that Ghost Saint Doctor possesses for treatment. Okay then, tell me the names of the herbs and I'll go collect them now. The ghost manager nodded. Now he could only try his best to save the situation. What if it could be cured? At worst, we will just lose some medicinal herbs. So Ling Tian reported a large number of medicinal herbs, the quantity of which was several times more than what the old man had needed before. The ghost manager didn't say much.
He just wrote down the names of the herbs and went to collect them immediately, because it knew that Ling Tian and others would leave in one day. About 3 hours later, the ghost manager came back. Yes, I have collected them all. I will hurry up and develop medicine to treat you. Ling Tian took the herbs and prepared to return to the staff dormitory. Can it be developed tomorrow? The ghost manager asked. Tomorrow is the 7th day, and in the afternoon it will be time for them to leave. What if Ling Tian deliberately delays time and runs away with the herbs? Chapter 160, Sign-in System. Don't worry, it can be developed tonight. Just come to me after 10 o'clock. Ling Tian gave the ghost manager a reassurance. Okay, I'll come find you then. The ghost manager was very satisfied. Soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. The ghost manager arrived as promised. Ling Tian did not break his promise and handed the prepared medicine to the ghost manager. Here are 49 doses of medicine. Each cycle consists of 7 doses. Take them once a day. After 7 cycles, your illness will be cured. The ghost manager nodded and took it. This is my business card. When you come to the strange world again in the future, you can use this to summon me once. I have only one purpose in doing this, and that is to be afraid that I won't be able to find Ling Tian in the future. After all, the efficacy of the medicine has not been tested yet. What if it doesn't cure the disease? I'll take the business card. You don't have to worry about me cheating you. I won't compromise my medical ethics. Ling Tian took the business card. He still had a reputation mission to complete, and he had no grudge against the ghost manager. After 49 days, the ghost manager will recover, and his own blessing skill will probably be activated. By then, you will be able to inherit 1/10,000th of its strength. Isn't this great? I can also get an extra ghost vein. Before I knew it, it was already the afternoon of the 7th day. There were 10 people when they came, but only 3 when they left, except for Ling Tian. The other 2 were missing limbs and had mental problems. It seemed that they had been tortured by the strange thing. Congratulations on successfully surviving 7 days in the strange hotel. Now we will begin to teleport you back to the real world. A voice sounded in the minds of the 3 people. With a flash of white light, the 3 figures disappeared in the hotel. I'm back, everything is so dreamy. A strange world, a system. Ling Tian muttered to himself and took out his phone to check the time. I discovered that 7 days had also passed in the real world. It seems that the time in the weird world and the real world is interconnected. This time, the first group of people returned. A large number of posts about the weird world have appeared on the internet. For a time, the 4 words weird world became a hot search. The survivors vividly described everything they experienced in the strange world and also posted photos of their bodies that were maimed by the strange things. If it was just an isolated incident, everyone would just laugh it off and not take it seriously, but this time, posts kept popping up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Posts also come from all over the world. For a time, the whole nation was in panic. All kinds of strange things have been happening recently, and now that this news has been exposed, everyone is panicking. Seeing the traffic, major media outlets also rushed to report on it. As expected, no matter what time it is, the media. Ling Tian turned off his phone and stopped paying attention to the online public opinion. There's no reward for surviving successfully. Then it will be difficult for humans to gain a foothold in this strange world in the future. Ling Tian frowned. According to my experience of reading novels for many years, there should be rewards for each successful survival in the dungeon to improve the survivor's strength. This is great. There is nothing at all, only a profession with a small chance of awakening when entering the dungeon for the first time. There's no specific summoning time. I guess it's a random summon, but those who survive successfully will have a greater chance of entering the dungeon in the future. Ling Tian analyzed that he wanted to enter the strange world again immediately because in the real world, he has nothing to worry about. I grew up in an orphanage and don't know who my parents are. When I entered society and wanted to repay the orphanage that raised me, I found that it had gone bankrupt. Times have really changed. After that, I have been a white-collar worker, busy at work every day. I am 25 years old now. I hope the next instance is in a hospital so I can unlock my professional skills. Ling Tian muttered to himself, somewhere in the world at this moment. I made it back alive. Luckily I linked it to the system, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Zhang Yongheng felt a little scared. Yes, he is another system binder. As one of the first people selected to enter the copy, Zhang Yongheng thought he probably wouldn't survive. He has this self-awareness. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and a sign-in system has been set up. The system allows you to sign in every day, and the rewards for signing in are random.
Survive in a strange world for 7 days. I received 10,000 ghost coins by signing in on the first day. He bribed Yi with 10,000 ghost money and was able to save his life. The next day, he received another 30,000 ghost money. Until the 6th day, all rewards are ghost money. Only on the 7th day did he get a good thing, a white-clothed evil ghost servant. He also asked the system, and the system said that as the number of sign-ins increases, the rewards will get better and better. I never thought I'd be able to be the protagonist someday. Zhang Yongheng was very excited. He also reads online novels. The world suddenly changes, a strange thing comes, a binding system. Isn't this the standard configuration for the protagonist? From now on, I will be the savior of this world. Zhang Yongheng had a beautiful fantasy, although he is weak now and has not awakened his profession when entering the dungeon, but with the system in place, none of this is a problem. You can definitely get it by signing in after your career. There is nothing the system can't do. Site returns points. 7 days passed in the real world without me noticing. During these 7 days, people were constantly chosen to enter the strange world to survive. Posts about the weird world on the internet are becoming more and more intense, and the hot searches are still going strong. State agencies also took action early to suppress the panic, but eventually, the truth will come out. After someone counted the number of people who participated in the dungeon and the number of people who returned, they made a comparison. It was found that the survival rate was less than 1 in 10, and even if someone survived by chance, they would be missing limbs. As soon as this news came out, it was like adding fuel to the fire. And the world was in turmoil. In this regard, senior officials from all over the world are very helpless and there is no solution at the moment. Is there no one in our army who was selected to join the strange copy? Yes, but those who survived are just like what is said online. The dungeon will match you with different levels of difficulty based on your strength, and this thing is too lucky. Soldiers are just ordinary people. Faced with strange things, they can only rely on the rules to survive. However, some lucky ones awakened the ghost profession. According to statistics from our army's personnel who participated in the strange world, most of those who awakened the ghost profession survived. Then we should set up a special department to recruit people with awakened ghost professions from all over the country. Now that the country is in danger, we can only unite as one to overcome the difficulties. Yes. Publish it immediately. Soon, an official announcement hit the internet. Everyone was shocked to see that it was a recruitment message, and they also learned that there was such a thing as a ghost profession. Why haven't I heard anyone say this before? It's normal that those who didn't participate in the dungeon haven't heard of it. Those who have awakened the ghost profession naturally do not want to be exposed, and most of those who have not awakened have died in the dungeon. Even if I survive, I will have mental problems and won't have the energy to talk about this. Facing official recruitment, some people who have awakened to their ghost professions have responded to the call of the country. Some people pretended not to notice. With such a sudden change in the situation and the hope of becoming a superhuman, who wouldn't have some desire in their heart? One sentence shows that when you have strength, your heart will swell. Chapter 161, Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian naturally also saw the official news. A national call? Although I am patriotic, joining an organization would bring many constraints. It's better to be a lone wolf. After all, I won't go against the country, but if you run into someone from the national team, help them if you can. The mutation is just beginning, so the most urgent thing is to seize the time and improve our strength. Ling Tian shook his head. At this moment, the strange sound that had been silent for 7 days sounded again. You have been chosen to survive in this strange world. This instance is the Sacred Heart Hospital. Survivors must survive for a month before returning. If you successfully return, you will be rewarded with a certain number of career points, the amount of which will be determined by your performance in the dungeon. Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. Not to mention the rewards, he was familiar with this copy. If my deed really belongs to Sacred Heart Hospital, then this dungeon will be interesting. He laughed. What you need is what you get. I was just worrying about having no place to activate my professional skills, and now this is delivered right to my door. Secondly, he went to see what the rewarded career points were. So that's how it is. Every 100,000 class points can awaken one ghost class, and you can get up to 3 ghost classes this way. If someone awakens a ghost class in their first dungeon, they will have 4 classes, which is a big advantage over others, but this also gives those who haven't awakened the ghost profession a small hope. Ling Tian sneered. It seems to be giving hope, but it is undoubtedly a knife that pierces deeply into the hearts of ordinary people. 100,000 career points. How many times do you have to participate in dungeons to save up enough money? Can an ordinary person without a ghost profession last? You will now be transferred into the dungeon. Please be prepared. The strange sound rang out again. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian's figure disappeared from the real world again. Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian glanced around. This dungeon has 10 people just like the last one, half are men and half are women. Soon a strange one came. I am the deputy director of Sacred Heart Hospital. I will now arrange your next duties for you. A middle-aged man in a white robe and with a pale face said this in a hoarse and eerie voice. You, and you, your job is nurse. The deputy director randomly selected candidates. The positions were quickly arranged: 3 nurses, 2 cleaners, and 5 assistants. Let me remind you, as long as you have an identity, other weirdos won't attack you. But if you break some rules and your identity is stripped away, there's only one outcome, and that's being used as a mannequin. The deputy director spoke. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It seemed that the difficulty of this copy was not very high. They had an identity from the beginning, which meant that as long as they didn't do anything weird, they wouldn't die. Now I will take you to your posts. The deputy director said nothing more and led everyone to their respective posts one by one. Ling Tian was assigned the role of assistant. The job is to serve a special ghost doctor. A new assistant? A ghost doctor looked Ling Tian up and down. The latter nodded and showed the ID card on his left chest. In that case, then write down everything in this herbal medicine book. If I ask you to get the wrong medicine, the ghost doctor narrowed his eyes and threw an extremely thick book of medicinal materials to Ling Tian. I won't tell you how it ended, but I've replaced at least 100 assistants, if not 1,000. Ling Tian now understood that the seemingly simple copy was full of traps. This book is thicker than the Xinhua dictionary. Who can remember it without a photographic memory? Don't worry, I'll write it all down. Ling Tian said that this was not a problem. Because of his profession as ghost saint doctor, he knows and recognizes all medicinal herbs, so he doesn't need to remember them at all. That's good. I hope you can really do it. The ghost doctor obviously didn't believe it. I have changed so many assistants, but they all died because they couldn't remember the right medicine and gave the wrong medicine. Come with me, it's time for me to start seeing patients. The ghost doctor brought Ling Tian to a cubicle. At this time, a long line had already begun to form outside the door. Just help me out here, write down all the medicines I prescribe, and then go to the pharmacy to get them filled. The ghost doctor sat down, opened the clinic door and began to welcome guests. Soon a strange creature came in. Doctor, I seem to be sick, can you help me take a look? I know, otherwise why would you come to the hospital? The ghost doctor's mouth twitched. Put your hand out. The strange hand stretched out its severed palm. Never mind, just open your mouth and see. The ghost doctor was helpless and had to try another method. He opened his mouth strangely and obediently, and a fishy stench hit his nose. What did you eat? Your body is obviously rejecting it. I was so hungry that I chopped off my hand and ate it. Then you are a really cruel ghost, you even eat yourself. No, I'm not a cruel ghost, I'm a hungry ghost. Okay, wait for me to prescribe some medicine. Go back and take it, and you'll be cured. The ghost doctor said perfunctorily, then he started to name various medicinal herbs. Have you written it all down? The ghost doctor turned and looked at Ling Tian behind him. No problem. Now take the prescription to the pharmacy and get the medicine, but don't get the wrong one. The ghost doctor gave an instruction. Ling Tian quickly left for the pharmacy and returned in less than 3 minutes. So soon? The ghost doctor was stunned. You didn't grab it randomly, did you? I told you in advance that if you grab the wrong medicine, the consequences will be dire. Don't worry, everything is prescribed according to the prescription. Ling Tian assured him that it was impossible for him to prescribe the wrong medicine. If he did, he would quit his job as a saintly doctor and go home to farm. The ghost doctor took the herbs and found that it was correct. He couldn't help but look at Ling Tian with a higher regard. Yes, you are a good seedling. I hope you can live to see the day you leave. The ghost doctor was very satisfied. Although he could continue to change assistants after Ling Tian died, that would be too troublesome. If it has a capable assistant, it will be very satisfied and the work will be much easier. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. That's all for today. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Keep up the good work.
As long as you don't make any mistakes, your chances of leaving alive are very high. The ghost doctor stretched and encouraged Ling Tian. During the whole day, he saw dozens of strange patients and prescribed so many medicines, but Ling Tian did not make any mistakes and his efficiency was high. If Ling Tian was not just an ordinary person, it would have wanted to take Ling Tian in as its real assistant. Then I'll borrow your good words, Ling Tian said intriguingly. He left here and walked towards the dean's office. After some wandering, I found the dean's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Ling Tian pushed the door open and walked in. Who are you? The dean frowned as he saw Ling Tian coming in. A human actually came to see him, and then glanced at the ID card on his left chest. Tell me, what are you, a physician's assistant, doing here? You should know that if you leave your post without permission, the consequences will be unbearable. The dean scolded softly. Chapter 162, Obtaining the Position of Vice Dean. Dean, do you recognize this? Ling Tian calmly took out the title deed and handed it over. The latter didn't care much at first, but after seeing the words clearly, his face changed. How did you get the title deed to our hospital? The dean was very confused. It's inherited from my ancestors. The dean had a look of disbelief on his face. Ling Tian continued, weren't you weirdos also human beings before you became weirdos? I said, is there a problem with inheritance? Could it be that my ancestors had some weirdness, and then it was passed down to my generation, but I haven't died yet and haven't become weird? The dean didn't know what to say, but facts spoke louder than words. There is no point in asking about the origin of the title deed. This is a strange world, and the title deed is much more powerful than the proof in the real world. As long as your name is on the title deed, it will be recognized by this world. So it's useless to snatch it away by other weird things. So you came here today? The dean asked. I want to know if this hospital is mine now that I have the title deed? Yes and no. The dean nodded and shook his head. What's the meaning? Even if you have a land deed, it only means that the land of the hospital is yours, but the hospital itself is not yours. The dean said cunningly. Ling Tian was stunned. What a guy, he was playing word games. Oh, fine. If that's what you say, then I have no choice but to relocate your hospital, and you have to move within a month. Ling Tian said with a sullen face. The dean's smile froze. Ahem, actually, we can talk about this some more. It is impossible to move away, as other places are all strange places of belonging. He doesn't have any land to relocate the hospital to. In the strange world, getting a piece of land is not as easy as in the real world where you can just spend money. There are many things involved here. Okay, let's not talk about relocation for now. Your hospital has been built on my land all these years. Shouldn't you pay the rent? Ling Tian was aggressive. The dean was a little helpless. It seemed that he could not control the ordinary person in front of him. This guy was different from others and was not afraid of weirdness at all. Then tell me what to do. The dean backed down. Ling Tian smiled slightly. I won't talk nonsense with you. Half of the ownership of the hospital belongs to me, and I won't charge you rent in the future. I also agree to keep the hospital on my land. Do you agree? The dean frowned, carefully considering the pros and cons. Finally, I agreed. Okay, but you can't interfere with the operation of the hospital. The dean made a request. After all, he had built this hospital with his own efforts and did not want to hand over power to Ling Tian. Don't worry, you'll beg me to join you in the future. Ling Tian was intrigued, and then made a request of his own. Since you have a request, then I must have one too. The dean was speechless. As long as it's not too excessive, it's fine. I want a vice president position. I own half of this hospital, so I need some status. I can give you the position, but as I said before, you can't interfere with the management of the hospital. So your position as vice president is just a title without any power. The dean added. Okay, I just want to hold a position and practice my medical skills. Use medical skills? The dean was stunned. I forgot to tell you, I'm a ghost doctor, and my skills are inherited from my ancestors. Ling Tian smiled. This is a bit difficult for me. Even though you claim to be a ghost doctor, what if I can't cure strange diseases and ruin the reputation of my hospital? The dean obviously did not trust Ling Tian's medical skills. That's easy. Give me a 7-day trial period and send a ghost doctor to watch over me the whole time. If any problems arise, we can stop them in time. How do you say that? Ling Tian suggested. Alright, now that things have come to this, the dean couldn't refuse. The dean then began to draw up the identity card for the vice dean and informed everyone in the hospital of the news. Which ghost doctor do you want to help you? The dean handed the ID card to Ling Tian and asked. The weird one I helped out with today was pretty good. The corners of Ling Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Okay, then I'll give you the outpatient room for now. Once you pass the 7-day probation period, I'll move you to a larger room. The dean nodded in agreement. That's great. Arrange a good place for me to live. With the convenience of identity, it is natural that I don't want to squeeze into the same room with other people. Ling Tian then left the office with the key to a private room. Starting tomorrow, I'll be grinding reputation for my ghost class. It's only 100 weirdnesses, and it won't be long before I can unlock the Fuan skill. I had a delicious meal and had a good sleep. The next day, Ling Tian put on a white coat, put on the vice president's ID card on his left chest, walked out of the room and went to the outpatient clinic where he had been yesterday. The difference from before is that this time Ling Tian is the attending physician, and the ghost doctor becomes an assistant. No, brother, is there a ghost behind you? The ghost doctor said with a look of resentment. The good guy woke up and was informed by the dean that his outpatient clinic was gone and he had to help other ghost doctors. I didn't think it was a big deal at first, until I realized the person who was going to help me was actually my assistant from yesterday. It couldn't hold back at such a humorous scene. Hey, did you see your ID card? You're the vice president. Work hard and perform well. I'll put in a good word for the president and ask him to give you a promotion. Ling Tian pointed at his ID card. Alright, what's your name? As for my name, I was called Wang Wu when I was alive. Oh, that I will call you Xiao Wang from now on. Ling Tian nodded. Xiao Wang, start welcoming guests and call those weirdos in. Ling Tian ordered. The latter can only do as they are told. Then a strange person walked in. Ling Tian glanced at it, then said, Xiao Wang, remember the name of the herb and go get it. Wang Wu was a little confused. Brother, you haven't even taken my pulse yet, why are you prescribing medicine? Oh, what? I'm a skilled doctor. I can tell what the patient has just by looking at him. If you don't believe me, wait until you've memorized the names of the herbs and then try treating the patient yourself. Ling Tian didn't care. Wang Wu thought what he said made sense, so he began to write down the names of the herbs Ling Tian mentioned. Then he personally examined this strange man. It was discovered that the medicinal herbs needed to treat the disease were indeed those reported by Ling Tianbao. For a moment, he couldn't help but look up at Ling Tian. This is not something that can be guessed by luck. There are so many strange medicinal herbs. It is impossible to select a medicine from them and match it to the disease by just guessing. Now that it's confirmed, let's hurry up and get the medicine. We have to treat all 100 strange cases today. Ling Tian set a goal for himself. Chapter 163, Soul of the Umbrella. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately went to the pharmacy to get medicine. Ling Tian also began his journey to increase his reputation. His powerful medical skills allowed him to treat strange illnesses very quickly. After all, his place is just a small clinic, and the illnesses that come here for treatment are mostly minor. This was exactly what he wanted, as he didn't want to treat a disease that was too troublesome right now. Minor illnesses only take a day or two to heal, so the most urgent thing is to activate your skills. After you have the Fawn skill, you can then go and get the powerful and strange troublesome symptoms. Time passes by little. There is an endless stream of strange people coming here for treatment every day. In the past few days, Ling Tian has treated more than 300 strange cases. There are now 130 strange things that have been completely cured. The Fawn skill was finally unlocked on this date, accompanied by the activation of Fawn's skills. In an instant, the strange creatures he cured began to feed their strength back to Ling Tian. This is so cool. Ling Tian was instantly filled with feedback and felt very comfortable. I'm finally strong enough to protect myself from now on. He opened the system panel to check his own strength. Host, Ling Tian, strength, lonely ghost, occupation, ghost saint doctor, system functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100x, otherworldly summoning, copy, system points, 10,000 system evaluation, too weak to be evaluated. Are you a lonely ghost? Ling Tian understood. and it was actually normal when he thought about it. Most of the monsters he treated were white-clothed evil spirits. The strength of 100 or so white-clothed evil spirits was only 1/10,000th of his total, so it was considered good to have a lonely ghost. No rush, there are still more than 20 days until the end of the month, which is enough time for me to level up. Ling Tian stopped thinking about it and continued to treat the disease. The 7-day internship period passed in a blink of an eye. The dean watched everything Ling Tian did. It also didn't expect that Ling Tian's medical skills were actually better than those of other ghost doctors in their hospital. So Ling Tian was immediately transferred to the main clinic. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so strong. Now I'm a little convinced that your ancestors had a powerful ghost doctor. The dean said with a smile. There will be many surprises for you in the future. Ling Tian spoke. Then I look forward to your performance. The dean nodded, and it actually felt a strange aura from Ling Tian. This surprised it very much. He was just an ordinary person a few days ago, so how come he suddenly became so powerful? Although the strength is very weak, this is a leap forward. Just like ordinary people and people who have just started to practice Taoism, the former can only live an ordinary life, while the latter can rise to the top after the establishment of the large outpatient clinic. The strength of the strange creatures that Ling Tian treated also improved significantly. Most of the weird things are at the level of red-clothed evil ghosts, and there are also some ghost generals coming out. It's just that the powers of these weird things have increased, and the problems they cause are a little more troublesome than the previous ones. Of course, it's not that Ling Tian can't cure it. The so-called trouble is that the recovery period is prolonged. Before, it only took 2 or 3 days to completely cure a strange disease, but now it takes more than a week. As expected, I still have to wait until the magic hand skill is activated before I can truly improve my strength. Ling Tian sighed. The skill of the magic hand combined with fawn is like adding wings to a tiger. Use your magic hand to touch anything strangely, and as long as it's not a serious illness, you will basically be cured instantly. This way, you don't have to wait for a period of time for strength feedback, you can get it on the spot. However, to activate the skill of the magic hand, you have to cure 10,000 weird things. Therefore, Ling Tian can only continue to accumulate the number of treatments, and as time goes by, people who entered the copy also began to suffer casualties. The horrors of Sacred Heart Hospital also began to emerge one by one. Not just one small mistake can lead to being stripped of your identity. The price is to be used as a human model for ghost doctors to perform anatomical experiments. Ling Tian was indifferent to this matter. If he saw it, he would help out of kindness. What happened in places he couldn't see was none of his business. There are so many tragic things in this world. Does he have to take care of them one by one? Compared to the miserable lives of others, Ling Tian is doing very well thanks to his status as vice president. What? Rules? My rules are the rules. Half a month passed by unknowingly. Today, a special strange thing happened at Sacred Heart Hospital. Why? Your hospital can't cure my illness? A young man frowned. The ghost doctor who was seeing patients was under a lot of pressure. Don't be angry, it's just that your disease is so rare, and because you are so powerful, I am helpless, the ghost doctor said helplessly. The man in front of me is a ferocious monster. There is no record of the disease, so what can be done? Can't you think of a solution? Su Shan asked, saying that it had already transferred the case to several hospitals but had not received a solution. The hospital in front of me has a good reputation in the local area, so I came here to see a doctor with the idea of giving it a try. Now it seems that we will be disappointed again. How about I ask the dean for advice? I think he might have a solution. What do you think? The ghost doctor asked. Okay, it's okay to wait a little longer. Susan nodded. Soon the dean learned that a terrifying and strange thing had happened in the hospital, and he rushed over immediately. The dean looked at Su Shan with a darkened expression. The weirdness in front of him was stronger than it, although it is also a ferocious monster. There are differences in strength among the same realm. The monster in front of him had clearly reached the edge of a breakthrough. Sir, I've heard about this from my subordinates. Your illness is truly rare, and it's probably what's keeping you stuck at the fierce level. The dean analyzed. That's right. I've been to several hospitals and haven't been able to find a solution. If your hospital can find a solution, I will reward you handsomely in the future. Susan admitted. The dean was undecided. With his medical skills, he thought there was no way to cure it, but he suddenly thought of someone. Well, I don't have the ability to cure you, but there's someone I can give it a try. If he cures you, everyone will be happy. If he doesn't, you can't blame our hospital, okay? The dean spoke.
Can. Susan nodded. That's great. Go and invite the vice president over.
The dean gave instructions to the ghost doctor beside him.
Yes, right away.
The ghost doctor nodded quickly and ran away like the wind. The two ferocious monsters were beside him, and the pressure was so great that he couldn't breathe. The scene changed. Dean, I heard there's a very powerful and seriously ill patient here.
Where is he? Let me see him. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was a rare opportunity. He could cure the powerful one. It's me. Could it be that this little brother is the person the dean was talking about?
Su Shan was very surprised.
It turned out to be a human being.
Although he had some strength, it was not enough at all. Could such a person really cure himself? Ling Tian looked towards Su Shan following the sound and found that this strange aura was much stronger than that of Madame Hong. At least he is a murderer. Chapter 164, Strength surges one body and one soul, the soul resides in the umbrella. Ling Tian said in surprise. He saw through the nature of the umbrella at a glance.
Sir, you have good eyesight.
Su San's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that he had been judging people by their appearance. The weak human being before us might actually have the ability to heal himself. Upon hearing this, the dean also looked at the black umbrella in Su Shan's hand. I didn't look closely before and thought it was just an ordinary umbrella. Now that I look closely, I find that there is indeed another strange aura inside it. Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he gestured for the latter to sit down. This guy's illness is indeed rare. No wonder other ghost doctors have no solution. Rather than being rare, it is more like being unique. It would probably be quite explosive in the entire weird world. So he needs to carefully understand this new type of symptoms.
Come, let me treat you. Then I'll leave it to you, sir.
Susan nodded. He began to cooperate with Ling Tian in a series of diagnosis and treatment. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Tian frowned and said, I can cure your illness, but the steps are complicated and the treatment will take a long time.
Su Shan was delighted when he heard this. That's not a problem. I have plenty of time and can wait.
Ling Tian shook his head. No, you don't understand what I mean. It's not that you don't have enough time, but that I don't have enough time. Su Shan was stunned for a moment, then said, even if you die soon, I can still transform you into a weird one, and your strength will be at least that of a ghost general.
Ling Tian was speechless. You are the one who passed away, and I am living well.
Why should I become weird? The dean's mouth twitched as he explained, I believe you have heard about the recent changes in the strange world. Su Shan thought for a moment and said, indeed, I've heard that the strange world is merging with another world, and recently, people from that world have been entering the strange world one after another.
Could it be that, sir, you are one of them?
Ling Tian nodded. That's right, this dungeon time is about to end, and when we enter the strange world again, we won't know where we are. As for your treatment, it cannot be interrupted.
Once it is interrupted, the effect will be lost.
Su Shan pondered, Sir, how confident are you that you can cure me?
If I say 100%, you won't believe me, so let's say 70%. Ling Tian said.
Well, since you have such confidence, I will place my hopes on you. This is my companion Horcrux, the soul-ringing bell. As long as you appear in the strange world with it, I will be able to sense it. The next time you enter the strange world, I will sense you and immediately go to where you are.
Su Shan handed Ling Tian a bell that was full of energy. Ling Tian was surprised. Are you really willing to do this?
He could sense the power of this thing.
Sir, you're joking. If you can cure my illness, why not give it to me as a gift?
Susan smiled. Although the soul-ringing bell can improve his combat power a little and provide him with an additional tool, it is just icing on the cake. If his illness is cured, his realm will immediately undergo a mutation and be promoted to the great evil, which is a stronger improvement than a soul-shaking bell. Moreover, using a soul-shaking bell to make friends with a ghost doctor with superb medical skills is a good deal.
Okay, in that case, I'll take your job.
Although I can't completely cure you now, I can help you recuperate first.
Next time I come in, it will shorten the treatment period.
Ling Tian said with satisfaction, and now he found that the profession of ghost saint doctor was really popular. It was easy to get acquainted with another vicious and weird person. When his treatments become more strange, the whole world will be his ghost veins. Wouldn't he be able to walk around the strange world with no restrictions? So the following days, in addition to his daily diagnosis and treatment of other strange things, Ling Tian also began to specifically treat Su Shan. Time flies,
and the copy of Ling Tian entering the Sacred Heart Hospital is coming to an end. Ghost Doctor, you are proficient in all difficult and complicated diseases and can cure any disease. Even terminal illnesses can be easily treated. You are the eerie reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Professional skills, brilliant hands, not enabled, rejuvenation, not enabled, blessing, enabled, reputation, newly shown, patients cured, 4,763, in 1 month. Ling Tian treated an average of about 150 strange with these strange feedbacks of strength. His strength also reached the peak level of the white-clothed ghost. The speed of improvement is really too fast. A month ago he was just an ordinary person. I heard from the dean that today is the day you leave, sir. Su Shan, who had just finished recuperation, spoke. Under Ling Tian's care these days, it felt that its body was gradually getting better, and it couldn't help but become more convinced that Ling Tian could cure its illness. Yes, I will be leaving in a few hours. Ling Tian packed up his things and nodded. Well, later, when you come to the strange world again, I will rush to find you immediately. Susan said. Well, come as soon as possible, because I'm not sure how long the next dungeon will last. Ling Tian added, good. Susan nodded. A few more hours passed. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared from Sacred Heart Hospital real world. Congratulations on your successful return. Based on your performance in the dungeon, you will be rewarded with 10,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Only 10,000, Ling Tian felt that it was a little too little. Even though he was in control of the Sacred Heart Hospital, he only had 10,000 career points. If it were other survivors, how much money would they get if they survived? It takes 100,000 career points to redeem the Ghost Career Awakening. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Ling Tian no longer cared about these things anyway. This trip to the dungeon brought him a lot of gains. Not only did he activate the Fuan skill, but his strength also reached the peak of the White Ghost. I also met another weirdo who was about to break through to become a very evil one. This dungeon seemed easy because of the land deed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to pass it so smoothly. The next dungeon will be full of variables, and according to the nature of the dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeon will be arranged according to the strength of the survivors. I am now a white-robed ghost, and the difficulty of the next dungeon will definitely not be comparable to that of other survivors. Ling Tian pondered. But it doesn't matter. I still have a fierce-level monster to support me. Ling Tian took out the soul-shaking bell from the system space and smiled. No matter how difficult the copy is, with a ferocious monster protecting you, you should be able to pass it smoothly, right? Otherwise, this is not called survival, but a dying struggle. As expected, knowing someone so strange makes me feel completely safe. I wonder how things are going with Madame Red. Ling Tian suddenly thought of the Red Lady in the first dungeon. On the day he left the copy, Madame Red also recovered from her injuries and left the hotel. Unless you use the mirror she gave you to summon her, meeting her again in this strange world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 165, White Sands Lunatic Asylum. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. We'll meet each other if we're destined to. Ling Tian shook his head and started surfing the internet to see what had happened recently. At the time in the strange world and the real world are interconnected. He stayed in the dungeon for a month, and the real world must have undergone tremendous changes. As expected, as soon as I went online, I saw overwhelming slogans. Join the Ghost Control Bureau and build a better society together, a harmonious society for everyone. Officially employed by the Ghost Control Department, you'll enjoy a variety of benefits every month, and the work is easy. What are you waiting for? Ling Tian was speechless. In fact, it was not only their country that recruited experts from the civilian population, but people from other countries did the same. Every country has begun to mobilize its army to attack the strange world. As for the progress, unknown, but Ling Tian felt that the progress of the early strategy could not be so fast. Now everyone has a problem protecting themselves, let alone strategies. Then Ling Tian looked through the posts where other people had revealed the information. These posts are just some simple messages from other copies. It seems that the strange world is very large. There are countless dungeons. Any building can be used as a dungeon for us to survive. Ling Tian, who was browsing the information, suddenly saw another message. Purchasing career points, please contact us if you are interested. There is more than one piece of information like this.
It seems that those wealthy people have taken action. That's right, the world is undergoing mutations, and in the future only those with strong personal strength can survive in this strange world. Now real world money is just a last resort. However, there are still many people asking about the price under the post. I only get 10,000 career points for clearing a dungeon, while others only get 100 or 200 at most. It's incredibly difficult to accumulate 100,000 career points, so are you trying to trade them for money to enjoy your last moments? Ling Tian seemed to understand. He looked through a lot of transaction information again. Now 1 career point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in the real world. It's a truly astronomical price, but it's all ours. It's useless for ordinary people to save a few hundred career points. The wealthy don't lack those billions, and this gives them an opportunity to overtake others. That's right, as long as the acquisition base is large enough. 100,000 career points can also be easily collected. It only costs $1 billion to get a cool job, and $1 billion is just a drop in the bucket for those wealthy people. Ordinary people can obtain 1 or 200 career points by successfully surviving in a dungeon, and can exchange them for 1 or 2 million in the real world, so that they can live a happy and carefree life for the rest of their lives. Sure enough, where there is demand, there is a market. This is an eternal truth. Ling Tian no longer paid attention to these. After a few days of rest, the strange sound rang out again. You have been selected to participate in a dungeon. This dungeon is White Sands Madhouse. 1 person is participating. Mission: escape from White Sands Asylum within 2 months. Rewards will be given based on the survivor's performance. Ling Tian was stunned. He finally came with his current strength. He is undoubtedly ahead of everyone else in the world, so it is understandable that he is the only one in this dungeon. It seems that this White Sands Asylum is very dangerous. A bunch of psychopaths. They're normal if they're a little dangerous, but they're also weirdly psychotic. Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Beginning to teleport you into the dungeon. Please prepare the living. Call out. A white light flashed, and Ling Tian's figure disappeared again. White Sands Lunatic Asylum. Ling Tian came to his senses and looked around. Found myself in a room. There was only a bed, a table, and chairs, and a small bathroom in the room. The door of the room was an iron door. Ling Tian stepped forward and pushed it, and found that this iron door was specially made and contained powerful power. If it is not open from the outside, it is impossible to force it open with his strength alone. Good fellow, I'm in jail as soon as I enter the dungeon. Isn't this treatment like going to jail? Based on the current situation, his identity this time is a patient in Baisha Mental Asylum. As a mental patient, he was naturally locked in a room. Escape from Baisha Lunatic Asylum? Looks like we need to find out the strength of this dungeon's strangeness, and since it's a lunatic asylum, it's impossible that I'm the only one locked up here. There must be other weirdos locked up there too. Ling Tian smiled and began to formulate an escape plan in his mind. It's a strange world now. This is the reaction to ringing the soul bell. It seems that the gentleman has entered the strange world. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Su Shan stood up and rushed towards Baisha Mental Asylum. It's not far. It's just across the street from Sacred Heart Hospital. Susan muttered. He can reach this distance in less than a minute. Soon, Su Shan arrived at Baisha Mental Asylum. Sir is actually in here. Susan frowned. I'm a little undecided. He had heard of the name of this mental hospital. Many powerful monsters are imprisoned inside. There is a huge power organization behind it, and there is a very evil monster guarding here. This organization constantly captures those monsters with spiritual problems in the strange world. The euphemism is to cure these strange diseases. But no one knows what is done behind the scenes anyway. Su Shan has never seen anyone being able to get out after being caught. What should I do? Su San wanted to force his way in, but it was useless with his strength alone. Give it a try. As long as I can get inside, sir, cure my illness and let me become a great villain. Taking it away shouldn't be a problem. Finally, Susan gritted his teeth and began to wander around Baisha Lunatic Asylum. Since forcing my way in didn't work, I could only pretend to be a patient and be caught by them to get in. I don't know how much time has passed. The big villain guarding Baisha Mental Asylum discovered Su Shan's strange behavior. Interesting, a strange creature that's about to become a great villain, a very good experimental subject. The fierce villain attacked immediately without saying a word. A chain tightly bound the umbrella. The latter did not struggle, allowing the force to pull him into the asylum. I don't know what your purpose is, but once you enter our asylum, don't even think about leaving. A voice sounded behind Susan. Su Shan was shocked.
It seemed that he had been exposed. Soon it sensed a powerful force eroding its soul. Vicious and extremely vicious are two completely different levels. It's useless to resist. Susan's eyes gradually lost their luster. From now on, your number will be 001. Deschaumes assigned a number to Sushan and imprisoned him in the lowest level of the mental hospital. I in the room, with the last bit of consciousness left in Sushan, he urged his black umbrella. Brother Bayan, I'm counting on you. Fan Wuzhou's black figure turned into white foam, and his consciousness entered the black umbrella, and another strange thing inside the black umbrella took over his body, living together as one. The soul resides in the umbrella, only one of them can survive in the world. Chapter 166, Umbrella arrives. Brother Wuzhou, don't worry. I will find you, sir. Xiabian muttered to himself, but Black Umbrella did not respond. The scene changed. At this time, Ling Tian didn't know that Su Shan had been captured. Crack, accompanied by a noise outside the door, Ling Tian's door was finally opened. A strong and powerful man looked at Ling Tian with strange eyes. During the exercise period, you have 1 hour of free time. During this time, you cannot leave your floor. It said this and walked away. Ling Tian said nothing and walked out of the room. The strange things in other rooms also emerged one by one. It's all the strength of the white-robed ghost. Ling Tian looked at the other strange auras. From this, we can judge that each floor of Baisha Mental Asylum holds monsters of different strength levels. The surroundings are sealed, so we can rule out the possibility that this is a high-rise building. There is a door at the end of the corridor ahead. There is a number -1 on the door. It seems the deeper you go, the stronger the strange power becomes. Ling Tian speculated. As for how many layers there are below, it is unknown. So then he began to encounter other strange things on his floor. These strange faces have dull expressions and there is nothing wrong with their bodies. Consciousness is imprisoned deep within the soul. This is a spiritual illness. There is also a force that is slowly and subtly transforming these strange souls. Ling Tian frowned and thought, this copy is a bit difficult to pass. Although the ghost saint doctor profession can cure any disease, the prerequisite is that all skills must be activated. With his current means, he can't solve the problem of his soul at all. It's over, barbecue, this is a dead end. Ling Tian felt that there was a high probability that his trip would fail. This dungeon is trying to kill me. It's a bit too difficult. An hour passed quickly. The supervision at this level imprisoned all the strange things and Ling Tian back in the room. Ling Tian in the room fell into deep thought, thinking about how to break the deadlock. He took out the soul-shaking bell. The soul-ringing bell's induction is very strong. It seems that Susan has already reached the vicinity of Baisha Lunatic Asylum. It depends on whether it can find me. Now we can only put our hope on Susan, and if that doesn't work, we can think of other options. Anyway, my life is not in danger now. The scene comes to the -5th floor. Time goes forward to 1 hour ago. There were no restrictions in the room where Susan was imprisoned, and Susan easily pushed open the door. Xiabian wandered in the corridor pretending to be unconscious. The soul-ringing bell's induction is on the upper level. It seems the gentleman is imprisoned there. Xiabian looked around. I discovered that there were 2 other strange creatures on this floor besides it. The 2 strange auras were much weaker than his, their consciousness was also imprisoned, and they sat blankly in the room. They are all ferocious and weird. What exactly does this force want to do? Xiabian couldn't figure it out. He continued walking towards the door further down the corridor. Just as he was about to touch the door handle, he stopped. There are restrictions, although they are very low level, but if it is an unconscious weirdness, it will not be noticed at all. It seems the monster in charge is very confident in its own abilities, without even any supervision. Xiabian said no more, opened the black umbrella in his hand, and walked through the door leisurely. Walk up the stairs all the way. As the number of floors begins to change, -4, -3, -2, -1 inch, the soul-ringing bell senses this level. Xiabian passed through the door of the -1 floor corridor and entered. The supervisor who was squatting on this floor was stunned when he saw Xiabian suddenly appear. You, soul-sucking. Xiabian waved his hand. All of a sudden, all the supervisor's eyes lost their luster. I also know a thing or two about controlling strange things. Xiabian chuckled. Ling Tian's room was quickly found. This time, only 10 minutes had passed since Ling Tian was locked up after being let out for exercise. The restriction on the door naturally couldn't stop the umbrella from entering. He entered the room easily with an umbrella. Sir, I finally found you. Xiabian spoke quietly. Ling Tian was startled and quickly turned around. Fuck, how did you get in? I naturally have some tricks up my sleeve. Xiaobian spoke. He then recounted how he entered Baisha Mental Asylum and found Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to take such a big risk to come to me. Ling Tian was very touched. It's a very ferocious monster. What if that monster discovers the secret of Susan having two souls in one body? The ending is predictable. I will definitely do what I promised, Xiaobian said solemnly. Thank you for your kindness. Now that you are here, let's hurry up and get your treatment. This time I have been in this instance for 2 months, and it will only take 1 month to completely cure your illness. Ling Tian nodded. Then thank you, Mr. Trouble. Xiaobian nodded. So next, Ling Tian started treating him. The necessary medicinal herbs had already been collected by Su Shan in the previous copy. Su San's arrival also gave Ling Tian more confidence. As long as it is cured, Su San will be promoted to a great evil. By then, it would be no problem for the other party to take me away from Baisha Mental Asylum. Self-protection is no longer a problem, so it's time to consider how to progress through the dungeon. Judging from Su Shan's narration, this insane asylum holds all levels of weirdness below the level of the great evil, and the big beast behind him was too confident in his abilities. This is how Susan was able to sneak in so easily. A conscious villain, the supervision here can't stop him at all. Ling Tian can use the umbrella to travel to floors of different levels. If I had the skill of the magic hand, I could easily solve the problem of the strange souls here. Not only will I run away alone, I will also release all the weirdness. I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Tian finished today's treatment. My body is indeed much better, and my realm has also become a little looser. Xiaobian described his physical sensations. When do you plan to leave here, sir? Xiaobian asked. If Ling Tian wanted to leave, it could also take Ling Tian away from here now. You mean, I have the ability to leave here now? Ling Tian was surprised. Yes, it's just some special means. As long as I pass the umbrella, even if the big beast notices it, it can't stop us from leaving this insane asylum. This is also the reason why I dare to come in. Xiaobian nodded. The Ghost King has his own den, and the evil ones all have a special method, and his method is to pass the umbrella, but don't think it's ordinary. This ability will not be restricted by any field and cannot be used. Forget it, I don't want to leave so early. Ling Tian shook his head. He hasn't even started conquering this dungeon yet, so naturally he doesn't want to leave. It would be fine if Su Shan could take him away without anyone noticing and bring him back in. This way he can go out and build up his reputation for a month to unlock his skills, and then come back in to cause trouble. But since Susan has this ability, then does Madame Red have this ability? Ling Tian thought of something. Chapter 167, Summoning Madame Red. Take a gamble. Ling Tian's heart hardened. Take out the button mirror that you have treasured for a long time. Susan was surprised, as it sensed a murderous aura from it. Sir, you really have many tricks up your sleeve. It sighed. In our line of work, the last thing we lack is favors. Ling Tian said. Yes, sir. Once you cure my illness, you will definitely grant my requests. Xiaobian smiled. Then I won't refuse, or I'll seem hypocritical. Human relationships are all about give and take, and so are strange things. I have accumulated so many ghost veins in the hope of having a place to stay in the strange world in the future, so that when the world is in chaos, I can carve out a place to protect myself. Ling Tian expressed his thoughts and then opened the mirror, accompanied by the opening of the button mirror. The mirror's surface distorted. An enchanting face appeared in his sight. Little guy, it took you so long to remember me? Madame Red chuckled. Ahem, a month has passed, and it feels like a long time. How is Madame doing lately? Ling Tian greeted. Of course I'm fine. Since the little guy is using a snap-on lens, is there something wrong? Madame Red replied. Yes, I do have a dilemma now, and it depends on whether Madame has the ability to help me solve it. Ling Tian nodded, then he described his current situation. Madam, do you have the ability to travel back and forth freely without being detected by that fierce beast? Well, of course you can, but I don't want to provoke a big beast. Madame Red hesitated. I understand Madame's worries. My camp will also have a ferocious monster by then. Ling Tian spoke. Oh? Madame Red was surprised. In its impression, Ling Tian was just an ordinary person who knew some medical skills. How did he know the evildoer? The key is, why did this evildoer help Ling Tian? It seems I have to reconsider your abilities. If so, I'll take a gamble. Madame Red's eyes flickered. Anyway, when the big beast comes to take revenge on her, she can rely on her special abilities to keep escaping and avoid being caught, but if you bet on the right thing, you will gain a lot in the future. Madame Red activated her ability and the mirror began to fluctuate. Soon a figure came out from the mirror and came to Ling Tian. This ability is very special. Susan praised. Upon hearing this, Madame Hong looked at the umbrella beside her. He also realized that this was the ferocious monster that Ling Tian had mentioned. Little guy, what do you want to do next? Madame Red asked. Ling Tian said, Madam, could you please introduce your abilities first, so that I can make some plans? That's okay. Mrs. Hong hesitated for a moment and glanced at Su Shan, and finally decided to introduce him. Anyway, she would be exposed if she performed it in front of him. My special ability is that I can freely travel through the mirrors I've marked. No matter how far away, one can travel freely without being detected by other strange beings. So strong. Ling Tian was shocked. This ability was too buggy. Humph, of course. So even if I offend that fierce beast here, I can escape unscathed. Madame Red turned up her nose. Can you bring someone with you? Of course you can. Madame Red nodded. That's great. I need to go to a random hospital to get treatment now. Ling Tian said. Why is that? Mrs. Hong was a little confused, and Su Shan didn't understand either. Well, because my training method is to constantly treat weird things. In the next stage, I will be able to use special medical abilities. This ability is similar to the special abilities of your fierce level weird things. The only difference is that my special ability is to cure illnesses, while yours is to save lives. Once I awaken this special ability, curing the strangeness of this insane asylum will be a piece of cake. You also know that humans in our real world are summoned into this strange world to complete a mission. This time my mission is to escape from this insane asylum, but I don't want to leave so easily. After all, the reward for completing the mission depends on your performance within the dungeon, so I plan to release all the weirdness of this madhouse. Ling Tian explained. There's nothing to hide. Anyone with a little bit of common sense can figure out this weirdness. I see. Madame Hong seemed to be lost in thought, and as she felt the breath of Ling Tian, the evil ghost in white, her lips curled up slightly. The gentleman gives me more and more surprises. Madame Hong changed the way she addressed Ling Tian. This is a potential stock, she must seize it. How can you survive in this strange world without some real skills? Ling Tian smiled and thought, if I don't show some value, how can you help me like this? The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. This principle applies in any world. Since you want to choose a hospital, why not go to Sacred Heart Hospital? After all, you are also the vice president of that hospital. Su Shan spoke. Although I also want to go to Sacred Heart Hospital, I don't know how far it is from here. Ling Tian said helplessly that he naturally wanted to go to a place with support, but he couldn't get there just because he wanted to. The weird world is so big, who knows where I am now? Actually, sir, we are only one street away from Sacred Heart Hospital. Su San mentioned it, it's just across the street. Ling Tian's eyes widened. That's right. Susan nodded. At this time, Madame Red also said, Sir, actually, the place where we met last time was not far from here, only one street away, and I happen to have marked a mirror there, so we can go there first and then rush to Sacred Heart Hospital. Okay, then let's go to that hotel first. Ling Tian nodded. So Mrs. Red came to the mirror in the bathroom. As the ability was activated, the mirror began to fluctuate. Come stand beside me. The two of them immediately stood on the left and right. A flash of light, the figures of the three people were sucked into the mirror. In a special space, Ling Tian was stunned as he looked at the countless mirrors floating in the air. Madame Red also explained aloud, each mirror corresponds to a place. Without markings, it's easy to end up in unfamiliar places. That's why I said you can only move freely between marked mirrors. I don't know what will happen if I wear it in the wrong place. It's truly magical. This strange ability is really special. Soon Madame Red led them to a mirror. Let's go, we'll reach the hotel after we pass through. The three of them passed through the mirror and came to the outside world. In room 444. A strange man looked at the three people who suddenly appeared, with a confused look on his face. You're looking for death, Sushan frowned and looked at this strange man. The latter felt a chill on his back, feeling the powerful aura of Susan, and quickly changed his expression. Who are you looking for, sir? Maybe I can help. Ha ha, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Just pretend this never happened. Do you understand? Yes, I will definitely keep this matter to myself. The latter nodded quickly. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Ling Tian waved his hand and led the two out of the room. Congratulations on your successful escape from White Sands Asylum. Will you return? A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Chapter 168, Unlocking the Skill No. Ling Tian immediately refused to return. If you fail to return, you still have 59 days to stay in the dungeon. The final reward will be based on the degree of the survivor's rating of the dungeon before returning. The strange sound disappeared. The three of them walked down the corridor. Soon Ling Tian met a familiar ghost. Your task is to serve the guests in the room well and try to meet their needs. The ghost manager is explaining the rules to the newcomers. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Judging from his performance, he was obviously a newcomer. Ghost manager, long time no see. Ling Tian came over and said hello. Who? The ghost manager frowned. He was so ignorant of the rules. Didn't he see that he was teaching the newbie a lesson? When he turned around, he saw Ling Tian and the two fierce men beside him. Ahem, it's you, sir. Why are you here at our hotel? Are you planning to stay here? The ghost manager gave a professional smile. No, I'm just passing by. You guys continue, I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. Ling Tian waved his hand. Goodbye, sir. Come visit us often when you have time. The ghost manager smiled. The others looked at this two-faced manager in disbelief. The key point is that they can clearly see that Ling Tian is also a stranger. No problem. If you still need treatment, go to Sacred Heart Hospital. I have a position there. Here's my business card. Ling Tian handed the ghost manager his business card meaningfully. Such a familiar scene made the ghost manager's mouth twitch. Then he looked at the information on the business card and his eyes widened. I thought Ling Tian's position was at most a ghost doctor, but I didn't expect him to be the vice president. Sir, you really don't show off your abilities. The ghost manager sighed and took the business card carefully. Ling Tian waved his hand, said goodbye to the ghost manager and rushed towards the Sacred Heart Hospital. As for why he gave the ghost manager his business card, it was of course because he wanted to get to know the weird people behind this 5-star hotel. One more ghost vein means one more way out. IT may not be useful now, but it may not be in the future. Everything needs to be planned in advance. After Ling Tian left, everyone started talking about it. What are you arguing about? Get back to work. The ghost manager roared ferociously. No one dared to say anything and ran away immediately. Across the street, Ling Tian and others finally arrived at the Sacred Heart Hospital. Why are you here? The dean looked at Ling Tian in front of him in a daze. The dungeon I'm in this time is not far from here. It's the White Sands Lunatic Asylum across the street. Ling Tian explained. He then recounted a series of events and the purpose of his coming here. Well, if you do that, you'll anger that big beast. After hearing Ling Tian's plan, the dean frowned. You're worried that the beast will find out about my relationship with Sacred Heart Hospital and cause trouble for the hospital. Ling Tian revealed the dean's thoughts. That's right. After all, we are so close. If you do this, I won't be able to stop them from retaliating against our hospital. The dean looked resentful. After all, you own half of this hospital, and you actually treat me like this. Ling Tian avoided looking away. Who knew they were so close? This was beyond his expectations. Ahem. Dean, don't worry. Actually, you don't have to worry about them retaliating against our hospital. He doesn't know about your relationship with me, and I'm not from the weird world. He also knows it, so he won't suspect you. Plus, this time we came out without anyone noticing. Once the plan is implemented, I'll return to the real world, use my umbrella to hold back the big beast, and Madame Red will also flee in advance, so the other party won't be able to find any clues at all. Ling Tian analyzed. As steady as an old dog. At worst, by then Susan will have become a great evil, and we won't have to be afraid of them anymore. Ling Tian interrupted. Okay, now that I've said that, I can't say anything. Just keep it in mind. The dean said helplessly that now everyone was tied to the same rope because of Ling Tian's actions, that he had to admire his ability to stir up trouble. After that, Ling Tian started his journey of increasing his reputation again. He traveled back and forth between White Sands Asylum and Sacred Heart Hospital every day. And the big beast was completely unaware of it.Su Shan's condition gradually improved under Ling Tian's treatment. The state of mind that was holding him back began to relax. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mastery skill activated. Ling Tian stretched. After a month of hard work, I have finally mastered my important professional skills. The treatment for Susan has reached the final stage. Come on, there's no need to use any herbs for this last time. Just try my abilities. Ling Tian spoke. Well, thank you, sir. Su Shan nodded. It also wanted to see what Ling Tian's awakened abilities were like, and whether they were as magical as he said. Ling Tian walked forward and touched its body. Great hand. Accompanied by the activation of abilities, sleeping under the umbrella makes me feel warm all over, and a warm current fills my body. It's been so long since I last felt such a novel feeling. This. Suddenly, Susan's eyes widened. It actually felt that its foundation was being continuously replenished. Ling Tian smiled. You feel it, right? My ability can not only cure diseases, but also replenish the foundation and so on. Of course, I can control this. Normally, I just treat weirdos and replenish their foundations. Only you weirdos who follow me can understand this. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will definitely repay you in the future. Su Shan was moved. At this time, under the treatment of the miraculous hand skill, the root of his illness has been completely cured. Suddenly, the barrier blocking its realm was shattered. The aura of the umbrella began to surge. Ling Tian felt a little breathless. Is this the worst evil? It's so scary. Su Shan also noticed Ling Tian's discomfort and hurriedly controlled his breath. I'm sorry, sir, the breakthrough happened so naturally that I didn't expect it. No problem. Ling Tian waved his hand. It would be great if there was a breakthrough. After all, feedback would be coming soon. The strength is 1/10,000th of that of a great evil. In an instant, Ling Tian's aura also surged. The dean, Madame Hong, and Su Shan next to them were a little confused. No, I broke through. So why did your aura also surge? After a while, the feedback ended. Ling Tian's realm directly reached the middle stage of Ghost King. Feeling the immense power within him, Ling Tian grinned. Sorry, I've been experiencing some enlightenment lately, so it's normal for me to have a breakthrough in my realm. The ghosts didn't know what to say. Your understanding is really great. You directly surpassed the Ghost General and reached the middle stage of Ghost King. Sir, you are truly a remarkable person. Susan sighed. Mrs. Hong was anxious at this time. Sir, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. I also want it. It has been watching from the side and doesn't want to miss this opportunity to replenish its foundation. Everyone lacks foundation to some extent, which is caused by continuous promotion and fighting. Ahem, I also want to, the dean also said with a licking face. P.S. I'm broke. My daily income has dropped below 100 yuan. Even though I'm still studying, this is the total I made in half a month. I'm a little tired and plan to take a break sometime. What do you think? Chapter 169, System Mission. No problem. I won't hold anything back from you. Come over here, it'll only take a moment. Ling Tian laughed. Madame Red stepped forward immediately. Ling Tian activated his magic hand skill after touching her cold hand. Mrs. Red instantly felt a warm current running through her body. Wherever he passed, some damaged ghost veins were repaired and maintained, and the foundation was constantly recovering. Even the hidden roots left behind by the forced breakthrough some time ago were cured and improved, making his realm more stable. Sir, this ability is truly too strong. If word gets out, countless weirdos will flock to it. So, sir, it's best not to expose this ability casually. Madame Hong opened her eyes and looked at Ling Tian. She wasn't talking about the miraculous ability to heal, but rather the point of replenishing the foundation. I'll naturally pay attention to this. You're so thoughtful. Ling Tian nodded. He naturally understood the principle that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Not all weird things are easy to talk about. Then Ling Tian supplemented the dean's foundation again. After the treatment, Ling Tian's strength increased a lot and he reached the late stage of Ghost King. As for why it crossed so quickly. In fact,
the biggest reason was that Ling Tian treated two great monsters. You should know that Su Shan is one body with two souls, although only one can survive in this world, but they are also two weird ones. The feedback of 1/10,000th of the strength of the two great beasts made Ling Tian's realm soar from the middle stage of the red-clothed evil ghost to the middle stage of the ghost king. As for the mid-stage strength of the red-clothed evil spirit, it was naturally accumulated from treating other strange feedbacks within this month. Ding. Host, please gain a foothold in this strange world as soon as possible. Yiyu, who had been silent for a long time, reminded. Ling Tian was stunned when he received the system prompt. I quickly asked in my heart, "System, what happened?" Ding. That's right. The strange world is accelerating its integration with the real world. Based on this rate of change, it will completely merge with the real world within 6 months. So fast. Ling Tian was shocked. I originally thought that no matter how fast it progresses, humans will have to be given a few years to catch their breath and improve their strength. In the end, it took less than a year from start to finish. Ding. This is normal. After all, the strange world is not only merging with the real world, but also bordering other worlds. Yiyu revealed a piece of news. There are other worlds. Ling Tian was even more shocked. Therefore, it is better for the host to make plans early. Moreover, every time a strange world merges with another world, the heaven and earth will release power. The host must seize this rare opportunity. If you miss it once, you will lose the chance to compete with others in the future. Yiyu continued, it's been so long, it's time to urge the host to work harder. What is the function of authority? Ling Tian asked. The host can be understood as the authority of heaven and earth, or as the official organization. Host, aren't you curious why there's no such thing as the underworld in this strange world? Yiyu is intriguing. The underworld. Ling Tian's eyes flickered. This thing was a myth that was well known to the people of Jojo. Since the system mentioned it, it must really exist, and if the underworld really exists, then there is no underworld in the strange world now, and now it is slowly releasing power while the worlds are constantly merging. Its purpose can be understood with a little thought. This world wants to rebuild the underworld. System, I know what to do. Ling Tian understood. Ding. As long as the host understands. Ding. Mission released, unify all Chinatown dungeons. Reward, 1 million system points, 1 chance to awaken the ghost profession. Chinatown Dungeon, Baisha Lunatic Asylum, Sacred Heart Hospital, 5-Star Hotel, Guangming High School, Shuguang Kindergarten, Convenience Store number 44. Yiyu began to make plans for Ling Tian. Ling Tian was speechless after reading the task. Sacred Heart Hospital was already under his command, and he also had his own connections in the 5-Star Hotel. As for Baisha Lunatic Asylum, it's a bit difficult. I'll have to wait until there are a few more powerful villains in my camp before dealing with it. As for the other 3 copies, he has not yet come into contact with them. However, based on the experience of these few copy transmissions, there is a high probability that I will enter one of these 3 copies. Brother Bian, please replace Brother Wujio. Now I can release the control over Brother Wujio's soul. Ling Tian said to Xie Bian. Okay, thank you, sir. Xie Bian stood up, opened his black umbrella, and his white body began to turn pitch black. Soon, a figure with lifeless eyes appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Ling Tian stepped forward and activated his magic hand skill. You didn't expect that having your soul controlled is also considered a disease. As long as it is a disease, I am responsible for it. As the skill continues to activate, Fan Wujio's eyes gradually began to brighten. I don't know how much time has passed to Fan Wujio regain consciousness. Gentlemen, I'm glad you're back. Ling Tian nodded. It seems that Brother Bian has rescued the gentleman. Fan Wujio breathed a sigh of relief. Yes and no. Ling Tian began to narrate a series of processes and then talked about his plan. I see. Since you want to do this, my 2 brothers will naturally accompany you to the end. Fan Wujio nodded heavily. Don't worry so much, this isn't a fight to the death. Ling Tian waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to go back to the dungeon. So Ling Tian asked Madame Hong to take him and Su Shan back to Baisha Mental Asylum. Madam, please wait at Sacred Heart Hospital. When I start to implement my plan, you can come and pick me up. Ling Tian turned and said to Madame Hong. Okay, then I'll wait here, sir. Madame Red nodded. After a moment, she left the place. Ling Tian also began to treat the strangeness in the mental hospital. There aren't many weird people imprisoned in this insane asylum. There are only about 50 evil ghosts in white, only about 30 in red, more than a dozen ghost generals, only 7 ghost kings, and only 2 fierce ghosts left. Let's go straight to the bottom floor and cure those 2 fierce beasts first. Ling Tian said to Su Shan. Okay, the supervision of these floors has been taken over by Brother Bayan, so sir, there is no need to worry about them discovering us. Fan Wujiu nodded. The two walked down the stairs. Soon we arrived at the -5th floor. There are no restrictions on the doors on this floor, so they can be opened easily. Fan Wujiu pushed open the door. What caught my eye was a woman in red clothes sitting blankly in front of the makeup mirror. Faced with the two people's intrusion, it did not react at all. Sir, please wait here while I go over and take a look. Fan Wujiu said vigilantly. Although it is unconsciously weird, it is still a fierce one after all. If he suddenly breaks out, Ling Tian won't be able to stop it. Okay. Ling Tian nodded in agreement. It's always better to be cautious. Fan Wujiu walked slowly forward and came behind the strange creature, but it still did not react. Try covering the mirror and see. Ling Tian spoke out. Upon hearing this, Fan Wujiu did as he was told and lifted the bedsheet to cover the makeup mirror. Chapter 170, Preparing for the Raid. Hong Dai roared suddenly. A cold wind blew. The miserable screams were deafening, carrying with them layers of mental shock. Fortunately, Ling Tian has the strength of a ghost king. If he were an ordinary person, he would have bled from all 7 orifices long ago. Looking at the red butterfly that has gone into a rampage, Fan Wujiu slowly took out the black umbrella. Soul calming. In an instant, the red butterfly calmed down. Sir, it's okay. I've suppressed it for now and it can't move for a while. Fan Wujiu spoke. Okay, let me treat her. Ling Tian walked forward confidently, touched Hongdia's forehead, and activated his skill. Great hand. A burst of energy rushed towards Hongdia's mind. As time went by, Ling Tian frowned. My imprisoned consciousness has begun to wear away. If I remain imprisoned for a few more years, I'm afraid my true consciousness will be completely worn away, leaving me with only an empty shell to be manipulated. Not only that, this body is also being constantly transformed by a certain energy. What is it trying to transform into? Ling Tian's face was solemn, because the red butterfly suffered too much damage. This treatment is much more difficult than the one involving Fan Wujiu. Ling Tian continuously activated his magic skills, and began to repair Hongdia's damaged consciousness like peeling off layers of silk. After a long time, cold sweat broke out on Ling Tian's forehead. Continuously using skills would consume both physical and mental strength. Finally solved. Ling Tian withdrew his hand and sighed. Hongdia's eyes gradually regained their spirit. Hong Dai looked around in confusion. Did he lose his memory? That shouldn't be the case. Ling Tian was a little uncertain. After all, Hongdia's soul and consciousness had been damaged too much before. Even if it was repaired, it was understandable that she would still have some memory problems. This time, Hong Dai finally came to her senses, and memories flooded into her mind like a tide. I remember, Hong Dai frowned, as if she was thinking of something unpleasant. Thank you both for your help. I apologize for the offense I caused you earlier. It's okay. After all, what you did just now was unintentional. Ling Tian waved his hand. Can you tell me how you were taken to this insane asylum? In my case, I was suddenly attacked by a large beast. Due to the huge difference in strength, I had no choice but to be forced into it. What happened next was that they imprisoned my consciousness and soul, and my body was gradually transformed into another life form. I don't know what it is exactly. Hong Dai looked at herself and spoke. Any characteristics? Ling Tian pondered. It seems not yet. My body is still undergoing transformation. It will take some time for it to be completely transformed. Hong Dai was a little worried. This unknown change makes it a little scared. Let me help you take a closer look. She was busy solving the soul problem before, and although she noticed this, she didn't check it carefully. Ling Tian gestured for her to stretch out her hand. Hong Dai nodded and obediently extended her right hand. Ling Tian began to take his pulse and check his internal condition. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Although the transformation is unknown, I can feel that my body is changing for the better. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. Ling Tian spoke. This energy is very special, obviously different from the power of the strange world. It seems to be a product of another world. If the system had not just told him that the strange world was still merging with other worlds, he would not have thought about it in this way. It now seems that this Baisha lunatic asylum is a pawn planted in the strange world in advance by forces from other worlds. In that case, there's no need to worry about the person behind this taking revenge so quickly. Ling Tian smiled inwardly. And now the real world has not been fully integrated yet, and they still have restrictions on entering the strange world, not to mention the other worlds that are just beginning to merge. This chess piece must have been placed here with great difficulty by other worlds. Now that I have removed it, the other side will not be able to do anything to him. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, he improved his strength quickly. In just 1 or 2 months, he was promoted from an ordinary person to a ghost king. Give him another year or two, not to mention the ghost emperor, he should be able to reach the great evil realm. Since there's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry too much. Ling Tian comforted. Thank you, sir. Hong Dai said gratefully. Ling Tian suddenly thought of something and said, Madam, you don't want to be trapped in this insane asylum for the rest of your life, do you? What do you want? Hong Dai glanced at the big evil umbrella next to her, then glanced at Ling Tian, who had a bad look in his eyes, and she staggered back a few steps. Su Shan's mouth twitched, and Ling Tian was also confused. It took Ling Tian Kai a moment to realize that there was something wrong with his words. Bah, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that if you want to leave this insane asylum, you must obey my orders. Bah! Follow my instructions. Fan Wuzhou blushed and explained, Sir, what you mean is that he has a plan to implement. You can't act rashly. You have to follow us. Yes. This is what I meant. Ling Tian nodded heavily. I see, it seems I misunderstood you. Hong Dai was obviously relieved. Ahem, you weirdos all like to overthink things. Besides, I'm human, and we're all different species. Ling Tian complained. Hong Dai blushed. Could she be blamed for this? It was clearly hinted at by you. In their hometown, you are not a good citizen if you say this. After resolving this little episode, Ling Tian told him his plan and then went to another strange room. The strange situation is similar to the red butterfly. It took a lot of time to cure it. The feedback from the 2 fierce ones did not help Ling Tian's strength to improve any further. This is normal, as those above the Ghost King are the most ferocious. The last time I was able to make a breakthrough, thanks to the feedback from Madame Red and the Dean, it was mainly because of the feedback from Susan that I was just 1 step away from success. I will follow your instructions, sir. Even if you want to destroy this insane asylum, I will accompany you. This monster obviously has a great resentment towards this mental hospital, because its situation was somewhat special. As the first criminal to be caught, it was obvious that it was subjected to some inhuman torture, commonly known as experimental subjects. It would be strange if it didn't have any resentment. There's no need to be so aggressive. We only have one great villain on our side. Even if you join the battle, it won't be of much help. So, we should retreat first. Ling Tian said. Well, since you said so, I will do as you say. It secretly thought it was a pity that it had missed this opportunity and it didn't know when it would be able to take revenge. There's no time to lose. Once I've treated the other weird things, I can implement the escape plan. Ling Tian said nothing more and quickened his pace to treat the strangeness. Time goes by day, layer upon layer of strangeness was completely restored under Ling Tian's treatment. After treating the last weirdness, Ling Tian was ready to charge. Chapter 171, Clearing the Dungeon. Just follow my steps carefully. Once Wuzhou has restrained the fierce beast, you can flee in all directions. Remember not to run in just one direction. As for how far you can run, that depends on your own luck. Ling Tian said to the crowd strangely. Yes, I will remember it. The weirdos nodded. Wuzhou, we can begin now. Ling Tian gestured. Yes, sir. Fan Wuzhou walked out with a swagger. When he was about to walk out of the gate of the mental hospital, he was finally noticed by the big beast. What's going on? Aren't you under my control and undergoing transformation? It widened its eyes. What surprised it the most was Fan Wuzhou's strength, which had actually broken through to the level of great fierce. I want to leave, you can't stop me. Fan Wuzhou rushed outside quickly. Damn it!
So what if you escaped control? I can catch you once, and I can catch you a second time. It dodged and intercepted. Open the ghost cave.
In an instant, Fan Wujiu felt his spirit shaken, the sky and the earth turned upside down, and a cold wind blew.
You are the only one with evil intentions. Suppress it.
Fan Wujiu also hurriedly supported the ghost den to resist. For a moment, ghostly and strange phenomena from both sides attacked each other's respective areas.
It's no use, my ghost cave is above you. That's not necessarily true. Soul, come back. Cleanse your soul. As the two of them were deadlocked, Ling Tian gave the order, everyone, you can charge out now.
From now on, it all depends on your own abilities. As the order was given, everyone rushed out like crazy. The guy who was still having fun over there noticed something strange and turned around to look.
How dare you?
I advise you to go back obediently, otherwise if you are caught, I will torture you with soul fire for 100 years.
Faced with its warning, the weirdo sneered and said, only a fool would go back.
Going back would mean death, but running away now might give me a chance of survival. Looking at the monsters escaping one by one, it became anxious. He quickly wanted to throw away his umbrella and catch other monsters first.
Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even decided the winner yet. It's time to get even for the sneak attack on me.
Fan Wujiu said calmly.
Humph. I'll let you go this time.
You're no longer worth reforming.
It said that and grabbed towards the strange direction. A giant claw is about to grab the many monsters that have fled far away. That won't do. I'm going to do this today.
Fan Wujiu smiled slightly and took immediate action to stop him. Seeing that the strange creature that was about to be caught was released again, it got angry.
Are you looking for death?
Well, it depends on your methods. For a moment, Fan Wujiu felt very happy.
Okay. Soul cage.
This fierce beast immediately launched its special method. As it beats 11 times with both hands, Fan Wujiu was instantly enveloped by a cage. Since you've caused me to lose so many experimental subjects, I'll use you as compensation.
It's worth it to transform even one great villain.
It sneered. Fan Wujiu also received the news that Ling Tian had withdrawn.
It's just a means of imprisonment.
It may be effective against other monsters, but to me, it's just a small matter.
Fan Wujiu didn't want to get entangled anymore. He immediately activated his special ability. Goodbye, then, call out. The black umbrella in his hand shuttled through the space and disappeared. Fan Wujiu's body also turned into a pool of ink and merged into the ground. A moment later, there was no trace of him in the cage, leaving the big beast standing there in a daze. I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you again. I didn't expect it to be so simple.
I should get a lot of rewards after returning this time.
Ling Tian smiled, only he thought it was simple.
If anyone else entered this dungeon, they would have been defeated long ago. There are still 3 weeks until the end of the dungeon. Ling Tian naturally didn't want to waste this time.
Now that Sir's trouble has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. Madam Red said goodbye. That's fine. If you have any troubles, you can come to me and solve them. Ling Tian nodded. Then I thank you, sir. You can keep the snap-on mirror I gave you before. If you miss me, you can open it and take a look.
Madam Red chuckled. In fact, it meant that Ling Tian could continue to use the button mirror to summon her if he had anything to do. There is no problem with the number of times this thing can be used. It's purely Madam Red's special ability. She was previously said to only be summoned once, and that's simply because she only wanted to respond once. After experiencing this series of events, Madame Hong was naturally prepared to increase her investment in Ling Tian. If he wanted to stay under the umbrella, Ling Tian asked him to stay outside for a while to avoid the limelight. After all, Sacred Heart Hospital is so close to White Sands Mental Asylum, it would be bad if they sensed it. Yushan naturally had no objection to this. He also had things to deal with, so he went somewhere else.
Get ready to start work and continue to improve my reputation.
Ling Tian stretched and stayed in the Sacred Heart Hospital to start treating the strangeness. With the skill of magic hand, the efficiency of brushing is much faster. Before, only more than 150 strange things could be treated in a day, and strange medicinal herbs were required. Now the number increased directly from more than 150 to more than 1,000, but just touch it and you will be healed instantly. This miraculous method made people call it the reincarnation of a miracle doctor. There is a strange line of people lining up in Ling Tian's outpatient clinic every day. His reputation also began to spread in a strange way. This also led to the gradual increase in the presence of Sacred Heart Hospital. The IT attracted more weird people to come here for treatment. The dean couldn't stop laughing when he saw this scene. Who doesn't want their power to grow stronger and stronger? Well, Dean, I told you that you would agree to my involvement in the future. If I leave Sacred Heart Hospital, it will be a heavy blow to the hospital. Ling Tian's lips curled up slightly. The vice dean was right. It was because my old eyesight was blurry that I couldn't see the vice dean's magical powers clearly. With the vice president here, our hospital will be able to continue expanding after a period of development. The dean laughed. What about the operating rights of the hospital? Whatever the vice president says. What about the rights of my position? What's mine is yours. Your words are mine. The dean patted his chest and said, That's good, very good. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Time flies, and the last 3 weeks of the dungeon passed in a flash. Ling Tian's figure disappeared from the Sacred Heart Hospital and returned to the real world. Congratulations on successfully clearing the White Sands Lunatic Asylum. You're rewarded with 100,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Not bad, 100,000 points, much more generous than before. I can finally start the next ghost job. Ling Tian was looking forward to it. Point 1 Ghost profession makes you so strong. If you get another one, you will be in heaven. A moment later, Ling Tian used 100,000 career points to exchange for a ghost career awakening. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, ghost teacher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost teacher profession, triggering a 100-fold amplification, and transforming into a Ghost Saint Master. Chapter 172, Ghost Saint Master. Ghost Saint Master, teaching and educating people, even the strange and the uncanny. You are proficient in all knowledge of the strange and the uncanny world, and any strange and the uncanny will respect you because of your title of Saint Master. Professional skills: teaching, passive, enlightenment, not enabled, students all over the world, not enabled, number of students, 0. Teaching and educating, the knowledge you impart is easy to understand, and even the dullest students can learn a bit of skill under your guidance. Even the most perplexing aspects of strange cultivation techniques are revealed to you. Enlightenment: after activating this skill, you can forcefully instill some knowledge into the opponent's mind, giving them an instant enlightenment. Even if they are at a bottleneck in their cultivation, you can help them break through the shackles. Requires 10,000 students to activate, students all over the world. A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. As a Saint Master, your students are spread all over the world. You will instantly master everything they learn. Your cultivation strength will also be continuously fed back to you. Requires 1 million students to unlock. After reading the job introduction, Ling Tian exclaimed that he was no less capable than the Ghost Saint Doctor. Too strong. It's just that the conditions for activating the last skill are a bit high, otherwise my strength would be able to increase even faster. Ling Tian secretly thought it was a pity. After activating the skill of having many students all over the world, I no longer need to practice. I can just lie down every day and my cultivation level will improve rapidly. Imagine a million weird things continuously helping you cultivate. Your cultivation level would skyrocket. Even if it was only 1/10,000th of the feedback, it would still be overwhelming. The number of students is not like treating a disease by setting up a few more schools and then recruiting students. All the strange people who enter school are my students. At worst, when my power grows strong enough, I will force all the monsters to acknowledge that I am their teacher. In an instant, it can have hundreds of millions of students. Hey, Ling Tian wiped his saliva and felt happy just thinking about it. It just so happens that one of the copies of the system tasks is Guangming High School and the other is Shiguan Kindergarten. With this Ghost Saint class, I can use it as a place to level up. Ling Tian suddenly recalled. Rest for a few days and wait for the call of the strange world. Ling Tian took a nice nap. Compared to others who resist the call of the strange world, Ling Tian wishes to stay in the strange world every day. The real world is full of pain and sorrow. and the human world is not worth lingering on. There is no such thing as a comfortable life in a weird world where you can be a playboy and have fun. Anyone would know what to choose. Time flies, and 7 days pass in a flash. Congratulations on being selected to participate in the dungeon survival. This dungeon is called Guangming High School. Time, 3 months. Mission, lead Guangming High School back to its former glory. After the rewards return, the copy strategy will be issued. This dungeon is special. It is a large-scale dungeon with 300 participants. Due to your special circumstances, you are a separate faction, and your identity is principal. The strange sound rang out again. Large-scale dungeon, interesting. Ling Tian seemed to be lost in thought. This was his first time participating in a dungeon with so many people, and he was not good at dealing with other people. The more people there were, the more trouble there would be. You are now being teleported to the dungeon. Please be prepared, call out. The scene changed when Ling Tian came to his senses again. He had already entered the copy that he was in a separate office. There is a sign on the table, principal, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Ling Tian sat up straight and got into character. Come in. Crack, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. Are you the new principal? This one is weird and intriguing. Why, is there a problem? Ling Tian said calmly that he saw the strength of this strange creature at a glance. He was just a ghost general and could not make any waves. Well, there is a problem. Of course there is. You may be the principal, but you are just a figurehead in our school. As a mere human, you can only follow our orders. If we are in a good mood, we may consider sparing your life, but if you displease us, your death will be beyond your imagination. This one gave a creepy grin. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Ha! This is the first time I've been threatened by something strange. This feels a bit strange. Ling Tian stood up. There are troublemakers everywhere. Now that I have met one, I have to teach him a lesson, otherwise where will my authority as a principal be? He didn't care about what the school was like before, but now that he was here and was the principal, whatever he said was the final say for the school. Anything that enters this school must have the surname Ling. Why, you're planning on disobeying? Well, then we have something new to entertain ourselves with. We've been bored for ages anyway, so today we'll torture you to relieve our boredom. This one laughed strangely and sinisterly. The reason why he was so arrogant was that he was certain that Ling Tian was just a stranger and had no real strength. This is normal. Ling Tian's strength is one realm higher than its. Plus, his aura is restrained, so it can't see through it. Ling Tian didn't say anything else, but walked straight towards it. The latter was not afraid either. He held his head high and waited quietly for Ling Tian to come. This is your first time fighting a strange monster. Let me give you a good experience. You have to be able to withstand my attack. Ling Tian smiled. A restrained breath gushed out. The latter was stunned. No, you, how, etc. Don't. After a while, calm returned to the room. Ling Tian lay contentedly on the recliner, with a strange man with a bruised face and nose serving him. Tell me, who sent you here? Ling Tian glanced at it. It hesitated. Bang. Ling Tian stared at it. The strange creature shrank its neck and quickly said, those school bullies asked me to come. They said that not only will there be many international students coming to our school today, but a principal will also be parachuting in. It has said that you are all ordinary people, so let me give you a warning first and let you know that in this school, you, the principal, are just a decoration. The real boss is us, the weirdos, and you humans are our toys. School bullies. What? Are you usually bullied by them? Ling Tian thought of something. Doesn't this familiar scene often happen in the real world? The school bullies have come out, so is there still bullying? There's nothing we can do about it. We can't defeat them. This weird one has a sad face. How strong are they? Ling Tian asked. They are all at the level of Ghost King, but they seem to be weaker than you. It is a little uncertain. Really? Then it seems I have the advantage. Ling Tian spoke. Well, you're just one person, and there are 10 of them. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat 10 Ghost Kings. This is just a weird reveal. 10 Ghost Kings? No wonder they are so arrogant. Ling Tian seemed to be lost in thought, but it doesn't matter. If I can't beat him, can't I just ask for help? Anyway, this place is so close to Sacred Heart Hospital. so I'll call the dean over to support me. Chapter 173, Copy Ghost Occupation. Do you know Sacred Heart Hospital? Ling Tian asked. I know. A long time ago, I was beaten by them and was hospitalized there. It nodded. That's my place, so 10 Ghost Kings are nothing. Do you want to join me? Really? I remember the owner of that hospital was a fierce-looking tycoon, right? You're not one of them, are you? It had an expression that said, don't try to fool me. Do I look like that? I own half of that hospital and I'm the vice president there, and now I give you a task, which is to go to that hospital to find the director and ask him to come over. Don't worry about not being able to see it, just say my name, everyone in the hospital knows me. Ling Tian said confidently of this. Why, do you still want to be bullied by them? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. You better think about it. Ling Tian said as he stared at it. Looking at Ling Tian's sincere eyes, it gritted its teeth and agreed. Okay, I'll believe you this time. If you lie to me, neither of us will have a good ending. We'll both be tortured to death by them. Li Si said. Don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. Go quickly and come back soon. I'll take a look at the situation inside the school first. Li Si left the principal's office, sneaked out from the back of the school and headed straight for Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian stood up and went outside. There are 299 other people in this instance. Let's go check their identities first. With so many people, they're most likely students. The scene changed. Ling Tian came to the playground. There are many people crowded together here. His expression was not as frightened as the survivors he had met before. It seems that they are all veterans who have participated in several copies. In addition, this is a large-scale dungeon, so everyone sticking together can also bring a little psychological comfort. I didn't expect to be selected for a large-scale dungeon. I hope I can get through it safely this time. Don't worry, there are 300 people in this dungeon. We can get through it by just holding on to our big brothers. That's right, but I don't know who the boss is. See that guy? I've encountered him twice before in other dungeons, and with his help, I successfully made it to the end of each dungeon. It's said that this guy is a ghost professional, so we have to hold on tight this time. Everyone was talking about it. The big boss they were talking about was a guy named Feng Wubing. Feng Wubing looked around and listened to everyone's discussions with a calm expression. The ghost profession he awakened to was ghostwriter. Because of the ghost profession, he easily passed several dungeons and now has nearly 3,000 career points. This capability is quite impressive globally. Besides, his profession doesn't look that great on the surface. He's just a writer. In reality, writers are a lowly profession that cannot enter the mainstream and can only make a living with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan, but this is not the case in the weird world. I hope to record more weird things this time to improve my strength. Feng Wubing muttered to himself. His job allows him to record the strange things he sees, and for every strange thing recorded, he has a chance of gaining 1/10,000th of its strength. With this, his strength has reached the level of the white-clothed ghost. The main reason was that he was extremely lucky several times, and it was recorded that several ghost generals and a ghost king triggered strength feedback. Ling Tian's figure shuttled among the crowd. Ding. Ghost occupation detected. Ghostwriter. Copy or plunder? Ling Tian paused, looked at the handsome man next to him. Why are you staring at me? Feng Wugong was full of questions. It's okay. I see you're handsome and have a bright future. Ling Tian smiled, then silently said copy in his mind. Ding. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost profession, ghostwriter. Ding. Ghost class, ghostwriter triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into Ghost Saint Writer. Ghostly Writer, you are proficient in all forms of writing. Anything you think of can be turned into a book. Even if readers ask you to write 1,000,000 copies a day, you can easily complete it. Your works will always be strangely appreciated. Professional skills, writing, not enabled, reader feedback, not enabled, author power, not enabled, number of readers, 0 right, you can record all the strange things you see in the book. You can gain 1/10,000th of the strength from the recorded strange things. If the difference in strength between the two is not big, you can contain the recorded strange things. Starting from 100 readers, reader feedback, for every reader who gains insights from your work, you will receive 1/10,000th of their power. This can only be used once per strange creature. Unlocked at 10,000 readers. Author Whaley, you can modify the monsters whose power is lower than yours and are recorded in your book. Each monster can only be modified once. Unlocked after 1 million readers. After reading the job introduction, Ling Tian felt even more satisfied. Thank you very much, and good luck to you. Ling Tian said something to Feng Wugang and left baffling. Feng Wugang curled his lips. I don't know how long it took, but the weird school bully came to the playground with many weird things. Suddenly the talking crowd quieted down, feeling the other party's powerful aura. His face showed solemnity. The monsters they had encountered in the dungeons before were mostly ghost general level. Now, 10 ghost kings appear before my eyes. The pressure is full. Welcome to our paradise, Guangming High School. The 10 ghost kings smiled strangely. Isn't this a paradise for them? They are the sky here, and whatever they say is what it is. What do we need to do? Someone bravely asked. The strange hint only told them that they had to survive in Guangming High School for 3 months, and nothing else was mentioned. According to past experience, they all need to be assigned identities first. All you have to do is study hard. The academic pressure in high school is very high. A ghost king is intriguing, everyone despised it in their hearts. In this strange world, you asked us to study hard. If studying can save their lives, they will naturally rush to do it. You're right. You really should study hard. Guangming High School was once thriving, but now you've turned it into a mess. It's simply unbelievable. An inappropriate voice praised. Who's interrupting? A ghost king looked around and looked towards the source of the sound. Soon Ling Tian's figure appeared in its field of vision. Who are you? Who are we? How dare you imply us? Don't you know who has the final say in this school? The Ghost King scolded. Ling Tian calmly walked onto the stage. This is a school, so naturally the principal has the final say. He flashed his ID badge. Headmaster? They were stunned and felt something was wrong. What about Li Si they sent? Didn't they ask him to teach the new principal a lesson? How come this guy is standing here intact? Chapter 174, Reorganizing the School. Wait, this guy's strength is not right. He is clearly a human, but he has the strength of a Ghost King. One of the Ghost Kings reminded. The other Ghost Kings then carefully investigated Ling Tian's strength and found that he was indeed at the Ghost King level. It seems that Li Si, whom they sent, did not show up and was probably killed by this guy. How dare you? You have to look at the owner first. You killed our men without our consent. You are quite arrogant, principal. The Ghost Kings were angry, feeling that one's status is being challenged. Although the human in front of him was indeed a bit strange, he was just a human after all, and they have 10 Ghost Kings. Well, I won't go on with the pretentious and then face-slapping plot. It's a waste of everyone's time. Dean, come quickly and take these guys away and teach them a lesson. Remember to be ruthless. Even if they're crippled, it's okay. If they're crippled, take them back to the hospital and give them full medical treatment. Ling Tian waved towards the door. The dean came over with a resentful look on his face. Deputy Director, don't you know I'm very busy on weekdays? The hospital is planning to expand, and you asked me to come for such a small matter. Seeing the dean approaching, the Ghost Kings were stunned. What's going on? Why is there suddenly a ferocious monster in the school? What do you mean by a small matter? This is a big deal. You're planning to expand, so let Sacred Heart Hospital take over the school's infirmary. I will then allocate an area to you, and you can build a branch here. Really? The dean's eyes lit up. He won't feel sleepy if we talk about this. Of course, I'm the principal of this school, so I have the final say on how things are arranged, but you have to take care of the things I asked you to do first. Here, these 10. They are young and don't learn their lesson, bullying the weak. Now let them experience it. Ling Tian glanced at the Ghost Kings beside him. Hey, just watch, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with what I've done. The dean patted his chest and said. He happily led the 10 Ghost Kings towards the school grove. The 10 Ghost Kings looked miserable as they were suppressed by the dean's powerful strength and could not move. The people in the audience were a little confused watching such a dramatic scene. The 10 Ghost Kings were still swearing threats just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were forcibly dragged away by a strong man from nowhere. Ahem, the troublesome ghost has left. Now it's my turn to speak. Ling Tian walked to the center. He looked around and frowned. Li Si, come here. What are your orders, principal?
Li Si came forward with a flattering look on his face. See what's missing from the stage? Ling Tian pointed down and said. What's missing? Is everyone here? Li Si was very confused. What about the ghost? What about the students at school? Call them all over here. I want to give a speech of this school has been messed up by those bullies. I'm going to make the rules, and everyone will follow my instructions from now on. Ling Tian spoke. His mission is to lead the school back to its former glory. This situation is not acceptable now. Secondly, the newly acquired profession can be brushed up with this opportunity. Yes. I'll go call them right away. Li Si nodded and ran away quickly. After a while, all the weird students were called over. Before coming, Li Si told them what had happened. They were still very happy that the school bully was dealt with. They are often bullied on a daily basis. The weird ones stand on the right, and the survivors stand on the left. Looking at the strange people huddled together in a mess, Ling Tian began to organize the formation first. Now that the boss has spoken, how dare the survivors not do as he says? They all stood in neat rows, as if in military training. Very good, first tell me what your survival mission is. Ling Tian asked the survivors. His mission is naturally different from others, so it is better to ask clearly. Is the boss also a survivor? Stupid, they've asked us about our mission, so of course it's to be a survivor. Oh, since they are all survivors, doesn't he know the mission? How did you survive until now with this brain of yours? You even called him the boss. Can the boss's mission be the same as ours? Boss, our mission isn't clearly stated. It just requires us to survive for 3 months. Ling Tian nodded after hearing this. That's easy. In that case, for the next 3 months, as long as you don't cause any trouble, I can guarantee that you all get out alive. Ling Tian spoke. No problem, we will definitely not cause any trouble. Everyone assured. I didn't expect to meet such a big guy in this dungeon. I have to hold on to this big guy. Li Si, take them to the dormitory. After sending all the survivors away, Ling Tian began to get down to business. As the principal of the school, I naturally hope that the school can develop better and better. From now on, the school will develop various disciplines. I will also find people to build the various buildings of the school. All you have to do is study hard and practice diligently, so that you can gain a foothold in the strange world after you leave school. Ling Tian spoke slowly. Then, principal, what are we going to learn? We're not going to learn math, physics, or chemistry again, are we? Those things are useless in this strange world, a ghost asked doubtfully. Before the weird world became a weird world, the foundation of everything was modern civilization. After the mutation, the knowledge of modern civilization is naturally useless, and the school has become a weird copy. What to learn? Naturally, skills. You weirdos can also get sick, right? I'll set up a medical course later, and those who are interested can learn it. After graduation, the school will help you arrange a job and solve your employment problems. Secondly, is feng shui useful? Don't you weirdos care a lot about feng shui? The worse the feng shui, the faster you cultivate. Ling Tian talked about a lot of different courses. The strange people were stunned when they heard this. Can we really learn these? These are real skills, right? Everyone was so weird and unbelievable. Who would be willing to teach me while I'm eating? Of course it's true. It just depends on whether you are willing to learn. Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the attracted weirdness. If you don't learn, how can I improve my professional skills? I'm still waiting for you to work for me later. Learn. As long as it's true, we'll learn it. The weirdos were very happy. This principal is great. He is really capable and can teach. This young man is teachable. Come, read this book first. Ling Tian smiled and took out a pile of books. These were all fabricated out of thin air by him using his ghostly sage writer abilities. Ling Tian waved his hand, and each monster got a copy. It clearly says on it, complete collection of professional courses. This has detailed information about the subjects that the school will offer. Please read it carefully and then decide which subject to apply for. Don't be greedy and apply for more. Learning is about quality, not quantity. Once you have thoroughly mastered one skill, it's not too late to learn others. The strange little chickens nodded like pecking at rice, and couldn't wait to open the books to check the information. As they read,
the number of readers of Ghost Saint writer Ling Tian also increased dramatically. In just a moment, it gained 3,000 readers, successfully started learning professional skills writing. Chapter 175, The Ghost Kings Who Suspected Ghost Life. Looking at the professional skills being activated, Ling Tian smiled with satisfaction. It seems that everyone is cooperating. After a while, seeing that they had almost finished reading the professional introduction, Ling Tian began to take the next step. Everyone has finished their professional courses, so now line up and come to me one by one to register and record your information. Ling Tian walked down the stage and took out a table and chairs. He took out a special book from his arms. This is the Ghost Saint Writer's record book. There is no record of any of the weird things above, so take this opportunity to fill in the blanks. Of course, there is no need for the strange to personally introduce his abilities. Any strange thing you see can be recorded. However, the information is not comprehensive, and we only know the approximate surface capabilities. We can only improve the above information through continuous observation. The weirdos had no doubts at all and lined up obediently. Name, age, ability, and special means. Isn't this the course selection record for your major? The first one was weird and a bit confusing. The first two are understandable, but the last two seem so wrong. You don't understand this, do you? The school will recommend subjects that are more suitable for you based on your abilities. There are many intricacies involved, and you don't understand them, so just follow the school's arrangements. Ling Tian said bluffly. Oh, my name is Zhao Dezhu. Counting from the time of death. I'm about 120 years old. My ability is to freely change the environment of a certain area. As for special abilities, I don't have any at the moment. I'm a red-robed ghost. Then you are suitable for feng shui. Once you have mastered it, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the feng shui world with this ability. Ling Tian's mind flashed, and all of Zhao Dezhu's information and abilities appeared in the manual. Zhao Dezhu also instantly fed back 1/10,000th of his strength to Ling Tian. Just 1/10,000th of the red-clothed girl is not enough for Ling Tian now. Fortunately, this time I am just perfecting my manual. As for how much strength I can gain, I will just take it as it is. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Next. Ling Tian signaled that it could leave. The strange things behind followed one after another. As time went by, more and more strange things were recorded in Ling Tian's manual. Before long, all 3,000 monsters present were recorded in the book. Very good, everyone can go home now. Next, Principal, I will find teachers for your professional courses to teach you. Of course, I will personally draft the textbooks. Ling Tian put away the manual and stood up and said, Principal, you drafted the textbook? Don't you know how to do it? The weirdos were surprised. No, I know a little bit, but I'm more than capable of teaching you. Go back and wait quietly. School will officially begin next week. Don't be late. During this time, I will start building classrooms for professional courses. All you have to do is clean the school. Don't worry, Principal. We will complete this small task very well. The monsters left happily. At this moment, the dean came back carrying the half-dead school bullies. Deputy Dean, I have completed the task perfectly. Look, the dean put them down and rubbed his hands. Well, that's good. Take a look around the school and tell me which piece of land you like. Ling Tian nodded. Okay. I'll go pick it right away. The dean chuckled, ran away, and kept circling around the school. Ling Tian shook his head and looked at the school bullies lying on the ground with suspicious faces. How's it going? It feels good to be ravaged by a strong person, right? Humph, you can only find someone to teach us a lesson. If you come by yourself, we will beat you to the point of doubting your life. The school bullies said stubbornly. Hey, to get involved in this, you need power and background. Do you know where I come from? Don't you even bother asking who I am, Ling Tian? In this Chinatown, no one will disrespect me. Ling Tian spoke in a ruffian tone. His reputation has spread throughout this area a long time ago, and now no one would dare to not give me a cigarette when they see me. Go ahead and brag. There are so many big guys in Chinatown. A ghost king like you can't make any waves. Humans just love to brag and have no shame. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly, then calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. How could you? A bunch of pretty girls in school, possibly know what's going on in society. Well, I have something to do today, so you guys come with me and I'll take you out to experience society. Stop being so short-sighted in trying to dominate the school. If you have the ability, go out and become a hegemon. Bullying a bunch of weak weirdos is nothing. Listening to Ling Tian's words, the school bullies looked aggrieved. You think we don't want to move? Our hands and feet are broken, and our bodies have comminuted fractures. Otherwise, we would have jumped up and hit you. Oh, I almost forgot. Doesn't this dean know how to control his severity? Forget it, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment. As for the medical expenses, I'll give you 50 times the amount. We won't make any profit or loss. Ling Tian had an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good, you. The school bullies' faces turned green. They had never seen such a shameless person. Why, are you going to treat your injuries? If you don't, they'll probably never heal. Who knows if the dean will beat you up again? Ling Tian pondered a rule. The school bullies gnashed their teeth. Okay, as for the medical expenses, I'll symbolically charge you 1 million ghost money as a handling fee for my sake. I'll pay the remaining 10 million for treatment after you recover. Ling Tian nodded. 10 million? Are you crazy about money? The school bullies opened their eyes wide and asked, Are you collecting medical expenses or loan sharks? That's a very reasonable price. You're the Ghost Kings, and there are 10 of you. 1,100,000 each, isn't it? Not much, right? Ling Tian grinned. The school bullies fell silent. Can it be less? We are still students. Can we get treatment for free? Ling Tian's face turned cold. Students? Students can treat me for free? Students are blackmailing me? Looks like I need to give you a lesson in social theory. Ling Tian dragged the immobile school bullies towards the warehouse. Wait, what do you want to do? They were in a panic. Now they couldn't resist. In addition, Ling Tian also had the strength of a ghost king, so it was effortless for him to deal with them. As the warehouse door closed, the environment became pitch black. Various screams continued to be heard. Stop fighting! My soul will disintegrate if I continue to fight. The school bullies were scared. They had been beaten by the dean before and their souls were unstable. Now they were coming again. They were going to lose their lives. Nonsense, I'm treating you and helping you open up your Rin and Do meridians. Ling Tian said this, but he showed no mercy when he attacked. People have good and bad sides, and so do weirdos. To deal with these bad guys, you have to be even darker than them in order to leave a deep impression on them. This is training, teaching. Chapter 176, Replica Hospital. After a while. Will you dare to bully me again in the future? The school bullies shook their heads rapidly. The child is teachable, so should the medical expenses be free? No, I'll pay it all. Not a penny less. Then hurry up and pay. Well, we don't have that much money. We only have a few 100,000 ghost money. They also wanted to pay, but they had never been out of school, so they had no money at all. Ling Tian naturally knew that what they said was true. He showed a weird smile, knowing that you had no money. It was worth his time laying the groundwork, and it was time to get to the point. If you don't have money, work to pay off your debts. If your annual salary is 10,000, work for me for 110 years. Ling Tian calmly took out the manual. From now on, you will be my professional thugs. Tell me all your information in detail. Isn't this salary too low? Low? Don't you know that many college students can't find jobs? Why are you thinking so much when you're only in high school? Ling Tian glared at them, with an expression that said if they talked back he would beat them up again. All right, the school bullies spoke about their information and various abilities in a frustrated manner. Because they were ghost kings, they also added their own ghostly abilities. Not bad, your abilities are not bad. It seems you are not completely useless. Follow me well from now on. Ling Tian closed the manual with satisfaction. Containment. In an instant, the school bullies turned into a beam of light and were sucked into the manual. This profession is great. I'll be able to contain more monsters in the future. Then I won't have to fight them myself. I can just wave my hand and 100 demons will parade at night. Ling Tian walked out of the warehouse and headed out of the school, and now the school is in a state of disrepair and he has to do many things himself. He first came to Sacred Heart Hospital. He arrived at his outpatient clinic with ease. As soon as the hospital's strange man saw Ling Tian, he immediately shouted, "Dr. Ling is back."
What? Dr. Ling is back?
Hurry up, and get in line, otherwise you won't be able to get an appointment later. In just a moment, a long line formed outside Ling Tian's outpatient clinic. This made Ling Tian stunned. "I just came back to take care of some things, not to work."
Ahem, I have something urgent to do today, so I won't be seeing patients. You can go to other clinics. Ling Tian persuaded. Is that so? Fine then.
But I understand if the divine doctor has something to worry about, so let's all go. The weird people were very considerate. That's the benefit of fame, everyone will give you face. Ling Tian closed the door and released the 10 ghost kings.
What have you done to us? Why are we imprisoned in a special space? The school bullies questioned Ling Tian as soon as they opened their mouths. I'll do whatever I want to you.
Since you're all my thugs, I'll naturally keep you with me. I happen to have some spatial abilities, so why not put you in there? Ling Tian spread his hands.
No. Very bad.
We are ghost kings, not pets.
The school bullies felt that their dignity was trampled upon. Okay, if it's not necessary, I'll try not to pretend anymore. If there's an emergency, that's another matter.
Ling Tian said, anyway, even if the monster he has taken in once becomes stronger than him later, he can take it in again and will not tolerate your resistance. This is the perversion of professional skills.
Of course, it is unique, you.
The school bullies felt extremely aggrieved.
Okay, now you are in the hospital, are you going to treat your injuries or not?
The school bullies looked around and found that they were indeed in an outpatient clinic.
Treatment. This is what you promised us, you have to be responsible.
Ling Tian began to fiddle with them. In addition to healing your injuries, I have another purpose for bringing you to the hospital.
He activated his magic hand skill. For a moment, the school bullies showed relieved expressions. I asked weakly, what's the purpose?
Isn't the ghost power of one of you a reality mapping, and isn't your ghost power a spatial replication? The school needs to build an infirmary, so I plan to build a 1-to-1 replica of Sacred Heart Hospital as our school building.
Ling Tian spoke. What? A replica of Sacred Heart Hospital? Are you serious?
There's a ferocious beast guarding this place.
Do you want to die? The school bullies were dumbfounded. Starting his own evil plan in the Sacred Heart Hospital, isn't this a provocation to the boss?
He still wants to replicate the Sacred Heart Hospital, but he won't lose his life if he does.
Hey, remember the strange guy who beat you up before?
He is the director of this hospital, and I am the vice director of this hospital, so you can just use your ghost skills without worry. Ling Tian chuckled. The school bullies were choked and didn't know what to say. Soon, with the help of Ling Tian's miraculous skills, everyone recovered to their peak condition.
What a miraculous method!
It was cured so quickly. They were very surprised. If they were to recover from this injury on their own, it would take decades.
Okay, now the injury is healed. It's your turn to perform. Don't let me down.
Ling Tian urged. He has a lot of things to do, so he needs to hurry and finish this before moving on to the next destination. I hope what you said is true, otherwise we will all die. One of the ghost kings unfolded his own ghost den. All of a sudden, all the weirdness in the hospital became noticeable.
How dare you?
Who dares to act wildly in Sacred Heart Hospital?
Many ghost kings and ghost doctors scolded him. Ahem, everyone, please be patient. This is what I ordered my men to do. The hospital needs to expand, so now I'm bringing ghosts to replicate the hospital buildings.
You all just focus on your own things and don't worry about us. Ling Tian's voice spread throughout the Sacred Heart Hospital.
So it's Dr. Ling, then everything's fine. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know.
The strange people calmed down after hearing this. The school bullies looked at Ling Tian in surprise. I didn't expect you were really serious. Nonsense, bragging is useless these days. Just get down to work and be quick. Ling Tian curled his lips. With no worries, the Ghost King confidently used his power to cover the entire Sacred Heart Hospital. He then used his abilities to replicate the appearance of all the buildings at Sacred Heart Hospital. After a long time, it stopped and retracted its ghost cave. Okay, basically all the buildings that can be copied have been copied. Very good, then go back to school. Ling Tian waved his hand and led the school bullies towards Guangming High School. This time he did not take them in. He brought 10 Ghost Kings with him, which was a big deal and fit his identity. When they returned to school, the dean came over immediately. Vice President, I've picked out the land. I think that one is a good one. The dean pointed to an empty space and said, then just build it. I just happened to copy our hospital here. Ling Tian waved his hand. A Ghost King stepped forward. Look, see? Just project the hospital there, yes. It saluted and instantly unfolded its ghostly den. The shadow of Sacred Heart Hospital appeared in the open space. Principal, is this the correct position? If there's anything you want to adjust, just tell me. It spoke. Now the hospital is just a phantom, and the overall direction of the phantom can be adjusted at will, just like playing a construction game in the real world. Chapter 177, Speculation. This orientation has very good feng shui. If you reverse it, the feng shui will become very bad. Ling Tian said. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King immediately changed the direction of the building. Deputy Dean, do you also understand feng shui? The dean was a little surprised. I understand a little bit. The school will also offer medical courses. Go back and arrange for some ghost doctors to teach here. This way, we can continue to train our own ghosts. Ling Tian nodded. No problem, I think this is okay. But for a guy like this who only makes a living, I guess many ghost doctors would hide their skills and not show their real special abilities. The dean pondered. It's very simple. They just need to follow the textbook I designed. I'll record some of my abilities in it, and then you can see if they're interested. Ling Tian chuckled. That puts my mind at ease. Actually, I can also take up a position. The dean's eyes were wandering. How could I not know your little tricks? If I have real talent and skills, I will definitely not leave you behind. I will customize a set of teaching materials for you, and you can study it slowly. If you have time, you can give lectures to students in the professional courses at school to practice. Ling Tian laughed. Very good, the dean laughed. Principal, the position has been adjusted. The Ghost King reported. Okay, we can release the ghosts to map out the buildings. Ling Tian ordered. A Ghost King's lair is a replica of a spatial building. A Ghost King's lair is a reflection of reality. The combination of the two makes it a great idea to be a contractor. The Ghost King nodded, walked forward and unfolded his ghost nest. The other Ghost King cooperated to make its ghost den overlap with his own ghost den. As the ability was activated, the shadow of Sacred Heart Hospital slowly solidified. After one stick of incense. An identical Sacred Heart Hospital stands within Guangming High School. This ability is really good. The replica is exactly the same. The dean nodded. That's right. From now on, the other buildings will depend on you. Just consider it a contribution to the school. Ling Tian ordered. The school bullies didn't dare to say anything. Dean, I'll leave the arrangements for the rest of the day to you. I have other things to do. Okay, don't worry, leave this place to me. I will send some ghost doctors to be stationed here. Ling Tian and the Ghost Kings bid farewell to the dean. Principal, where are we going now? Of course, we're recruiting teachers for schools. Do you think our schools have teachers for specialized courses? Ling Tian spoke. It seems not. Ever since the world suddenly changed, all the students in our school have become weird, but the teachers have not, and for a period of time, the school was closed and we were not allowed to go out. Only in recent years has the ban been lifted, but we haven't thought about going outside. Under our constraints, others didn't dare to disobey. At most, if they were injured by us, they would be hospitalized at Sacred Heart Hospital or something like that. The school bullies said.
Heh, if you dare to bully other students without my order again, you know the consequences. Ling Tian warned. I dare not. The school bullies quickly shook their heads. Ling Tian walked while thinking about what the school bullies had just said. The students became weird, but the teachers did not. Secondly, the school has always been sealed with a barrier, which was only lifted in recent years. This is very strange. Although he didn't stay in the strange world for long, he had come into contact with many strange things. We have also learned some information from them, things like the school being sealed off by a barrier. Never happen in other places. Ding. The system speculates that the authority over this area of Chinatown may be within the school's spatial node. Yi Yu spoke out. Authority is in the school? Ling Tian was stunned. This is just speculation, but the probability is very high. The time for the authority to appear has not yet arrived. When the real world and the strange world merge, the authority will break away from the spatial node and appear in the outside world. However, the system reminds the host that if he wants to fight for power, he must unify the Chinatown area, otherwise, even if you fight for it, you won't be qualified for the fusion authority. Now there are only a few months left until the world fusion, the host must seize the time. Okay, I'll hurry. Ling Tian responded in his heart. I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Tian left Chinatown and came to the ghost market 1,000 miles away. There are many weird people here recruiting talented people to work for their own forces. Naturally, it also attracted many weird people to come here to seek jobs. After all, one needs to cultivate one's weirdness, and the efficiency of independently absorbing the free negative energy from the outside world is very slow, using ghost money that carries. The energy of the mysterious world will greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Speaking of which, you are just students, and you don't have a lot of ghost money to practice, so how did you reach the level of Ghost King? I've seen other strange beings live for hundreds of years but still haven't reached the Ghost King realm. Do you have any secrets? Ling Tian came back to his senses and asked. We don't know. The school bullies shook their heads and described their situations. They are Ghost Kings when they are born and have never practiced at all. Ding. Host, no need to guess. Previously, the system couldn't be 100% sure that the authority was within the school. Judging from the situation of these Ghost Kings, the authority must be within the school. The general situation should be the following process. The world changes suddenly, power is dispersed, and part of it falls within the area where the school is located. The authority will have a protection mechanism at the beginning, which will lead to the formation of a barrier and a ban in the school area. When the strange world came into contact with the real world, this part of the protection mechanism was eliminated and the barrier dissipated. These Ghost Kings, because they were close to the water and had the advantage of being the first to see the moon, absorbed the energy that overflowed from the power in space, and thus gained the strength of Ghost Kings in the process of continuous birth. Yu analyzed. Ling Tian understood everything after listening to the system's analysis. So he asked the school bullies. Did you absorb any special energy when you were born? It seems to be true, but since we were born, that energy has disappeared. The school bullies recalled. Where were you born? Ling Tian continued to ask with a flicker in his eyes. It was at the back of the school. 10 of us skipped classes and went to play there. Then the world suddenly changed and we lost consciousness in an instant. When we came to our senses again, it had become what it is today. The school bullies said. Ling Tian nodded. Now that he had determined the spatial node where the authority was located, he just had to wait there until the moment the authority appeared. He didn't ask any other questions and started to enter the market of geniuses. Ling Tian found an open space, took out the prepared tables and chairs, and hung up the banner. Then he took out a large stack of recruitment flyers and handed them to the 5 Ghost Kings. Go and give me some flyers. The 5 Ghost Kings' mouths twitched. Before the other 5 Ghost Kings could gloat, Ling Tian handed each of them a trumpet. You 5, hold the bullhorns and shout for me here. We went to hand out flyers. At least handing out flyers is better than shouting here all the time. Chapter 178, Development. The school bullies were forced to take the loudspeaker and start shouting loudly. Take a look, Guangming High School is hiring. The salary is excellent. Please discuss in detail. There were 5 Ghost Kings shouting hard here, which immediately attracted a lot of strange gazes. You have to know that the Ghost King is an above-average existence in the weird world. 5 of them appeared at once, still shouting in the genius market. One after another, they came over strangely, wanting to take a closer look at the situation. It wouldn't hurt them anyway. Boss, what kind of positions are you hiring for?
A strange one asked, the high school is naturally recruiting teachers. If any of you are teachers and are interested, please sit down for an interview. Of course, if you are not a teacher before but have real skills, you can also participate in the interview. If you pass, I will set up a professional course specifically for you. Ling Tian explained. So what kind of teachers are you recruiting? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian took out a plaque with various professional courses written on it: feng shui, medicine, curse studies, etc. It was so strange and dazzling to watch. Boss, are you sure you want to recruit so many people? Besides, these things are everyone's specialty. Who would be willing to teach them? If you teach all the people who eat there, won't that just increase your competition? The weird people were very pessimistic. Not really. I only need experienced people with these skills. You can just follow the textbook. It's okay if you don't share your own skills. Ling Tian said. He also looked down on other weird and miscellaneous skills. He himself had more professional and systematic knowledge and only needed an experienced guide. Oh? Teach according to the textbook? The strange people were stunned when they heard this. What textbook would teach this? Don't guess. I compiled the textbook myself. You don't have to worry about the content. Aren't you here to get a job and get paid? The content of the textbook is irrelevant to you, right? You have a point, the weird creatures nodded. They were indeed just looking for a job to get money to practice. Why do you care so much about other things? So one by one, the experienced weirdos sat down and started the interview. Ling Tian conducted knowledge tests based on each subject of the strange interview to see if there were any unqualified candidates. As Ling Tian asked professional questions one by one, many interviewees were surprised. It seems that this guy really doesn't have the money to play around. As time went by, the number of interviewees increased. The school bullies were all working hard to attract customers. This also caused the number of strange people surrounding Ling Tian's stall to increase rapidly. As a result, there were fewer people coming to other stalls. However, there is nothing we can do about the weirdness of other stalls. Everyone is competing fairly, because they have enough cards. There were 10 Ghost Kings soliciting customers. A long time, Ling Tian finally recruited all the teachers for the subjects he was going to teach. Okay, the position has been filled, and the other weirdos can leave. Ling Tian dismissed the other weirdos. Principal, how much are our salaries? The teachers who stayed behind asked, and from the interview they knew that the person in front of them was the principal of Guangming High School and also their boss. As for the salary, Ling Tian told them during the interview that it would be higher than other weird salaries, but he didn't specify the exact amount. Well, I just promised you that the salary will be higher than other weird places, so wait for me to investigate the prices offered by other weird places and then give you a price. Ling Tian pondered. He still doesn't quite understand the current situation in the strange world. Alright, the teachers had no choice but to nod. So Ling Tian packed up his stall and walked around the streets with a group of weirdos. After some research, he found that the market price was around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. It seems that the ghost money in the strange world is not as inflated as the ghost money in the real world. As for your salary, I'll start with 10,000 a month. Once you've completed your internship and officially become teachers at the school, your salary will increase to 20,000 a month. Ling Tian said. As for your question about whether he has so much paper money for the dead, what a joke. He owns Sacred Heart Hospital. What industries are so lucrative? Real estate, healthcare, and finance, aren't they? But there is no finance and real estate in this strange world, and the most profitable industry is the medical industry. This can be seen from the status of the ghost doctor in Gui's heart. The principal is generous. The teachers cheered, saying that this was a good position and that they were lucky they had successfully recruited the candidate, otherwise it would have been a good opportunity for other weirdos. This is just the beginning. I believe that after a while, you will feel that the salary is just a small part of the cost, and what you learn is the big part. Ling Tian said meaningfully. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If you have the ability, you can get along well anywhere. The teachers didn't pay much attention to it and followed Ling Tian back to Guangming High School. This time, the dean had already led a group of ghost doctors to the school hospital. Deputy Dean, although this branch serves as the school's medical department, it also needs to be open for business, so the school must open its doors. The dean suggested this Guangming High School covers a large area, which may be caused by the sudden change in the world. Well, what you said makes sense.
But we don't have that many people right now. We'll consider other things after all the facilities are complete. What we have to do now is to get everything in order. When I have unified the entire Chinatown, I will open the school and set up a new barrier for the teaching building. This way, the school won't be a mixed bag, and outsiders won't disturb the school. Unify Chinatown? The dean was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in shock. Our vice president has great ambitions. He is just a human being, but he has such great aspirations. Why, you don't believe it? Ling Tian smiled. If it were anyone else, I probably wouldn't believe it and would laugh at him for overestimating his abilities, but I see possibility in you. The dean waved his hand. There is no way. Ling Tian has accumulated too many ghost veins during this period of time. A few months of effort had already surpassed his hundreds of years of ghost veins. In addition, there were two other fierce creatures, himself and Madame Red, as well as the big fierce creature Susan Dai in the entire Chinatown. There is no other force that can compare to it. If Ling Tian really wants to unify Chinatown, the probability is very high. I thought you would say you didn't believe it, Dean. You didn't even give me a chance to show off. Ling Tian chuckled. I have been in the strange world for many years, and my judgment of people is never wrong. The dean stroked his beard and said. When we first met, Ling Tian looked at him with disdain. Ahem, that was the beginning. I only made a mistake once. And didn't I correct it in time? The dean was choked by these words. Alright, we don't have much of a relationship, so let him go. When I unify Chinatown, I will certainly not forget you who have always supported me. Ling Tian smiled. There are many things that he cannot do personally, so he naturally has to constantly promote his confidants during this period. Chapter 179, Going to Shuguang Kindergarten. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Under Ling Tian's urging, the school bullies continued to contribute to the school. Layer upon layer of independent high-rise buildings rise from the ground. All the equipment has arrived one by one. Regarding the textbooks of professional courses, with the Ghost Saint Master's sufficient knowledge reserves and the Ghost Saint Writer's ability, with just a thought, he produced set of teaching materials and textbooks. It records the professional knowledge of various disciplines. After a week of adjustments, Wangming High School officially began operations. Here are the teaching materials and textbooks for each class. Your teachers will take them and distribute them to the students later. This set of knowledge and skills is a deeper level that I have customized specifically for teachers of each subject. When you have finished teaching your students, I will give you the next set of content. Ling Tian distributed books to each ghost teacher. The ghost teachers didn't take it too seriously at first. They just flipped through the book casually, looking surprised. Then they thought about it, and finally when they turned to the middle, they found that their knowledge and skills could not keep up with the content in the textbook. Even they don't know a lot of professional things. When they turned to the end, their expressions became solemn, and they finally understood the meaning of what Ling Tian had said to them before. Go ahead. Ling Tian didn't give them a chance to speak and dismissed the ghost teachers. There is no point in saying more, so let's just present our own teaching results before we talk about anything else. He then found the dean and handed him a set of specially customized medical professional skills books. Most of my skills are contained above. How much you can learn depends on your understanding, Dean. Ling Tian instructed. Very good. The dean happily accepted it. By the way, I may have to go into seclusion for a while recently. It said in a sudden turn. Retreat? Are you planning a breakthrough, Dean? Ling Tian said in surprise. I've gained some insights, and after you filled in the gaps in my foundation last time, this has become a natural progression. All that's left to achieve a breakthrough is breaking through that thin membrane. So during this period, you, the vice president, will need to take care of some of the hospital's affairs. The dean said with a smile. Ling Tian understood, this is natural. Once you break through, I will be more confident in my next move. Okay, I guess you'll have a big move coming up soon. If you have any problems you can't handle, just come to me. The dean nodded. Soon, it left the school and returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital for retreat. After dealing with most of the school affairs, Ling Tian also went to other places with the 10 school bullies. Principal, isn't school officially open today? Is it okay for you to skip class with us like this? The school bullies looked resentful. Do you look like the kind of person who would study seriously? Ling Tian curled his lips. This is different. What we were taught in school before is basically useless in society, but the skills the school is developing this time are real, and we are very willing to learn. They retorted. Well, in that case, I will personally teach the 10 of you. I will train you to become elites in different fields. Ling Tian waved his hand. Thank you, Principal. The school bullies were very happy because they knew that all the school textbooks were compiled by Ling Tian alone, so his ability was naturally needless to say. Moreover, in recent times, they have been constantly in contact with the outside world, and have gradually heard of Ling Tian's reputation in Chinatown. Then, Principal, where are we going now? The school bullies asked. The school is just getting on track now, and many things need to be prepared in advance. Our current school is just a high school, and with a high school, there are naturally middle schools, elementary schools, and kindergartens. Do you understand what I mean? Plan ahead and act accordingly, rather than waiting for things to come to you one by one. Oh, Principal, are you planning to directly seize the Shuguang kindergarten in Chinatown and then build an elementary and junior high school there? The school bullies understood. Bah! What do you mean by seizure? How rude! This is a merger. It's a win-win situation for everyone, so how can you call it seizure? Ling Tian glared at them. Do you know how to speak? If you can't, just speak less. Just merge, the school bullies whispered. Shuguang Kindergarten and Guangming High School are on the same street, so it didn't take long for Ling Tian and others to arrive at the door of the kindergarten. By the way, Principal, have you figured out the strange power of the kindergarten? The school bullies suddenly thought of something. They didn't know much about many things in the outside world. Of course I did some research on this, otherwise I wouldn't have brought only 10 of you here. Ling Tian glanced at them and said, apart from the little ghosts with varying strengths, the only weird things here are the Ghost King kindergarten principal and a few ghost general childcare teachers. The school bullies breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. In this case, they didn't have to be afraid anymore. With the principal and 11 ghost kings on our side, it was more than enough to conquer this place. So the school bullies walked up and knocked on the door. Open the door, the community is sending warmth. A strange figure came and opened the iron gate after hearing the sound. Who are you looking for? This strange man looked at Ling Tian and the others at a loss. The feeling of oppression is too strong. How can a ghost general like him face 11 ghost kings? But he couldn't lose face in front of his own doorstep, so he had to force himself to remain calm and ask the question. I have something to discuss with your director. Is he here? Ling Tian spoke. Yes, I'll go call it now. Please wait a moment. The weird one nodded hurriedly. What? You actually let our principal wait outside? You don't know how to entertain guests. The school bullies acted like gangsters. They are submissive to the strong, but strike hard against the weak. I was confused. Please. This strange and enthusiastic thing led Ling Tian and others, and Ling Tian felt a little helpless, but luckily things were going smoothly, so it was no big deal. A moment later, the headmaster came over to ask about the matter. So it's Divine Dr. Ling. I'm He Ling, the principal of Shuguang Kindergarten. I apologize for not being able to greet you earlier. I wonder, what brings you here? He Ling asked. The school bullies wanted to speak out when they heard this, but Ling Tian suppressed them. These guys have very low emotional intelligence and can easily offend others with their words. In this situation where the relationship has not yet fallen out, it is better to maintain peace and harmony. Moreover, if the other party knows you, the success rate of the negotiation will be higher. I wouldn't call myself a miracle doctor, but my medical skills are a little better than those of other ghost doctors. Since you've heard of me, you must be familiar with my current situation. He Ling nodded. With Guangming High School undergoing such drastic reforms, how could the forces on the same street not notice it? So she immediately understood why Ling Tian came here today. I didn't expect that Divine Dr. Ling has such far-reaching plans. He Ling's eyes flickered. Chapter 180, encountering a powerful force. The world has suddenly changed, so I naturally have to make plans early. Since you have already guessed what I want to do, tell me what you think. I am not the kind of person who will force you to do anything.
Ling Tian calmly took out a set of tea sets. The school bullies started pouring tea for him. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. He Ling's mouth twitched when she saw this scene. Is this my territory or yours? Why do I feel like you are the master here, and I am the one who comes here to ask for something? I think Divine Dr. Ling's move is inappropriate. This kind of change of ownership of territory has never happened in Chinatown before. He Ling said unwillingly, who wants to give away their territory for free? Ling Tian put down his teacup and said, there will always be someone who breaks the precedent, so why can't that pioneer be me? Is it because I'm not famous enough? Or am I not strong enough? Or do I not have enough backers? He Ling was choked by Ling Tian's 3 questions. He smiled bitterly and said, the reputation of Divine Dr. Ling is naturally needless to say, and his strength is also obvious to all. As for backers, as far as I know, you have 2 fierce ones around you. She didn't know about Su Shan's affairs. After all, Su Shan was rather low-key and never showed off. Ling Tian didn't correct her and continued, that's it. Since I meet all the requirements, I want to lead this area of Chinatown. Do you have any objections? Of course not. Since Divine Dr. Ling has already mentioned this, it would be rude of me to refuse. He Ling said sensibly, the main thing is that she has no right to tear her face apart. It's okay if others force her, but it's good enough that she sits down and talks to you in a friendly manner like this. Ling Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I'm just merging Shuguan Kindergarten with Guangming High School, not removing your rights. As long as you follow my plan, the management of the kindergarten will be as you wish. When I unify Chinatown, won't your status also rise? And when I manage more and more areas, will what you gain in the future be comparable to what you have now? After giving someone a beating, you naturally have to give him a date. The means of playing with people's hearts are similar to those of weirdness. Sure enough, He Ling was obviously relieved. Then I'll have to rely more on Divine Dr. Ling from now on. Although Shuguan Kindergarten and Guangming High School are on the same street, they are quite far apart. It will take time to merge the two, so how do we handle the other areas between them? He Ling asked. Ling Tian had already thought about this, so he said, you don't have to worry about this. I will rebuild a kindergarten within Guangming High School. Once it's built, you can move in. As for this piece of land, keep it for now. I'll have other plans later. Alright, He Ling nodded. Ling Tian looked at the school bully beside him. The latter understood. The ghost cave unfolds. This is? He Ling was stunned. They were talking just fine, why did they suddenly start fighting? Don't panic. Its mysterious ability is to replicate and construct spatial structures. All we need to do now is to replicate the kindergarten on a 1-to-1 basis, and then build it inside the high school as I just said. Ling Tian explained. I see, He Ling understood, but it was really strange that the Ghost King's evil lair actually used this. After all, this ghost with spatial ability could obviously develop into the opposite side of combat, but now, it has embarked on the path of a foreman. After replicating the kindergarten, Ling Tian took the school bullies away to their next destination, convenience store number 44. What are you doing? Looking at the 10 Ghost Kings who surrounded him, the store manager was a little confused. What are you doing? You're so shameless. The principal has spoken to you in a friendly manner, yet you refuse again and again. You're just a ghost general, and you dare to be so arrogant. The school bullies shouted angrily. The cause was, of course, the same routine as before in kindergarten, but surprisingly, the store manager refused to agree to transfer the store no matter what. Aren't you trying to embarrass me? I'm just a wage earner. The store manager was about to cry. This store isn't mine, how can I just transfer it? Do you think a ghost general is worthy of owning a large convenience store? It keeps complaining. Oh? Tell me in detail. Ling Tian began to understand. He had only investigated the manager of this convenience store and found that he was just a ghost general. At that time, he was still very confused. How could the owner of a large convenience store be just a ghost general? This was obviously wrong. The store manager wiped his nose and said, as I just said, I'm just an employee, temporarily in charge here. This convenience store is just a branch of the main store in Chinatown. Since the management is short of ghosts recently, they have not yet recruited any Ghost King level ghosts. The head office had no choice but to send me, a ghost, to manage this convenience store here. When the higher ups send down the Ghost King, the manager of this convenience store will change.
Ling Tian frowned upon hearing this. If that was the case, there must be a powerful force behind this. This was a bit difficult to deal with. I don't know what the other party's background is. I originally thought that the only tough bones to chew in Chinatown were the big beast in Baisha Mental Asylum and the weird creature of unknown strength guarding behind the 5-star hotel, and out here comes another convenience store headquarters. But even if it is difficult, he has to go, not to mention that the copies that need to be integrated within the system task include convenience store number 44, and the more far-reaching issue is the struggle for power in the future. This opportunity cannot be changed hands, otherwise I won't even have the chance to sit at the poker table in the future. Principal, it seems like we've run into a tough opponent this time, the school bullies whispered in Ling Tian's ears. The attitude is not as tough as before. How many branches does your main store have? Ling Tian asked tentatively. It seems like there are quite a lot, at least over 100. I don't know the exact number, but I don't have access to it at my level. The store manager sighed. Hiss, the school bullies gasped. More than 100 schools, according to what it said before. There is a ghost king in charge of each convenience store, and he has more than 100 ghost kings under his command, or even more. The person in power behind it must be at least a great villain, and it is unlikely that he is a ghost emperor, because from what Ling Tian knows, there has been no ghost emperor born in the strange world yet. He guessed that in order to be promoted to ghost emperor, he must merge powers. Back to what I said just now, since it is not the ghost emperor, there is no doubt that the person in charge is the great evil, and it is impossible that there is only one great evil in control. Things are getting troublesome. Principal, why don't we just give up on this one? It's just a convenience store. If you like, we can build one ourselves, the school bullies said. They have also roughly calculated the strength of the forces behind it, so they don't want to offend such a behemoth. Ling Tian didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to give up. What's the point of building it by himself? The mission is here, and the Chinatown area is also here. It's impossible to move to another place for development. There is not enough time, and he doesn't want to give in so easily. Chapter 181, Temporary Concession. Are you in touch with the main store now? Ling Tian asked. He decided to give it a try. If there is absolutely nothing to talk about, he can only take a long-term view. The worst that could happen was direct action. Anyway, he had already prepared to become enemies with some powerful forces, otherwise, he would not have been able to continuously accumulate his own ghost veins and attract some weird creatures to his camp. Yes, they do, but the main office is very busy. If it's not a big deal, they won't answer the call. The store manager said. Ling Tian winked at the school bullies. The latter understood. Ah? What do you mean it's not a big deal? Isn't this a big deal now? The school bullies looked ferocious and surrounded the store manager tightly. The store manager is about to cry. What are you doing? Okay, I'll contact the main store and see. If they don't respond, you can't do anything to me. That's natural. We are not that kind of people. Ling Tian smiled. The store manager looked helpless and could only take out a brazier. Then he took out a paper talisman modeling a telephone, lit it and put it in.as. The paper burned up. The store manager reached out and took the phone out of the brazier.at. This time, the phone began to vibrate continuously. Looking at such a novel scene, Ling Tian was a little amazed. Could it be that all strange things are connected over such long distances? Hello? This is the main store. Tell me, what's the big deal you want to report? A voice came from the other end of the phone. The store manager quickly put the phone to his ear and said, "This is the Chinatown branch. A group of ghost kings just came and said they want to transfer the branch here to them. I'm undecided about this matter, so I'm asking for the head office's opinion." Transferring the branch to them? A bunch of ghost kings? Ha! How dare a mere ghost king be so arrogant? There was a harsh scolding from the other end of the phone. The store manager's face turned green as he looked at Ling Tian's darkening face and the school bullies who were about to attack. No, you were trying to trick me. I am still here. Can you please consider my safety? Ling Tian stood up, walked to the store manager, and took the phone in one hand. So there's nothing to talk about? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you the ghost king who overestimates his own abilities? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Negotiations are based on a situation where both parties are of similar strength, and you're not qualified. No talk. Ling Tian was not annoyed when he heard this. He crushed the phone with his hand. Brother, you can't blame me for this. I'm just a wage earner. You can't be so indiscriminate. The store manager was cornered by the school bullies. Ling Tian waved his hand, signaling them to come back. The group left the convenience store in silence. After a long time, the store manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. This job is so difficult. If the head office doesn't send a ghost king to take charge, I'll quit and look for another job. Convenience store number 44 main store. Humph, what cats and dogs. The customer service representative curled his lips at the scrap temporary phoned. I didn't take this matter seriously. In his opinion, the other party was probably cowardly, which was why he was angry and embarrassed. However, this incident also serves as a reminder to the main store. We need to send the Ghost King to take charge. Otherwise, there will inevitably be some unscrupulous monsters who will try to take over the convenience store. He reported the incident to his superiors. Ling Tian walked while thinking deeply, and the school bullies followed him silently, fearing that they would offend him. Ling Tian opened the system panel and took a look. Host, Ling Tian, Strength, Late Ghost King, Occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor, Ghost Saint Teacher, Ghost Saint Writer, Professional Skills, Craftsmanship, Enabled, Rejuvenation, Unenabled, Blessings, Enabled, Teaching, Passive Enabled, Enlightenment, Unenabled, Students All. Over the World, Unenabled, Writing, Enabled, Reader Feedback, Unenabled, Author's Power, Unenabled, Number of Patients Treated, 27,000 Number of Students, 3010 Readers, 3153, System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of All Things, 100x, Otherworldly Summoning, Copy, System Points, 10,000 System Evaluation, Barely Self-Protective. Sure enough, the Ghost King's strength is still not enough in this strange world. Ling Tian muttered to himself. As for why he wanted to take people back. That's because now is not the time to take action. At worst, I can just put it at convenience store number 44. Finish the other areas first, wait until the moment before the world suddenly changes, and then rob the convenience store with lightning speed. After absorbing the power of Chinatown, he has the final say in this area. Revenge? Then come on. How can you strive for hegemony if you are afraid of this and that? He returned to Guangming High School with the school bullies, then began to prepare for the subsequent battle. The first thing is to activate your professional skills first. So he ordered the school bullies to start building kindergartens, primary schools, and junior high schools. As long as there is enough space, build it as hard as you can. If there are not enough ghost hands, then go to the ghost talent market to recruit them. The Chinatown area has entered a period of rapid development. The other 299 people who participated in the dungeon watched all this in a daze. Looking at the strange Ling Tian, he showed an envious look. Is this the world of the boss? We are still trying to survive in the weird world, but he has already started to control the weirdness. Yeah, once this dungeon is over, the boss will definitely be exposed. That's the inevitable result. There are so many people and so many eyes. Information can't be concealed, just like paper can't cover fire. Actually, the boss probably won't care about this. No one's words can hurt him in the slightest. A month and a half passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Ling Tian traveled back and forth between Sacred Heart Hospital and Guangming High School every day. In 1.5 months, another 50,000 strange cases were treated. It's a small step towards unlocking the rejuvenation skill at Guangming High School. Also enrolled many strange students. Ling Tian projects kindergarten, elementary school, and junior high school. A group of strange students were also recruited to enroll. This brought the number of his students to a strange 15,000. Successfully initiated the skills of enlightenment and reader feedback. In an instant, a huge amount of strength feedback continuously attacked Ling Tian. However, these feedbacks were not enough for him to break through the realm of Ghost King and enter the realm of evil. There's nothing I can do. The feedback I get is from weird students. Most of their strength is at the level of evil spirits. Even if you add the number of weird things he's treated in the past month, it's still not enough. There is a huge gap between the Ghost King and the evil. Although I haven't made a breakthrough yet, I'm on the verge of it. Once the dean comes out of seclusion and reads my books, I'll get another wave of big feedback. The feedback from a big fierce beast should be able to help me break through this layer of shackles. Ling Tian thought. Another half month passed. The dean, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally came out. He found Ling Tian with a smile on his face. Seeing you look so happy, I guess you've made a breakthrough. Ling Tian congratulated. Ha ha. It was a fluke. Without the Vice Dean's help in improving my foundation, it would have taken me many more years to achieve a breakthrough.
The dean stroked his beard and said. Chapter 182, Preparing to take over Baisha Lunatic Asylum. Nothing big has happened in the hospital recently, right? There's nothing serious going on at the hospital, but I ran into a troublesome matter. Ling Tian spread his hands. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. The dean's face turned serious. So Ling Tian recounted what happened in the convenience store some time ago. Dean, do you know the power behind this convenience store? Ling Tian asked. As a local weirdo, you should know something about this aspect. Moreover, the dean always brags about his broad knowledge, so he must know many powerful forces. That new convenience store, the dean pondered. New here? Ling Tian was stunned. That's right. There weren't many convenience stores in this area before. It was only in recent years that this convenience store, number 44, suddenly took up a large area in Chinatown and was built. I originally thought they would take action against the surrounding forces, but after it was built, it has been quiet ever since. The dean explained. As for the forces behind the convenience stores you mentioned, I've investigated that before. Its main store is called Galaxy Supermarket. It is a super large supermarket chain controlled by 4 powerful monsters. After years of development, there are now more than 100 small supermarkets and more than 100 convenience stores. The number 44 convenience store in Chinatown is one of them. Their influence is widespread, reaching many places, and they are still expanding. Ling Tian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. If this were the real world, there would be nothing wrong with the layout of the supermarket, but this is a strange world. In this case, the other party must have some ulterior motive. What's more, the 4 fierce beasts had long been aware of the impending mutations in the strange world and made preparations in advance. In this case, it would be even less likely that the other party would agree to transfer convenience store number 44 to him. Do you still want to take action? Ling Tian murmured. Are you sure you want to do it? The dean said seriously. It will happen sooner or later. I'm determined to take over this area of Chinatown. If they refuse to transfer or move out, then taking action is the only solution. Ling Tian nodded. Since that's the case, I'll make a bet with you. The other party only has 4 fierce beasts behind them. Although we are currently the weaker party, I believe in your ability. Furthermore, there are conflicts among various factions. It is impossible for them to mobilize all their forces to encircle and suppress us. Otherwise, they will be completely defeated by their enemies. The dean said. Ling Tian also thought it made sense. Okay, then let's take over the rest of Chinatown first, and then we'll go take over the convenience stores. Good. Now that you've been promoted to a great villain, Dean, I think we can take over Baisha Lunatic Asylum first. I'll contact Su Shan later and ask him to come back as soon as possible. Ling Tian said. That's good. I just had a breakthrough, so it's good to stretch my muscles. The dean agreed. So Ling Tian activated the soul-shaking bell to contact Su Shan. As Susan's companion soul weapon, once the soul-shaking bell is activated, Susan, who is far away, can sense it. The master is calling us. It seems he is ready to act. Susan stood up. Brother Wujio, are you ready to leave? The strange person beside him looked at Fan Wujio, who stood up in surprise. Well, an old friend is calling me, so I have to go there. Fan Wujio nodded. I believe this old friend is the gentleman that Brother Wujio mentioned. If you have the chance, please introduce him to me and others. That's right. From what Brother Wujio has described, this gentleman is a very skilled doctor. It just so happens that we both have some minor ailments. We went to other hospitals, but because our skills were too high, the ghost doctor couldn't cure them. The people around sighed strangely. There will be a chance. So everyone, I will take my leave first. Fan Wujio opened his black umbrella. As his body merged into the ground, his figure disappeared from the spot. Strange looks flashed in the eyes of those present. Ah, I really envy Brother Wujio. He broke through to the great fierce realm in just a few months. With this level of strength, you can become an elder in my family. A strange envy said. Alright, our fierce level is not bad, much stronger than the ordinary weird. Other weird things don't matter. At this time, Ling Tian had just put away the soul-shaking bell. A black umbrella fell at his feet. As the black ink rose, it condensed into a human shape. Fan Wujio appeared in front of Ling Tian and the dean, so fast. Ling Tian was shocked.
How long had it been? Long time no see, sir.
Fan Wujiu laughed. After a brief exchange of greetings between the man and the two ghosts, they began to get down to business. I called you here because I'm preparing to take action against the Baisha Lunatic Asylum. At that time, since there was only one great beast, Brother Wujiu, they were afraid that if they fought, they would injure 1,000 of the enemy and lose 800 of their own. But now the Dean has also broken through to the great beast this way, the situation will be overwhelming, and we will take over the White Sands Lunatic Asylum in one fell swoop.
Ling Tian said. So that's how it is.
Let's do as you say, sir.
Fan Wujiu nodded. The Dean said, the fight will spread all around. It's better for us to move the battlefield outdoors. After all, this will be our base camp from now on. The battle between the great beasts is no joke. If they fight to the death, the surrounding area will inevitably become a ruin. Will the other party follow your pace? Ling Tian asked.
That's not up to it. My ability is in the field of space. With just a slight move, you can twist space and move the battlefield anywhere. The Dean said confidently. I didn't expect that the Dean has such means.
I admire him.
Ling Tian was a little surprised. In his impression, the Dean was just a shameless jerk. His ability must be to scheme against others.
No.
The Dean's noses turned up high. Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he saw this. He said nothing more and began to prepare for the next battle. White Sands Lunatic Asylum. At this time, this fierce beast was still constantly transforming the monster he had just captured.
I'm so angry.
Last time, a rat appeared out of nowhere and ruined all my years of hard work. I don't know what to say when the adults arrive, but luckily there's still a long time before they arrive.
I have to make amends during this time.
This weird one has a ferocious look on its face. A Ghost King was struggling with his head held down by it. The Ghost King's consciousness began to dissipate, and his body was eroded and transformed by a force of energy. The third one, still not enough. The last experience has greatly improved its supervision of the asylum. Its soul monitors every layer. Once an unexpected situation occurs, it will be able to detect it and rush over immediately. After sending the Ghost King to the -4th floor, it returned to its original position. It was at this moment that Susan entered its consciousness.
It's him. Damn it. How dare you come back?
Okay, I let you get away last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. It had a ferocious look on its face. It had not known that Susan had such special abilities, so it did not take any countermeasures immediately, and now, he has already prepared special means to deal with Susan.ps. Ahem, it's vacation time.
I'm going to give myself a 7-day vacation.
I'll be back to update on April 7th, M3. Chapter 183, Timely System Protection. It flashed and appeared in front of Susan.
It's you. What do you want from me?
The man under the umbrella smiled. Oh, you must have some support if you dare to come back.
Did you find some help?
Or do you think I'm weak? No matter how capable you are today, you can't escape from my grasp. The Soul Eater's eyes turned red. The sky was filled with red light.
Soul-devouring ghost.
Susan also became serious and held up his own ghost cave to fight against it. Ling Tian hid in the distance and watched. The Dean also took advantage of the Soul Devourer's opportunity to launch a sneak attack using his space ghost. Space twist. Suddenly, the space in the center of the battlefield began to fluctuate. As the space rotated, they arrived in a wilderness thousands of miles away.
Is this your helper?
The Soul Eater looked at the Dean with disdain. Just a great villain who has just broken through. The two ghosts did not respond. They looked at each other and began to attack from the front and back. The war is about to break out. The three ghost caves collided with each other, creating an infinite glow. Waves of terrifying aftermath swept across everything around. The hills and mounds were flattened one by one by the aftermath. The mountains shook and dark clouds covered the sun. Facing the pincer attack from two fierce beasts, the Soul Devourer seemed to be at ease. It is obvious that the Soul Devourer has more combat experience than the two ghosts, and his strength is also above them. Ling Tian hurriedly found the place where the three ghosts fought. Looking at the current situation on the field, he frowned. I underestimated that guy's strength. He still has enough strength to fight two fierce beasts alone, but there is no better way at the moment, so I can only put my hope on Susan and the Dean. This monster must be bitten down, otherwise he will not be able to fully control this area of Chinatown. Before he knew it, The Dean looked depressed. There are a lot of lucky charms hanging on his body. Susan is better than Dean, and most of the time it helps to resist the opponent's attacks. The Dean's combat ability is obviously inferior to Urguay's. I guess he is too busy running the hospital to fight monsters. The Soul Devourer laughed heartily at the two defeated demons. That's just SOSO. Catching two powerful monsters today is more than enough to make up for my previous mistakes. Come and die. It increases the frequency of attacks. The two ghosts Susan resisted hard. Ling Tian sighed from a distance. If we lose this battle, our entire plan will collapse, so no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. To be honest, in this kind of battle, for him, a late-stage ghost king, to go forward would be tantamount to seeking death, but for the future, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Ding. We've detected the host's determination to win. As a system, we can't just sit back and watch. Rule shield activated. 1 system point will be deducted per second. If the host does not have enough system points, you can buy on credit. The system points rewarded in the future will be used first to repay the debt. To turn off the shield, the host can just recite it in their mind. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Ling Tian's mind like the sound of nature. As you continued to digest, transform, and master the huge origin of the rules, his power of rules has become increasingly powerful. Now it is powerful enough to slightly change the rules and restrictions of this assessment world. This is no small improvement, but the help provided to the host is undoubtedly huge. For example, now, simply by activating the system's rules protection, the host can be saved from death. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. With the protection of the system, there is nothing to be afraid of, just do it. He calculated in his mind the approximate system points that would be spent. If it's 1 point per second, that's 86,400 points a day. Currently, he only has 10,000 system points. Fortunately, the system gave me the opportunity to buy on credit. Ling Tian didn't think that it would take 10,000 seconds to kill the beast. That he is just a ghost king. He can't hurt the opponent in battle and can only provide assistance. As for how to assist, he quickly flew to the battlefield, looking at Ling Tian, who suddenly broke in, and the Soul Devourer was stunned. Ghost King? Su Shan and the Dean were a little anxious and hurriedly stood in front of Ling Tian, fearing that the soul-devouring demon would attack Ling Tian. Sir, why are you here? Deputy Dean, just leave this to us. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in. The two ghosts looked solemn. I'm afraid this time it will be very dangerous. This time it's my fault. I underestimated this guy's strength. If we continue fighting like this, we will definitely lose. So I can only join the battle, and don't worry about my safety, I have the means to protect myself. Ling Tian spoke. Then activate your own abilities. 2 red lines made of energy were wrapped around the wrists of the two ghosts' great hand. As the skills were activated, the injuries of the two ghosts recovered quickly. First, bang! The Soul Devourer dodged and knocked the umbrella away, then slashed towards Ling Tian with one hand. The Dean next to him was horrified and hurriedly tried to help Ling Tian take the blow, but unfortunately, the attack launched by the Soul Devourer was too sudden and too fast. The Dean had no time to block the attack. He could only watch helplessly as this horrific attack struck Ling Tian's head. No! The Dean roared. Bang! The enormous impact force caused Ling Tian to fall to the ground like a meteorite, raising clouds of dust. Oh, so it's the wet nurse, then we can't keep her. The Soul Eater grinned, thankful for his quick reaction. It said, how dare a mere ghost king come to the battlefield. As a result, when he saw Ling Tian start to treat the two ghosts, he immediately launched a sneak attack. It is not an idiot that waits for the opponent to slowly recover from injuries and then protects the nurse to death. The umbrella that was blown away also stabilized its body at this time. He stared at the Soul Eater with bloodshot eyes, holding the black umbrella tightly in his hand. You deserve to die. The Dean didn't care about the difference in strength between the two sides and rushed forward. The offensive was like a rainstorm. It did not resist but only responded with injuries. Ridiculous. Now you have nothing to rely on. This farce will end with my victory. The Soul Eater sneered at the three ghosts started fighting again. This time the fight was even more ferocious. Su Shan and the Dean attacked the soul-eating demon without caring about their lives. This time, in a deep pit on the ground, Ling Tian sat safely in the center, watching the situation in the sky. Fortunately, I have the system's protection, otherwise I would be dead. Ling Tian chuckled, then continued to use his magic hand skills along the red line that bound him out. Susan and the Dean paused slightly during the battle, then increased the frequency of their attacks. Time passes by every second. The Soul Eater was also constantly injured by the two monsters' exchange of injuries. Damn it, that's disgusting. The Soul Eater cursed loudly, wanting to disgust it before dying. Well, once you are controlled by me, I will torture you too severely. But as time went on, the Soul Eater noticed something was wrong, that I am becoming more and more exhausted. But how come the two ghosts who are weaker than it are becoming stronger and more energetic as the fight goes on? Not good. Suddenly it seemed to understand something and looked towards the center of the deep pit on the ground. Suddenly, there was a figure sitting there, waving at it with a smile on his face. P.S. Shirima, your emperor is back, raise your arms and cheer. Chapter 184, Taking Over the Power, Realm Breakthrough. Because the red thread that Ling Tian used to bind the two ghosts' wrists can only be seen by the two people who bound them. That's why the Soul Devourer didn't notice it in time. Now that it has fallen into decline, it is too late to realize that something is wrong. The balance of victory in this battle has begun to tilt. The soul-devouring demon was extremely angry. He dropped the two ghosts and attacked Ling Tian again. Only by killing the wet nurse can it have a chance to reverse the situation, otherwise you'll be worn out here. Shan and the Dean rushed to intercept them, but the Soul Devourer has already made a desperate bet and started to throw out his cards one after another. Soul Devouring Locking Domain. Imprison the sky. Traps the earth. Devour the soul. Lock the spirit. The Soul Eater's eyes glowed red. The sky and the earth began to be obscured by dark chains. Chains are constantly shuttling around the space. Susan and the Dean, who wanted to intercept, were chained by their hands and feet and were stretched out and trapped in midair. The two ghosts were anxious, but they couldn't break free from their restraints for a while. I can only pray in my heart that Ling Tian really has the means to protect himself. Ling Tian looked at the soul-devouring demon coming towards him without panicking. Instead, he rushed forward eagerly, wanting to fight with him to gain combat experience. But how could a mere ghost king be a match for the great evil? He was knocked away as soon as he made contact. Ling Tian tried to steady himself, but the next moment he was caught up by the Soul Devourer and knocked away again. This isn't a fight. Ling Tian cursed in his heart. He wanted to gain combat experience, but he didn't even get a chance to fight. He was almost completely crushed and could only passively take the beating for a moment. Ling Tian was like a ball, being hit back and forth by the soul-devouring demon. A long time. Is this the time to die? The Soul Eater gasped. To ensure that everything went smoothly, it used all its strength in every attack, launching more than thousands of attacks, not to mention the Ghost King. Even if evil comes, everyone will die. Street Ling Tian, who was in the pit in the distance, straightened up. The churning gastric juice made him feel a little nauseous. Apart from that, let alone death, there were no injuries on his body. The Soul Devourer was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Tian touched himself with his skillful hands, and he felt much better. Looking at the dumbfounded Soul Devourer, he clenched his fists. Although he was invincible now, he was still annoyed by being tormented like this. Ling Tian angrily pointed at the Soul Devourer and said, "Just wait. When you die, I will take you in and torture you." Dean. Kill it. If you can't beat them yourself, you can only ask for help first. This time, Sushan and the Dean had already broken free from their restraints. Seeing Ling Tian safe and sound was also very surprised. What kind of physical fitness is this? He can't be killed even after being beaten like this. Don't look at me like that. I also paid a huge price. Ling Tian felt a little sad. The system clicked every second. It has been a day and a half since the fight began. This is a huge sum of money for him who was a bit poor. Fortunately, after completing the task of integrating Chinatown, there is a reward of 1 million system points. That's good. Leave the rest to us. The two ghosts nodded, continue to attack the Soul Devourer. Ahem, just wait for me. I'll be waiting for you in the depths of the 9 netherworlds. Don't think you'll be able to escape easily if you kill me. The Soul Eater made some harsh words before he died. The battle took a little over 3 days before the beast was finally killed. Ling Tian also consumed exactly 270,000 system points. Now he is penniless and owes the system 260,000. The man and the two ghosts breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Ling Tian took out his notebook, and with a thought, all kinds of information about the Soul Devourer appeared on it. In this battle, Ling Tian had figured out the Soul Devourer's underwear. Containment, call out. The Soul Eater's body transformed into a beam of light and was sucked into the record book. The Ghost Saint writer's writing skills can only contain weirdness that is not much different from his own strength, but those are for the living. The dead can be taken, it will. There's no point in collecting it anyway, and it will die if summoned. Ling Tian took the beast in because he thought that the body of a fierce beast would be useful in the future. At worst, you can make it into a puppet. When your author's powerful skills are activated, you can edit it and it will become another murderer. It's just wonderful. Let's go, we can go back now. This guy is dead, and the area of White Sands Lunatic Asylum can be incorporated into our territory. Ling Tian spoke. The dean nodded, activated his spatial ability, and returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital with the Ling Tian umbrella. The rest is easy. Send someone to take over White Sands Asylum. The new monster captured by the soul-devouring demon was also cured by Ling Tian. Of course it's not by Ji. After all, I am your savior. It's not too much to ask me to stay and sign a contract of sale, right? As for the Baisha Mental Asylum building, Ling Tian simply had it demolished. The mental hospital is useless and does not help the development of Chinatown at all. I just called the ghost school bullies to build another Sacred Heart Hospital on the land of the mental hospital to expand the hospital's sphere of influence. The dean also watched with a smile. Unexpectedly, within a few months, his forces had already begun to develop a second branch. All this is thanks to Ling Tian. I really did not invest in the wrong person. It was also thanks to Ling Tian that it was able to break through to the great fierce level so quickly. Everything is moving in the right direction. Now 2/3 of Chinatown is under Ling Tian's control, except for convenience store number 44, which could not be touched. The rest of the places were almost quickly controlled by Ling Tian. Dean, have you read the medical books I gave you? Ling Tian suddenly asked. It's more of an urging than a question. Ling Tian naturally knew whether he had seen it or not. If the dean had seen it, he would have broken through to the level of Ghost King and become a fierce one. Now his realm is still stuck at the late stage of Ghost King. So I can only find time to ask the dean again. You're talking about that. I've been a bit busy lately and forgot about it. But there's no rush, I have plenty of time. The dean shook his head. Ling Tian muttered to himself, if you are not anxious, then I am. Well, what have you been busy with recently? I've been handling a lot of things. As the director of the hospital, how can you not improve your medical skills? Are you expecting me to stay in the hospital forever? You know I'm not from this world, so I can't stay in the hospital forever. It's okay for ordinary patients, but if a patient with a special condition comes in and I'm not here, and you can't treat him, then the reputation we've worked so hard to build up will be ruined. Ling Tian explained the reason and moved them with emotion. In ancient times, Sun Quan encouraged people to study, and now people encourage people to study medicine. The vice president is right. I was slacking off. I will seize the time to improve my medical skills. The dean nodded seriously because he also felt that what Ling Tian said was right. It was time to improve his medical skills, otherwise Ling Tian's good intentions would be in vain. Someone gave me a medical treasure, but I didn't take it seriously. I'm not a human being. It seems like I'm really not a human being. That's good. You must study hard. I'm leaving now. Ling Tian left with satisfaction. Sure enough, not long after Ling Tian left, reader feedback came quickly. After being stuck in the Ghost King realm for more than 2 months, he finally broke through and reached the initial stage of the evil realm. Chapter 185, Awakening of the Two Ghost Professions. Time flies. The time for Ling Tian to participate in this copy is almost over. In 3 days, this dungeon journey will be over. Under Ling Tian's leadership, Guangming High School developed rapidly. There used to be only 3,000 weird students in the school, but now the number has grown to 9,000. This is just the number of high school students. As teaching buildings are built one after another, primary schools, junior high schools and high schools begin to enroll students. More and more strange things are coming to Chinatown. As of now, the number of students in all schools has reached 30,000. After taking control of the rest of Chinatown, only 2 copies were left that were not under Ling Tian's control, that is convenience store number 44 and a 5-star hotel. Since there is not much time left, these 2 copies will have to wait until next time. 3 days passed in a flash. All those who participated in the copy were sent back to the real world. Congratulations on completing the large-scale dungeon, Guangming High School. You will be rewarded based on your contribution. 200,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Only 200,000. Never mind. It's still better than others.
Thanks to Ling Tian's protection, the 300 people returned safely. Those who couldn't wait any longer started bragging about their experience on the internet. They began to expose the big guys they met this time. In the internet age, information flows very quickly and was only exposed in the morning. It became a hot topic at noon. Some people worship it, while others question the authenticity of the news. What everyone said was really too mysterious. So far, humans have basically been struggling to survive in a strange world. How could there be a strange human being who rules over a strange world? If they said that the one in charge was some low-level weirdness, they would still believe it. But according to those people's description, Ling Tian conquered a strange existence that was suspected to be the Ghost King. This is a little unbelievable to think about. However, when a video was leaked and verified to be not fake, all the doubts disappeared. The scene shown in the video is exactly the scene of Ling Tian and 10 Ghost Kings building a school. After all, Ling Tian didn't hide it on purpose, so everyone living in the school could naturally see it. There were also some people who carried digital products with them to record their experiences. This time, the protagonist naturally also saw the public opinion on the internet. Only 3 months left, Ling Tian turned off his phone, feeling no emotion at all. After taking a nice bath and having a nice meal, I started to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ling Tian, who was in the room, looked outside through the door. Several men were standing outside, but Ling Tian didn't recognize them. After a little thought, he opened the door. "Do you have anything to do with me?" "Comrade Ling Tian, we apologize for disturbing you by coming here without warning. We are from the Imperial Spirit Division. Yesterday, we learned about your strength through online news. Now, the world's mutant countries are also facing a critical moment of survival. We would like to invite you to join the Imperial Spirit Division and work together to build and safeguard the safety of our motherland." A man spoke. Ling Tian understood what he said. So that's how it is. After all, my face was revealed in the video, so it wouldn't be difficult for the country to find me if they wanted to. Well, although I am patriotic, I know that I alone cannot change the current situation. As for your suggestion of joining the Imperial Spirit Division, let me think about it, Ling Tian replied. Several people looked at each other, knowing that this was an excuse, but they still didn't want to give up because such a powerful talent had finally appeared in their country. "Comrade Ling Tian, we all understand what you mean. But at least give us some thought. How long do you need to consider this?" One person hesitated. 3 months. Let's see what the world will be like in 3 months. Ling Tian reported a time. The world will merge in about 3 months, but he really doesn't know what will happen after the world merges. This was beyond his knowledge. What if after the world merges, everyone is randomly assigned to a strange world? In that case, is there still the concept of a country? In that case, can humanity's current power be reorganized in this strange world? This is also the reason why Ling Tian had no intention of joining the organization. For all the big organizations, nowadays, once they disperse, the bubble will burst. After a few pleasantries, everyone left. They reported Ling Tian's answer, and what happened afterwards was not their business, as it was a matter for the top management to consider. For several days, Ling Tian did not receive any summons from the strange voice. This inevitably made him wonder if the world was about to merge and no longer summon people. Let's awaken our profession first. Ling Tian exchanged the 200,000 career points he had been awarded for 2 ghost career awakening opportunities. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, composer. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, painter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost class, composer. Triggering a 100-fold amplification, transforming into a ghost saint, composer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost occupation, painter. Triggering a 100-fold amplification, transforming into a ghost saint, painter. Ghostly composer, you are proficient in all the music in the world. Your music fascinates the world and makes the spirits tremble. Even a casual performance can make the spirits obsessed and reduce their hostility towards you. Professional skills, rhythm of sound, grand performance, construction of sound. Audience, 0, rhythm of sound, you can integrate attacks and healing into the music. Activates with 100 audience members, grand performance. After activation, the world becomes your stage. If anything that listens to your music recognizes your performance, you gain 1/10,000th of its power. Available at 10,000 viewers. Sound construction, for a composer, music is their world. You can use music to build your own domain in space. Open with 1 million viewers,
Ghost Saint Painter, you are proficient in all kinds of painting. All things are born under your brush. The Strange admires your painting skills. Professional skills: copying, world and painting, manifestation, fans, 0 copy. You can draw a portrait of a monster. When you hold up the portrait, monsters within a certain range will be mesmerized by your portrait and lose all defenses. Unlocked when you have 100 followers, world in the painting, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi tree. Each of your paintings can be considered a small world, and you can freely travel through your paintings. Unlocked by 10,000 followers, materialization, you can materialize your paintings. The power of the materialized object cannot exceed your own power. Unlocked when you have 1 million followers. After reading the introductions of the 2 professions, Ling Tian didn't know what to say, but he just said they were awesome. Moreover, the skills awakened this time can be developed in the direction of combat, which just makes up for his shortcomings in this aspect. Although his strength has reached the level of fierceness, he does not have the abilities and special means like weird like ghosts, etc. He has a lot of energy but no means to use it.